The Duke eagerly began reading the document he had previously skimmed but never examined closely. Lambert, a level 50 priest, was but a minor figure in Ravka City, hardly worthy of the Duke's attention, so the Duke had dismissed the notice with indifference at the time. Yet as a man acutely attuned to numbers, the Duke recalled having seen the date June 12 somewhere. At last, within the section titled Details of the Fallen, he found what he sought. The Fallen claimed that their prayers before June 12 drew the goddess's divine gaze, but from the 13th onward that celestial attention vanished. Doubt took root, faith withered, and thus they fell. Through the Archbishop's sacred art, it has now been confirmed the so-called divine gaze was a falsehood. The entity appearing as a god was in truth a high-tier demonic being masquerading as divinity. The Duke's hands clenched tighter around the parchment until its edges whispered faintly with the sound of tearing. Then, composing himself, he commanded sharply, "Guards." His steward appeared instantly at the study door and bowed deeply. "My lord, how may I serve you?" "Two matters. First, dispatch trusted agents to locate the fallen priest Lambert, named in the warrant, and bring him to me unharmed, intact, and alive. Second, assign watchers to every church in the city. Report any anomaly immediately. Intercept and interrogate all messengers on site." "As you command." The steward bowed once more and withdrew. The Duke no longer felt the urge to hone his blade. Instead, he sank listlessly onto the study floor, gripping the ecclesiastical notice like a lifeline, rereading it again and again, as if etching every word into his memory. At dusk the following day, the intelligence officer reported 5 spies, sent from distant regions, had been apprehended and confined to the castle's subterranean dungeons. The Duke's fortress housed numerous such chambers, several converted into secure cells. Accompanied by the intelligence officer, the Duke drew his sword and descended swiftly toward the dungeon. As he descended, he asked 5 spies what were their assumed identities. 2 merchants, 2 bards, and 1 laborer. "A laborer." The Duke frowned. What could a laborer possibly uncover? "Our preliminary investigation shows he meticulously recorded market prices for common goods. Beyond that, interrogation has yet to commence." "Has he broken no law?" "Not a single statute." The Duke paused, thoughtful. Such narrow focus cannot be coincidence, it runs deeper than it appears. By then they had reached the cell. Inside, 5 bound figures knelt side by side in rigid silent formation. The Duke advanced, pressing the tip of his blade beneath the first spy's throat and lifting his chin to reveal his face. "This one is from the capital." He cast a cold glance at the intelligence officer, who replied without hesitation, "Yes, my lord." He posed as a merchant to track grain and supply movements across the western marches. The kneeling spy glared up with venomous fury, muscles coiled as though ready to strike. A sharp wet sound, pfft, and the cold steel pierced through the base of his skull, then withdrew just as swiftly. The spy convulsed violently, collapsing onto the stone floor. Crimson welled from both neck wounds and his mouth and nose. After a few ragged gasps and feeble twitches, he lay still, drowned in his own blood. The Duke moved on without pause or expression, like an automaton forged for judgment, stepping before the next captive and resting his sword once more against bare skin. Also from the capital. For years he performed as a bard in the lower district, bribing and inciting street gangs to clash with city patrols. Lately he has stirred unrest among the populace, fomenting rebellion. Put. His fate mirrored the first, swift, silent absolute. The third spy hailed from the southern marches. While gathering intelligence, he had long smuggled enchanted artifacts to underworld factions in the lower district, severely undermining Ravka's civic order. A look of utter contempt hardened the Duke's features. Even after all these years, the spineless South still resorts only to such sordid, underhanded arts. Without a glance, the Duke reversed his blade and drove it home, ending the southern spy's life with detached finality. The fourth spy came from the eastern marches. According to the intelligence officer's assessment, his activities remained technically lawful, operating perpetually on the razor's edge of legality. The Duke crouched low, tore the rag from the spy's mouth, and spoke slowly. "Every word I speak now, you will deliver verbatim to that weather vane in the east. Do you understand?" Relief flooded the spy's face. He nodded frantically, eyes wide and breathless. The Duke held his gaze, not at the man but beyond him, as if locking eyes with the Eastern Marches ruler himself. "Eason, I do not ask for your allegiance. But should you fail even to hold neutrality, I shall dig your grave with my own hands." He rose. "Officer, hand me the document, then escort him out of the city. At once." The officer handed over the parchment and hauled the kneeling spy away without delay. In the dim, damp silence of the dungeon, only the Duke and the final captive remained. Gazing down at the man, slumped, trembling, utterly broken, the Duke asked quietly, "Of all 5, you are weakest in nerve and competence. A novice, then. Tell me who commands you. Whose banner do you serve? To whom do you swear fealty?" The man's face contorted in terror, only muffled guttural sounds escaped his lips. "Ah, I'd forgotten this." The Duke pulled the gag from his mouth. The man gasped, sucking air like a drowning man. After several shuddering breaths, he stammered, "Mr. Arava sent me." "Arava? Who in blazes is that?" The Duke's voice darkened with irritation. "Now even unknown names dare scatter spies like chaff. He's a merchant from Lord Reed's domain. He dispatched me to survey local prices, to guide his market adjustments." The man spilled the truth in rapid, panicked bursts. "Surveying prices breaks no law. Why disguise yourself as a dockhand? My travel funds, lost to a rigged gambling den. The man on the floor seemed to have found a valve for his pent-up anguish and poured forth a month's worth of wretchedness in one desperate torrent. His uncle served as a trusted confidant to Arava. To stay ahead of market fluctuations, Arava had deployed price scouts across every nearby holding in town bordering Lord Reed's lands. With quiet influence, the uncle secured this coveted assignment for his nephew, a rare chance to impress the master. The young man arrived in Ravka City with his stipend and was swiftly seduced by its glittering distractions, quickly realizing his funds would not suffice. Ah, I'd forgotten this. The Duke pulled the gag from his mouth. The man gasped, sucking air like a drowning man. After several shuddering breaths, he stammered, "Mr. Arava sent me." After contemplating a hopeless future, Murphy looked around and realized that the problems of the demon race seemed to be even greater. Just looking at the current Grand Hall, it was evident that the Demon King's palace had turned into a construction site. Murphy could hardly imagine what the demon race had become. As a pacifist, Murphy once thought he could make the demon race great again. Now he could only say that as long as his subordinates did not starve, it would be considered a success. Having grasped the general situation, let me formally introduce myself. I am Murphy, your new Demon King from today onward. I hope we can get along well. As lords of various clans, you are undoubtedly important figures in the demon race. Please introduce yourselves and share your names and such. Murphy pointed to the ogre kneeling at the edge. You start. Your Majesty, what is a name? The ogre asked, looking confused. Your Majesty, what is an introduction? The eyes of the gargoyle lord were filled with curiosity. Your Majesty, what is self? The giant slime twisted its form and all the demons present understood what it wanted to convey. Damn. After a brief silence, Murphy exploded. The demon race in this world was simply a super mess. Indeed, having drawn this unfortunate name, disaster had begun to befall him. What need was there for a hero here? The demon race was nearly too foolish to survive extinction. Murphy admitted that he had felt despair for a moment. At that time, he suddenly thought he should abandon the dumb name of Demon King Murphy and seriously live a normal life. In the contemplation of whether to give up or struggle, Ren Ping'an decided to do this job while not wanting to die young again, to become the master of the world, or simply to add some excitement to his mundane life. Additionally, the level of these demons was far too low, completely dragging down the average of this other world. This sparked his curiosity, prompting him to confirm whether this world resembled a low magic or low martial world of low intelligence. As for now, let's make some promises. I swear by the name of Demon King Mephistopheles. I promise to lead you to victory, and my only requirement from you foolish demons is one. Pride activated, and all the demon lords bowed again. That is absolute obedience. The long-awaited act of establishing authority for Murphy was finally successfully initiated without any minor characters interrupting. The colorful slime on the throne turned into a puddle of goo once more. Murphy gathered it in his hands and then sat upon the throne. You obey me and I will lead you to victory. This is a fair deal. You need not worry. Pride makes me disdain to go back on my word to ants. Ren Ping'an closed his eyes. After putting on a grand show, he found that he seemed to have developed a hint of arrogance. The power belonging to the Demon King surged within him, and the identity of the Demon King no longer felt like a mere facade. Both identity and power merged into one. Upon opening his eyes again, only the Pride Demon King, Mephistopheles, existed here. Everyone rise. To save this teetering demon race, we must work together. Even with some inexplicable fusion happening, Murphy still disliked being aloof. He soon resumed a friendly demeanor and expressed his intentions. However, before that, I believe every demon should at least have a name. Fortunately, under the rules of this world, naming demons does not result in losing magical power and fainting. But unfortunately, Murphy was terrible at naming. His brain was about to be drained. He had intended to name all the demons, but with thousands of demons, even naming them one by one with numbers could take decades. There was no time left. Urgent. Murphy was truly anxious. He then issued the first decree of the new Demon King. All sentient demons must give themselves a name. Failing to do so would mean they are not good demons. With the aid of skills, the Demon King's decree accurately reached the consciousness of all demons. At that moment, a nearly humanoid demon lord stood up and said, Your Majesty, not all demons are so foolish as to lack names. They simply haven't interacted with humans in many years and lack the Demon King's governance, which has led to this situation. My race has been favored by the previous Demon King and is now the most well-established among all demons. He then secretly shot a disparaging glance at the ogre lord, revealing a mocking smile. Murphy looked up and scanned this demon humanoid, a young male with a decent appearance, dressed in a worn-out suit, small devil horn, small wings at the waist, and a thin tail behind him. No need to check the panel anymore. Are you a succubus? I am the succubus Lord Tyre. Are you male? As your Majesty can see. Is there no female succubus in this world? Tyre looked at Murphy with confusion, realizing that the Demon King seemed to be genuinely asking. So Tyre replied, Your Majesty, there are indeed male and female succubi, otherwise new succubi wouldn't be born. Murphy felt he had assumed too much and continued to ask, You say your succubi are well established, please elaborate. Thus in the next 10 minutes Tyre detailed how the succubi had developed from a desperate famine, lacking human essence, to consume to self-sufficiency, feeding on their own or their companion's essence over the past 90 years of truce, and they had never crossed the line of indecency no matter how difficult the times were. The new demon king greatly admired this spirit and immediately expressed his willingness to inspect the succubi territory. Once I've finished my current tasks I will go see the succubi. At this point Murphy completely understood the meaning of there are countless types of toilet paper, each roll is different. Since the setting of demons varies in every other world, it would be wise for him to take a look before making plans. No, it was definitely not out of selfishness, not at all. His gaze swept over the crowd and only then did Murphy notice that the skeleton lord had been writing on a piece of parchment as if recording what was happening. In an instant Murphy felt his eyes welling up. This was the second good thing he had encountered today, second only to discovering the existence of female succubi in this world. In this cultural desert of the demon race there was actually such a talented individual. Since he had arrived, the skeleton lord had seemed rather unremarkable, but it turned out to be a well-known cultural skeleton in the area. Murphy stepped forward, picked up the parchment, looked it over, and his expression gradually twisted. Why are you using the common human language? After hesitating for a moment Murphy finally asked what was on his mind. Because I received an education in my previous life. Although memories from that time are already vague, I still have some impressions of the characters and grammar. After I died and became a skeleton I found that no demon seemed to use the demon common language, so ever since I became the secretary for the demon lord's meetings I have been using the common human language for recording. The skeleton lord's attitude was sincere, but Murphy was filled with emotion. The most cultured being among the demons turned out to be a late-blooming skeleton. You did well. What is your name? If you don't have one I will give you one. No matter which world it was, rarity was valuable, and for this talented individual Murphy was willing to stretch his brain. My name is Byron. I died too long ago and have forgotten the rest. The skeleton Byron tapped his head, making a hollow sound. I hope you do not forget your name. Murphy looked at the other lords, thought for a moment, and felt he shouldn't show his bias towards the succubi too obviously, so he decided to first listen to the ruling conditions of each demon lord. Now let's all discuss the conditions of each demon's territory. At dusk, the newly appointed demon lord Mr. Murphy arrived among the demon clans and reached consensus with all demon lords by nightfall, only to fully grasp at dawn the utter calamity that now defined the demon race. Regarding the current state of the demon race, Demon Lord Murphy remarked in an exclusive interview, "You call this a demon race? You're eager to wage war against humanity, but do you even stand a chance? Absolutely not. Utterly disgraceful. I'd assumed at least that ogres, though they've never tasted human flesh, must have seen humans flee. Yet the past 2 generations of young ogres have never laid eyes on a single human. Their starving skeletal is oversized undead skeletons. What kind of ogres are these? They might as well gnaw on tree bark. And those reclusive vampires, barely stepping beyond their crypts, must smuggle alchemical cauldrons from human realms. A few unscrupulous merchants inflate prices and suddenly vampires are destitute enough to pawn their own cloaks. Ah, I exaggerate, of course. Vampires wouldn't pawn cloaks. Most don't even understand coinage, let alone know what a pawnshop is." Excerpt omitted due to the interviewee's excessively inflammatory remarks. And reported on site by journalist Ren Ping'an. Though mentally prepared, Murphy was still shattered by reality after the intelligence exchange summit. The near-catatonic demon lord dismissed every demon except the slime custodian and retreated alone into the demon palace, descending into fractured introspection. Though the demon lord's accounts painted a picture so dire it chilled the blood, they nonetheless yielded a wealth of grim yet useful intelligence. As a committed pacifist, Murphy knew full well victory without battle was a fantasy no realm could afford. Yet the sacred peace accord offered a rare reprieve. At least for the next decade, large-scale conflict between demons and humanity would remain improbable. Only minor skirmishes might flare. To exploit this window efficiently, Murphy's original strategy centered on interdimensional cultivation and cross-border trade, monetizing his innovations by selling them to humans, amassing capital, then donning disguises when war inevitably erupted, transforming warfare into a grand economic enterprise. But with each new revelation the challenge escalated, from a mindless low-stakes isekai romp toward a punishing hell-tier survival saga. Now even basic cultivation proved perilous. Trees in demon lands grew knotted with muscle. Ordinary crops risked unpredictable mutations, and testing them on passing humans was of course out of the question. Trade posed 2 insurmountable hurdles. First, demons were destitute, not a copper coin nor a single merchant connection to their name. Second, is the saying, when a dead monster is the only good monster. Murphy could fathom no saleable commodity beyond the monsters themselves. Seeking counsel, Murphy concluded that Byron, the skeleton lord, was the most reliable among his lieutenants, having once been human. He dispatched a skeleton sentry and a zombie stationed at the palace gate to summon Lord Byron. He'd noticed before a subtle rapport between the two, perhaps they had been comrades in life. Yet such musings were irrelevant now. After a cordial exchange, Murphy confirmed several unsurprising truths. Bone powder from high-rank skeletons served as a prized folk remedy among human nobles for obscure ailments, and the higher the skeleton's rank the more potent its powder. Recalling this, Byron's expression flickered with discomfort. Likewise, adventuring parties earned substantial bounties for delivering live lower and mid-tier monsters, ogres, zombies, to quarries. Even certain grand circuses posted exorbitant rewards for live werewolves solely to inflate ticket prices to record highs during the full moon. Murphy fell silent, then asked Byron, "Could it be, they are the true demons?" And the forthright skeleton replied without hesitation, "Impossible." From their conversation, Murphy deduced Byron must have been at minimum a minor noble in life. Guided by Murphy's probing questions rooted in past world knowledge, Byron divulged long-buried aristocratic secrets. To Mephi the noble's competitive instincts ran deeper than marrow. Since demand for demon-made goods was non-existent, he'd need to engineer artificial desire, a feat well within reach for a youth skilled in spectacle. Yet another obstacle loomed: capital remained utterly absent. The demon lord and the skeleton sat in silence across the long table. Byron remained motionless. As a skeleton he neither breathed nor blinked. Were it not for the faint rhythmic shimmer of soulfire within his eye sockets, Byron would appear nothing more than a clothed articulated skeleton. It was now noon. The domain of darkness belonged to demons, not daylight. Mephi suspected this scholarly demon had slipped into quiet slumber, leaving him alone to wrestle with the specter of insolvency. According to Byron, the world employed two parallel monetary systems: minted coins, gold, silver and copper, and naturally formed coins of identical metals exchangeable at a fixed ratio of 1100. Stunned by this peculiarity, Mephi pressed Byron for illustration. Byron recounted his most vivid memory. As a human he slew his first goblin, and it dropped 50 copper coins. Mephi recoiled at the world's surreal logic, yet disdained killing low-tier demons for start-up capital. First, as demon lord, slaying his own subjects undermined unity. Second, the payout was laughably meager. His thoughts spiraling, Mephi instinctively opened Byron's dormant status panel. N name Byron, Raiden race transformed skeleton level 20 Lord N. Gazing upon the unremarkable stats, Mephi sighed. Truly, across every Ice-Sky realm skeletons remain fodder. Even a skeleton lord is little more than cannon fodder. Just look at his stats, he's clearly meant to be slaughtered by fresh adventurers barely out of the tutorial zone, N fodder. A spark ignited in Mephi's mind. He scrolled Byron's panel rapidly downward. N. First kill reward N1000 gold coins, refined iron armor 1, bone longsword 1, damaged reed family crest 1, and exactly as I thought. The first kill reward remains intact. Mephi nearly laughed aloud. The demon lord has respawned. Elite demon mobs have refreshed, but the heroes haven't. What seasoned hero would deign to collect such paltry loot? He reviewed it again, indeed a beginner's starter pack coin armor weapon. As for the crest, it likely served a side quest, irrelevant for now. And who stipulated the first kill must be delivered by a hero? Anyone could land the final blow. Mephi then opened his own status panel and found the skill he saw: Demon Resurrection, high tier necromancy, revives one demon of lower level, revived target loses 5 levels. And he glanced at the dormant Byron and smiled warm and serene. Hey Byron, wake up. Mephi approached and shook the skeletal frame, producing an eerie clattering sound. The skeleton instantly stirred, his eye sockets flared with brighter soulfire. Your Majesty, my deepest apologies. Skeletons tend to drift during daylight. No matter, Byron. Mephi caught in urgency, sharpening his tone. I ask but one question: would you sacrifice yourself for the survival of the demon race? Immediately, without hesitation. And I would, Your Majesty, Byron affirmed, voice steady and resolute. Any lord would gladly lay down his life for the demon race's continuity. Excellent. I'm pressed for time, so die now. Mephi raised his hand, conjuring a blade of condensed demonic energy, and drove it straight through Byron's skull. 1 minute later, Byron, now a level 15 skeleton lord, regained consciousness. He stared at the pile of gold beneath him and the scattered gear beside him, then slowly lifted his gaze. Your Majesty, what just transpired? So that's how it is. Based on the laws governing this world our bodies contain. Do you all understand? As the setting sun streamed into the Demon King's palace once again, the revived intellectual Byron was earnestly recounting his experiences to the other lords. The demon lord of succubi and vampires expressed complete understanding, while the slime undead and goblin lords listened drowsily, indicating they had no idea what he was talking about. Murphy, feeling helpless, spoke up. Let me explain. I'm going to do something, and to do something requires money, and we don't have any. But that's okay. As long as we kill you all one by one, we will have money. Afterwards I will even resurrect you, and the biggest loss will be that you will drop 5 levels. However, I don't think that's a significant problem. After all, you all haven't fought in a long time, and you won't be fighting in the near future either. The only downside to this plan is that each of you can only drop gold once. Does anyone not understand? The lords all expressed their clear understanding and praised the king's wisdom. The ogre lord even patted his chest, hoping the king would kill him a few more times to gather more money, indicating that he was still in the phase of having understood but not fully comprehending. Murphy did not intend to delve into whether they really understood or not. In his view, obedient demons were good demons. The lords followed the demon king to the empty treasure vault, which resembled a skull, and lined up at the entrance in order of rank from low to high. Then came the much-anticipated assembly line operation. Murphy went from slaying slimes, goblins, and undead at levels 20 to 30 to ogres, gargoyles, and ghosts at levels 50 to 60, and finally to succubi, vampires, and werewolves at levels 80 to 90, with his magical shortblade nearly becoming dull. The demons did not disappoint, dropping more and more gold with increasingly better equipment. As they exited the treasure vault, their condition grew more exhausted, and each lord, upon awakening from their initial kills, asked, Your Majesty, what just happened? After counting the gold and loot, Murphy felt quite pleased. Based on his experience, this would be considered wealthy enough to rival nations in the human world. However, a new problem arose with sudden wealth. After decades of complete ceasefire, this money felt too fresh. If he wanted to smoothly survive the development period, he would need to use ancient artifact dealers' methods, aging. I must say, every skill has its own survival space. After using the skill Mild Decay, the new gold coin successfully acquired the appearance of decades of wear. Looking at the seamless aging marks, Murphy couldn't help but ponder. If he could bring this skill back to his homeland, then everything from last week could turn into antiques from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, presenting quite the challenge for archaeologists. Murphy turned his attention to another pile of items, a small mountain formed by weapons, armor and accessories with an increasing quality and quantity enough to raise a small party of heroes from level 1 to max level, only to then challenge them. Murphy suddenly realized that he seemed to have intercepted nearly all the heroes' loot. Whether in online games or in bizarre other worlds, the most torturous aspect was always when the boss didn't drop equipment. If the peace treaty ended and he hadn't resolved the war issue, his subordinates would likely be ground down to dust by the heroes' team. While envisioning the future, Murphy felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw the cleaning gradient slime. Due to years of poverty and neglect, the treasure vault had accumulated nothing but dust until today, so Murphy had placed the slime here to eat dust before the family of lords began their slaughter. The slime wriggled its body and spat out a glimmering crystal. Murphy reached out to pick it up, sensing the essence of another demon king within it. The crystal's faint glow was nearly imperceptible, and Murphy hastily immersed his mind into it, and indeed he saw a stooped figure. "Hello, I am the remaining consciousness of the former demon king. You have come too late, perhaps something went wrong. In any case, my time is short. Before I dissipate, you may ask me 3 questions. The somewhat blurry figure spoke. Although Murphy was eager to ask whether his consciousness would exist forever if he did nothing, that seemed to be a question in itself. Considering the sunk cost, Murphy pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. "The first question, is the hero very strong?" "Yes, indeed, very strong. As a demon king, you should know your limits. However, the hero seems to have broken through those limits, so be very careful." "I see." Murphy thought about the hero's exceptional nature being suspicious everywhere. Perhaps he should be more vigilant during his actions. Then for the second question, have our people always been this foolish? "Yes, even when I was alive they often drove me to the brink of madness, so you just need to issue orders without needing to explain anything to anyone." "Thank you for the guidance. Although I have only been here for less than 2 days, I have already planned to do just that." For the third question, why do you favor the succubi? "Ahem, what a surprise. Did that child tale tell you? How frivolous. I am a true native demon. My preference for succubi comes from the fact that I was one before awakening as a demon king. That child still loves to play clever as he did in childhood. I wonder if his sister is still as charming as she was back then. Hee, my time is up. The future of the demons is in your hands. Thank you for your insights. I have no more questions, leave the demons to me." The stooped figure gradually became blurry and the hoarse voice seemed to come from behind a thick barrier, carrying a hint of curiosity. "Young man, is your talent lust?" "Alas, bad luck, I drew pride." "Oh, I see. Am not either, what a pity." Murphy was momentarily speechless, not expecting this entity to be so unserious. "Are you bad-mouthing me?" The hoarse voice carried a hint of laughter. "Don't think that way about me. After all, I wasn't much older than you when I died." Goodbye. As the spiritual energy was withdrawn, the crystal in Murphy's hand had lost its brilliance, becoming indistinguishable from ordinary objects. Murphy looked at the crystal and muttered, "Is lust really that hard to draw? Damn it." Exiting the treasure vault, Murphy saw the lords looking exhausted, still waiting respectfully for him. He raised the crystal in his hand. "This is the consciousness crystal left by the former demon king. We just had our final exchange. According to the rules of our world, I am officially crowned. I hope our relationship can be more harmonious in the future without so much formality." Murphy approached the succubus Lord. "Tail, I'll leave this crystal in your care. The former demon king also mentioned you to me." The succubus' face was filled with disbelief. "Your Majesty, how did the former demon king mention me?" "Well." Murphy stroked his chin. "He said you were quite good but just a bit naughty." Tail's expression was somewhat strange and muffled laughter erupted from the demons, filling the corridor at the entrance of the treasure vault with a cheerful atmosphere. On the 3rd day of his arrival, the newly appointed demon king Mr. Murphy reached the realm of the succubi, known by the simple name of Dreamland. Murphy is a man of his word, is demonstrated in every moment of his life. For instance, when he said he would visit the succubi after finishing work, he absolutely meant it. Therefore, on the evening of the 2nd day after earning his first pot of gold, Murphy alongside other lords appeared in the succubi realm under the guidance of Tyler, just beyond the royal court. During the lifetime of the previous demon king, the demon lords would gather at the royal court for discussions at the beginning of each month. After the demon king's death, this tradition was preserved, although the main agenda of the meetings shifted from discussing major matters to guiding lower-tier demon lords who were not very bright on how to handle internal issues within their clans. Thus, the other demons visiting the succubi realm for the first time were more like ordinary demon scouts than lords looking around with curious eyes. As Tyler had introduced, although the succubi appeared somewhat malnourished, they were all quite beautiful and neatly dressed, avoiding any tragic state of being poorly clothed. All the succubi lived in a large settlement totaling around 1,000 individuals. According to Tyler, the number of high-level demons is always fewer than that of low-level demons, much like no one knows how many slimes there are that split for no reason, not even the slime lord. All the succubi, regardless of age or gender, gathered in the central square of the settlement, eager to see the new demon king just as he wished to see what they looked like. As a peaceful person, Murphy had no bad habit of giving speeches at any moment, so he merely walked a few rounds among the succubi, allowing everyone to clearly see his face before ultimately arriving at Tyler's home, a reasonably decent wooden house. Once everyone settled in the living room, Murphy took a sip of the oddly colored traditional demon beverage prepared by Tyler's sister and with a heavy tone asked, "Tyler, have the succubi always been like this?" Tyler, perplexed by the sudden oppressive atmosphere, pondered for a moment before replying, "I'm not sure what aspect your majesty refers to. The succubi have been living this way for several decades and we have gradually become accustomed to such days. There is nothing wrong with it." "You misunderstood, Tyler," Murphy said, crossing his hands in front of him, seemingly just a pair of glasses away from the standard of a successful person. "I meant to ask, have the female succubi always been of this cup size? Moreover, it is the medium size among small, medium, and large." After recalling for a moment, Tyler indicated that it did not seem to have always been this way. He then rummaged through a storage room and pulled out a dusty oil painting which depicted a young female succubus of large size. "Your Majesty, this is a portrait of my great-grandmother when she was young. She was active on the continent about 300 years ago when the human kingdoms had yet to be established and the demon king had not yet appeared. Various races were at odds and the continent was as chaotic as a pot of boiling soup. So what you're implying is that the succubi have become this way due to insufficient absorption of essence." "That should be the case, your Majesty. However, if I may speak candidly, the current succubi, regardless of gender, are quite satisfied with a stable lifestyle and are unwilling to be as active among various powers or different sexes as their ancestors were. Moreover what? You're not implying that you've abandoned your ancestral skills, are you?" Murphy felt he was onto something. "Indeed, your Majesty," Tyler whispered. "After all, times have changed and those outdated things are no longer in vogue." Murphy thought to himself, so that explains it. When he had walked back and forth in the square, he felt something was off, but he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Hearing Tyler's words, he finally understood where the problem lay. The gazes of all the succubi directed at him were akin to those of guests at home, devoid of any emotions other than curiosity, purely astonishing. Whether it was his past self Ren Ping'an or the current demon king, Murphy was quite confident in his appearance. Such an unscientific or rather non-conforming reaction to common knowledge about succubi could only indicate one thing: they were truly pure. Purity seems to be a term that has little to do with succubi, yet here was the reality: these succubi were nearly as pure as nuns. Although Murphy's original plan did not involve the succubi engaging in anything inappropriate, arriving at such a conclusion still shocked him. He began to feel curious about the current social atmosphere of the succubi. "Tyler, may I ask, are the succubi currently engaging in free love?" "Yes, every succubus in Dreamland will find their true love." The young succubus spoke in a devout tone, her ears turning slightly red as she said this. Murphy covered his face. This was just too innocent, simply pure to a fault. "Alright, let's put aside the matter of the succubi and their destined partners for now. Bring out the soul crystal from the previous demon king that I gave you." Tyler, upon hearing this, had his sister remove the pendant from her neck, revealing that very soul crystal. In just a day's time, Tyler had managed to return home, craft the pendant for his sister, and then return to the royal court to act as a tour guide, leading Murphy to suspect that Tyler was a hidden sister complex. Peering through the crystal, Murphy observed the flickering candlelight within the room and asked, "Among the demon races which is skilled in crafting magical items? Vampires are particularly skilled in the field of magical potions, while we succubi make some magical tools, but they are all of the non-damaging variety." Upon hearing this, Murphy became interested, fiddling with the magical crystal as he said, "I want you to replicate this crystal. I want the original's essence." Tyler shook his head. Such a level of craftsmanship is beyond any demon's capacity, and furthermore it requires a portion of the soul to be split and contained within. Both the craftsmanship and the pain of splitting the soul are levels that are hard to reach. At most we can only produce a downgraded version. Murphy's interest peaked. Downgraded? How downgraded? It would probably only respond to some preset questions and will become ineffective after one use, lacking any practical value. It could be described as very low quality. Murphy shook his head. Too high quality? Can it be made even lower quality? For instance, completely discarding the interactive feature and only recording a segment of image and sound, replaying it whenever the user infuses magic power or essence, starting from the beginning. Can such a level be achieved? Tyler looked at Murphy in shock. "As long as you provide me enough crystals and time, I can create this useless crystal that your Majesty described. Rest assured, your Majesty, we will do our utmost to ensure the quality is the best possible." Murphy frowned at this and hurriedly interrupted Tyler. "That won't do. How can the quality be good? I intend to sell these. Instead, let each crystal only play the preset image 200 times, no 100 times, and let the first time be the clearest. After that it should gradually become blurry, and once the 100th playback is finished, the crystal should shatter completely, leaving nothing behind. If it can't be done, come find me. I will teach you advanced decay techniques." Tyler was left dumbfounded by this. "Your Majesty, are we really going to sell such completely useless crystals? Moreover, recording the images in advance will devalue the crystals. What exactly will you be recording?" Murphy patted Tyler on the head. "In this soul crystal, the previous demon king told me that you had been clever since you were young. Why not use that clever little head of yours to think?" After a series of amicable discussions, the development and production of the new useless type of crystals were fully entrusted to the succubi led by Tail. Although the succubi appeared to do nothing every day and had lost the ancestral skills, the inheritance of crafting tools had never ceased. Essentially, each succubus could create unreliable magical trinkets by hand. Thus the only issue now was the lack of raw materials. Your Majesty, the crystal ore can only be found in the human territories. It was just past midnight the next day when an energetic old succubus stated that the last time she had seen crystal ore was 200 years ago when she ventured into the world. Did you all hear that? Murphy looked at the lords who had gathered in the succubus territory square. We definitely have to go to the human lands, otherwise we won't be able to accomplish anything. The lords began to whisper among themselves, ultimately arriving at a rather useless conclusion: the human territories were very dangerous. Suddenly they enthusiastically recommended themselves, as if being slow to act was a great shame. Seeing the overly enthusiastic creatures, Murphy felt a mix of relief and embarrassment, thinking to himself that they should at least take a look in the mirror before rushing towards the humans. Everyone quiet down. I have decided to go personally, and I will bring 2 companions along. Once the commotion among the creatures subsided, Murphy offered his brilliant idea and the bustling market atmosphere returned. Before you recommend yourselves, don't you take a look at what you actually look like? Murphy felt his blood pressure clearly rising. You and you. Murphy pointed at the goblin, the undead, and the ogre. Do you think you look like humans? Out. You lot too. Murphy looked at the gargoyle and the ghost. Are you afraid of not scaring anyone? Out. He then turned to the vampire. I need to travel during the day. And looking at the werewolves, the night after tomorrow is a full moon. In the end, the succubus skeleton and the slime lord successfully made it to the final circle, while the eliminated participants expressed their belief that there was foul play involved. The succubus could somewhat hide the characteristics of the demon race, which everyone accepted, but what about the skeleton and the slime? In response to this, Murphy cheerfully explained his newly thought-out idea: disguising as humans, also known as the cosplaying as humans plan. The skeleton has only a bony frame and the slime has only a slippery body, so why not let a high-level slime wrap a high-level skeleton and disguise it as a human through color change? Items or beings wrapped by the slime would be digested if their levels were too low, and in order to change its own color the slime would need to have a higher level, thus raising the level requirement for the skeleton. Thus an unsurprising combination emerged: the low-profile slime lord Blue and Byron became partners in every sense, and after discussing they decided to hand over the operational rights of this biomechanical being to Byron. After a brief period of practice, the slime skeleton biomechanical being showed significant improvements, specifically demonstrated by not having its skeletal bones break out during walking due to mismatched steps. However, this led to new problems. Hey, look at me. Are my eyes located next to my mouth? Murphy shuddered at the sight of the creature before him, involuntarily recalling the last time he was this scared. Was it while watching Parasitic Beasts or Silent Hill? It proved that the uncanny valley effect was indeed frightening, especially when the lifeless eyes imitated by the slime slowly dripped towards the bloodless mouth. After leaving the vampire and the werewolf to supervise the slime skeleton biomechanical being in continuing practice, Murphy continued discussing matters related to traveling to the human kingdom with Tail. As for the lords who had not yet been assigned tasks, Murphy chose to let them listen in, hoping they could learn to be a bit smarter from this opportunity. Back in the Succubus Realms conference hall, Murphy produced a damaged golden badge on which a bare face was vividly depicted, and a deep knife scar made it appear even more menacing. This is Byron's drop. It seems not merely a green quality novice accessory but also the family emblem of his family from before his death, known as the Reed family. Do you have any impression of it? Tail took the emblem, looked at it, and shook his head to indicate he had never heard of it. Alright, then we can slowly inquire about it along the way. Murphy was not disappointed. He fiddled with the emblem and murmured to himself, as a green accessory its attributes are considerably higher than those of other accessories of the same quality. My years of gaming experience tell me that this item is not so simple. If it fell into the hands of a newly emerged hero from the novice village, it might trigger some interesting hidden quest, but for now this little secret belongs to me. Hearing the strange term, Tail looked perplexed, but that was not what he needed to focus on right now. Tail took out a crumpled leather map, carefully unfolded it, and spread it on the table. Under the dim light, a bunch of heads gathered around the table, blocking almost all the light. Watching this scene, Murphy felt as if he were practicing with a group of rookie Tomb Raiders on how to step on plates. Murphy extended his hand and released a somewhat strange light sphere. The ordinary light spell under the release of the Demon King surprisingly carried a hint of chill. In the eerie glow, Murphy began to understand this world geographically for the first time. Humans are truly the chosen ones in various literary works. The human kingdom is located right in the center of the known world, while the demon territory lies to the southwest of the human kingdom. The two sides each retreated a small step, forming a narrow boundary, and regarding the other directions of the human kingdom aside from the ocean, the map did not provide any clear markings of what else might exist. Due to the war 90 years ago, humans underwent a redivision, so the demon race was completely unaware of the internal power dynamics within the human kingdom. In accordance with the difficulty order of dealing with the heroes, the territories of the undead, the Miasma Marsh where goblins reside, and the lightless graves where skeletons survive are all lands bordering the human kingdom. The territories of mid-level magical creatures are farther from the human kingdom, with the royal court ultimately surrounded by high-level magical creatures. As a hero, one merely needs to climb the tower to face the final boss, and there are no forks in the road. Murphy silently compared the difficulty of this map to the torturous magical tower minigame from his childhood and couldn't help but sigh that the heroes in this world are truly fortunate, wondering whose head, his or Byron's, is emptier. Now Murphy needed to choose one of the 3 low-level magical creature territories as a foothold for communication with humans, and without a doubt he ruled out the Miasma Marsh with its inherent poison gas debuff. As for choosing between the other two regions, Murphy was again troubled as they were neither proper places. The aura of undead creatures in the lightless graves was too heavy. Although it was not as deadly as the miasma, it could still afflict ordinary humans with a weakness debuff. As for the barren hills, even though it had no environmental effects, Murphy still quietly lowered his expectations considering the goblin's reputation. At this moment, hurried footsteps approached from afar. After a brief announcement, a short goblin scout jogged in, performed an extremely unorthodox salute to the goblin lord, and reported, "Boss, we captured one, a female knight." Murphy's contemplation was interrupted by the report from the goblin scout, which soon captured his attention. Anyone who has read some works of this genre knows that if this world were to become a card game, our goblin squad would have to be ready when the opponent summons a female knight. Yet Murphy still held a vague sense of expectation for this world, hoping to hear a different answer. He glanced at the goblin scout, who was panting, and asked, "Why report such matters?" The goblin looked at Murphy filled with confusion, as this was the first time Murphy had accurately interpreted a gaze, and he was absolutely certain of his interpretation. The scout's message was simple: "Who the hell are you?" Murphy didn't want to waste words, casually cast a threat skill, and the scout goblin immediately fell to the ground crying and began to spill his guts. It turned out that a solitary female knight had fallen into a trap set by the goblins to catch wild dogs. The knight, extraordinarily brave, had defeated dozens of goblins before collapsing from exhaustion. The remaining goblins had tied her up and sent a scout to ask the lord if there was any special treatment. Hearing this, Murphy was puzzled. "Don't you have a standard procedure for such matters?" The goblin lord quickly apologized, saying, "In recent years we have encountered fewer and fewer humans. Even when we capture laborers for work in human mines, humans prefer to capture the living dead rather than fast goblins. Therefore we handle every human accidentally caught with care." "Handle with care? How do you handle them?" Murphy's interest was piqued. "Generally, when we see a human, we run away. If someone chases us to our cave, we use our height advantage to lure them into a dead end and capture them, then starve them for 3 days before letting them go. They will disappear on their own." The goblin lord said this with a hint of pride, as if he were explaining a natural law he had discovered. "Don't you have any other thoughts about humans? Like eating them or making them work?" "Yes, for labor and such." Murphy felt a slight sense of guilt and shame for his wicked thoughts. "No, our ancestors' experience tells us that humans are not tasty, and they are very clever, finding every possible way to escape. It takes 3 goblins to guard 1 human working, so our food consumption is still a loss." This reasoning was sound, and even Murphy couldn't find fault with it. However, he still had some questions. He looked at the sobbing scout goblin on the ground and asked, "The last bug in this unexpected incident, this female knight was captured by you, so I understand the need to ask the lord for special treatment, but the knight never intended to enter your cave. Why did you capture her?" The sniffling scout goblin stated that they were inspecting traps as usual when they discovered the female knight who had wandered into the trap. Then the scout uttered a phrase in the common language of the demon race that Murphy was all too familiar with: "Since you're here, you might as well stay." Murphy was astonished that the "since you're here" theorem had such broad applicability even in another world, and its effect had expanded to the point where it could cause monsters to create trouble for themselves. After some thought, Murphy decided to meet this female knight in person. After all, a suitable guide would be needed to head to the human kingdom. "Everyone state your identities one last time." "I'll go first. I am the young merchant Murphy, here to purchase some beast pelts from the goblin lord. I am Murphy's cousin Tile, responsible for the accounts." Tile, who had concealed his demonic features, looked like a handsome boy of 16 or 17, but he was still not very familiar with his new identity. "I am Byron, responsible for driving the carriage and other labor tasks, currently recuperating from injuries." Byron, who could walk relatively normally now, was assigned the role of a silent injured passerby to avoid revealing any flaws. After half a day's effort, the automaton had developed some human-like sensations. The saying, "the more you do, the more mistakes you make," held true, but as long as he reduced his presence and worked hard to blend in, the risk of exposure would greatly decrease. Watching the automaton still in its adjustment period, Murphy thought that a skeleton warrior driving a slime-type mech was the best description for the scene. The 3 people prepared to set off following the goblin lord and scout to the desolate hills. As for the lords, who were temporarily without tasks, Murphy sent them back to their territories to maintain order, ready to be dispatched at any time. Murphy reminded them to turn over their lands and tidy up to see if any old fellows had left behind minerals, emphasizing that the Lord's Council would be held at court next month as long as there were no unforeseen circumstances. Murphy specifically advised the vampire lord to conduct anti-fraud education for their clan upon returning to the Crimson Mountains, especially reminding them not to buy smuggled cauldrons, which are both expensive and of poor quality. The demon lord would provide better ones for free. After arranging this side, Murphy called upon the werewolf lord and the ghost lord, demanding they form several joint patrol teams specifically to rob human smugglers in the demon territory. Murphy's request was simple: humans leave good stay. If they capture cauldrons, they should send them directly to the vampires, and the rest should go to the court to be sold back to the human kingdom once the trade routes were established. It was a perfect plan. To prevent the possibility that the female knight might have been released after serving her sentence before reaching the goblin territory, Murphy forcibly activated a long-abandoned teleportation array with a large amount of magical power. The group finally arrived at the desolate hills before noon. True to its unadorned name, the desolate hills were indeed barren. The poor land caused trees to grow in chaotic twists, and the low hills were filled with goblin-excavated caves. The only specialty was various beasts that preyed on goblins, some even reaching level 10, making them formidable opponents for the goblins. As the group walked toward the cave, the malnourished trees could not provide sufficient cover. The high sun made Tile and the automaton Byron feel lethargic. Noon felt like midnight for demons. In this era, unless one was a mage skilled in light spells or a warrior team that could support each other, few humans would choose to venture out at midnight. Murphy patted the heads of the two monsters, advising them, "You must see yourselves as true humans now. We need to act well along the way to avoid being exposed." He added silently in his heart, if discovered it might trigger an interworld diplomatic incident. At the cave entrance, Byron summoned 2 disguised skeleton horses and a nearly completely damaged cart, along with 2 bundles of beast pelts and some travel supplies provided by the goblins, forming the final piece of this ragtag merchant team. Walking into the cave specifically used by goblins to imprison humans, Murphy lamented how considerate the demon race was. The goblins, generally only about a meter tall, had actually raised the cave to 2 meters specifically for imprisoning humans. Even a prisoner camp would have to say it was humane. Murphy walked to the innermost cell of the cave and saw the otherworldly human he had long anticipated. At first glance, Murphy let out an unthoughtful and heartfelt exclamation, "What a delightful crab! A succubus in the form of a female knight, what a waste of talent!" Noticing the footsteps, the female knight, who had been in despair, found that the visitors were 2 young boys and a middle-aged man. She couldn't help but rekindle her hope for rescue, but the leading young man seemed to be deep in thought, showing no signs of action, which was quite strange. The other 2 looked somewhat listless, standing there with vacant eyes, perhaps due to their long journey. After a brief silence, the female knight looked at the person in front of her with a somewhat pleading tone and said, "Don't just look, please do something." Murphy sighed lightly, thinking that this was not the line he wanted to hear. He turned to the goblin scout who had rehearsed the script in advance and said, "Let her go, I have completed the transaction with your boss." The goblin scout silently approached, stepping into the female knight's line of sight. Then a faint yet resolute voice echoed in the narrow cave, reaching Murphy's ears, "Got kill me. Damn monster." Murphy felt a wave of satisfaction. Indeed, she was a genuine female knight. The goblin scout opened the prison door and Murphy signaled Tile with his eyes to untie the female knight. Tile poked the knight's face, confirmed her human identity, and nodded to Murphy, indicating everything was going smoothly. Murphy looked at the newly freed female knight and said, "It seems you are indeed human. I can take you home. No need to thank me, there will be a fee." Beneath the dim glow of the setting sun, a weathered freight cart rumbled eastward along a narrow rutted trail winding across desolate hills, a path forged not by men but by goblins and beasts. Inside the open cargo bed, 2 massive bundles of wild beast pelts were stacked high. 3 men and 1 woman sat spaced evenly at the 4 corners of the wagon. Were a high-tier priest to pass this way, he would behold a most uncanny sight: a decrepit cart drawn by 2 skeletal horses bearing within it a mysterious entity whose cultivation level defied perception, 3 lord-tier monsters and a human knight barely exceeding level 10. 3 hours had passed since their departure from the goblin cavern. The female knight spoke little, still weakened by over 2 days of hunger, nibbling methodically at her rations. The young succubus, inexperienced in human interaction, feigned sleep while keeping watchful eyes fixed upon the knight. As for Byron, under Murphy's subtle suggestion, he focused intently on driving, blissfully unaware of all that unfolded behind him. Thus the burden of conversing with humanity naturally fell upon Murphy. He was currently sketching landmarks and scenery into a leather-bound notebook, not out of necessity, for his strength rendered such diligence superfluous, but rather to heighten immersion and savor the quiet poetry of the journey. An oppressive silence reigned, broken only by the tortured groan of worn axlewood. Murphy attempted several times to broach conversation, yet the knight merely stared down at her knees, chewing steadily. Might it be more immersive, he mused idly, to simply render her unconscious and leave her to awaken naturally within the cart? His thoughts drifted toward some peculiar half-forgotten realm until a new sound pierced the stillness. Murphy turned toward the sound to find the knight choking violently on her dry rations, her face flushed crimson as she cast a desperate glance toward Tail across from her, only for him to remain serenely impeccably asleep, having instinctively muted her plea. Murphy extended his waterskin with effortless grace, and in that simple gesture forged the first genuine bridge between monster and human. 17-year-old Sharon Beck felt profoundly, unrelentingly full. For nearly 3 hours she had been slowly gnawing at a hard biscuit, an act she expected to continue indefinitely, stretching into an unforeseeable future. It all began 10 days earlier when Sharon, after reading a century-and-a-half wartime memoir, ignited with righteous fury against the skeletal legion's cursed bone wraiths. How revolting they are! Even worse, they raise new kin from the buried corpses of their foes. As a scion of Housebeck, one of the human kingdom's foremost border guardians tasked with holding back the southern undead, Sharon had long been granted access to military texts. Her rigorous education thus instilled in her a visceral hatred for fiends, despite having never laid eyes upon even the lowliest demon. The living skeletons had vanished from sight since her grandfather's youth. The ever-dark necropolis stood undiminished, and the royal capital's steady influx of powdered skeletal bone bore silent, irrefutable testimony. Fueled by the memoir's fire, the 17-year-old resolved then and there to march to the ever-dark necropolis and slay a few skeletal soldiers, only to be apprehended mid-armoring by her own grandfather. After heartfelt contrition and solemn vow, she escaped house arrest, then slipped over the city wall that very night, sword and armor in hand, embarking alone upon her pilgrimage to the everdark necropolis. Venturing solo into fiend-occupied lands was perilous, especially when armed with nothing more than a greatsword. On the second day beyond the gates, Sharon recalled she'd forgotten something called a map. By the fourth, she realized the road to the fiendlands stretched far longer than imagined, her rations and water dwindling fast. On the sixth, starving and disoriented, she despaired at realizing she'd circled aimlessly for days, though fortune offered a modest forest ahead. On the eighth, eyes bloodshot with hunger, she spotted 3 wild fruits lying upon a grassy knoll, and charged without hesitation. When the goblin patrol arrived to check their trap, the half-sated girl lay deep within the pit, fast asleep. One side invoked the creed no hall left behind, the other, groggy and irritable, met them with instinctive resistance, sparking what would become a minor skirmish. Recalling those 10 days, Sharon grasped with newfound clarity how indispensable a proper map truly was. She also found herself enchanted by the notion of being rescued by 2 kind-hearted youths, conveniently overlooking the middle-aged Byron. Such scenes existed only in illustrated storybooks and whimsical anthologies, works growing ever more formulaic, dulled by the world's prolonged peace. If she were to transcribe this adventure into literature, yes, the rescue must be its centerpiece, it would surely captivate readers. The distracted girl choked on her biscuit, her throat constricting tight. Her face flushed scarlet as she emitted a silent cry for help, her gaze darting pleadingly toward the boy napping nearby, his expression guileless and serene. Yet he remained utterly, stubbornly oblivious. At that precise moment, the eccentric merchant extended a waterskin, averting a crisis both immediate and dire. The endless biscuit ritual finally ceased. As a well-bred noblewoman, Sharon inclined naturally toward answering questions rather than asking them. After murmuring a polite thank you, she waited expectantly for the merchant to initiate conversation, her mind already racing. To venture into the barren hills with just 3 companions suggests extraordinary status and certainly superior cultivation. At least level 10, no wait, during negotiations with the goblins he spoke as an equal. Likely level 12 or 13. Why then does he not join the adventuring ranks? How curious. If only she could befriend them, especially the drowsy one. His demeanor was unremarkable, yet his features were striking. She didn't even know his name. Amid her swirling thoughts, the merchant's voice cut through this waterskin, 1 gold coin. Murphy, ever committed to the persona he wore, chose the most fitting line of dialogue for a traveling trader. Money. True haggling might bruise sentiment, but sentiment held no currency between strangers who'd known each other less than 4 hours. This was the perfect moment to negotiate boldly, relentlessly. Murphy hadn't demanded payment on the spot. A glance at her finely crafted armor and blade confirmed noble lineage. He need only keep meticulous accounts along the way and offer a modest discount upon reaching her family's estate. Thus he could gently entrap proud nobles with moral leverage and extract priceless intelligence in return. This masterstroke promised profit and intelligence, a venture requiring no capital whatsoever. Predictably, Sharon gasped 1 gold coin. You rogue. A single copper buys a full bucket from the guarded public well in Viscount Beck's domain. Murphy shrugged. Pray tell, where precisely is that well located? You deem it costly, I deem it costly too. Just don't take a sip then turn away to curse me as a swindler. The retort sent the appearance-conscious girl spinning away in indignation, resuming her covert glances at the sleeping tail to soothe her ruffled pride. Current location: Outer Barren Hills. Estimated time to Viscount Beck's domain: 3 days. On the 3rd day of their journey with 2 horses and a cargo cart, Murphy had learned a lot about the human world through meticulous accounting methods from the girl. The actual operation involved marking all services at exorbitant prices, thereby enticing the girl to offset part of the bill with information. Of course, this so-called information could only be considered common knowledge in the territory of Viscount Baker from the girl's perspective. It was quite reasonable that outsiders were unaware of such things, so the girl felt she was getting a great deal while the trio of demon merchants listened with keen interest, achieving a win-win situation. Information exchange is always reciprocal. Given Murphy's caution, the information provided to the girl was genuinely truthful. As for how true specifically, the names were real and that was all. When asked about the goods being sold in the goblin territory as merchants, Murphy fabricated a story about a batch of sharpened wooden sticks, reasoning that although the wood grown in the barren hills was sufficiently hard, it was always crooked and could not meet the goblins' needs for making tools and traps. Hence he had purchased a cargo of straight wooden sticks from outside to trade for pelts and sell for a profit in places like the territory of Viscount Baker. Thus the 4 spent 2 days and nights in a state of one-sided scheming. With the strength of 2 skeleton horses, they would reach the territory of Viscount Baker by tomorrow evening. The carefree female knight's mood improved significantly to the point that her sleeping position at night became increasingly unrestrained. The night where they could not move freely was always torturous for the demons. Whenever Shaylin fell into a deep sleep, Tyre would lay on the cold ground wide-eyed with the lifelike Byron, while for the demon lord sleep had ceased to be a necessity. After more than 2 days together, Shaylin also noticed that the drowsy young man Tyre and the nameless he had completely forgotten driver always became more energetic in the evenings. The trio explained this by saying they were still adjusting to the time difference after their journey to the barren hills, prompting Shaylin to sincerely thank them once more. The humble merchant team had already exited the demon realm and was leisurely making their way through a no man's land toward their destination. Before leaving the demon realm, Shaylin had maintained a high level of vigilance, fearing that the goblins might send a team to capture her back. It wasn't until she was sure they had exited the demon realm that she finally relaxed. Byron had spoken less than 10 words in 3 days, embodying the art of slacking off to the fullest. Since the skeleton horses were smart and strong, Byron, acting as the coachman, neither needed to keep a constant watch nor find feed for the horses. He only needed to pretend when Shaylin noticed him, but most of her attention was clearly focused on Tyre. Tyre had almost gotten used to traveling during the day and resting at night. He just had not become accustomed to the presence of a human who frequently observed him. With Murphy's explanation, Tyre realized that his naturally handsome face and demon bloodline brought him unnecessary trouble. He had to constantly pay attention to whether he was acting like a human. If one had to say who in the entire group was the happiest, it would undoubtedly be Murphy. While others were busy with fierce pretense and playing humans, Murphy, who had fully embodied a former human for over a decade, merely needed to perform naturally. Even as a newcomer from another world, Murphy resembled the humans of this world closely, and his performance left no cracks in Shaylin's eyes. He was just an odd foreigner with some peculiar habits. Simultaneously, this period was the most relaxed Murphy had felt since arriving in the other world. To compensate for his untimely demise, he had devoted himself entirely to his work since his arrival in the other world. It was only now that Murphy realized he had been in this world for just about a week. Indeed, even if the physical strength is high, the lazy human soul always needs to slack off for a while. Looking at his parchment notebook, Murphy felt genuinely relaxed. The notebook recorded many interesting landmarks and features from the journey, some of which were accompanied by completely inaccurate illustrations. Murphy flipped to the blank first page of the notebook and mischievously wrote Chronicles of the Demon Realm as the title. Looking at the first original work in his hands, Murphy couldn't help but sigh. The vacation is about to end. He then pulled out a rolled-up piece of parchment from another pocket. This contained the bill for the various necessities that Miss Shaylin had needed and the things she could not manage herself over the past few days, including but not limited to rescue costs, drinking water and food expenses, and the cost of making a warm coat from the beast skins in the cargo. The total had accumulated to a considerable sum. Following the principle of not overlooking small profits, Murphy planned to use these unaccounted funds to exchange for a wealth of information from the grandfather of the young lady, the current Viscount Baker. After learning the basic prices in this world, Murphy gained a clearer understanding of the purchasing power of his first gold. In this world where a commoner had to scrimp and save for an entire year to barely accumulate a single gold coin, the wealth in his hands had literally reached a level that could rival nations. No wonder heroes always become the thorns in the eyes of human kings after defeating the demon lord. Such a vast fortune is truly hard to resist. Murphy thought if only he could take all the demons away, find a continent to start anew, the difficulty of the game would surely decrease significantly. On the evening of the fourth day of their journey, the group finally caught sight of the walls of the central town of the territory of Viscount Baker, White Wolf City, on the horizon. When they reached the city gate, it was nearing closing time. Two fully armed guards were loudly urging the civilians who had not yet entered the city, and even the routine body search was becoming extremely perfunctory. As a legitimate merchant team, they naturally did not fear a search of the cargo. At least this time they had brought no contraband. After observing the searches of the few people in front, Murphy's greatest concern was that these clumsy guards might accidentally knock off the horsehide draped over the skeleton horse, thus leaving behind a terrifying tale of a demon monster disguised as a human entering the city at dusk. To ensure the plan's safety, Murphy exchanged glances with Shaylin, signaling that it was her turn to showcase her identity, as the privilege of nobility was a sadly necessary thing to demonstrate in front of others. Shaylin did not stand up. Instead, she raised an eyebrow and drew a horizontal line with her finger in front of her. Murphy helplessly pulled out the accounting parchment and crossed out an entry of 2 gold coins to show Shaylin. Thus the Viscount's granddaughter, who had been missing for 10 days, appeared unexpectedly at the city gate wearing an entirely unappealing pure beast skin coat. The 2 guards at the entrance exchanged glances, and one immediately ran toward the White Wolf Castle in the center of the town, while the other, disregarding the civilians waiting for a search at the city gate, walked forward to ensure Shaylin's safety and entered the city to await the arrival of the main group. As the merchant trio escorting Shaylin home, they naturally received high respect from the guards and passed through the city gate as guests without any search, waiting alongside Shaylin for the boring task of waiting. Outside the city gate, the unrestrained civilians began to flood into the city. However, at this moment no guard cared about this matter, for the safety of the young lady was far more important than a few commoners. White Wolf City had been safe for 90 years. How could the spies of the demon race possibly manage to enter the city tonight? There was absolutely no possibility of that. Rather than a city, Bai Lang City could be described as a relatively large town. On the road from the city gate to Bai Lang Fortress, Murphy and his companions passed through the market area and the civilian district, eventually arriving at the town center. Upon observing the common folk passing by, Murphy noticed that the scene did not quite match his imagination of the border. Perhaps due to the long-standing peace, there was hardly any sense of the grim atmosphere typical of border regions in Bai Lang City. Murphy pondered that if he wished to establish himself in the human world under a false identity, this territory might be a good choice. Escorted by the Viscount's guards, the group entered the Bai Lang fortress of the Baker family. Compared to the low wooden structures in the town, this noble residence built from pale stone stood out distinctly. Upon careful observation, Murphy did not find the kind of external toilets reminiscent of his old home, a Western medieval castle. The ground was also much cleaner than the rumored filth of the medieval period. With Shaylin's endorsement, Murphy and Tail received an invitation to dinner with the Viscount as expected. As for Byron, he was still struggling to play the role of a dull-witted stableman. When Murphy and Tail entered the banquet hall, Byron was feeding the 2 skeletal horses with the best fodder from the Viscount's household. The Baker family was evidently overjoyed to have their lost lady returned, and the gloomy atmosphere that had arisen from Shaylin's disappearance dissipated instantly. After a brief wait, the Viscount's family and Murphy smoothly transitioned to the drinking phase of the evening. As a few cups of wine were consumed, old Baker became increasingly familiar with the 2 young men, continuously praising their bravery while subtly probing to discover their true allegiance. The ordinary noble's wine was to a top-tier magical creature, and a high-level magical creature what watered iced tea was to a drink. It had some flavor, yet it felt almost tasteless. With the aid of their strong acting skills, the two young men cruelly deceived Old Baker. They soon found themselves unable to handle the alcohol, with Tail being the first to pretend to sleep. After downing one last cup, Murphy fell face first onto the table unconscious. A gold family crest unexpectedly slipped from his sleeve and landed on the ground with a crisp melodious sound. Old Baker sighed, lamenting that he had learned nothing, while also expressing that his drinking capacity had not diminished over the years, until he heard the clear sound of metal clashing. The old man stumbled to his feet and successfully retrieved the family crest, which bore a vicious scratch after groping around on the floor. Upon closely examining the family crest, Old Baker's drunkenness faded significantly. As one of the human nobles closest to the border, the Baker family had not been granted the title of border guardian, as their family rank was indeed a bit lower. Consequently, this title naturally belonged to the family of the Baker family's superior, Count Reed. As a nouveau riche that emerged 90 years ago, the Baker family's title was earned by Old Baker's grandfather on the battlefield. Had it not been for this old man's exceptional performance, the Baker family might still be kneading dough in a bakery. Old Baker, the grandfather, had originally served as the exclusive baker for the Reed family during the war, functioning as a logistics personnel on the battlefield. He never expected to find his true calling, ultimately fighting alongside Viscount Reed against the demon race. During the ceremony of titles post-truce, Old Reed was elevated to Count. In gratitude to the comrade who had saved him multiple times, Old Reed immediately made this Old Baker his chief noble upon returning to his territory. The two families maintained a good relationship until both old men passed away. In the ensuing decades, under the atmosphere of peace, the relationship between the two families grew less intimate, and as of now they were left with merely a nominal allegiance. Holding the family crest, Old Baker felt a rush of emotions. A new round of warfare was approaching in 10 years, and considering the current relationship between the two families, when the small Viscount's territory of Bailang City faced an assault from the demon army, this generation of Reeds would at least scoff or certainly stand by and do nothing. Old Baker secretly contemplated whether this was a good opportunity to mend relations with the Reed family. This was an irresistible temptation for him. Maintaining the family's survival under the demon onslaught was far more important than any semblance of face. However, it was rumored that this generation of Reeds was quite short-sighted. Given his character, the probability of him taking the initiative to establish goodwill was comparable to the demon race greeting him with courtesy. Old Baker pondered, what if this was merely a simple accident? What if this small caravan belonging to the Reed family unexpectedly rescued his granddaughter during their smuggling dealings with the demon race, presenting him with a rare opportunity? This seemed to be a reasonable explanation. As for Murphy's claim that he had transported a cargo of wood to the barren hills to the old man, it sounded no different from nonsense. After careful consideration, Old Baker decided to grasp this straw. Since these two young men had voluntarily come to Bailang City, it indicated that they were still unaware of the current tense relationship between the two families, which was a favorable business opportunity for the Baker family. The next morning, upon waking in his guest room, Murphy reached into his sleeve pocket and found the family crest quietly lying inside, admiring how thorough the old man was in his actions. After breakfast, Murphy, as the head of the trading caravan, was summoned for a private meeting with Old Baker in his study. After some meaningless pleasantries, the old Viscount directly produced a reward of 200 gold coins, insisting that Murphy accept it. Murphy firmly stated that as an ordinary merchant with no background, he should prioritize integrity, only accepting the portion he rightfully deserved, the 100 gold coins for rescuing the Lady Knight, along with 30 gold coins and 25 silver coins for the additional expenses incurred during the 3-day journey. Upon hearing this, the old Viscount smiled with the expression of young people have so many tricks, and repeatedly urged Murphy to accept the money. This meeting was within Murphy's expectations. After all, due to noble decorum, discussing money at the dining table was not commendable behavior. However, Murphy estimated that the price he had in mind was around 150 gold coins. Although he was unsure why the crest had inflated the price so much, it was the other party who initiated the increase. For Murphy, at present, gold coins were merely a bonus. What he truly needed was information, and more information. After several rounds of fruitless conversation, the two reached an agreement. Murphy would only accept the portion of gold coins from his bill, while the remaining coins would be paid in the form of purchasing 2 bundles of beast skins, providing various business information about the Viscount's territory and converting it into crystal ore. Old Baker naturally accepted this agreement entirely, though he could not comprehend why a young merchant from the Reed territory, which had crystal veins, insisted on purchasing crystals in the Baker territory. Old Baker could only attribute it to the young man entering a rebellious phase, embarking on his own ventures. The Viscount's steward indicated that gathering relevant information and consolidating crystal ore would take about half a day. Therefore, under the morning sun, Murphy and Tail wandered the streets of the Viscount's territory, while Byron was napping in the cool stable with the 2 skeletal horses. Mofe and Tyre were indulging in food and drink on the streets of the White Wolf City under the pretense of gathering intelligence. It must be said that human life is indeed much richer compared to that of the demon tribe, especially in terms of cuisine. To prevent Tyre from incessantly asking what this and that were, Mofe used his skill to share his proficiency in the common human language with Tyre, bringing him a long-lost sense of tranquility. In Mofe's view, this was the first time Tyre exhibited behavior appropriate for his age. Although the land of sweet dreams was peaceful and stable, the succubi had yet to form a clear social division of labor, making life somewhat monotonous. Just as Tyre was about to have a 4th serving at a street stall, Mofe grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and forcibly dragged him to the goods trading market to gather further intelligence. After some inquiries, Mofe was astonished to discover that the price for the beast skins offered by the old Viscount was significantly higher than the market rate. After calculating the old man's investment in him, Mo Fei felt something was amiss, and recalling the old man's scheming expression, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pressure. I shouldn't have made any mistakes. To be precise, if anything went wrong, the old man would already be training the guards to capture me alive. Therefore it was my performance that was too good. More accurately, it should be said that the display of this family crest exceeded my expectations. The Reed family might not be simple after all. Mo Fei silently marked the Reed family and Byron in his mind, preparing to investigate further during his next visit to the human kingdom, and then began to spend lavishly purchasing all the crystal ores available in the goods trading market and demanding that the merchants deliver them to the gate of White Wolf Fortress before dark. Throughout this process, Tyre was indulging in street food, completely forgetting his role as the money manager in their trading group. For the next few hours, Mo Fei took Tyre around most of White Wolf City, even visiting the Church of the Goddess of Victory to partake in 2 servings of Holy Communion, and managed to purchase a brand new wagon cargo compartment, allowing them to finally stop hearing the outdated compartment produce sounds more grating than a horse's neigh. As the two were about to return to White Wolf Fortress to claim their deserved rewards, Tyre suddenly froze in place, staring into the depths of a nearby alley. Mo Fei was drawn to this behavior and followed his gaze, spotting a dark red sign with flamboyant letters, Land of Succubi. In an instant, Mo Fei understood what that place was. He quickly covered Tyre's eyes and turned his head in another direction, saying children should not look. Although Mo Fei had lived 2 lives, he still had 0 practical experience. Despite having read numerous theoretical texts, he felt his face flush when a knife was suddenly at his throat. How despicable. The red light district of another world is too rampant. Mo Fei thought about the moral decay of this other world, yet Tyre couldn't seem to move his feet. Cousin. I want to take a look. Seeing that several people were already looking in their direction, Mo Fei hurriedly pretended nothing had happened and insisted that such places were too dangerous and that he was still too young to handle it. However, Tyre expressed that he only wanted to see if there were truly succubi working there. After introducing Tyre to a dish called couple's lung slices and a pastry named wife cake, Mo Fei believed he had adequately vaccinated the young succubus against potential pitfalls. He then hummed a little tune while walking shoulder to shoulder with Tyre into the mysteriously alluring land of succubi. After a rigorous field investigation, Tyre sadly discovered that there were no succubi here. Mo Fei was even more disappointed because the land of succubi was in fact a legally operating tavern, merely having taken an evocative name to attract customers. In reality, the land of succubi had been in operation for nearly 10 years, and the bartender himself never expected to attract 2 young customers who directly asked if there were succubi, causing laughter to fill every inch of the tavern. After being treated to a pint of dark beer by a boisterous drunkard, the two fled the tavern, making their way toward White Wolf Fortress. When they returned to the castle, it was dusk. All the goods had been delivered and packed into the new cargo compartment by Byron. After the old Viscount's warm invitation, the 3 decided to rest for the night and set off in the morning. After dinner, Mo Fei took advantage of the old Viscount's slight inebriation to request to see the map of the human kingdom. As a flying demon lord, Mo Fei actually didn't care about the terrain of the world, he was merely interested in the distribution of forces within the human kingdom. Unbeknownst to the old Beck, who was unaware of Mo Fei's true identity, he thought that Mo Fei and his noble peers must certainly be well versed in the distribution of noble powers, and that Mo Fei was only trying to borrow the map to subtly request a terrain map due to the complex and hard-to-remember topography in the southwestern region of the kingdom. Thus, under the complete misunderstanding of the other party, Mo Fei pretended to study the terrain map of the southwestern human kingdom for a full hour. Once he felt that the old Viscount would not be suspicious, he politely suggested borrowing another copy of the force distribution map for comparison. The moment the force distribution map of the southwestern human kingdom was unfolded, Mo Fei saw the territory of Count Reed occupying a third of the entire map. In that instant, Mo Fei finally understood why old Beck treated him so well, even overly so, as obvious as an animal constantly expressing affection towards the opposite sex. So the old man wanted to build a good relationship with the new generation of his superior's family. At this thought, Mo Fei almost burst out laughing. Who would have thought I'm a fake? Suppressing his laughter, Mo Fei memorized the force distribution of the southwestern human kingdom and stated that it was time for him to rest. The understanding old Viscount had no objections, and after a bout of pleasantries, Mo Fei returned to his guest room to rest. Early the next morning, as the city gates opened, Mo Fei and his companions set off in a brand new cargo compartment after bidding farewell to the Viscount's family. A few miles outside White Wolf City, Tyre glanced back at the woods behind them and quietly said to Mo Fei, "Cousin, there's a tale." This quirky black code was taught to Tyre by Mo Fei. The young succubus did not quite understand why they had to use tale to refer to a pursuer, but he obediently began using it in daily conversations. Mo Fei toyed with a piece of crystal ore in his hand and said, "The Viscount's little eyes are not very discreet. Byron, steer the cart into the woods, I want to scare him a bit." When the wagon came to a halt, Mo Fei could sense a living person hiding in the thicket 100 meters behind him, unaware that he had already been exposed. Mo Fei instructed Tyre and Byron not to move while he stood in the middle of the cargo compartment, back to the observer, raising the crystal ore high and infusing it with a large amount of magical energy, while his other hand, hidden from view, controlled the magic to draw a one-time teleportation array beneath the wagon. As the ordinary crystal could no longer contain the overwhelming magical energy and turned to dust in the air, the teleportation array beneath the cargo compartment successfully activated, and the 3 people, 2 horses and 1 cargo compartment vanished in a dazzling light. By the time the tail and the grass arrived at the teleportation spot, there was nothing left. "What? Did you say they have teleportation stones?"
Old Beck's shocked expression could no longer be concealed. Do not tell anyone about this. Remember anyone.
After sending others away, the old Viscount paced back and forth in his study, engulfed in turmoil. That's a teleportation stone inscribed with level 60 teleportation magic. Once activated, it can teleport to a previously set position. It's already considered a strategic resource level magical item.
Is he warning me?
Could it be that he is hinting that there are powers greater than Count Reed supporting this smuggling operation behind his back? Is Reed merely a target they have placed in plain sight?
Who could that person behind be? The strength of these two young men is definitely not simple. They might even be level 15 or higher. Even I do not have absolute confidence in winning.
Old Beck, who thought he saw through everything, felt unprecedented pressure, spending a long sleepless night tossing and turning. The light of the teleportation array faded and the three had arrived at the desolate hilly border. This was the maximum distance for rapid teleportation. If a larger magic array could be drawn, Murphy was confident he could teleport directly to the Demon King's court. Back on their own territory, the two skeletal horses, unaccustomed to wearing coats, twisted their bodies and tossed the horse hides to the ground, beginning to neigh joyfully.
Murphy couldn't help but laugh. Do you think my previous move will keep the old man from sleeping well tonight? Your Majesty, he surely knows that we intentionally revealed it to him, thus he would be even less inclined to verify our identities. Humph, I'm not scaring him, I'm helping him. Do you believe that next time we visit the Viscount of Baker he will still thank us? Murphy patted Tyre's shoulder, wearing a look that said, young man, you still have much to learn, thinking that even if they forcibly bound the old baker to the chariot of war, it was for his benefit. Turning to Byron, the bio-engineered person sitting at the front of the cart, Murphy felt quite puzzled. After all, they were already home and there was no need for him to continue pretending to be profound. Could he be addicted to playing the role of a coachman? He tapped Byron's head, signaling the slime that it could separate from the skeleton. After a wriggling motion, the deep blue slime Lord Blue appeared in the middle of the cart while the skeleton remained as silent as ever. Murphy flicked Byron's skull, producing a crisp sound which finally snapped Byron back to reality. Sorry, I seem to have recalled some fragmented memories from my previous life. Ever since you killed me once, fragments of memory keep surfacing in my mind. I have spent a lot of time sorting through them recently. I can feel that these are memories from my time as a human, but something seems to be missing. Murphy and Tyre exchanged glances and Murphy asked, do you remember your full name? The skeleton's eyes became vacant as he stared blankly at the ground. I am Byron. Byron. My surname. Murphy took out a scratched family crest and handed it to Byron. Do you recognize this? The skeleton looked at the family crest and slowly shook his head. It feels very vague. This was one of the items you dropped after I killed you. It belongs to the Reed family crest. I believe it was your family in your past life. Murphy then took out a piece of paper and drew a simple map pointing to the upper right. This is the territory of Count Reed. I saw it on the map at the old man's house yesterday. If you are still confused, why not go and take a look for yourself? Perhaps it will jog your memory. The skeleton stared blankly at the simple map for a moment. Your Majesty, please allow me to leave for a while. I wish to find my past and free myself from the entanglement of fragmented memories. Of course, that's no problem. Caring for the mental health of employees is also an essential quality for a boss. Besides, your current assistance to my plans is minimal, so go ahead and take your time. Murphy expressed no surprise at the unfolding of the hidden plot and fully supported Byron's journey. However, speaking of which, with your current appearance you probably can't even enter human villages, can you? Byron, now sporting a skeletal face while contemplating life, hastily began to feel his own face upon hearing this. Murphy and Tyre exchanged glances, then both turned to the blue slime in the middle of the cart. The Demon King's gaze made the slime's body flatten even more. Blue, it seems he'll have to trouble you once again. The blue gelatinous substance expressed its utter willingness. All right. Then I declare that the task for this hidden plot will be entrusted to the skeletal Lord Byron and the slime Lord Blue. Murphy ceremoniously concluded this statement and began distributing items to the two magical creatures. Though the two magical creatures grasped only a fraction of the terminology used, they understood Murphy's intent and bowed in acceptance. A plain set of leather armor that wouldn't draw attention, a slightly worn ordinary longsword resonating with the essence of life, a coin pouch containing 20 gold coins, 50 silver coins and 30 copper coins. Remember to spend the smaller amounts first so no one notices you are a fat sheep ready for slaughter. Murphy, like a concerned mother, advised his two not-so-bright subordinates and confirmed that the main focus of this mission would be Byron's recovery of memories, with Blue assisting as a sidekick. Finally, Murphy used his marking skill on the two magical creatures. If either of them's health dropped to a certain level, he would sense it and be able to act accordingly. After getting a skeletal horse to wear its hide again, Byron, disguised as an adventurer, set out once more, embarking on his journey to regain his memories. Due to Byron taking one horse, Murphy and Tyre were left with only one horse to pull the cart. Fortunately, the skeletal horse, being a magical creature, outperformed normal horses in both endurance and strength. Thus the two sat in the cart and began their leisurely return trip. In the spirit of enjoying a lazy day, Murphy and Tyre drove the cart towards the center of the desolate hills, appearing as ordinary merchants. Murphy handed over all the crop seeds he had purchased in the human kingdom to the Goblin Lord and briefly taught some planting techniques, advising him to collaborate with the Undead Lord and the skeletons for cultivation. In truth, Murphy was aware that plants growing on demon territory would undergo unpredictable mutations. Nevertheless, he still wanted to witness it firsthand before making further arrangements. After unloading a cart full of crystal ore in the sleepy village, the cart became completely empty and the skeletal horse regained its freedom, running wild. Tyre stated that the development and mass production of useless crystals would begin immediately and that he would report to Murphy as soon as there was any news. However, Murphy advised him not to feel too much pressure, as he also lacked complete confidence in understanding the preferences of nobility in another world. Just as Murphy planned to return to the royal court to enjoy a few days of laziness while waiting for news and contemplating the next plan, the arrival of two unexpected guests disrupted his leisurely plans. Sitting at the head of the long table in the sleepy village's council hall, Murphy looked at the suddenly visiting wolf and ghost lords, roughly understanding what events had transpired in recent days. The wolf lord appeared to be a middle-aged man with a well-proportioned figure and a thick, neatly trimmed beard, giving off an air of stability. The ghost lord resembled a phantom figure formed from swirling white mist, speaking with an ethereal quality, while its appearance was completely indistinct, as if it might dissipate into the air at any moment. Murphy tapped his temple, vaguely recalling that the wolf was named Sean and the ghost was called Vilt. "Did you come here because there are results regarding that matter?" "Yes, your majesty. As soon as we returned to the territory, we began to arrange the tasks you had set. During the time you were away, we captured a total of 3 smuggling caravans. One group was selling cauldrons and other magical tools to vampires, while the remaining 2 groups sought to exchange certain human goods for some old artifacts from the vampires." Murphy exclaimed in astonishment. "Goodness, so you're the interdimensional smugglers, huh? I originally thought it was just an ordinary smuggling cauldron, at most to swindle some money from those vampires, but I didn't expect that there were traffickers joining in the fun. The antiques in the vampires' homes must be older than those people's great-grandfathers. Tell me, what did they use to exchange for the vampires' belongings?" The werewolf pondered for a moment. "Your majesty, our investigation shows that they used common herbs from the human world as well as some flowers that only bloom during the day. Isn't this just pure bullying of honest people, or rather bullying vampires?" Murphy was furious about this cross-world scam. As the king of the demon clan, until now these foolish demons hadn't even managed to fool him. How dare a human swindle the naive vampires? This situation is more serious than I thought. Have they released anyone? In Murphy's original plan, smugglers were like chives in a field. As long as he detained their goods and released the people under the temptation of enormous profits, the smugglers would open new smuggling routes. None of this could escape the numerous ghosts, allowing Murphy to periodically acquire good items at no cost, while the smugglers could only suffer silently, a sustainable practice of exploiting resources. But now, even if he confiscated all the traffickers' goods, it would only be a pile of hay which couldn't be sold to humans, while the vampires had sacrificed their own valuable items. Murphy never imagined that a business without capital could still incur losses. He could already envision the treasures from the vampires' homes making a grand appearance at the feasts of the nobles in the human kingdom. Although Murphy wanted to eliminate all the smugglers and traffickers, he thought of a new idea for the future. The werewolf seemed to have anticipated this and quickly said, "No one was released. We were afraid they would escape, so they are all locked in a cave in the miasma swamp. There are also living dead and ghosts patrolling outside day and night," said the ghost lord. "We're very well. Let us go and see the traffickers." The furious demon king used his immense magical power to directly activate the long-stagnant fixed teleportation array. Murphy, Sean, and were soon arrived at the entrance of the cave, imprisoning the smugglers. To conceal the identity of the demon king, Murphy maintained a human form and found a green slime living in the miasma swamp. After some communication, the slime agreed to act as a skeleton mask to assist the demon lord with this little task. Murphy thought of his scam against Old Baker and suddenly came up with a good idea. After spending 5 minutes writing a short script and communicating with the 2 lords, Murphy decided to put on a show once more. Thus, a mysterious figure wearing a mask entered the cave, playing with a bright crystal accompanied by 2 magical creatures. The dim cave was damp and cold, and several smugglers, bound like rice dumplings, huddled together, trembling like fatworms. As Murphy entered the cave, faint curses, prayers, and weak sobs mixed together, creating a dreadful atmosphere. Murphy exchanged glances with Weir, and pale ghostly flames flickered around the ghost, flying in all directions to illuminate several corners of the cave. Suddenly blinded by the bright light, the smugglers squinted and writhed on the ground, trying to see the face of the newcomer, only to catch sight of a ghastly white skull. Once they adapted to the brightness, they were startled to find that the visitor was merely a masked human. However, seeing him standing alongside the werewolf and ghost who had captured them, the crowd began to feel uneasy, realizing that they had run into a serious problem. Murphy crouched down, grabbing a fat merchant by the hair, lifting his head up to the skeleton mask. A hoarse voice came from beneath the skeleton mask. "As a human, how dare you smuggle with the demon clan? What immense audacity! Are you not afraid of the gallows in the royal square?" Murphy didn't even know what the royal capital was called, but a drunkard in the Demon Country Tavern once mentioned seeing a human trader who consorted with demons hanged in the royal square during his youth. Thus this drunken tale now became a tool for Murphy to threaten others. The fat merchant thought to himself, "We're all in the same line of work. Why are you acting so pure here?" Yet his face was filled with terror. "I'm just a small vendor, momentarily blinded by gold coins, and foolishly entered this line of work. I hope the noble lord can see through this." The fat man didn't know whether the newcomer was a noble, but a little flattery never hurt. The voice opposite seemed to brighten a bit. "Oh. How did you know I was a noble?" "Of course it's because of your outstanding demeanor, noble lord. Having smuggled for many years, the fat merchant had long forgotten the meaning of shame, especially at such a life-and-death moment. He could only continue to flatter. You speak quite well. Then let me ask you a few questions. Sir, please ask away. The fat man felt the knife at his throat seem to loosen a bit. How many merchants usually engage in smuggling with demons? Murphy asked the most concerning question. The fat man seemed a bit embarrassed, glancing at the other merchants lying on the ground, and said softly, "None, they're all here." Are you trying to fool me? Aren't you afraid of being caught with so many people smuggling together? Murphy asked directly about the biggest issue. We thought Murphy was calling him and moved slightly in a daze. The fat man continued, "This time we planned a big score to exchange for all the valuable items from those vampires' homes, so everyone pooled their money together to buy a large batch of goods, intending to sell together one last time and then divide the treasures upon returning. But you were all caught, right? I thought I was catching a petty thief, but I didn't expect to have stumbled upon the main den." Murphy scoffed. "So you all lost your capital cleanly?" The fat man on the ground had already given up struggling and choked out, "Not just that, my lord. I don't know if they borrowed, but I borrowed 100 gold coins at high interest. Even if I'm not hanged, I might still be killed by the debt collectors in the poor district." The skeleton mask swept across the individuals on the ground, seemingly inquiring. "My lord. I borrowed 80 gold coins at high interest. My lord. I borrowed 50. The smugglers started to lie on the ground and vent their grievances. The last time Murphy encountered such a scene was on the night he arrived in this world. Of course, he didn't have time to care whether everyone had borrowed high-interest loans, he only desired this effect. Now that the atmosphere was set so well, it was time to reel in the net. Ladies and gentlemen, a choice is now before you. As you can see, your financial paths have been severed. If you wish to survive and make a comeback, then choose to cooperate with me. Of course, as an enlightened boss, you have the right to refuse. I don't mind." The merchants on the ground all knew where they were. If they said no, they would undoubtedly be knocked unconscious and thrown into the swamp, eventually becoming living dead weeks or months later, not knowing when they would be caught and sent to the legendary living dead mine to toil endlessly. Thus the smugglers, who had been writhing on the ground like worms just moments before, suddenly transformed into obedient little rabbits, all praising how merciful the noble lord was. In an instant, the dim cave was filled with a chorus of praise, like a choir performing in a church. Murphy was not lost in the flattery, but the continuously praising smugglers seemed to be truly immersed in the scene, even secretly shedding tears. He waved his hand to halt the smugglers' unnutritious compliments. If they didn't stop, Murphy might soon feel nauseated. Now that the steps of slapping and feeding sweet dates were over, Murphy needed to explain to everyone why the sweet dates were not poisonous. Unlike the demons under his command, Murphy was well aware of the true nature of these smugglers. He must offer sufficient benefits to truly bring them under his control. "I know everyone is confused about why you aren't dead, so it's fine to tell you. Doing business with demons is a publicly punishable crime in the kingdom. I'm sure you all understand this. However, great crimes often bring great profits, and those present here should know better than I do. So with such a large cake, why can't we all share it? I, or rather the great figure behind me, have set my sights on this cake, and the big shots will certainly take the larger pieces. As for the scraps left behind, they will be enough for us to fill our stomachs. The great figure has entrusted me with this matter, but I lack enough manpower. So do you understand why you weren't killed directly? From today onwards, you will be the merchant team under my command, directly responsible to me. You may call me Mr. Taurus. What you need to do is actually no different from before, it's just transporting goods. The handover point will be unified at the border of the desolate hills, and I will provide you with the map later. As for what to transport, unfortunately from now on your opinions don't count. You will transport whatever I tell you to transport. However, everyone should be open-minded. Although you will earn slightly less than before, that great figure promised that none of us will be hanged in the royal square. You also don't need to worry that once I find new manpower I will abandon you. After all, training a merchant who is familiar with the business and has connections takes a long time, and in a sense you are indeed a scarce resource." Hearing this, the smugglers felt a sense of relief. No one wished to live a life where they might be hanged the next day. Now they had a big figure's guarantee, whether true or false. It was a bit comforting. Just as the merchants were laughing at Murphy, they heard an even more significant piece of news: your work won't last forever. Once we find the treasure left behind by the old demon king, neither I nor you will need to come to this dangerous place of the demons again. By then each of you will receive an unimaginable fortune, and under the protection of the great figure you will spend a peaceful life in your own estate. All the dark past will be thoroughly washed away, and everything we discussed today will cease to exist." The underground chamber fell into a dead silence. After a while, the merchant whose hair was grabbed stammered, "Master, are you joking? Does the treasure of the previous demon king really exist?" Murphy took a step back, placing his hand on the werewolf's shoulder, and said, "Of course it exists. Otherwise, why would this werewolf brother and that ghost over there cooperate with us? Of course they also wanted the treasure. The demon race has not had a demon king for decades and is now a scattered force. When the kingdom's army advances in 10 years, the demon race will be annihilated, and by then the treasure will all end up in the king's treasury, leaving us not even a single gold coin to see. It would be better to find the treasure now, splitting it among ourselves, leaving nothing for the king. As for the so-called heavenly materials and earthly treasures, whoever grabs them owns them. If you don't grab them, someone else will take them home tomorrow." Murphy continued his seduction. The expressions of the merchants changed from shock to fervor and praises echoed once again throughout the underground chamber. Murphy released his hand from Sean's shoulder and moved in front of the merchants, intending to pour another bucket of oil on the fire. He took out a shiny crystal from his pocket and waved it in front of the merchants one by one. The fat man realized his opportunity had come, so he hurriedly pretended to be surprised and asked, "Master, what is this?" Murphy was waiting for this question. "This is the teleportation crystal given to me by the great figure. Now let me activate it to show you what kind of person the great figure behind me is." Murphy raised his right hand and everyone's gaze was fixed on the crystal. After all, everyone had heard of such treasures, but none had ever seen one in person. Their combined fortunes could barely buy a piece of low-grade teleportation crystal, yet now a piece of high-grade crystal was being used for them. At this point, everyone completely believed Murphy's words and began to envision their future of embracing beauty in their estates. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. The formation drawn with the left hand activated simultaneously as the crystal in the right hand shattered. In a dazzling display of light, Murphy and all the merchants appeared on a desolate plain, and as far as the eye could see there was nothing but the empty carts of smugglers. Murphy took out a short knife and untied the ropes of the still bewildered merchants one by one. The smugglers returned to their carts filled with mixed feelings. Although this business had cost them dearly, they had seen a bright future. Murphy had already arranged these matters before entering the underground chamber. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. "Everyone, please be quiet. Before you leave, I have 3 things to say. The first thing, I hope you remember, whatever I tell you to buy, you buy; whatever I tell you to sell, you sell. Do not have your own thoughts. The second thing, everything that happens here today and in the future, whether smuggling or treasure hunting, do not disclose to anyone. Otherwise you need the great figure to take action. I will personally send them on their way. The third thing, I know you all lost money this time. To show my sincerity and cooperation, you can check your cargo holds. Inside there are small gifts from me, and I hope we can cooperate happily." Everyone quickly leaned into their carts, and indeed each found a map and a delicate ornament. Murphy pointed at an old crooked tree behind him and said, "The tree on the map is this one. In the future you only need to come here from the places you are responsible for, and there will be demons I bought off waiting to meet you. They don't understand human speech and you don't need to communicate. After unloading the goods, load them back to sell and your task will be complete. Speaking of which, you should also understand, whatever I tell you to buy, I will purchase at the original price from you. Whatever I tell you to sell, you buy directly from me. As for how much you can sell, it all depends on your own connections and eloquence. As for the matter of capturing you..." The fat man hurriedly interrupted Murphy. "Master, what are you talking about? It's all a misunderstanding. We are all friends here to make money. Every ornament in giving to you can only be equipped by those at level 15. I don't need to say the value of such things. With your connections you will surely be able to sell them at a good price, enough to pay off your high-interest loans." Before the merchants had the chance to carefully appreciate the ornaments, they displayed surprised yet obsequious smiles upon hearing this. "I believe I have expressed enough sincerity, and I hope we can cooperate happily in the future. Now pay attention. This time what I want you to buy is crystal, or with no limit on quantity, the more the better. I will take it all. By the way, hey, race, a free tip: when you come next time it's best to bring more money, otherwise don't blame me for not reminding you if you can't grab good goods." More than 10 smugglers drove their carts away, occasionally glancing back. Murphy leaned against an old crooked tree, observing the crowd and maintaining his air of mystery until they disappeared over the horizon. Murphy teleported back near the underground cavern and saw the waiting ghost and werewolf. The werewolf smiled and said, "Your Majesty is truly impressive, effortlessly managing to control this group of humans. It was not me who controlled them, it was their own greed. If everyone abided by the law, such situations wouldn't arise." Murphy understood that it was the power of money, not his own, so he did not feel smug. "But Your Majesty, what if they see through our lies?" The ghost Viert appeared somewhat worried. Murphy confidently replied, "It's fine. They won't seek verification, nor would they dare. The last high-grade teleportation crystal has completely convinced them of our sincerity, and I also gifted them a small token. However, I have only told one lie from the beginning, which is about the old Demon King's treasure, but I never said it would definitely be found. How can that be considered deception?" The ghost continued, "But you also mentioned that you would protect them from being hanged. That is not a lie. If we achieve the final victory in the war against humans, I have no interest in killing them. If we lose, then we all die. As for promises..." Who heard it? Murphy put on a shameless expression. Viert nodded. "So that's how it is. Your Majesty is truly remarkable. Viert sent some subordinates to help the goblins familiarize themselves with the process of interacting with humans. Your performance this time was commendable, at least in terms of acting." The ghost's airy laughter followed. "Compared to us, Your Majesty's performance is flawless. I heard that human nobles enjoy watching performances. Are you comparing the sacrifices Your Majesty makes for the future of the demon race to the clumsy performances of human comedians?" The werewolf interrupted the ghost's words. "I apologize, that was not my intention." The ghost realized he had misspoken and hurriedly offered an apology. After several encounters, Murphy found that the ghost and the werewolf made a very compatible working duo. The werewolf Sean not only seemed reliable but also acted accordingly, while the ghost Viert often spoke without thinking. By the way, does this fellow even have a brain now? Murphy waved his hand and said, it's fine, we are all part of the demon race. Just treat me as a friend. However, you just mentioned that human nobles enjoy watching plays. I find that quite interesting. Sean, since there is no full moon night, recently sent some subordinates to disguise themselves as humans and buy some scripts and literary works from various places in the kingdom. For any needed props, just get them from the royal court. I am really curious about what the noble lords enjoy watching. A soft knocking sound echoed in the night. Lord Hector, are you there? A gentle female voice came from outside the door. I am here, Winnie. What is it? Upon hearing the familiar calm male voice, Winnie felt a sense of relief. Lord Hector, my room is so dark that I can't sleep. The heavy redwood door carved from a single piece was gently opened, revealing Winnie's somewhat disheveled red hair. Hector bent down and performed a standard invitation ceremony, welcoming Winnie into the room. The room was luxuriously arranged and orderly. Hector approached the table to light the lamp but was stopped by a hand. No, don't light it. This is fine as it is. The girl murmured, lowering her head. Lord Hector, you will be leaving tomorrow. I am really scared. Hector felt her arms gently wrap around his waist. It's all right. It's just a small-scale war with the demon race. I will be back soon. Hector reassured her, instinctively concealing the scale of the war from the girl. You liar. The girl sniffled softly, her voice quivering. Don't worry, I promise you. In the serene and quiet early summer night, only the faint sound of insects remained. Clap. The exquisitely wrapped parchment scroll was forcefully closed, and then in the next moment it was thrown away. Boring. Vulgar. Same old story. Harry Reid forcefully tossed the popular novel that the butler had just bought onto the bookshelf and then jumped off the big bed. The demon race, the demon king is dead, yet they still talk about the demon race. These boring bards and vulgar novelists keep recycling the same old tropes from 90 years ago. Can't they be a bit more imaginative? All the content is cliched, it's infuriating. Butler. Harry Reid shouted loudly. 10 seconds later, a tall old man appeared at the door of Harry's bedroom. My lord, how can I assist you? The old man bowed, his movements and tone impeccable. You go to the usual bookstore where we buy books, and also to that downtown bar where those vulgar writers often drink, and tell them that whoever can write a piece that breaks out of the boring tropes and makes me the count happy will be rewarded with 20 gold coins. Moreover, this commission is valid for a long time. After shouting this, Harry Reid seemed to have exhausted all his energy, sinking into the leather chair and gasping for breath. I refuse to believe that a group of people can't write something interesting. Go now. The old butler bowed and left the count's bedroom. Harry Reid, the current Count of Reid, the great-grandson of the first Count Reid, was not yet 40 years old. Due to the early death of his parents, the title of Border Guardian Count fell solely upon the young Harry, and nearly 20 years had passed since then. At this moment, Harry Reid was unaware that he had already been framed for smuggling. He was simply enjoying life as usual. As a count of a kingdom, Harry Reid knew what he should do to be happy. Happiness was the only pursuit for this count. Indulgence in feasting and balls brought joy, embracing beauty from both sides was bliss, and reading lewd literature was the epitome of joy. As for other matters regarding the territory, he left them to the butler Seth and the advisors left by his father. After all, they were all working for him. As for the upcoming new round of war in 10 years, Harry regarded it as nonsense. The Demon King had been dead for decades and there was no news of a new one. By then all he had to do was ride his horse to the front line for a stroll, and he might even become a marquis. At that time, even the Duke of the West and the Duke of the South would have to think carefully before speaking to him. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but smile, but then he sighed again. He had already tasted all the delicacies within the kingdom multiple times, and after encountering various beauties his standards had risen. Nowadays he could guess the endings of vulgar texts just by reading the beginnings. Even if he became a marquis, what else would there be to do? Sigh, these days are truly boring. I heard that the nobles in the capital have nothing else to do but these things. It would be great if there were something new to enjoy. In the Reid Count's territory outside the castle where Harry Reid resided, a middle-aged adventurer with a somewhat dazed expression was gazing at the castle as if recalling some distant memory. Byron, dressed in ordinary adventurer's attire, stored the armor gifted by Murphy in a bag hung on one side of his horse, with a long sword on the other, leading the horse himself. Everything was to make himself appear more human. Thus Byron returned to the territory of Count Baker like an ordinary middle-aged adventurer, and for the next several days he chose not to pass through White Wolf City but instead took a route through other villages and towns, spent some money on lodging, and smoothly arrived at the city of Guys in the territory of Count Reid like a normal human. Mixed within the crowded populace, Byron was let through the city gate after a simple search. The exterior of the stone wall bore marks from weapon strikes. Everything felt both familiar and strange. Byron tried to piece together the fragmented memories in his mind but always felt something was missing. He could see the study where he learned to write as a child and the training grounds where he diligently practiced with the great sword in his youth, but he could not find the existence of home until he reached the central area of Guys after crossing 3 streets. At the very heart of Guys stood an artificially planted grove with Count Reid's castle nestled in the lush greenery. Through the gaps in the green leaves Byron glimpsed the grey castle, and his sea of memories instantly surged. He found the locations of the study and training grounds from his memory right there in that castle, never having been so close. Leaning against his skeletal horse, Byron gazed at the grey castle from a distance. From morning until dusk, as the sky began to darken, he finally let out a long sigh. As a skeleton, he hadn't performed this action in a long time. Byron took out the family crest and aligned it with the identical pattern on the castle gate, softly whispering, "Father, Mother, long time no see, I have returned." In that moment, all the fragments of memory restored in Byron's mind, allowing him to see everything clearly. Byron Reed's memories as a human were fully restored. Remembering everything, feeling no regrets, he decided to set off the next day to report back to the Demon King's court. To avoid complications, Byron, still disguised as a human, found a small tavern to simply resolve his dinner issue. As Bruno sampled the drink that the bartender claimed was the best stout in the territory of Count Reed, a young man kicked open the half-closed door of the tavern and plopped down beside Byron. "Hey, old man." The young man paused mid-sentence upon noticing the longsword at Byron's waist. "Cough cough, I mean uncle, please make some room, thank you." Byron glanced at the young man, who walked in with flair and quietly shifted half a body's width. After downing a cup of the cheapest drink, the young man stood up and loudly cleared his throat, causing the tavern to fall silent as dozens of eyes turned toward him. "The Count says he knows you lowly writers like to gather here, so he sent me to deliver a message. Whoever can write a work that pleases the Count will be rewarded with 20 gold coins, valid indefinitely and with no limit on quantity." After saying this, the young man sat back down beside Byron, and moments later the tavern instantly buzzed with excitement. "That's 20 gold coins, the Count is really something. If I had 20 gold coins right now, I would go back to the village and spend the rest of my life there." "Stop talking nonsense, Dylan. If I gave you 20 gold coins, you would definitely rush to the Gentle Theater for a week and then come back to work with us." "Ha, are you sure he would still have the strength to carry a big bag after staying for a week?" Byron sat beside the young man eating bread, and soon a few people sneaked over to ask the young man, "Sam, say something else, like what type of work the Count wants to see." Sam didn't look at the person, just pretended to cough a few times. "Bartender, bring a big mug of stout for my brother Sam, it's on me." After downing a couple of stouts, the young man grinned. "Actually, the Count's requirements aren't too high, he just thinks that current works all look the same and lack freshness. As long as you write something innovative and interesting, I believe that 20 gold coins will definitely be yours." "So that's how it is. I understand now, the Count wants to see something different from the past. Sam, take your time drinking, we'll head out first." The leader of the group placed a small handful of copper coins on the bar and then walked away, whispering among themselves. Having finished his last bite of bread, Byron saw the young man Sam still sipping his beer and asked, "Kid, is the Count you mentioned Count Reed?" Sam initially wanted to curse at the foolish question, but recalled the longsword at Byron's waist and quickly changed his tone, saying, "Of course it's Count Reed. Are you from out of town, uncle?" "Yes, I came here to visit some relatives from the royal capital," Byron replied with a face full of melancholy. In a sense, he was not lying, he indeed came from the royal capital, just from the demon side. "Visiting relatives. You look like you didn't find any," the young man said, warming up and getting familiar with Byron. "Yes, I returned too late, they have all passed away for many years." "Oh, don't be sad, such things can happen to anyone. Don't worry, they will be proud of you. You see, the Count also lost his parents at a young age and is still living well." "Can you tell me about the current Count? Last time I left, the Count was not the same one." "Bartender, another stout please." The young man waved his hand. "Bartender, change it to black bread." A moment later, Sam stuffed a long loaf of black bread into his coat, smiling, "Thank you, uncle, we'll have something to eat tomorrow." There's nothing much to say about this Count. He lost his parents at a young age and then became a big shot, able to do whatever he wants. According to the old folks, in the early years after inheriting the title, the Count was still young and enjoyed feasting and drinking, and then he began recruiting chefs from across the country to create various dishes for himself. Once he grew a bit older and understood the joys of women, he started looking for all sorts of women. A few years ago, the Count suddenly stopped seeking women and instead began attending gaudy plays and reading novels. Everyone spread rumors that the Count had overindulged. He was not even 40 yet. The Count is a big figure and doesn't care about the lives of us commoners. His subordinates only know how to raise taxes year after year, and the Count is indifferent to it all. Perhaps intoxicated, Sam spilled all the things he shouldn't have said, including various rumors about the Count. As he was leaving, Sam tugged on Byron's sleeve and said, "Uncle, if you have any news to pass on in the future, just come here to find me. 20 copper coins will ensure that at least half of the people in these 3 blocks know. Nothing to do the day before yesterday, I needed a slime, and nothing to do yesterday, I needed a slime, and nothing to do today. Murphy, last hope for the survival of the demon race, how dare you sink so low? Today I must. Ah, never mind. First need a slime. Tomorrow will do." Back at the demon royal court, Murphy had sunk into a quagmire masquerading as rest, but in truth sheer idleness. Not because there was nothing to be done, but because his current task list was already overflowing. The pernicious miasma marsh, the desolate hillside wastes, and the sunless great graveyard, all zones inhabited by low-tier demons, had already been sown with the crop seeds brought back by Murphy's expedition. Whether those seeds would wither under the land's toxic soil or sprout into unpredictable forms remained a question only time could answer. Under Thale's leadership, succubi were conducting strange interdimensional scientific research. Werewolves and specters alike carried out their assigned duties. As for the rest of the demonkind, Murphy had yet to decide their roles. After all, progress must be step-by-step. With the demon race's foundations nearly non-existent, a single misstep would likely forfeit their future entirely. Thus during this rare stretch of leisure Murphy reclined upon the grand bed in the demon sovereign's palace playfully teasing a cat. Well, much of that is pure fiction. There was no bed in the sovereign's palace, and Murphy owned no cat. Lying on the cold stone floor of the sovereign's palace, Murphy kneaded a prismatic slime in his hands, musing that once the demon race stabilized its path forward, such idle moments would surely multiply, and that he ought to seek out meaningful pursuits of his own. The prismatic slime, a rare mutant among slimes, had relinquished its former role as throne room cleaner upon Murphy's arrival. With its harmlessly charming appearance and extraordinary rarity, it had ascended unchallenged to the honored title of supreme auspicious symbol of the demon race. During these days of rest, Murphy's most frequent pastime had been kneading slimes. He even sketched with his admittedly crude hand a cat resembling reality, and pointed at the drawing commanding the slime transformed now. Yet the slime, whose sole talent was dust consumption, replied in effect that it ranked below level 3. One stomp from a high-tier demon would end it, and transformation lay utterly beyond its comprehension. Just as Murphy wallowed in sovereign-level indolence, so deep it blurred day and night. Thale arrived at the royal court and found Murphy sprawled across the floor. "In your majesty, our research has yielded preliminary success. Would you care to inspect it? Is it the utterly useless crystal?" Murphy perked up instantly. The utterly useless crystal was the provisional name Thale had coined after hearing Murphy's description. Until Murphy's full plan ran to completion, he saw no need to rename it, especially since even under the amplifying influence of the demon sovereign interface his grasp of magical artifact crafting remained rudimentary at best, leaving the project's success uncertain. "Yes." Thale produced a cut crystal and offered it reverently with both hands. As a prototype, its facets remained jagged and raw, bearing more than a passing resemblance to unrefined ore. Murphy grasped the crystal and channeled demonic energy into it. When the infusion reached a critical threshold, the crystal emitted a soft radiant glow and projected a crisp lifelike image. "ZZZT, and brother, are we recording now?" A young woman's voice, Nail Thale's sister, appeared within the crystal's projection. "We've begun. Anything you'd like to say?" "This crystal, barring mishap, will be presented to His Majesty in greetings, Your Majesty. I am Nail. I hope one day to visit the human kingdom. Farewell, Your Majesty." Snap! Then Murphy stared at the male succubus, whose expression radiated innocent bewilderment. "And that's it, and indeed it is." In truth, sustained infusion could record nearly 10 minutes per crystal, and further refinement remained possible given time. And then why only these few lines? "My sister was eager to rush off and play NTCH." Murphy shot the male succubus, suspected elder brother complex and all, a look of profound disdain. "And very well. The current functionality satisfies me fully. 10 minutes of imagery already unlocks countless possibilities. As for future enhancements, you understand these artifacts are destined for human nobles, correct?" Thale nodded solemnly. "What do human nobles cherish most?" "Exclusivity. I have it, you don't. Even a golden-rimmed chamber pot becomes desirable if unique enough. Therefore your first priority is crystal purification. Look at this one, black specks remain. Such flaws render it unsellable. Once purified, proceed to dyeing. Any hue will do provided the coloring is uniform and each crystal differs subtly. That distinction alone will kindle desire. Next, refine the crystal's form, add facets, sculpt shapes, fashion pendants, anything to ensure uniqueness and aesthetic appeal. Let nobles clutch them, reluctant to part. That will suffice, for now. Proceed deliberately. Release excellence incrementally. Merchants will handle distribution for us. The advantage of established channels. Using human merchants to sell our wares spares us from forging connections ourselves and conceals our very existence. Remaining unseen until forced exposure is a luxury beyond measure. The sole minor drawback, that we may earn marginally less, is negligible against the grand design." Thale withdrew a small notebook and diligently recorded Murphy's directives. Then together they resumed testing the crystal. Murphy withdrew his demonic energy and instead infused refined essence. Predictably, the crystal activated once more. After several repetitions, Murphy noticed subtle degradation in the projection resolution, dimmed from 4K Blu-ray clarity down to roughly 1080p. Through relentless experimentation, both image fidelity and audio quality continued to erode until at approximately 480p the crystal emitted a brittle shuddering crack and dissolved into shimmering dust. Remarkably durable. Continue refining along the directions I outlined. Now allow me to show you the great treasure I've uncovered. Murphy led Thale to a chamber he'd discovered idly over recent days. He opened the door to reveal scattered books strewn across the floor. Nimbly sidestepping the obstacles, Murphy approached a draped bookshelf and with a firm tug unveiled 3 tiers of volumes. Succubus Technique Primer I, The Art of Movement and Practical Succubus Skill Compendium and Reflections on Succubus Craftsmanship and Memoirs of the Chaotic Age. Thale stared dumbfounded at the spines aligned on the shelf. He reached for the nearest volume, Memoirs of the Chaotic Age, and flipped open the title page to find inscribed Neural Narrative Anaton Compilation. Raffle, might I ask, who is Raphael? The former demon sovereign. A name brimming with artistic resonance, surely you knew Anita. Based on my genealogical survey of succubus lineages, I can confirm with near certainty that Anita was your great-grandmother, the very one depicted in her portrait. Thale gazed at the uniform spines lining all 3 tiers, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, surely these aren't all. Precisely. Half these volumes were authored by your great-grandmother. A portion were co-written with others, and the remainder like the one in your hands compiled by third parties. Thale had never imagined his gregarious great-grandmother was also a prolific book-length literary force. It appears the former sovereign foresaw your race's perilous loss of essential craft in peacetime and thus meticulously curated this collection. Murphy gestured toward the disordered books strewn nearby. Those scattered volumes cover other races, but succubus texts predominate. Perhaps theirs is the race most reliant upon refined technique. Murphy plucked Succubus Technique Primer I, The Art of Movement and Practical Succubus Skill Compendium from the shelf and tossed them to Thale. Let's go. It's time I taught them a lesson in the dreamless vale. Upon arriving at the land of eternal sleep, Murphy distinctly felt that the number of people was significantly fewer than last time. Tyre explained that everyone was busy processing crystals, so Murphy went to inspect. One cannot help but say that the atmosphere among the succubi is indeed united and affectionate. Inside the room, most of those processing crystals were middle-aged succubi, while the youths were idly going about their business as always, being utterly unproductive. Murphy initially wanted to remind Tyre to tell everyone not to overwork themselves, but Tyre stated that it had been a long time since they found something fresh to do, and processing crystals being both interesting and effortless was just right for these succubi. Murphy had Tyre gather the idle young succubi together and set up a simple platform in the center of the square. Murphy stood on the platform and addressed the succubi below, saying, "A few days ago, while sorting through the belongings left by the old demon king at the demon clan's royal court, I discovered many educational books specifically for succubi. At your age, if you don't study, how can you sleep at night? Just thinking about how you can sleep at night without studying makes it hard for me to sleep. However, very few among you know the common language of the demon race. After much thought, I have decided to personally teach you knowledge. Although I am not a succubus, at least I can read. Our course is an accelerated program lasting 9 days with 3 textbooks covering history, theory, and practical application. Completing all of them will count as graduation. I hope everyone takes this seriously. Otherwise, when you encounter humans in the future and they ask, as a succubus you must know a lot, right? How will you respond?" Murphy's opening speech injected new motivation into the bored young succubi, leading to the first history class, which began with Tyre's great-grandmother's memoirs as the textbook. With a mindset of integrating theory and practice, after the first day's class, Murphy found Tyre and expressed his thoughts. "I believe that just having classes is not sufficient. The remaining time should be split between classes and practical training, facilitating a quicker transition to work." Quick transition to work. What do you hope these succubi will do after they learn the related skills? At this point, Murphy finally made his intentions clear. "Can you guess what our crystals are used for?" 8 days later, the accelerated class for the succubi concluded successfully. Murphy single-handedly took on multiple roles, managing to uphold this makeshift compulsory education program. Hundreds of young succubi, excited and curious, took their studies seriously throughout and each received a handwritten graduation certificate from Murphy. Although the majority of them were still illiterate, this did not hinder their ability to experience true joy. Murphy selected 5 stunning and outstanding succubi girls from the graduates and began executing the most critical step of the plan. The 5 girls formed the first female group in this otherworldly realm, named by Murphy as Warm Light Hot Springs. As the first step of the demon race's entertainment infiltration towards humans, the charm of the 5 individuals perfectly satisfied the human need for familiarity and their fantasies about succubi. Although succubi generally relied on their inherent abilities and practice skills to infiltrate and gather internal information during the conflicts between the demon race and humans at a time when most humans had never seen a living succubus, the image of succubi inevitably became entangled with certain unspeakable aspects. Murphy's goal was to cultivate this impression while lowering humans' wariness of succubi, facilitating the smooth execution of future plans. Now, looking at the succubi dressed in simple clothing, Murphy planned to first acquire some performing costumes for everyone. As the self-proclaimed most cultured branch of the demon race, succubi retained many formal outfits and gowns due to their habits and professions. Under Tyre's guidance, Murphy arrived at the storage place for gowns in the land of eternal sleep. "Tyre, don't you see any issues?" Murphy said to Tyre while looking at the exquisite gowns in the storage room. "Is it that they are too old?" Tyre appeared somewhat puzzled. "I never expected you all to be this innocent. Is it the fabric that's too much?" Murphy pointed out the main issue with those exquisite gowns. "These are too formal, they don't reveal anything, it's like wrapping dumplings. Essentially, nobody would like this. Actually, my requirements aren't too much. What shouldn't be exposed must not be exposed, but for what can be shown, well, you understand what I mean, right?" Murphy found the best seamstress among the succubi and fully expressed his needs. The succubus seamstress looked astonished and in awe, nodding repeatedly to indicate her understanding. "As long as you understand, cut half of the clothes here according to my instructions and then use the materials you usually use to create a few different sets. They will all come in handy later." "What about the remaining half of the gowns?" Tyre asked while noting down his tasks. "Just leave the other half there, they will eventually be useful. Don't worry, once everyone gets accustomed to the style we will change it up for them. After all, some people's preferences are unique." While Murphy was preoccupied with handling the performance costumes, several succubi musicians who could play a few tunes had already been invited to the stage below where Murphy was recording the footage. Thus everything was ready and the 5 succubi finally began their first performance of Warm Light Hot Springs amidst somewhat off-key tunes. Moments later. "Has anyone ever told you that your dancing resembles that of the undead?" Murphy, sitting on a bench, almost buried his head in his legs. If you placed a bonfire among you, it would be impossible to distinguish your dance from the goblin's pre-meal ritual. And your singing as well. I can sense that your voices are lovely, but it seems like you are singing something entirely different from what these musicians are playing, right? Your Majesty, they seem to be on the verge of tears. Tyre whispered beside Murphy. And you kid, didn't you tell me that succubi are skilled in song and dance? Does this look like skill to you? I apologize, I remember that when I was young succubi were indeed skilled in song and dance. Perhaps the younger succubi have been having too much fun in recent years. What fun? Just say they are putting on a show and that's it. They aren't learning at all, are they? You must go to the crystal workshop right now and summon all those succubi aunties who can sing and dance to teach these young ones. Murphy had to admit that this tactic was highly effective. To be fair, the elder succubi had not lost many of their skills, and even those who had never attended the compulsory education program still showcased a poise far superior to that of the young girls with every gesture. The young succubi were remarkably quick to learn new things. With the combination of top succubi's experiences from textbooks and more professional guidance, after several days of practice, the movements of the 5 young succubi of Warm Light Hot Springs finally broke away from the realm of the undead, entering a range that was somewhat presentable. Now that everyone has acquired a foundational understanding, I shall teach you some advanced material. With unwavering confidence, Mo-Fei produced a booklet, The Demonic Guide for Succubi, painstakingly compiled from his memories of the internet's most subtle suggestive techniques and K-pop choreography from his past life, including languid sways of ambiguous significance and certain gestures too delicate to describe in words. As an ardent youth before his reincarnation, Mo-Fei had mastered every trope of his former world's spiritual sustenance. Recording these into spirit crystals and selling them would constitute a true dimensional transcendence over this medieval fantasy realm, and he held absolute faith in its success. Though Mo-Fei himself believed his manual, blending vivid textual descriptions with rudimentary sketches, was flawless, both young and mature succubi stared blankly at the movements he described. This left him under immense psychological pressure. After consulting historical archives on succubi, Mo-Fei uncovered a disheartening truth: the motions he had devised were not alien or objectionable to succubi at all. Thus only one explanation remained for the stalled progress. Had his literary skill and artistic ability truly deteriorated to such a degree? At this realization, sorrow welled up within him. At this juncture there remains but a single path forward: press on, great demon lord who cannot draw. For the future of the demonic race. Mo-Fei arrived at the council hall of Somnus Hamlet accompanied by Warmth Spring, Hot Springs and Thale. He chose the hall over the village square, retaining, just barely, a vestige of mortal shame. Now that everyone is assembled, let me reveal my purpose. Since my drawing skills are so woefully inadequate, I shall demonstrate the movements myself. I will personally perform each motion I wish you to master. Out of sheer mortification, this demonstration shall occur only once, and no spirit crystal recordings are permitted. Thale, please close the door. With preparations complete, Mo-Fei activated a spirit crystal's playback function. After a few seconds of prelude, a sprightly succubus tune filled the council hall. Standing at the head of the chamber, Mo-Fei shed every last trace of self-consciousness and summoned his overlord to your physical coordination, dancing joyfully, faithful to the choreographies imprinted in his memory. To Mo-Fei, those 10 minutes felt both fleeting and interminable. When the melody ceased, he had performed every eye-catching core movement he intended to teach. Never before had he experienced such profound detachment from shame itself. It was as if the lofty, awe-inspiring image of the demon sovereign had vanished forever. All he could hope was that future annals of demonic history would refrain from dubbing him the seductive dance overlord or the edgewalking overlord. Though Mo-Fei's performance was in essence pedagogical, it did not prevent the succubi below from erupting into thunderous applause. The moment silence broke, prolonged, fervent, reverent. Bowing his head, Mo-Fei fled the hall in haste, leaving behind only one final instruction: practice diligently, once perfected, begin recording. His words lingered in the air. Truly magnificent, your majesty. A succubus born of destiny. Indeed. Were it not common knowledge that the sovereign was sent from heaven, we might well believe he descended from the succubus bloodline itself. Though nobles in this world indulged in debauched private amusements, as lowbrow tales often portray, they maintained impeccable decorum in public. This very duality granted Mo-Fei ample room to deploy his succubus strategy. The content stored in spirit crystals was never illicit, merely evocative, tantalizing the imagination without transgressing propriety. Have you all mastered the movements? Thale stepped forward to ask. Most have grasped them. We all possess exceptional memory. No, you have not, Thale declared firmly. When the sovereign commands a task, perfection is non-negotiable. Is this understood? We understand completely, so what is your instruction, Lord? A faint rustle escaped Thale's sleeve as a completed recording crystal slid into view. A mischievous smile flickered across his face. Prepare yourselves, I shall fetch my sister and then we shall all rewatch His Majesty's dance together. Back in his private chamber, Mo-Fei felt a sudden hollow void, then burst into unrestrained laughter. Yes, the experience had been deeply humiliating, yet every succubus watching him wore expressions of pure curiosity and reverence. In that moment, Mo-Fei tasted a joy he had never known. Over the following days, Mo-Fei imparted every movement technique he had absorbed from lifetimes of scrolling through short videos. As the saying goes, foreign monks chant sutras more persuasively. Likewise, foreign succubi wield irresistible allure. The edgewalking power of his world launched a fierce assault upon this realm's succubus arts, eventually merging seamlessly with native traditions. Thereafter Mo Fei's responsibilities lightened considerably. All that remained was for the succubi to perfect their choreography and melodies, don their redesigned ceremonial robes, and flawlessly execute Phase 1 of Mo Fei's Spirit Crystal initiative. As for Phase 2, it was still far too early to contemplate. All administrative duties in Somnus Hamlet could now be entrusted entirely to Thale and his sister. The finished spirit crystals would be delivered by the succubi to the Wasteland Hills, where they would be handed over to human merchants loyal to Mo Fei. Mo Fei teleported to the gnarled old tree at the periphery of the Wasteland Hills and found precisely as expected a minor ghost under Verlt's command, flanked by a squad of goblins awaiting the human merchant caravan. Upon inquiry, Mo Fei learned the ghost spoke common tongue because he had died too recently, hence his assignment to this handover mission. Mo Fei provided the ghost with a generous stipend, taught him simple conversational phrases, informed him that the trade crystals would arrive in successive batches, and finally imbued him with a telepathic communication spell, enabling the ghost to instantly notify Mo Fei upon the merchant's arrival. Ghosts suffered severe debuffs under daylight, and direct sunlight inflicted continuous damage. To prevent the ghost from collapsing mid-transaction, dissolving into scattered coins and raw materials, the leisurely overlord himself led the goblins in erecting a vast market-style canopy beneath the gnarled tree, transforming brazen smuggling into something resembling official commerce. Having concluded affairs there, Mo Fei returned alone to the royal court, only to encounter Sir Byron, the skeletal traveler who had just returned from a solitary journey, standing before the palace gates. The newly off-duty overlord craved a long-buried secret to sate his curiosity, and thus Mo Fei smiled. "Come inside, Byron. It seems tonight I shall hear a delightfully sordid tale, one spun by a corrupt human noble." In the year 770 of the expansion era, a boy was born into the noble family of Viscount Reed in the southern part of the Helliker kingdom. His father named him Byron Reed. The aging Viscount and his lady, knowing this was their second and final child, lavished him with affection. Everyone was happy about the arrival of this child except for one person, Byron's nearly 20-year-old elder brother Javi Reed. The reason was simple: he would have to share the family fortune with another. Byron grew up under the care of his parents. At 3 years old, his mother personally taught him to read in the study, and at 5 his father trained him in the family's swordsmanship on the training grounds. Byron never disappointed anyone. He was very intelligent, learning quickly, and anyone with keen eyes could see his extraordinary talent that far surpassed his peers, especially when compared to his mediocre brother. All of this made Javi increasingly anxious. Initially he was merely upset about having to share the family fortune, but he gradually realized that the Viscount's hat, which was destined to fall upon him, seemed to have a more suitable candidate. The Reed territory was relatively close to the front lines, where the human kingdom was at war with the demon race. Byron was taught from a young age that humans and demons were natural enemies, prompting him to train diligently in swordsmanship. In the year 780 of the expansion era, when Byron was 10, an exhilarating message arrived from the royal capital. Heroes from other worlds had descended, and as saviors of humanity their mission was to completely eradicate the demon race and bring eternal peace to humanity. The streets were filled with the cheers of the common people. It was said that a hero's training for a year was equivalent to 8 years of training for others. The king ordered a nationwide selection of exceptionally talented young boys and girls to train with the heroes in the royal capital, ultimately forming a team of elite heroes. Hearing this news, Byron was filled with admiration and envy for the heroes, beginning to dream of joining the hero team. He worked even harder at swordsmanship, vowing to fight alongside the heroes. Just 2 years later, Byron heard that the heroes had completed all training in the royal capital and were ready to attempt to vanquish the weaker demon race. Although he was not selected for the hero team reserves, Byron found that his strength was now sufficient to defeat the weaker monsters unknown, filling him with confidence. In the year 785 of the expansion era, Byron was 15. In recent years, the attacks of low-level demons on humans had decreased significantly due to the heroes' continuous campaigns against them, having defeated 3 low-level demon leaders with only the elusive Slime King remaining unvanquished. That same year, Byron faced his elder brother, who was 18 years older than him, in a direct confrontation for the first time and emerged victorious. However, Byron did not feel happy because he knew that given his speed of growth he would never become a member of the hero team. With his dreams shattered, Byron quickly set a new goal. He told Javi that when he grew up he would become the best sword in his brother's hand. If war broke out with the demon race, his brother, who needed to inherit the title, could remain in the territory to protect the citizens, while he would lead the soldiers to personally defeat the invading demons. His father, mother, and even the steward and servants were moved to tears by his words and believed in him wholeheartedly, except for Javi Reed. In the following years, news of victorious heroes arrived one after another. In contrast, areas without hero protection faced increasingly frequent attacks from demons, creating a delicate balance in the situation. Until one day all human warriors felt a powerful aura emanating from the southwest, signaling the awakening of the true demon king. In fact, neither the human heroes nor the demon kings necessarily had to be summoned from other worlds. Humans could be born with a minuscule chance of being heroes, possessing talents that others could only envy and rapidly growing in strength. Similarly, any demon could awaken as a demon king for reasons unknown, appearing in their complete form only after several long periods of slumber. With the awakening of the complete demon king, the balance of power between humans and demons tilted once again. The morale of the human army without heroes plummeted while the demons thrived. In the following years, the defensive lines of the demons continuously shrank and the human army gradually shifted from offense to defense. The frequency of the hero team's campaigns against the demons also began to decline as both sides sensed an impending decisive battle. As the old Viscount aged, Javi gradually took over the various affairs of the Reed territory while Byron began leading the guard to train all in preparation for the final battle. In the year 790 of the expansion era, the entire human kingdom celebrated due to one piece of news: the divine would personally descend upon the royal capital to bestow blessings upon the heroes. The blessing from the divine was witnessed by millions in the royal capital. The comforting power emanating from the heroes spread outward, bringing peace to the common people. The light goddess Olivia, revered in the Helicar kingdom, bestowed a divine decree declaring the heroes as her agents on earth and changing her title from the goddess of light to the goddess of victory, filling the kingdom with an unwavering belief in triumph. Then, as everyone expected, the full-scale war between humans and demons began. The human army continuously advanced toward the battlefield of the demons, including the army of Viscount Reed. As the Lord, the old Reed naturally had to go to war, while 20-year-old Byron honored his promise from 5 years ago, leading the Viscount's guard to recruit young men in the territory and personally train them, ultimately heading to the battlefield alongside his father. Javi, left behind in the Reed territory, wept bitterly during farewell with his father and brother, giving all his few personal guards to Byron, asking them to vow to protect Byron's safety at all costs. 5 months later, the old Reed, attending a war meeting at the Central Command, received a report that the 10,000-man unit, including his son, had been annihilated in the battle at the Lightless Great Tomb. Years, decades, or even longer after, a skeletal arm emerged from the earth of the Lightless Great Tomb, followed by another arm and a skull burning with the fire of the soul. A transformed skeleton was born. It wandered aimlessly in the Great Tomb for many years, gradually clarifying the chaos within its soul, regaining some semblance of consciousness, unlike ordinary low-level skeletons. However, its memories remained a tangled mess, only providing fleeting familiarity when encountering certain inexplicable objects. It thought of a name: Byron. It had asked all the conscious skeletons, but everyone gave answers it had never heard before, leading it to conclude that this must be its name. Over the years, the others discovered that this introverted transformed skeleton named Byron seemed to be the most articulate among all the skeletons, so they elected him as the skeleton lord responsible for the monthly lord meetings. Time passed just like this until one day the newly born Demon King thrust a blade into Byron's skull, allowing him to once again experience death, and then resurrected him. Perhaps due to the experience of dying again after that, the memories in Byron's mind transformed from a tangled ball of yarn into a handful of scattered beads. Though still elusive, he could recall an increasing number of fragments. When he finally saw all the fragments clearly, he decided to find a string that could thread all his memory beads together. Thus he arrived at the Reed territory and recalled everything. In the silent hall, only the soft rustling of the shifting slime could be heard. After Byron finished recounting his memories, the hall fell into silence until Murphy was the first to break it. "Is this all the memories you have recovered?" "I apologize, Your Majesty, but my experiences seem far less interesting than those clumsy dramas." "It's all right, Byron. Although it is somewhat cliched, it is still memorable enough. So you can confirm that it was your brother who orchestrated your murder?" "If it weren't for the fact that the one who stabbed the dagger into my back was my brother's personal guard, I wouldn't have believed it either." "Alas, that truly is a sorrowful tale. You must be feeling quite unwell now, both from the memories of the past and the transformation of your identity from past to present." "To be honest, Your Majesty, I am not as saddened as I imagined I would be. I find it strange myself. Perhaps it is because so much time has passed. Whether it was my loving parents or my resentful brother, they have all long since rested in the family graveyard, and I am no longer human. In fact, I have been a monster for much longer than I was ever human." "Well, as long as you can come to terms with it, that's the best. I have never doubted your loyalty, and I will not interfere with your self-awareness, as each of your identities is quite useful to me. And you know I am averse to war, at least I thoroughly dislike being drawn into one." "Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. I shall pledge my loyalty to the demon tribe." Byron bowed solemnly, and Murphy observed the kneeling skeleton before him, sensing a different aura prompting him to open the skeleton lord's panel and discover some unusual things. A new entry appeared in the skeleton's talent section: Complete Soul, a unique awakening talent for transformation-type monsters. When a transformation-type monster recovers all memories of its past life, it can awaken fully, inheriting its skills from its previous life and enhancing experience gain efficiency. Upon seeing this, Murphy couldn't help but chuckle. How interesting! It seemed he had nurtured a truly unique monster. "Alright, I certainly believe you. Now that I've heard your story, I have a new proposal for you. Would you like to hear it?" "I am willing to listen." "Hee, do you remember when we went to the territory of Viscount Baker? At that time I had that old Baker tied to our side. Initially I intended to use that territory as our first testing ground to infiltrate the human world, but after hearing your story I realized our ambitions could be larger, such as taking over a Count's territory." Murphy said confidently, continuing to entice. "What do you think about becoming a Count? A genuine one at that." "I am quite satisfied with my current status and have no other thoughts," Byron replied respectfully as always. "Look at how you say that these two matters are not contradictory. Moreover, although you are a skeleton, you are still the transformed skeleton of the second son of the first generation of Count Reed. Your inheritance rank is likely far higher than the current fool holding the Count title. If this plan succeeds, I will have a skeleton Count as a subordinate. Just think about how intriguing that is, and it will also expedite the implementation of some plans significantly." "Everything depends on your arrangements, Your Majesty." The skeleton maintained its composure. "Alright, then it's settled. I will make all the necessary plans. You just need to cooperate well with me. Even if you do not care for the title of Count, home is always more comfortable than the outside world. I understand this very well. Murphy reclined in the high-backed chair, lost in thought. If one views this world as a game, the narrative for players portraying the demon lord and the hero is vastly different. Take Byron's hidden side quest as an example. If the player's character is a hero, they can only obtain the scratched golden family crest after killing Byron. The vast majority of players would simply treat the family crest as a trivial accessory, equipping it until they acquire higher level or quality gear, at which point they would store it in their bags to gather dust. Even if a few meticulous players discovered the badge's uniqueness, there would be very few who would investigate it thoroughly. Even if they eventually uncover the truth, they would likely be unable to do anything about it. Because in terms of factions, regardless of how much of a scoundrel Count Reed is, he belongs to the same faction as the hero. According to the tropes of such stories, it is entirely possible for this ally to backstab the hero, yet getting the hero to expose or punish him would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, when heroes tread this hidden narrative path, the best outcome they could achieve might be to bury Byron's ashes and the family crest in the Reed family graveyard, achieving a rather innocuous homeward bound achievement, after which the internal conflicts of this noble family would come to an end without any significant changes. However, as the Demon Lord, Murphy has much more operational flexibility after understanding this hidden narrative. As the Demon King of the Demon Tribe, Murphy possesses the power to overturn the nobility's chessboard. But this does not mean Murphy is a poor player. Seizing this opportunity, Murphy can not only assist Byron in achieving revenge but also plant a seed within the ranks of the human nobility. The plan Murphy just discussed with Byron, if successful, could completely replace a mid-tier human noble. This would be a dangerous and terrifying matter for the human nobility, leading to immeasurable consequences. Byron, seated in the high-backed chair, looked at the ceiling of the Demon Lord's palace as if envisioning himself stirring up trouble in the human world, causing those less intelligent nobles to turn against one another in a comical spectacle. Confirming this direction for action, Murphy intended to learn more about Reed's territory. Now tell me more about what interesting things your Count's territory has. It just so happens that I am quite bored lately. Byron then began recounting his experiences over the past few days, from the costs of staying in the countryside to the specialty crystals of Dice City, and finally he talked about the commotion that occurred at the bar the night before he left. Murphy, who had been feeling drowsy listening to the skeleton's deep voice recount a stream of events, suddenly became energized. Repeat that incident from the tavern again. Byron recounted everything that transpired in the tavern in meticulous detail, and Murphy's face lit up with excitement. How interesting! This world is truly fascinating. Murphy paced within the Demon Lord's palace, unable to hide his smile. After a moment he said to Byron, "Come, let's go to Silver Moon Plateau. The task I assigned to the werewolf Sean should have some progress. We can look forward to something good together." The teleportation array shimmered with light as Mo-Fei and Byron materialized at the heart of the Silver Moon Plateau. The Silver Moon Plateau was the sacred ancestral homeland of the werewolves, a place often referred to colloquially as their den. Due to their lunar transformation, Mo-Fei encountered numerous werewolves along the way whose garments were tattered and worn. Minutes later, Mo-Fei and Byron were greeted by Sean, a dependable middle-aged werewolf lord. "Has your majesty come for that matter?" Sean asked after offering a formal bow. "Indeed, I have waited some time. Have you made any progress?" "We have uncovered certain leads, though your majesty, it would be best if you saw for yourself." The group entered the largest dwelling in the territory, where Mo-Fei immediately spotted hundreds of parchment codices scattered across the floor. Mo-Fei glanced at Sean in bewilderment. "Do noble lords truly indulge in such rich literary pursuits?" Sean replied. The young werewolves, upon hearing this was a royal assignment, rushed to fulfill it, but too few among them can read. In the end, they simply purchased every book whose titles appeared distinct, and now we are sorting them all. "Ah, your majesty, Verth is literate, he's assisting over there." At those words, a pale translucent head emerged from the sea of books, waved briefly at Mo-Fei, then vanished again into the stacks to resume work. Mo-Fei sighed inwardly. Verth had for once proven remarkably reliable, and joined the classification effort, a task demanding considerable scholarly rigor. As respected intellectuals, Mo-Fei and Byron infused the small cataloging team with a vital surge of intellectual vitality. Once the sorting concluded, Mo-Fei began his immersion into the cultural canon of this foreign world. 2 hours later, Mo-Fei lifted his head from the pile of volumes, his face flushed with indignation. He exhaled deeply and burst out, boring. "Vulgar. Same old broth, merely served in a new bowl. Damn it, if I were a count I'd be furious too. What on earth did these authors write?" In that moment, the demon sovereign echoed Count Reed's very same roar. Byron, who had been quietly reading nearby, looked up and said, "Your majesty, please calm yourself. It is indeed astonishing that the kingdom's popular literature has advanced not a single step in nearly a century." He shook the volume in his hand, revealing its ornate title on the cover, The White Rose Count. Mo-Fei glanced at it and remarked offhandedly, "Another cliched tale of a dashing, battle-hardened young count falling into a clandestine romance with a pure-hearted princess. And, of course, it culminates in a flawless, decisive victory against the demonic hordes." Though unfamiliar with the term cliched, Byron nodded. "Your description is virtually identical. I myself read works of this sort in my father's study, even back when I was still human." He checked the publication date on The White Rose Count. This volume was published 3 years ago, yet it reuses a narrative framework centuries old. I knew it the moment I saw the word count.
After skimming over a dozen titles, I found that most follow near identical plots, only 3 archetypes exist.
Swap a name or location and presto, a new book.
I guarantee that if Bacon, the Lich Lord, and his underlings cracked open these authors' skulls, they'd find not a single thought inside.
Byron nodded in agreement while the werewolf and the ghost exchanged puzzled glances.
Mofe explained the first archetype caters to the upper nobility. The male protagonist, born a duke's son, falls in love with the princess in childhood, defeats rivals within his own house to inherit his title, and ultimately wins both the war against the demons and the princess's hand. The second targets the lower and middle nobility. Like the White Rose Count in Byron's hands, a mid-tier noble engages in a secret romance with the princess, then triumphs over the demons and claims her hand. The third is aimed at literate knights and commoners. A humble man stumbles upon the princess, saves her life, and without explanation, she insists on eloping with him. Ultimately, he leads the army to victory, earns a noble title, and wins her hand.
Ah, I see.
So this is what noble lords read, murmured the werewolf, nodding earnestly.
Human princesses certainly led busy lives, observed Verth, rarely delivering so apt a quip.
What infuriates me most is how these wretched authors, desperate to glorify their protagonists' martial prowess, always contrive a grand campaign against the demons, one that ends in absolute bloodless victory, as if not a single human soldier need fall.
Have these authors ever fought? Ever set foot on a battlefield? They wage endless wars against demons, and insist on slaying the demon sovereign himself.
I've read over a dozen such books, my head's been severed 7 or 8 times already.
What gives them the right? Mofe rubbed his temples and sighed.
My apologies for taxing your minds, but at least we've uncovered a promising new direction.
If such drivel sells, surely something genuinely engaging will too. The monstrous attendants exchanged glances.
Your Majesty, though these popular works lack artistry, we fear our own abilities fall far short of authorship.
Mofe surveyed their sincere faces and let out a long weary breath. Never mind. I'm here after all.
Verth, fetch a stack of parchment.
At once, Your Majesty.
The pale ghost vanished and instantly returned bearing a thick sheaf of yellowed parchment and a quill.
As an agile-minded demon sovereign, Mofe felt no moral hesitation about importing literary treasures from his native world, especially in a realm where copyright did not exist.
His journey here had been a one-way passage. Returning home was impossible and material smuggling out of the question, so why not become a cultural smuggler instead?
Yet even transcription demanded strategy.
To secure rapid renown, he needed a story that delivered instant gratification, a genre guaranteed to thrill readers from the first page. After reflection, he settled upon the ultimate cathartic trope, the triumphant return of a legendary warrior. Still, in a world rooted in medieval sensibilities, a direct transplant of War God Returns would bewilder readers, necessitating thoughtful localization. After 2 hours of meticulous adaptation, Mofe completed the opening chapters of a beloved novel from his past life, brief in length yet fully realized in its first exhilarating moment of arrogant display and crushing rebuke. Now came the final challenge, naming it.
Mofe had never possessed a gift for titles. After much deliberation, he christened this world's inaugural urban martial aristocrat novel The Grand Knight's Return.
He handed the manuscript to his eager subordinates standing nearby, intending for the 3 demons to review it first.
Byron accepted the pages, whereupon the werewolf and the ghost swiftly flanked him left and right. To ensure everyone grasped the content simultaneously, Byron declared he would read it aloud.
Mofe recoiled inwardly. So you're the one with clever ideas, just because you're a skeleton? In that instant, mortification surged through him like wildfire. Snatching the remaining parchment and quill, he bolted toward the side chamber to escape this perilous social calamity, only to realize he was already too late. Behind him, Byron's deep resonant voice rang out, ahem, The Grand Knight's Return, Chapter 1. The Grand Knight comes home and finds his 5-year-old daughter living in a doghouse. In recent days, the idle demon lord had seemingly discovered a new pastime, so much so that he even needed slimes less frequently. In theory, Mofe, inhabiting the body of a demon lord, possessed such extraordinary physical parameters that he required neither food nor drink nor rest. Thus, seizing the momentum, he swiftly rewrote, entirely from memory, a popular War God Returns home genre novel he had once read, adapting its skeleton to this world and resurrecting its cultural fast food essence here. Yet Mofe soon realized upon actually writing that even such adaptation was no trivial task. He had to replace elements non-existent in this world with equivalents comprehensible to its people. For instance, a scene where the War God dials a single call summoning 100,000 soldiers became a Grand Knight activates a transmission spell summoning 100,000 retainers. Moreover, the protagonist's behavior had to resonate more authentically with the sensibilities of this era's readers. In short, after several days of intense labor, Mofe completed his first adapted work and bound it into a proper volume. On the title page, he inscribed his pen name, The Humble Hero. Though Mofe, the demon lord of pride, was neither humble nor heroic, that hardly hindered him from adopting an amusing pseudonym and sitting upon his throne to savor his own literary creation at leisure. At that very moment, Mofe received a message through the mark he had placed upon Xiao Yuling, the little ghost dwelling in the barren hills. The merchants had appeared on the horizon. Notifying him upon the merchant's visual appearance was Mofe's explicit instruction to Xiao Yuling, because Mofe needed to arrive at the designated trading site before their arrival. Were he to repeatedly cast teleportation spells and then fabricate traces of high-tier artifact usage, Mofe knew suspicion would inevitably arise among the merchants after only a few instances. After all, teleportation crystals were not pebbles strewn along roadside ditches. Even the wealthiest nobles could not deploy them at will. A flash of light shimmered, and Mo-Fei materialized inside the trading pavilion he had built alongside the goblins, now wearing a pre-prepared skull mask.
Xiao Yuling had been waiting patiently.
With a translucent finger he pointed toward distant dust clouds and murmured, "Your Majesty, they seem to have arrived together. This is rather unusual." Smugglers each controlled distinct territories, and by custom those whose trade routes lay closest to demonkind should have arrived first. Yet this time all arrived simultaneously, suggesting lingering fear among them, prompting private consultations and coordinated decisions. Dust rose from the approaching carriages, growing ever denser. Moments later over a dozen merchants reached the trading pavilion.
Gazing upon the structure absent during their last departure, they smiled warmly at Mo-Fei. Mo-Fei surveyed the assembled merchants below.
Their carriage holds brimmed with burlap sacks filled with raw crystal ore.
Per Mo-Fei's decree they were required to travel personally to the barren hills for every transaction.
To maximize cargo capacity, many had commissioned specially enlarged freight compartments. Watching their covetous gazes, Mo-Fei allowed himself a satisfied smile. Greed was good. What truly troubled him would be its absence. Once the merchants had secured their carriages and steadied their breathing, Mo-Fei initiated a meticulously courteous exchange. "It is a pleasure to see you all, none absent."
"That is most commendable. It proves no coward dwells among your ranks. My lord, pray do not jest."
"If we were cowards, how could we possibly serve under your excellency?" Mo-Fei turned toward the voice and recognized the portly merchant whose hair he had once seized. There is merit in that reasoning."
"May your courage remain unwavering. As the chief overseer of His Eminence's mercantile affairs among demonkind, I bear countless responsibilities and cannot attend each transaction personally.
This is our first meeting, thus I am here to observe your conduct. Henceforth all dealings shall be conducted through him." He gestured toward Xiao Yuling behind him. "Rest assured, this specter has entered into a binding cooperative agreement with us. His words carry the full weight of my own." Hearing this, the merchants collectively bowed deeply to Xiao Yuling, so deeply in fact that the reclusive ghost recoiled in startled retreat.
"I know what you all eagerly anticipate," Mo-Fei continued. "So let us dispense with further pleasantries and begin our first transaction."
The merchants leapt onto their carriages and opened sack after sack of crystal-laden burlap, revealing raw crystal ore whose dull muted gleam betrayed no extraordinary luster. After trained goblins inspected the goods and nodded affirmatively to both Xiao Yuling and Mo-Fei spoke, "Raw crystal ore remains relatively common. Its average market price across the kingdom stands at 4 silver coins per piece. You heeded my first recommendation, purchasing vast quantities and bearing them here at great effort. Naturally, I shall not acquire them at cost. Instead, I offer 5 silver coins per piece, paid in full without exception.
Please proceed with settlement. Shortly thereafter I shall present you with certain intriguing wares. I trust you also heeded my second counsel and brought ample coin."
Upon hearing these words, the merchants displayed astonishing alacrity, volunteering to assist the goblin accountants in tallying the total value of the crystals. In that instant the thirst for wealth shattered barriers of linguistic incomprehension and overrode even their deep-seated dread of demonkind. They longed desperately for every goblin to transform instantly into a lightning-fast human scribe, hastening the conclusion of this calculation so they might finally learn what marvels awaited them next. Approximately 10 minutes later the goblins completed their calculations with astonishing precision and efficiency that left Mo-Fei quietly impressed. Under the merchants' ravenous expectant gazes, Mo-Fei produced a small wooden box. Opening it revealed a flawless colorless crystal. The merchants gathered closely, scrutinizing the crystal for minutes, but discerned nothing remarkable. Though colorless crystal was uncommon, it held no prestige as a coveted gemstone. Transporting it across such distances seemed hardly worth the effort.
Though they strained to conceal it, disappointment flickered across their faces. Mo-Fei observed their reactions keenly and smiled.
"I know your impatience, but please hold your haste.
Among you, is there anyone capable of channeling mana or vital energy? Try holding the crystal and activating it." After hesitant glances passed among them, a powerfully built merchant stepped forward.
"My lord, forgive my presumption, I command a minor fireball spell and can channel modest amounts of mana." The burly merchant accepted the crystal and began infusing it with mana. Its luminescence intensified steadily until at the precise moment it reached saturation, a radiant image projected above its surface to the cheerful melody of a succubus's lilting tune. 5 elegantly attired succubi glided into graceful unfamiliar dance. Even those merchants who had attended elite noble galas had never witnessed such choreography. Each succubus possessed exquisite features, refined poise and clear luminous eyes, rivaling even the most esteemed noble daughters. Their vibrant energetic movements held the gaze captive while the soothing melody eased tension throughout the body.
All fell silent, instinctively rooted to the spot in reverent awe of this unprecedented spectacle.
10 minutes later, as the music faded, the 5 succubi withdrew in perfect order and the projection dissolved into stillness. After a while someone finally spoke up in the silence shed, "Lord Taurus, may I ask what this treasure is?" For such an inevitably arising question Murphy had long prepared the answer: "It is merely a trivial inheritance from the old demon lord. We are still far from the treasure we seek." Murphy felt no pressure in placing the blame on the old demon lord, for the old fellow was no longer around. Even if he were, he would likely be too busy admiring the crystal of the succubus image to care about what Murphy had to say. If the old man were to come back and demand an explanation from Murphy, it would be simple enough to tell him this is part of the plan. After all, who would question a great demon lord full of schemes?
So what do you think? This is a truly rare item. Although it is not the treasure hidden by the old demon lord, it is undoubtedly one of a kind. Its value I believe you all understand, right? Murphy looked at the merchants through his skeleton mask, coaxing them gently. Indeed, my lord, we understand. Its value is astonishing. It is a truly unique treasure. Yes, but not entirely correct. The value of such crystals is high, but they are not one of a kind. Murphy clapped his hands and a group of goblins began to move. Each of them carried a tray filled with wooden boxes. With another wave of his hand, another group of goblins approached and opened the lids of the wooden boxes, instantly filling the room with shimmering multicolored crystals. My friends, before we begin this transaction, please allow me to formally introduce this batch of crystals. Murphy spoke slowly and deliberately, bowing slightly, resembling a composed butler serving the nobility. These crystals were discovered by my capable subordinates in a secret storage of the old demon lord, totaling 200 pieces. After inspection, I named them image crystals. Not only are they beautifully shaped, but each one is also unique. Even the images stored within are different from one another. The method to activate them is just as the gentleman did earlier. Those with magical talent can use their magic to play them, while those without can inject their own vitality. I believe with all your wisdom you must have already estimated their value. However, do not rush, these crystals are not perfect. Our tests have shown that the clarity of the crystal images diminishes with each playback, and after reaching their lifespan they turn to dust. Thus the first playback of the crystal is the most precious. Murphy opened his arms gently and said, friends, let the bidding begin. The highest bidder may purchase first. The merchants fell silent. Undoubtedly the rarity of the crystals had far exceeded their expectations. For them this was the most ideal merchandise, high value, easy to carry with some wear and tear. Most importantly, they could foresee that these crystals would soon appear at the tea parties of various noble ladies and in the hands of wealthy nobles with more money than sense. As they thought of this, everyone swallowed hard. If one were to ask who in the Heracles kingdom was the wealthiest, even the stray dogs on the street would know that the nobles were the richest. These seemingly wealthy merchants could not compare to the fortunes of the nobles. After decades or even centuries of accumulation, the wealth of the kingdom's nobility had reached an astonishing level. They knew that if they operated properly they could reap profits several times over. However, the question of what price to buy as many crystals as possible became their biggest concern. If one were to say who was the happiest in the shed, it would surely be Murphy. As the mastermind behind this scene, Murphy knew exactly what the merchants were thinking. He deliberately refrained from offering a base price, wanting to unsettle the merchants and incite internal competition during the bidding. After a while a merchant spoke up, my lord, 5 gold coins each, is that acceptable? Murphy was just about to laugh to intimidate this merchant when someone else reacted faster. Kent, are you treating everyone like fools? 5 gold coins for a crystal, how many do you think you can buy? You might as well choke on it. A robust merchant who had activated the crystal earlier cursed loudly. Exactly. Even if you think we're fools, you shouldn't joke like that in front of the Lord. The Lord has worked hard to find these treasures, didn't you consider him when making this offer? Forget about 5 gold coins each, even 10 gold coins each would still leave you with a profit. The plump merchant had completely transformed into Murphy's shape, eager to flatter him. Though the two expressed their dissatisfaction, they did not give their own offers. Instead they started arguing with the merchant named Kent, while Murphy chuckled to himself, thinking what a bunch of cunning foxes they were. Just as the verbal conflict was about to escalate into a physical one, a second warrior appeared. My lord, 15 gold coins each, how do you feel about that? The shed fell silent and all eyes were locked onto the skeleton mask. That works for me, but what you need to ask is whether your friends agree to this price. If everyone agrees, we can start the transaction. As soon as Murphy's voice fell, a series of murderous gazes were directed at the merchant who offered 10 gold coins. This merchant straightened up and with a fierce demeanor said, what? You can always raise your bid if you have the ability to raise it to 100 gold coins, then none of us can make this deal. Just as it seemed a new round of bickering was about to begin, the plump merchant turned to Murphy and respectfully asked, my lord, to save your valuable time, may we discuss the price for a moment? Seeing that the price had already begun to rise, Murphy silently nodded. The merchants immediately showed ecstatic expressions and gathered together to discuss quietly. After a while the discussion ended and the plump merchant, acting as the representative, flatteringly said to Murphy, my lord, after our discussion we have decided to buy this batch of goods at the price of 20 gold coins each and distribute them privately. What do you think? 20 gold coins. No problem. As for how you distribute them, that is none of my concern. 200 crystals minus the 2 I used for experiments and demonstrations leaves a total of 198 crystals. Please prepare the payment. The goblins busied themselves once more and in the end Murphy successfully obtained nearly 4,000 gold coins while the merchants divided the crystals among themselves, looking as if they were splitting stolen goods. Ultimately the wealthiest smuggler managed to acquire 40 crystals all by himself. Whether it was due to not bringing enough money or owing too much, the merchant at the back bought only 3. Thus this dirty transaction came to an end. Murphy received his money, the merchants obtained precious goods, and everyone was satisfied except for the unfortunate noble who ended up suffering. As the merchants prepared to load the crystals and leave, Murphy stepped forward and said, I am very satisfied with everyone's performance this time. I hope we can continue to cooperate in the future. However, on the other hand, you better not play any tricks. Delivering the goods on time is essential. I won't do anything to you. Gathering here like this not only wastes my valuable time but also lowers your efficiency in making money. So I do not wish to see this again next time. Lastly, what I need you to bring next time is fabric of various colors with no special requirements for quality or quantity. Just go all out, everyone. A boss as good as me is truly rare. Don't you all agree?
The merchants nodded repeatedly, and after respectfully bidding farewell to Murphy they set off on their way back. Watching these figures leave once again, Murphy smiled and murmured to himself, the rest shall be left to time. Arava was a merchant, more precisely a peddler, and even more precisely still a smuggler. His smuggling operation was deceptively simple. One word summed it up: deception. For nearly 2 decades Arava had devoted himself to this craft. He amassed his first fortune by selling shoddy tools to goblins in exchange for pelts, then reselling those pelts. Later he profited by peddling counterfeit hair conditioners to werewolves. In recent years he discovered a new market, trading inferior crucibles and human herbs, rare in demon territories, for antique heirlooms from vampire households. Smuggling was a capital offense in the kingdom of Heracles, punishable by hanging. Thus discretion was paramount. Even Arava's wife and children remained ignorant of his true trade. A man who valued his life above all else, Arava always undertook each venture personally, never entrusting it to outsiders. Years of solitude and suppressed tension during illicit journeys had left their mark. Arava developed a compulsive habit of overeating. His frame swelled rapidly, transforming him into a burly Heraclean strongman weighing well over 200 pounds, skilled not in stealth but solely in deception. In recent years Arava had gathered a circle of like-minded associates. The rivals might normally be adversaries, perhaps because their territories did not overlap, or perhaps because shared transgression bred camaraderie, they had become to some extent genuine friends. At least Arava truly considered them friends, so long as no loans were involved. After months of deliberation, Arava and his comrades resolved to pull off one final monumental heist before retiring permanently. Each contributed his entire fortune to procure rare herbs and alchemical apparatus, planning to strip the vampire's ancestral castle bare and bid farewell to their outlaw lives forever. Arava understood the art of lying intimately, 9/10 truth 1/10 falsehood. Deception followed the same principle. The herbs he purchased were not plucked haphazardly from roadsides, they were genuine, potent specimens. Their only flaw? A modest markup in price. En route to the Crimson Mountains, however, their caravan was ambushed, not by ordinary bandits but by a motley crew of werewolves and spectral highwaymen. For a fleeting moment Arava believed divine retribution had arrived, the karmic backlash for his counterfeit conditioners. Yet he soon noticed the werewolves appeared incapable of distinguishing one human face from another, and their capture clearly served some deeper unspoken purpose. Bound hand in food like mummified parcels, the merchants were dragged to a subterranean lair deep within the miasmic marshes. Just as Arava resigned himself to his final dance upon the gallows, an unexpected offer arrived, a new vocation. To Arava this proved fortuitous. Though his new employer exuded an aura of unfathomable mystery, the work itself was markedly less perilous, no longer threatening sudden decapitation. Most reassuringly, the arrangement bore the explicit guarantee of a high-ranking noble within the kingdom. Even more compelling, the patron divulged rumors of the old demon lord's legendary horde. This cascade of upheavals rekindled Arava's vitality. His spirit surged with renewed vigor, his compulsive overeating abated, and remarkably, he had even shed a few pounds before embarking on this latest journey. Clutching 30 crystals, purchased at what felt like the cost of his entire fortune, Arava returned brimming with confidence to the territory he commanded as a smuggler, the county of Lord Reed. Though not among the wealthiest domains of the kingdom of Heracles, the county of Lord Reed held middling prosperity. Beyond the nobility, demand for such luxuries flourished among influential figures such as the guildmaster of the Merchant Consortium and the head of the Adventurers Guild. A man of habitual caution, Arava first discreetly contacted a magical artifact appraiser through trusted personal channels. The elderly appraiser, peering through a monocle, examined the crystal for an extended silence. "I have never encountered a specimen of such quality," he declared at last, then delivered a gratifying verdict: authentic and exceptionally valuable. The appraiser immediately offered to purchase the very crystal he had just authenticated. Overjoyed, Arava revealed that each crystal contained stored magical imagery, sparking the old man's fascination. Their first transaction concluded at a friendship price of 60 gold coins, sealed amidst the appraiser's visibly pained expression. Magical appraisal was costly, especially when conducted outside official guild channels, as this clandestine arrangement was. Observing the appraiser's grimace, Arava deduced his pricing could have been higher, though the old man's purse likely could not bear it. This realization bolstered Arava's confidence further. By day, Arava maintained the respectable facade of a shopkeeper, a cover that lent plausible deniability to his frequent deliveries and inventory restocks. Yet certain observant parties saw through the ruse. As a dues-paying member of the county's Merchant Consortium, Arava was well known to its guildmaster, who tacitly tolerated his illicit enterprises. Why? Because a 40% cut of the profits had for now sated that particular wolf. Sighing inwardly, Arava reflected that the guildmaster's greed was bottomless. A master of sustainable exploitation, the man adjusted his share with ruthless precision, taking only 20% when Arava's margins were slim, yet raising it to 40% now that his operations had expanded and thrived. At this rate, Arava feared he would soon be entirely beholden to the man, a fate no ambitious merchant could abide. Fortunately, Arava had already secured a new patron. Once his current enterprise stabilized, he intended to gradually sever ties with the guildmaster altogether. Still, duty called, and duty must be done.
Under cover of night, cloaked in black, Arava knocked upon the elegant gate of a secluded villa on the outskirts of Gate City. After being thoroughly searched by 2 servants, he was ushered into the presence of Joel, guildmaster of the merchant consortium of the county of Lord Reed. Unlike his affable public persona, Joel's private demeanor was stern and unyielding. With a broad impassive face, he regarded Arava, who stood deferentially before him, and asked flatly, "Back already?" "Indeed, guildmaster, I came straight to you the moment I returned." "Good. What profit did this trip yield?" "Guildmaster, allow me to explain. The proceeds have been reinvested entirely into new merchandise, so, the coin." "Enough. Speak plainly when spoken to." Yes, of course, guildmaster. The entire profit has been converted into a previously unknown variety of demonic crystal, acquired in fact from succubi." Joel the guildmaster was arrogant and obtuse, utterly ignorant of Arava's actual dealings, relying solely on coercion and leverage to extract a portion of his profits. Deceiving him therefore was second nature to Arava. "Oh. You've met succubi. Are they as breathtakingly beautiful as legend claims?" Arava improvised instantly. "Hardly, guildmaster. They were gaunt, malnourished, and dreadfully plain, desperate enough to pawn ancestral treasures for mere sustenance." "Ancestral treasures? You mean these crystals?" "Precisely, guildmaster. Every succubus household possesses a hereditary crystal, each preserving the glories of their forebears. Within Arava's fabricated tale, succubi became reckless prodigal fools, squandering birthright legacies without remorse." The story convinced Joel completely. In the end, the guildmaster claimed 2 crystals as his share, valued at 75 gold coins apiece, totaling 150 gold coins, and promised to introduce Arava to the head of the Adventurers Guild in the near future. Every detail had unfolded exactly as Arava had calculated. Stepping out of the villa, he exhaled deeply. Those 2 lowest-grade crystals were now gone, and he fervently hoped such charades would soon end. The next evening, Arava met the president of the Adventurers Association through Joel's introduction. As the person in charge of managing all adventurers within a count's territory, the president was not short on money. After some polite exchanges, Arava expressed his desire to establish a good relationship, and ultimately the president accepted a precious crystal smuggled from the demon clan and valued at 80 gold coins each as a gift from Arava, thanks to Joel's influence. In fact, on the way back to the count's territory, Arava had already devised a plan to make money. He knew that the wealthiest person in the entire territory was the count, and the count trusted his old steward even more than his own wife. Therefore, Arava planned to make contact with the steward. As one of the busiest people in the count's territory, the steward was not someone just anyone could meet. Thus, approaching the president of the Adventurers Association, who was familiar with the steward, was a good choice. Coincidentally, his current oppressor Joel was a good friend of the president, so this long-term plan to catch a big fish was formed. As Arava expected, a relatively low-key gathering was held a week later, mostly attended by officials of the count's territory. The 2 presidents were also among them, and under Alava's financial pressure, Joel promised to bring him to the banquet. At the banquet, Arava saw the count's old steward set up close for the first time, a somewhat aged but upright old man. Arava knew that the success or failure of his business depended on this moment, so he approached the old steward politely and introduced himself. "Esteemed Mr. Set, greetings. My name is Arava, a traveling merchant between the royal capital and the Viscount's territory. Recently, a new type of magical item has been trending among the nobles in the royal capital. I have had the fortune to acquire several at great expense, and I wish to present them to Lord Count. May I ask if you could inspect them first? Please believe me, I swear by my merchant's career that you will not be disappointed." No one knew whether Set represented the Lord Count or merely himself, but that did not prevent Arava from making a desperate gamble. Fortunately, he successfully captured Set's attention. The old steward's expression remained unchanged, but his tone was somewhat curious. "Is there really such a thing? Show me. If what you say is true, then I believe Lord Count will like it." "I wouldn't dare to deceive you, there is indeed such an item." Arava was stating 100% truth. After all, the merchant responsible for the most crystals was handling the area of the royal capital. If he hurried, he should be arriving soon, and with his methods it wouldn't be long before the crystals became popular in the royal capital. Arava took out a relatively good quality crystal and presented it to Set with both hands. The old steward held the crystal in one hand and stroked his beard with the other. After examining it, he said, "This is indeed a remarkable item. From both appearance and the quality of completion as a magical item, it can be described as perfect and flawless." "You truly have an eye for quality, Mr. Steward," Arava flattered when it was time to compliment. The old steward led Arava to a private room in the banquet hall where they tested the crystal. Even the well-informed old steward was amazed, saying, "This is indeed an interesting item worthy of being presented to the Lord. But why does this item purchased from the royal capital contain the image of a succubus?" Arava had anticipated this question. "Sir, the succubus depicted here is modeled after a woman from the royal capital, reflecting the image that people generally associate with succubi." "So that's how it is. With such a realistic level of disguise, I really wonder which noble family it belongs to." Arava thought to himself that he had no idea, yet he maintained a smile on his face. Ultimately, with the old steward's approval, Arava gained the qualification to meet the Lord Count 3 days later, during which he needed to bring all the new crystals to the Count's castle. "Yes, that's right, my Lord Count. You just need to inject your magic into it. Your vitality will work as well, my Lord Count. I lack magical talent and also rely on vitality.
No, I am but a lowly commoner. How dare I compare myself to you, my lord Count. After a demonstration and practice, Count Reed finally learned how to use this novel item. Therefore, with a wave of his hand, the Count purchased all the remaining crystals in Alava's possession at a price of 100 gold coins each, and Alava was escorted out of the Count's castle with a chest full of gold coins. On the way out, Set gave Alava high praise as a commoner meeting the Lord for the first time. Your performance was quite good. Lord Count appreciates the rare and novel items. If you discover any during your business travels, feel free to buy them first and seek me out separately once you return to Guy City.
Thank you, Mr. Steward. Unlike the Lord Count who pursues novelty and uniqueness, Alava is a man of simple tastes. His pursuits are straightforward. He wants gold for the big transactions and silver for the small ones. Beyond that, crystals, gems, antiques and magical items are all mere illusions in his eyes, far less tangible than the gold coins in his hands. Upon returning home, Alava habitually hid a portion of the gold coins in a secret compartment within the walls of his house. This was his habit. He always preferred to keep some reserve funds for himself and never borrowed money from anyone. Alava believed that his cautious nature was the key to his success. With these saved funds, even if he were to be executed, his family could still live relatively peacefully. Looking at the remaining portion of gold coins, Alava began to plan his distribution. Since Lord Taurus wanted to buy fabric himself, he should purchase some of each quality, meaning he would need to visit several places. After preparing his travel plans, Alava decided to rest at home for a week to spend time with his family before starting the next round of business. After all, Lord Taurus had already warned them not to gather together for trading. He only needed to maintain his pace. Thinking of that mysterious and unpredictable Lord, Alava always felt a complex mix of emotions. Driven by his merchant instincts, he was reluctant to trust the other party, yet in front of that lord he felt like a mere insect who would intentionally deceive a bug. During their transactions, piles of gold coins lay on the long table behind the goblins, as if tempting them to commit a crime or completely disregarding them. Alava was well aware that the lord never concealed his views of them. They were merely useful tools, nothing more. In the end, Alava made a firm decision. For the sake of his future redemption and the financial freedom to live under protection, he resolved to stand by Taurus' side and become the most useful tool in that lord's hands. To achieve this goal, Alava first needed to acquire more capital. Since that was the case, it was time for Joel's shameless exploitation to come to an end. Just as Alava was stirring up chaos in the territory of Count Reed, the diligent Demon King Murphy was idly lounging around simply because he had nothing to do for the time being. In this world where speed cannot be adjusted, the processing of crystals and the growth of seeds require time. Thus, Murphy's task now is to wait until the demons from an unknown branch complete their tasks so he can arrange the next phase of assignments. However, this is not a long-term solution. Murphy sincerely believes that he should have something substantial to do. After pondering for a moment, he thought of his writer pseudonym, the Humble Brave. Right, if there's nothing to do, he might as well write something. Murphy intended to write, but not just anything. In fact, his first book, The Return of the Great Knight, had already been completed several days ago. As a culmination of his cultural endeavors, Murphy was eager to publish it. However, it seemed that printing technology did not exist in this world. Nevertheless, as a person with a broad mindset, this did not pose a challenge for Murphy. Murphy combined several of his spells and ultimately created a copying magic specifically for book-like items. This magic could replicate the contents of a book. The only downside was that it required materials for casting, meaning Murphy needed to cast the spell over a stack of paper to produce a copy of the text. Looking at this strikingly familiar magic, Murphy named it the copy machine. Just as Murphy was about to bite his feather quill and start his next book, fresh tasks came knocking at the door. As a discerning demon overlord, Murphy decided to prioritize demon affairs. There were two matters to address. The first was that after hearing Murphy's words, the gargoyle really returned to its home in the endless caverns to dig, where it discovered some interesting things such as iron ore. The second matter was that the vampires from the Crimson Mountains were very pleased with the Demon King's promise of free cauldrons. Currently, the vampires had resumed their research on magical potions and wanted to ask Murphy if there were any specific directions they should focus on. After pondering for a while, Murphy took up his pen and wrote a handwritten letter to the vampire lord, only to realize afterward that given the vampires' cultural level, they might not fully comprehend written words. With no other choice, Murphy took out a recording crystal, recited the content of his letter and transmitted it to the vampire lord. Murphy listed some common diseases that human commoners might suffer from, urging the vampire lord to create more medicines that could treat these ailments and to store them properly, as they would be of great use later. He also expressed his intention to visit the Crimson Mountains after dealing with the matters in the Endless Caverns. Murphy activated a teleportation spell and arrived at the Endless Caverns, where the Gargoyle Lord had been waiting for quite some time. Being a creature that dislikes sunlight, the gargoyles constructed endless caverns spanned a vast area mostly underground. The gargoyle stood nearly 3 meters tall, making the roads of the endless caverns far more spacious than the caves dug by goblins in the desolate hills. The name of the Gargoyle clan is quite distinctive, or rather very simple. The Gargoyle Lord, who is tall and sturdy, has a grey complexion and is named Grey Rock, a name shared by many similar gargoyles. As Murphy approached the cave where the iron ore was dug out, Grey Rock began to explain the habits of the gargoyles. While excavating caves and producing rocks, gargoyles also consume stones to enhance themselves. The enhancement is related to the properties of the stones. If the gargoyles dig iron ore madly along this vein and consume it, their collective strength will rise significantly in no time. After hearing this, Murphy pondered for a moment and told Grey Rock to leave half of the extracted iron ore for the gargoyles to consume and to refine the other half into iron for making tools and weapons. Upon hearing this, Grey Rock's face, adorned with 2 rows of eyes, showed a difficult expression as he hesitantly informed Murphy that the gargoyle race had a weakness of fear of fire. Murphy shook his head at this revelation. As an intermediate demon race, the gargoyles, though not numerous, generally had levels around 50. It was unexpected that such seemingly robust beings were afraid of fire. However, Murphy saw this as no obstacle. As the saying goes, when in doubt, seek assistance from lower-level demons. Since the gargoyles were already responsible for the physically demanding task of mining iron ore, he could leave the work of smelting iron to the undead. The territory of the demons was quite vast. After casting several teleportation spells, Murphy finally brought the undead lord over, who bore a name that was quite appetizing: Bacon. As a lord of a lower demon branch, Bacon may not be as sharp as Byron, but he was able to think. After Murphy illustrated and gestured, they finally reached a consensus. The gargoyles would be responsible for the mining of ore and the construction of the smelting furnace, while the rest of the tasks would be left to the undead to complete, ultimately refining all the iron ore into ingots and storing them properly. Your Majesty, why isn't there a tutorial for making tools and weapons? The undead seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Murphy frowned upon hearing this. He thought, I can't do it in the first place. Can you not bring up what I can't do? He replied, well, as for that issue, just focus on refining the iron ingots. I believe that in the near future there will be kind-hearted human blacksmiths to help us complete the rest. Your Majesty is wise. After wrapping up with the 2 lords, Murphy instructed Grey Rock to lead the gargoyles to dig around more to see if they could find any previously unseen minerals, like some yellow powdery substance or a very low-hardness white mineral. Murphy then teleported to the Crimson Mountains, where he encountered the vampires waiting for his letter. After a round of inspection, Murphy's stereotypical impression of vampires shattered into pieces. It can only be said that the name vampire was indeed very fitting. Vampires are vampires, they don't call themselves bloodsuckers. Drinking other types of blood to stay alive is normal, right? Right. Not quite. Murphy silently cursed, having never seen such a pathetic bunch of vampires. He looked at the large group of densely packed bats in the cave and asked the vampire Lord Patrick, is this what you eat? Your Majesty, to be precise, we drink this. The vampire politely corrected Murphy. Well, as long as you understand my meaning. But I still find it hard to believe that vampires live by sucking the blood of bats. This is the way we vampires survive. We turn the blood-sucking bats into our subordinates to ensure their loyalty, then let them hunt daily, and after they are full we suck their blood. What a hard life I mean for the blood-sucking bats. Rest assured, Your Majesty. We never overwork the blood-sucking bats. When they can't get enough to eat themselves, we seek assistance from other demon branches to borrow some blood. Murphy was astonished. You can play it this way. Not all demons have blood, right? Let me think. Gargoyles, ghosts, skeletons, undead slimes don't have blood, so the only ones left are succubi, goblins, ogres, and werewolves. Yes, those demons have blood. Succubi have the finest blood, followed by ogres and finally goblins. What about werewolves? The blood of werewolves is toxic to us. I see. Murphy thought this world is quite reasonable in many inexplicable aspects. After dealing with the internal affairs of the demon clan, Mo Fei summoned several lords who were temporarily without tasks, instructing them to strictly patrol the entire demon territory from now on, especially along the border. Anyone who dares to intrude upon the border shall be captured first and questioned later. Mo Fei calculated with his fingers, pondering if there were any oversights. Having completed a large amount of tasks, he now faced another period of waiting, yet Mo Fei did not wish to remain idle. Byron, how do I look right now? Dressed in human clothing, Mo Fei appeared at the center of the lightless great tomb, where Byron, having finished his tasks, was waiting for him. Your Majesty's attire is of course impeccable. Byron's steady voice sounded entirely emotionless, making it hard to imagine how he could utter such flattery. Mo Fei felt that even if he wore nothing but a fitted garment, Byron's words would not change a bit. Mo Fei often found Byron's excessive composure dull. Just like now, he had suddenly appeared in the lightless great tomb without any greeting, yet Byron showed no sign of surprise, at least none that was apparent. This completely shattered Mo Fei's intention to play a prank to scare him. I meant to ask whether I look like a human. This time Byron looked up and observed for a few moments before saying, pardon my presumptuousness, but without your magical aura you appear indistinguishable from a human. Mo Fei's expression brightened at those words. Ha, that's exactly the effect I wanted. The Demon King Mo Fei has gone offline. From now on I am the best-selling author Mo Fei, pen name Humble Hero. Byron, take me to visit your hometown. The capital of the Heracler human kingdom, the holy city of the goddess of victory Meredith. Your Majesty, a recently discovered suspicious item circulating among the nobles in the capital has been identified as a new type of magical crystal, its effect being. A man in a black robe knelt on one knee in the king's study, bowing his head as he reported his new findings. Having finished, the black-robed man presented a magical crystal which was evidently one that Mo Fei had sold to smugglers. The king in the high-backed chair showed no change in expression, yet the kneeling black-robed man felt a wave of killing intent. Present it. The king's voice was devoid of emotion, yet it commanded obedience. The black-robed man stepped forward 2 paces and placed the crystal on the king's desk. The king picked up the pale purple crystal, seemingly ignoring its exquisite beauty. He tightened his grip on the crystal, closed his eyes to feel it, and then infused it with magical energy. Instantly the crystal was charged with energy accompanied by a cheerful melody, and the scene of 5 succubi dancing materialized in the air above the crystal. The king and the black-robed man silently watched the 10-minute-long imagery, after which the study fell into silence. The black-robed man now only wished to leave quickly. At first he thought this task was quite simple and that he would meet the king, which is why he had put in so much effort to secure this investigation task. Unexpectedly the crystal contained such imagery. Feeling the increasingly chilling atmosphere around him, the black-robed man silently lamented. Crack! The clear sound of shattering echoed in the quiet study. The king released his grip and the delicate pink crystal had turned into a glowing powder. How bold! Such evil artifacts from the demon clan are actually rampant in our grand capital's holy city. Investigate. Look into all the nobles who purchased these and those selling such wicked items. Also, you will immediately head to the Holy Light Cathedral to find the Pope and convey that I wish to have a meeting with him as soon as possible. Understood. The black-robed man felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly retreated from the now ice-cold study, then hurried toward the Holy Light Cathedral. Mofe and the bionic Byron rode through the wilderness at the edge of the human kingdom, heading towards a place they had visited once before, the territory of Viscount Baker. The quickest route to Guy City was to cross Viscount Baker's territory, but Mofe and Byron were not worried about being recognized. Firstly, they did not plan to enter White Wolf City, meaning those who had seen them were few and far between. Secondly, their current attire completely resembled that of a warrior-type adventurer and a bard, with no one connecting these inconspicuous figures to the merchant party that had rescued the Viscount's daughter not long ago. Byron, this time we won't take the route you used last time when you returned home, Mofe said to the skeleton. Byron had traversed several villages and towns to reach Guy City in his last journey to recover his memories, but that was a bit slow for Mofe. So he took out a map, drew a straight line between their current position in Guy City, and looked up at bionic Byron. Well, go this way. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. That was Byron the skeleton. Gulielu, no objections. That was the slime blue. Woof. That was Mofe's favorite gradient-colored slime. This was a long story. Naming this rare slime with a rainbow gradient had caused Mofe to lose countless brain cells. Mofe initially wanted to name it Chi-Chi based on the 7 gradient colors, but felt something was off. Ultimately, the thoughtless Mofe named the slime pencil, and as he called it, that it eventually morphed into Little Lead, resulting in the slime being named Little Chen, a name that appeared in the second dimension as frequently as Zhang Wei. Over time, Mofe gradually understood a lesson: rarity does not imply intelligence, as rare fools also exist. It is well known that cats and dogs are quite different, but in the eyes of a slime, especially a rare fool slime, the distinction between cats and dogs seemed negligible. In order to turn Little Chen into a cat, Mofe took it to eat leaves infused with magical energy every day. After trimming the tops of 3 trees, Little Chen successfully leveled up to level 5 and acquired the ability to transform. It then attempted to become a cat based on the drawing Mofe had made, and ended up as a dog. Calling it a dog was perhaps an exaggeration. It could only be said that it transformed into a creature that resembled a dog more than a cat. Despite Mofe's repeated corrections, Little Chen would always morph into a bionic dog, even developing a genetic resonance with werewolves and learning to wag its tail. The only comforting aspect was that Little Chen was indeed becoming more dog-like. Having read fairy tales from his hometown, Mofe knew that the male protagonists in these tales often traveled with various strange flying creatures and beasts, dressing themselves like some youths with yellow-skinned electric mice on their shoulders. The group traveled along a rarely trodden path for 5 days, reaching a point just 2 days away from Guy City. During these days of travel, Mofe discovered that the living standards of the commoners in Viscount Baker's territory were significantly better than those in Count Reed's territory. It seemed that aside from his small cleverness, old Baker indeed had some commendable traits, at least much better than the worthless offspring of Byron's brother. As Mofe and the others traversed the forest along the small path, they suddenly spotted an unknown creature writhing on the ground not far ahead. Mofe nudged Byron. "Hey, that seems to be a person." "Yes, your majesty, he appears to have suffered quite serious injuries," Byron replied calmly. Mofe patted his backpack and Little Chen sprang out with a woof, dashing toward the distant figure. Xiao Chen dashed towards the writhing figure on the ground, looking just like a real dog. Perhaps due to having encountered many wild dogs along the way, when Xiao Chen reached the figure on the ground, it instinctively sniffed with its nose and then barked at Murphy. Murphy and Byron were also galloping towards this direction on horseback. Upon witnessing this scene, Murphy genuinely felt that Xiao Chen had a natural talent for acting like a dog. Dismounting, he discovered that the figure on the ground was a little girl under 10 years old who was wearing an oversized coat that made her appear like a writhing unknown creature from a distance. "She's severely injured but still alive," Murphy said as he turned the girl over, revealing several shocking wounds. If he hadn't touched the girl's neck, he would have thought she was already dead. As a level 5 creature, Xiao Qian's combat ability was comparable to that of an untrained adult. Murphy instructed Byron and Xiao Qian to keep watch around them while he began to think of ways to save the girl. As a demon lord, Murphy's healing spells were specialized for demons and could not be used to heal humans. However, converting a child under 10 years old who was still alive into a zombie or skeleton did not seem to fit his style. After much contemplation, Murphy recalled a rather unique skill he possessed, Life Drain.
Life Drain, a high-level necromancy spell that can extract and absorb the life force from nearby living beings. This skill was considered particularly special because Murphy discovered that Life Drain could be viewed as a fusion of two mid-level skills, one that strips life force from other beings and another that allows one to absorb life force. In this world, the life force of living beings is essentially the HP value or health points. However, the type of life force can differ based on the species. As a demon lord, Murphy could accept any type of life force, allowing him to use this skill without hesitation even when his own health was low. However, others are different. Take the little girl for example. If Murphy extracted Byron's life force and transferred it to her, even if the child were the reincarnation of a hero, she would perish here. Thus, as long as Murphy could extract enough human life force and transfer it to the girl, she could quickly heal and escape her near-death state. The current problem was where to find a human for voluntary blood donation in this desolate wilderness. Your Majesty, we have a situation. Byron's calm voice rang out. Murphy had already told them to address each other by name when outside, but Byron was not yet used to it, and the sudden situation caused him to accidentally call out, "Your Majesty." At that moment, footsteps approached from afar and a group of about 20 people wielding spiked clubs and large knives appeared from the dense forest. "Boss, we found it," shouted a voice with a duck-like tone from behind. "Speak properly, you found the fleeing brat, not me." A burly man with a bald head dragging a large axe walked over slowly. "What the boss means is not only did we find the brat, but we also found an adventurer and a bard. And a dog," the duck-voiced man added with a hint of pride as if the trio was already dead. The bald man was blindingly bright under the sun like a searchlight. He pushed aside his subordinates and, ignoring Byron who was on guard with his sword, looked at Murphy and said, "Kid, sing your best song for me. I guarantee one swing of my axe will end you quickly and with less pain." Murphy, holding the girl, looked up at the burly man and said, "Big Bulb, have you ever heard of voluntary blood donation?" Perhaps it struck a nerve Big Bulb. No, the bald man raised his axe intending to give Murphy a haircut. But the axe quickly rusted before everyone's eyes, ultimately shattering into crumbs. "Are you a mage? What spell is this?" Big Bulb was clearly surprised but did not show panic. Looking into Big Bulb's eyes, Murphy chuckled softly, "I'm in a hurry, we'll have a good chat later." After Murphy spoke, Big Bulb felt his legs weaken and fell to the ground, unable to move, only able to watch Murphy with a terrified whimper. The surrounding bandits found themselves in a dilemma. Their big brother had collapsed inexplicably, but they could not determine if he was alive or dead. If they fled now and it turned out that their brother was still alive, they would be the ones in trouble. So the bandits looked to the duck-voiced man, as it seemed he was the second in command. "Brothers, let's kill the mage first. Save Big Brother." Though the duck-voiced man shouted passionately, his steps were slowly retreating. The other bandits charged towards Murphy like dogs awaiting orders. Seeing the little girl in his arms gradually losing her breath, Murphy grew anxious. Why were these people still not done with him? Originally, he planned to first assess whether they were good people. If they were good, he would borrow some life force, and if they were bad, he would take some life force for free. He did not expect this group of bandits to be more proactive than him, rushing forward to donate blood voluntarily. To save time further, Murphy decided to let this group of enthusiastic youths donate blood together, and the blood they donated would go directly into the little girl's body without passing through Murphy, ensuring there were no middlemen profiting. To achieve this, Murphy directly grabbed the girl by the back of her neck and lifted her up as a makeshift staff, casting the necromancy spell Life Drain on the 19 human bandits before him. The effect of the spell was astonishing, particularly its visual effects. This was the first time Murphy had used a human as a casting medium. The little girl he held opened her lifeless eyes and stared ahead, her eyes emitting a glow even more dazzling than Big Bulb's bald head. "Brothers, run. It's a cultist." The duck-voiced man looked at the little girl, who seemed possessed, and at the youth holding her neck with an icy and terrifying smile. Images of the cultist murder and sacrificial rituals he had heard before joining the gang flooded his mind, and he couldn't help but scream, turning and running. Just as he took a step, he suddenly felt his legs give way. The life force from 19 individuals was continuously sent to the wounds on the little girl's body. The wounds that were still bleeding began to visibly heal rapidly, and the excess life force enveloped the girl's body and slowly merged into her. In less than a minute, the girl had fully recovered, entering a peaceful sleep with steady breathing, while on the ground lay 19 bandits who still had a breath left. 20 individuals, including the 19 bloodthirsty mountain bandits and a bald man on the ground, fixed their 40 eyes on Murphy, consumed by fear, powerless to tremble or call for help. Murphy surveyed the surroundings and said, "You must be experiencing our voluntary blood donation event for the first time, feeling a bit uncomfortable as normal. Just take a deep breath. It's also my fault for lacking experience which led to this situation. I sincerely apologize." After saying this, Murphy deeply bowed. "Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My full name is Murphy Stowe Ferris, the new demon king of the demon race." Upon hearing this, the bandits on the ground began to struggle with all their might, but could only remain in place, much like the silkworms Murphy had seen in a barbecue shop in his previous life. "However, there is no need for you to worry. I am a demon king who despises war. I love peace, and I will not kill anyone in the past, present, or future. I believe that humans and demons should prioritize peace and avoid internal conflicts." Murphy's sincerity was almost moving to himself. The bandits on the ground were shedding tears and made soft sounds, seemingly in agreement with Murphy's statement. "However, as a price for knowing my identity, you will soon be transformed into skeletons and serve me from now on.
Those who disagree can blink their eyes. At that moment the desperate bandits on the brink of exhaustion widened their eyes with all their might, engaging in a fierce struggle against their own instincts to survive. 5 minutes later Murphy looked at the nearly collapsing bandits on the ground and said, "Your performance is satisfactory. We the demon race need determined individuals like you." A torrent of magical power surged from within Murphy, exuding an aura of death, temporarily transforming this area of the woods into a lightless graveyard. Everyone except this gift become one of the demon race and join the glorious evolution. The 19 fervent bandits felt their warm blood gradually cooling as if they were plunged into a freezing winter. Their skin began to dissolve and their organs and muscles rotted at a visible speed, ultimately leaving only white bones. Moments later a flicker of soul flame ignited from their eye sockets and 19 transformed skeletons were born. The newly born monsters had not yet awakened from their ignorance, lacking the ability to think, possessing only simple instincts, one of which was to obey more powerful individuals. The skeletons swayed dully before Murphy, who turned to Byron and asked, "Have you heard of reverse supplementation?" Hey, don't look at me like that, I'm not lying." Murphy couldn't help but slap the terrified bald man on the face, and he did it with considerable force. "Everything I said is true. I am the Demon King and I haven't killed any humans. They voluntarily transformed into my subordinates. As a Demon King, punishing my subordinates is a family matter and has nothing to do with humans' right. Besides, these 19 skeletons were killed by my subordinates. What does that have to do with me? So there's no need to be afraid. Take a deep breath and answer my questions, understand? As long as you cooperate with me, I will definitely grant you a good ending." After a round of questioning, the bald man stepped onto the journey to his next life filled with gratitude. Murphy looked at Byron and Blue with a smile and asked, "Are you full?" Including the bald man, there were a total of 20 newly born skeleton monsters that Byron had reverse supplemented, which leveled him up and made him feel refreshed. Each skeleton had a bone that was whiter than the others. According to human legends, this bone contained the essence of the skeleton and was the first choice for treating hidden ailments. Therefore Murphy kept 20 white bones as proof that his group had killed skeletons, while the remaining bones were given to Blue to digest, ensuring that what happened here today would remain unknown to others. Based on the information gathered from interrogating the bald man, the 20 individuals had originally been mountain bandits in the northern Duke's territory. Unexpectedly this year the Duke decided to exterminate bandits, leading them to flee and commit robberies. They traveled south to the territory of Count Reed, where they were astonished to find that there was no one to manage their robberies. This environment, like a mouse falling into a vat of rice, made them increasingly reckless. Initially just robbing for money, the bandits gradually began to rob for pleasure, evolving from highway robbery to pillaging villages. Today they were hard at work when unexpectedly a little girl quietly broke free from her ropes and planned to escape to find help. Although the bandits thought the little girl was somewhat delusional, it did not mean they would let her go. Injured and alone, the little girl hid in the woods, circling around with the bandits in pursuit. What happened next is known to everyone. As for the cultist with a voice like a duck, Murphy was also very interested. After inquiring with the bald man, he learned that the man knew little about it, having only heard that about 100 years ago an unnamed cult organization appeared claiming that the goddess was dead and organizing several brutal blood rituals. Ultimately they were nearly eradicated by the kingdom's elite and the Chich's holy knights, leaving only a few stragglers who have barely survived until today. About 100 years ago again. Why were there so many troubles during that period? Murphy muttered to himself. At that moment little Chen barked at Murphy. It turned out that the little girl had woken up. "Thank you for saving me." The little girl's voice trembled. Please save the people in the village." After saying this, the little girl thought she was going to die, closing her eyes to await her fate. A few seconds later she frowned deeply. Something was not right. "Why didn't it hurt anymore?" "We have already healed you. We used very expensive healing potions." Lying to this extent was effortless for Murphy. "So get up quickly and lead the way. Let's go see your village." At this moment the girl also felt the immense vitality within her body. She quickly got up and said to Murphy and Byron, "Please follow me, gentlemen." After half an hour of weaving through the woods, Murphy and the others followed the little girl to the village. In the clearing in the middle of the village, dozens of villagers were tied up like dumplings and fell into a coma. Hearing footsteps, an old man quietly opened his eyes. Realizing that it wasn't the group of bandits returning, he twisted his body to sit up and shouted, "Pepe, are you alright?" "I'm fine, village chief." "How is everyone?" The little girl shouted back. "Everyone is fine. That group of bandits knocked us all unconscious and went to catch you. Now everyone is asleep, but fortunately when I was young I learned how to hold my breath in my adventures." The old village chief, relieved that the girl was safe, began to chatter endlessly. While the village elder was still speaking gently to the little girl, Pepe Mofe had already begun untying the villagers one by one alongside Byron. Once freed, Mofe cast a wide area awakening spell. Within seconds the villagers lying on the ground stirred awake, rubbing their temples and complaining of headaches. Headaches are perfectly normal, the lingering effect of the bandits' sleeping powder. "You should recover fully by tomorrow," Mofe said with a reassuring smile. "Are you the helper Pepe brought back?" A young villager, still shaking his head, dazedly asked. Mofe inwardly scoffed. He was no monkey-summoned savior, but outwardly replied cheerfully, "Yes. My adventurer uncle and I encountered the injured Pepe. After healing her we came here at her urgent request." "Ah, so that's how it happened. And what became of those bandits?" The village elder approached slowly from behind. Why they were defeated by my uncle and me working in perfect unison. Mo Fei seized the moment to project an image of himself, a bright, affable and promising young mage. The elder seemed not to hear him at all. Instead he stepped forward, grasped Mo Fei's hand firmly and launched into a rapid earnest monologue. Young man, those bandits are northern marauders, brutal, lawless and merciless. 20 strong. Their leader, a bald burly man, wore a solid gold signet ring on his finger. They seized our winter grain stores and every coin we owned. Only because Pei escaped to raise the alarm did they resort to drugging us and chasing her instead. Mo Fei tried to gently withdraw his hand, but to his surprise the elder's grip was far stronger than any frail old man's ought to be. With no choice, Mo Fei said, rest assured, all the bandits have been. But the elder paid no heed, continuing his torrent of words as if his life depended on finishing them. Suddenly Mo Fei realized it was a random quest. Though they left our grain behind, they took every last coin we'd saved, 25 gold, 44 silver and 72 copper coins. I saw them flee southward into the woods. Brave youth, only you can help us now. Please do not refuse this old man, bring back our savings. In gratitude, Little River Village will bestow upon you the reward befitting a true hero. Having delivered this long speech, the elder fell abruptly silent, like a clockwork doll pausing mid-cycle. Mo Fei gently withdrew his hand and asked, Elder, are you quite all right? Brave youth, why are you still standing here? Remember the southern woods, the golden signet ring, 25 gold, 44 silver, 72 copper. With that the elder lapsed once more into stillness. Mo Fei and Byron exchanged bewildered glances. Another mandatory quest. Mo Fei reached into his pack, actually drawing from his inventory, and produced several vials of low-tier restoration potions which he handed to Pei. We'll eliminate the bandits and return shortly. In the meantime, please tend to the injured villagers. With that, Mo Fei and Byron retraced their steps southward into the forest and settled beside a solitary tree where no one else lingered. Mo Fei began mentally reconstructing the quest's intended logic. The human kingdom lies northeast of the demon realm, meaning heroes naturally progress southward during leveling. Thus a hero passing through this village would trigger the elder's plea, venture into the southern woods, defeat the bandits, rescue Pei and restore the villagers' savings, completing the quest flawlessly. Yet Mo Fei had done precisely the opposite. He traveled northward, first encountering the wounded Pei, then eliminating the bandits before receiving the quest. Now having accepted it, he found there was nothing left to do. A bizarre glitch. Mo Fei rubbed his forehead in disbelief, truly astonishing. Mo Fei turned to his biomechanical companion and said, Brul, step forward. Byron's human visage rippled and peeled away, revealing the skull beneath. A slithering slime coalesced beside the skull, forming a second head that spoke in a voice eerily close to human. Your Majesty, what is your command? You heard the elder's words, didn't you? Regurgitate the loot, 25 gold, 44 silver, 72 copper, and oh yes, that gaudy golden signet ring from the bandit chief's finger. Honestly, I hadn't even noticed it earlier. At Mo Fei's command, coins tumbled forth from the slime's maw with a crisp clinking cascade, like tokens spilling from an arcade coin dispenser. Mo Fei counted the coins, carefully placed them and the golden signet ring into an empty pouch, then rose. Let's go. Time to turn in the quest. Slung over his shoulder, the small pouch swung lightly as Mo Fei strode ahead, humming contentedly and muttering phrases Byron and Brul couldn't comprehend. I wonder, will the hero be angry when he learns I quietly completed his quest? How terrifying, the hero, unlike me who only feels sorrow for unfinished quests. Humming a light tune, Mo Fei re-entered Little River Village and instantly slipped into character. With solemn reverence he presented the pouch to the elder. Elder, the bandits have been vanquished by my uncle and me. Your savings, and the golden signet ring, proof of the chieftain's identity, are all here. The elder opened the pouch and counted each coin with the meticulous care of a currency validator, 25 gold, 44 silver and 75 copper. He then held the golden signet ring aloft, examining its engraved patterns in the sunlight. Nodding in satisfaction, he declared, Young man, you have done exceedingly well, you have fulfilled our highest hopes. On behalf of every villager of Little River Village, I thank you. Because of you we shall endure this winter without hunger or despair. And there is yet another gift we wish to bestow upon you. Pei, fetch the chest from beneath my bed. At once the girl dashed off toward the elder's cottage. Mo Fei suppressed a triumphant grin. He'd stolen the hero's thunder again. Moments later she returned, dragging a slender, elongated chest behind her. The elder received the chest, balanced it level in both hands, and addressed Mo Fei, Young man, this is the finest sword our village has ever forged. It is yours as reward for this deed. May it aid you in growing ever stronger. Woe, village's finest sword. Though Mo Fei had no pressing need for gear, his past life passion for collecting made acquiring rare items inherently satisfying, especially something as uniquely scarce as village's finest sword, a singular item in the entire game world. Even at half its potential power, it was more than worthy of a collector's reverence. Mo Fei maintained his persona, accepting the blade with dignified gravity, and inspected it. Weapon, Little River Village's finest sword, V3. 012. Rarity, excellent green. Stats 15 attack, 5 agility, 5 critical strike chance. Keen edge, 5 additional attack. Authentic craftsmanship, 5 attack when wielded by a native of Little River Village, unique passive. Forged with boundless devotion by the master smith of Little River Village. What does unique passive mean? Only one instance may activate at a time. The question slipped from Mo Fei's lips before he could stop it. Indeed, brave youth, only one village's finest sword may be wielded at a time. Only one may be wielded. So, there's more than one in existence. Of course. Every village's finest sword is hand-forged by Zhu Zi, the finest blacksmith in Little River Village. With evident pride, the elder gestured for the smith to step forward. A stocky blacksmith emerged from the crowd, flexing arms thick with corded muscle earned through decades at the forge. With quiet pride, he declared, "Every sword I forge is Little River Village's finest sword." Upon hearing the words of the blacksmith, Murphy felt an impulse to spit blood. No wonder the best sword in Shaha village had a version number behind it. Murphy felt deceived. Every sword was claimed to be the best. How was this different from a chef named Seafood making seafood fried rice? Nevertheless, Murphy hung the longsword at the side of his steed, for his current persona was that of a young mage. He was not an old man who swung a staff after casting a light spell. To him, this longsword held no value beyond being a collectible. After completing his task, Murphy was warmly welcomed by the villagers. He could sense he was greatly respected in Shaha village. Although the village was not wealthy, the nearby river provided him with fresh grilled fish. He treated the wounds of every injured villager and then, at Byron's invitation, attended a bonfire party celebrating the defeat of the mountain bandits. At the party there were only 3 types of food: black bread, grilled fish, and beer as light as water. While the villagers were immersed in joy, Murphy began his essential task, gathering intelligence. Murphy shared drinks with the old village chief. Although the homemade beer of Shaha village was as weak as horse urine, the atmosphere had reached a point where the chief took on the role of an answering NPC. "Old sir, my uncle and I are heading to Gai City. From the map it seems Shaha village is less than 3 days' journey from Gai City. How can we still encounter mountain bandits? Doesn't the Earl's Guard take care of this?" "Young man, you're still too young. Why would the Earl care about us? As long as we are not dead, the taxes still need to be collected. Even if we die, those taxes will just be levied on someone else. It's a pity that I, when young, did not make a name for myself as an adventurer. Otherwise I would definitely take my sword to deal with those mountain bandits." The next morning, Murphy and Byron woke up at the village chief's house, harnessed their skeletal horses, and prepared to continue their journey. As the two approached the village entrance, the village chief called out to Murphy from behind, "Young man, it's tough out there. Take this with you." On horseback, Murphy was confused and turned to see the old village chief leading a young girl at the village entrance. "What did you say, old sir?" "I said we hope you can take this child with you." The old village chief pushed Pepe forward, saying, "This child has been an orphan since she was little and we all raised her together. There are no other children her age in this village to keep her company. Young man, you are quite young and possess extraordinary strength, and you have a good heart. Gai City isn't too far from here. After discussing it, we decided it would be best to let you take her out to see the world. If you agree, I will compensate you accordingly." "Sure, but we may encounter dangers in the future." "That's all right, young man. This child is very clever and won't cause you trouble." "All right, as long as the child agrees, I have no objections." The old village chief patted Pepe's shoulder, and the little girl, understanding the situation, said, "Yeah, I've never left the village before." "It's good you have no objections. Come along with us." Murphy rode closer. "By the way, village chief, although it's not important, may I ask what kind of compensation you are preparing?" The old village chief pulled out a staff half his height and said, "This is the compensation I prepared for you, the best staff in Shaha village." Murphy responded. "Again. Weapon: the best staff in Shaha village. Quality: excellent, green. Attributes: attack 12, mana limit 100, casting speed 5. Inexpensive material: staff weight reduced by 20. Original flavor: the user from Shaha village gains an additional 5 attack when using this staff. Unique passive. A gift from an anonymous elderly mage." This time Murphy examined it closely and realized this staff was the only village good sword among the classic artifacts. "Rest assured, old sir, if this child has the talent for learning magic, I will give this staff to her." Murphy secured the staff, took Pepe, and bid farewell to Shaha village. "I don't like taking care of children," Murphy silently wailed in his heart. 6 hours after leaving Shaha village, Murphy felt his lack of knowledge about the human kingdom in this world. As a girl who had never left the village, Pepe had a barrage of questions, from whether the earl or the duke was more powerful to how many wives the king had. Amidst the girls' chatter, the entire party was just one lazy pig away from resembling a famous pilgrimage team. Murphy wished he could turn back and head west to visit the demon tribe and seek scriptures from the demon king. As a demon lord who had only been to the human kingdom once, Murphy struggled to handle the girls' relentless questions with his limited knowledge. For some queries even Murphy was baffled and could only seek help from the experienced Byron. However, even with that, it was still difficult to cope with the girls' barrage of questions. Murphy seized the opportunity and decisively started a fire to cook as dusk fell, using the excuse of being exhausted from chasing mountain bandits to quickly fall into a deep sleep. The next morning the three gathered around the embers of the fire to eat breakfast. Pepe was gradually becoming more spirited. As Murphy noticed the little girl was about to start asking questions again, he sensed trouble and hurriedly spoke first. "Pepe, did the old village chief tell you anything before you came?" Yes, the village chief told me to be obedient and to drink more hot water." The little girl began counting the village chief's instructions on her fingers. "Anything else? Like what to do in the future?" Murphy gently probed. Yes, the village chief said if I have the talent for learning magic you would take me as your apprentice. Great. I believe you have a high talent for magic. I hereby declare that from now on you are my first apprentice. Murphy made his decision without hesitation. This was not a lie. Pepe was merely an ordinary human girl, and with Murphy's power even an ordinary person without any magic could be nurtured into a capable mage. Since you are my apprentice, then I am your master, right? That's correct. Good, then now master will give you your first lesson. Silence is the foundation for a mage's understanding of things. If you wish to become a great mage, the first thing is to observe more and speak less. You asked me many questions yesterday, but I would prefer you solve these issues through your own observations. Do you understand? I understand. Observe more and speak less. Find my own answers. Exactly, the practice of silence starts now. Understood, master. Throughout the whole day that followed, Pepe noticeably quieted down. She attentively observed everything in her surroundings. The title of the most talkative in the party once again fell to Xiao Qian. Their plain day filled with travel gradually came to an end. The three of them and the dog gathered around the campfire munching on the wild rabbit Xiao Qian had caught before drifting into sleep more or less. At midnight, Pepe, whose head was the only part of her visible from her makeshift sleeping bag, opened her eyes and looked at the sleeping Murphy beside her. In a rustling sound, Pepe stretched out a hand from the sleeping bag and pinched Murphy's face. So real, master, how do you manage to disguise yourselves so convincingly as humans? How incredibly lifelike you are, master. How did you manage to mimic humans so perfectly? A voice both innocent and guileless slipped from the girl's lips, yet it sounded to Mephisto and Byron like a death sentence. As a demon lord, Mephisto required no rest even in sleep. His body remained perpetually primed at peak condition. Byron meanwhile grew ever more alert at night, so when this remark reached them, the two demons instantly snapped awake. Though outwardly still deep in slumber, their consciousness had fully returned. They were quite simply feigning sleep. Being the strongest demon in existence, Mephisto sensed no malice nor magical residue upon Pepe, otherwise he might have assumed the hero had possessed her, come to settle their final reckoning. Having concluded she bore no ill intent, Mephisto opened his eyes and asked, truly remarkable, how did you discern it? Observe more, speak less. Pepe whispered softly. At those words Mephisto nearly choked. Was he perhaps a unseen millennium master whose mere guidance had sparked instantaneous enlightenment in his disciple? Or was Pepe a prodigy unseen for 10,000 years, a celestial treasure fallen into the hands of Lord Mephisto? Mephisto considered himself unmatched in this world, save perhaps by the hero, but he knew full well he possessed neither patience nor aptitude for teaching. There remained only one explanation: the notoriously unlucky demon Lord Mephisto, drawing from the Shelha village gacha pool, had struck gold, pulling a single ultra-rare SSR card, the genius girl Pepe. Intrigued, Mephisto leaned forward. Observe more, speak less. Elaborate, please. Well, I guessed really. When I was little, the village elder told me many legends about demons, and I noticed Xiao Qian never sheds fur. Pepe glanced toward the dog dozing beside the fire. So at dinner I secretly plucked 2 of Xiao Qian's hairs and held them over the flames, and the dog hair melted away, vanishing almost instantly. Also, when Xiao Qian sleeps deeply, its body grows strangely soft, like a cat's, and chillingly cold. Yet neither cats nor dogs behave that way. The village elder spoke of demons long ago, so I think Xiao Qian is actually a ghost possessing a dog. At this outrageous claim, Xiao Qian vigorously shook its head. Ha ha ha. Mephisto laughed aloud and clapped. By now all 3 beings and the dog were wide awake. There's substance here, keep going. And then there's the gentleman. Pepe began turning her gaze to Byron. 2 nights ago 20 villagers took turns urging him to drink, yet he refused not a single cup. And yet he never once went to relieve himself. That defies all reason. Yet he appears utterly human, so I deduced he must be a werewolf. With only a sliver of moonlight these past nights his tail and ears remain concealed. Mephisto clapped Byron on the shoulder. Now you see where your flaw lies, practice more. And what about me? What kind of demon do you think I am? Mephisto looked at Pepe with eager anticipation. I can't tell, you behave exactly like a human. Yet standing beside them you couldn't possibly be ordinary. The girl remained uncertain. Ha! How delightfully absurd. Mephisto nearly doubled over laughing. The girl's dazzling deductions, rooted in such delightfully warped logic, were pure comedic brilliance. Since you've already guessed we're demons, why didn't you flee? Mephisto sidestepped the question of his own nature and shifted course, growing ever more captivated by this assessor-level intellect. If you hadn't killed me yet, it means you don't intend to. Surely you wouldn't spare me in the wilderness only to slay me inside Geese City. The girl spread her hands. Besides, you wiped out the bandits. I hardly think you're villains. Mephisto emerged from his sleeping bag and unhooked a small cloth pouch dangling from his horse's saddle. He dangled it before the girl. All 20 bandits reside within. Does it frighten you? Dead. Why fear the dead? I'd only tremble if they were still breathing. She glanced briefly at the pouch, then swiftly averted her eyes, muttering under her breath. Clever, observant, and remarkably courageous, a truly exceptional child. Though your deductions contain a minor inaccuracy, it's utterly inconsequential. Allow us now to introduce ourselves formally. If you find no objection, you may stay. And I shall officially take you as my disciple. Mephisto turned toward the biomechanical Byron and intoned with theatrical gravity, "Bold demon, reveal thy true form." Byron, long accustomed to his sovereign's eccentricities, instantly grasped the command, "disassembly." Byron's skin and musculature rippled, softened and shifted hue, then coalesced into a viscous honey-thick sapphire mass that detached from his frame, revealing beneath it a stark gleaming skeleton. This azure gelatinous mass is Bruce Slime, Lord and high-ranking officer of the Demon Lord's army. And this skeleton is Byron Skull, Lord and high-ranking officer of the Demon Lord's army. Mephisto scooped up Xiao Qian and declared, "And this one is truly extraordinary." Xiao Qian, newly appointed first mascot of the demon race, supreme sanitation specialist of the demonic realm, and a canine impersonator so flawless even dogs would bow in deference. Finally Mephisto bowed gently toward the girl, smiling warmly. "I am Mephisto Faustus, the newly enthroned demon lord, the sin of pride. You may call me Mephisto. Now then, brilliant child, will you remain with us? I eagerly await your answer." "I will. The first people I ever met beyond our village were those bandits who sought my life. Since you saved me, I see no harm in walking this path beside you. You possess excellent judgment. Henceforth you are an honored member of the Demon-Human Covert Intelligence Unit, with me as your commanding officer. Let us begin with a preliminary assessment of your magical aptitude. N. This defies science, or rather magical theory. How can there be absolutely none?" To make their newest comrade feel welcomed, as though stepping into a home, Mephisto immediately fulfilled his promise to take Pepe as his disciple, extending his demonic energy to conduct a thorough arcane examination. In this world, every human and demon is born with a latent thread of mana. To perceive it and learn to wield it is the first sign of potential as a mage. Yet Mephisto swept his mana across Pepe's entire being, meticulously probing every meridian and chakra, finding not a single trace of magical energy. Indeed, what on earth is happening? Mephisto fell silent, contemplating. When a human or demon nears death, their soul begins to dissipate, and he now suspected he'd rescued the girl from the bandits just a moment too late. Her innate spark of magic had already faded forever. But for a demon lord, such a predicament posed no obstacle. "Pepe, would you be intrigued by dark arts?" Mephisto smiled at her, gentle and serene. "Black magic? I've never heard of it." The little girl shook her head, bewildered. Black magic is a human label, encompassing dark magic, necromancy and the like. In short, any magic perceived as hostile toward humanity is hastily branded as black. Few human mages dare study such arts openly, those who do pursue them only in deepest secrecy, never daring to bring them into the light. Because your injuries were so severe, you lost the innate thread of magical energy born within you, and thus cannot become an ordinary mage. Yet if you focus solely on black magic, your talent remains more than sufficient. Its cost may be paid in vitality, and as it happens, your body overflows with life force. Indeed, it was far too convenient. How could a child possess 20 times the vitality of an average person? Mo Fei inwardly mocked his own flimsy lie. While channeling magical energy to examine Pepe, Mo Fei discovered something intriguing in terms reminiscent of his past life's online games. Pepe possessed no mana bar, and never would, but her health bar stretched to 20 times that of a normal person, making her a natural prodigy for the infamous blood sacrifice arcane path. Do you accept it? Becoming a mage whose very spellcasting drains your lifeblood. Mo Fei issued his final ultimatum. "I accept. I will become a mage, even the weakest one, without hesitation," the girl declared, resolute. "Very well. Then today your master shall teach you the first lesson of the blood sacrifice path, meditative breathing to restore vitality." Upon descending into this world, Mo Fei had been granted an array of peculiar knowledge. As the angel Anna put it, these were complimentary bonuses from the interdimensional transfer division, intended to boost user ratings, and included rudimentary botanical lore. For most of the day's journey, Mo Fei guided the group forward while teaching Pepe to identify forest flora and fauna, and imparted a simple low-tier healing potion formula, enabling the girl to sustain herself when meditation alone proved insufficient. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, Mo Fei and his companions at last glimpsed the towering straight walls of Gi's city. Tisk Tsk, the seat of a count, truly stands apart. It dwarfs Old Baker's ramshackle town by leagues. Mo Fei gazed upon the city's soaring ramparts with quiet admiration. Upon reflection, only Byron among them had ever entered a proper city, making the rest truthfully countryfolk through and through. They now resembled nothing more than a humble band of peasants seeking livelihood in Gi's city, especially Pepe, the most rustic of all. Though her village lay barely 2 days' travel away, she had never set foot here, and her face shimmered with unguarded anticipation. All units attention. The demon race's covert reconnaissance team commences its inaugural mission. Repeat your provisional identities. His Majesty has taken ill, each silently thought. I am Byron, a human 35 years old, an unremarkable adventurer. I am Mo Fei, a human 18 years old, a novice mage and wandering bard, nephew to the aforementioned unremarkable adventurer, traveling with my uncle to seek our fortune. I am Pepe, a human 10 years old, capable only of performing menial tasks. I am a dog. Xiao Qian quite unexpectedly had begun speaking like a human. Halt! Have you ever seen a talking dog? Mo Fei seized Xiao Qian by the scruff and lifted him from the pack to eye level. Be a dog, nothing more. No theatrics. Understood. Understood, Xiao Qian replied. Incorrect. Foolish, Mo Fei retorted. Whimper. Xiao Qian murmured. Excellent. Remember, in Gi City you are only a dog, Mo said, satisfied. Though the city gates were nearing closure, stalls clustered near the entrance still bustled with crowds. Gazing afar at these street vendors, so unlike those of White Wolf City, Mo recalled Tur, whose feet always froze at the sight of food. He wondered what the boy was up to now. After a perfunctory search, the trio and their canine companion slipped effortlessly into the city, then proceeded to gorge themselves at food stalls like famished spirits reborn. Pepe, being fully human, had suffered 3 days of dry biscuits. Mo's soul remained that of a glutton from another world, and Byron, the synthetic, merely sought to blend in. At 5 snack stalls near Gi City's gate, the group spent 88 copper coins, a fair price well within reach of most commoners. Having infiltrated the city, their next priority was securing suitable lodgings. Mo led them to an inn with stables modest in scale yet spacious enough. Its wooden structure rose 2 stories high, the ground floor housing the tavern, the upper floor offering guest rooms. Once his companions were settled, Mo prepared to step out. When abroad, rely on friends. Scrolling through his meager social circle, Mo resolved to seek out a friend immediately. Ever since the succubus crystals gained traction in Lord Reed's court and certain discreet rumors began circulating, within days every influential figure in Gi City knew of this wondrous artifact. At the Count's banquet they lavished public praise upon the singular crystals while secretly probing for their origins, until after diligent inquiry the previously obscure smuggler Arava emerged into their collective gaze. Fueled by his recent windfall, Arava had swiftly risen to prominence among Gi City's merchants. After all, no trader escaped scrutiny unscathed, yet his peers, rather than resenting him, dismissed him merely as a nouveau riche, while some quietly nurtured less savory ambitions. In 2 days Arava would depart again for the Demon Realm on his next smuggling run. The bolts of fine cloth commissioned by Mr. Talraz already rested neatly in his warehouse, and earnest deposits from elite patrons had filled his coin pouch. A quick calculation revealed that if this voyage succeeded, he would rank among Gi City's top 3 wealthiest merchants. Yet he also knew eyes were upon him. This journey might prove far less smooth than he hoped. At 9 o'clock that night, after an exhausting day of schmoozing at an aristocratic banquet, Master Arava staggered home drunk and disheveled, only to find not a single oil lamp lit inside. His irritation flared instantly. Since stepping halfway into high society, Arava had changed markedly. Once he'd grumbled about wasted lamp oil, but after witnessing the dazzling brilliance of noble banquets he developed a near obsession with light. He'd even proclaimed to wife and son, "No more scrimping on oil. I demand brightness each time I return home." Tonight, however, darkness reigned. Arava stepped inside and sensed an unnatural silence. Alarm surged through him, sobering him instantly. "Jamie. Mary. Are you asleep?" He called out his family's names loudly. Moments later a drowsy, puzzled voice echoed, "When did I fall asleep here?" A woman with a gentle smile emerged from the bedroom holding an oil lamp. Aloft behind her trailed a small boy, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "What happened?" "I don't know, I was playing with the child this afternoon, then we both drifted off. I only woke just now hearing you call me." "Where's the maid? Why hasn't she lit the lamps?" "Ruby took the day off, only the 2 of us are home." My mistake. I feared intruders. Return to bed, both of you." After soothing his family, Arava retreated to his study, and there upon his desk lay a crystal perfectly still, beneath which rested a letter sealed with a skull-shaped wax insignia. In that instant Arava's intoxication vanished entirely. With trembling hands he slit open the envelope and read by the dim lamplight. "Dear Mr. Arava. It has been too long. I hear you've recently made a modest fortune in Gi City. I am delighted. You moved faster than your peers. Clearly you are a rare talent in the realm of commerce. I trust you have come to appreciate the unparalleled foresight of that lord, surely a far stronger bond of loyalty than any threat could forge. As your friend I now require but a modest favor. A few of my associates need temporary shelter in Gi City, nothing more. Rest assured this will not interfere with our upcoming transaction. If you agree, proceed to room 4 on the 2nd floor of the Silver Chalice Tavern in Jerome Street, South District, where your reward awaits. P.S. My associates alas lack finesse, they may have disturbed your family. For this I offer my sincerest apologies and a crystal as recompense. Your kind and faithful friend, Talraz." A place to take refuge. What on earth does that mean? A shabby little house? Surely that can't be it. What then is he truly referring to? Alarva rose and firmly shut the study door, reading the letter once more. "I see now, the Lord Trollus's agents require an operational base. Let me think, a base, convenient for movement, discreet enough to evade suspicion. Yes, it must be a house. Preferably a freestanding one, ideally with a courtyard, only then could their movements remain concealed and their plan proceed unimpeded." Alarva struck his right fist into his left palm, convinced he had grasped the profound implication hidden within Lord Trollus's letter. He then picked up the crystal again for closer inspection. So long as it remained unbroken, its outward appearance would not change, meaning a brand new crystal was indistinguishable from one whose durability had dwindled to a single use. As for visual clarity, there was virtually no difference between the first and second playback. Thus Alarva decided to view the recorded imagery stored within. Alarva mused, could this possibly contain Lord Trollus's secret assignment for me? Though the Lord had mentioned this crystal was part of the old Demon King's collection, he had never stated the contents were immutable. So gripped by equal parts tension and anticipation, a larva clenched his fist and channeled magical energy into it, only to watch 10 minutes of a succubus's sensual dance. Ah, perhaps this was precisely what I should have expected. Given his lordship's stature, he would hardly stoop to mocking me directly, so clearly I've overthought it all. Using this crystal to transmit messages without prior explanation is indeed unreliable. What if I'd sold it without ever looking inside? I must break this habit of incessant speculation, otherwise it will surely be my undoing. A larva calculated with his connections, purchasing an idle manor in the affluent district of Geese City would pose no difficulty, though Lord Trollus's agents appeared urgently pressed. An expedited acquisition of a freestanding villa with garden could be arranged through his mercantile ties, roughly 300 gold coins. Selling the crystal meanwhile might yield 50 to 80. A larva's merchant instincts triggered an involuntary mental calculation. Wait. For the third time a larva lifted the letter. Until now his attention had fixated solely on the phrase "a place to take refuge," subconsciously classifying the crystal as mere compensation. Yet the crystal was only restitution for his family. The true reward awaited him upstairs at the tavern. A larva fell into deep thought once more. Lord Trollus would never offer coin that would be beneath his dignity and wholly inconsistent with his promise of assistance. A larva resumed his analysis, drawing upon his mercantile intuition to sketch a psychological portrait of Lord Trollus, a man he had met but twice. Lord Trollus is undoubtedly noble-born, outwardly courteous, inwardly proud, and in truth utterly dismissive of us. He appears to lack nothing, pursues perfection in every undertaking, even foreseeing that his subordinates might intrude upon my family. Moreover, he possesses a pronounced desire for self-expression, evident both in his speeches to us and in this very letter. Given all this, the reward he offers must be precisely what I most lack, yet what could that be? A larva shook his head. He would act at dawn, securing the reward swiftly and ensuring no delay to his next smuggling run. Master, is it true? Will some kind soul really gift us a grand house? The girl's wide eyes shimmered with disbelief and quiet hope. Of course it's true, I've never lied to you, well except about our masquerade as humans. Trust me, we'll move out in no more than a day and a half, no make it just one day. Murphy declared solemnly. While a larva fretted over Murphy's letter, the diligent demon squad, 3 strong, were crammed into the largest guest room at the Silver Chalice Tavern. Geese City's southern district housed the common folk, occupying nearly a quarter of the city's expanse, yet home to over half its population. Even though Murphy's team occupied the tavern's finest chamber, the acoustics remained woefully inadequate. Every creak of floorboards beneath passing footsteps, every drunken ramble from patrons downstairs echoed with startling clarity. It was the second evening since Murphy's arrival in Geese City. He had spent the entire day traversing the northern and western districts, meticulously uncovering every detail about his old friend Alarva. Guided by the principle of exploiting useful assets to their utmost, Murphy had orchestrated an all-in-one service for Alarva, then settled comfortably in the tavern awaiting his quarry's arrival. "Hey, staring at your master like that is terribly impolite," Murphy remarked, noticing Pepe's gaze had grown sly and knowing, imbued with the unspoken assurance, "I understand you completely. Granted, I assigned him the task, but I'm also giving him exceptional support. In fact, he ought to thank me." Murphy offered this defense to soften the unmistakably villainous aura of his scheme. "Should Mr. Alarva arrive, you absolutely must not give yourselves away. Let me review the script with you once more." The following afternoon, a rapid patter of footsteps and groaning wooden stairs heralded a firm rhythmic knock at the door of room 4 on the tavern's second floor. Murphy opened the door to greet his longtime friend Mr. Alarva and gestured gracefully for him to enter. Alarva stepped inside and swept his gaze across the cramped chamber. A faint frown crossed his brow. It was narrow, austere. Though the innkeepers had done their best to keep it tidy and clean, a faint pervasive moldiness clung to the aged wood, evoking memories of his own youth, 20 years past living in such a cramped, threadbare single room. Yet these 3 before him were different. Alarva studied the composed middle-aged man, the poised young man, and the small girl, each immaculately dressed, and reflected inwardly how astonishing. Lord Trollus even deploys children for specialized purposes. Truly, he extracts value from every asset. "Please be seated," came a calm, measured voice. Alarva turned toward the speaker, the middle-aged man, whose mature features and grave silence marked him unmistakably as their leader. Alarva sat on the edge of the bed and began, "I've come here to first allow me to apologize for my subordinate's reckless conduct." "There is no need, sir. Carrying out his lordship's instructions is our sworn duty. I harbor no grievance against your methods." Alarva already understood Lord Trollus's modus operandi. Had he truly intended to abduct Alarva's wife and child, he would have issued a brazen threat, not dispatched inept underlings to speak in riddles. "Then let us proceed to the matter at hand." "Very well." Alarva withdrew a parchment contract from his inner coat. "This is the magical deed to a residence your sanctuary offered as a token of goodwill. It stands on Clyce Street in the Western District, a freestanding villa with courtyard surrounded by low hedges, ideal for discretion and operational flexibility. I trust it meets your expectations." Byron accepted the contract, glanced at it briefly, and passed it to Murphy. "His lordship is aware of your success in Geese City, and holds your competence in the highest regard. Hence further scrutiny is unnecessary. Now let us discuss your reward. Lord Taurus would never owe a favor to a friend. You should know that some merchants in the city have caught wind of this and wish to engage in less than friendly cooperation with you." Byron lowered his voice.
Yes, there is indeed such a matter, but I will never disclose any information regarding the Lord of Lava, said a hint of pain yet firmness in his tone. All of you itinerant merchants are facing this crisis, but you will be fine because you are the best among you. Your reward will be my protection from harm during this smuggling operation as for the next time, and thereafter it will depend on the value you demonstrate and the Lord's wishes.
You know, will you protect me? Alava asked somewhat incredulously.
Yes. Byron stood up and drew the long sword hanging on the wall, swinging it a few times in the cramped room. The sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed in everyone's ears. Let me introduce myself. My name is Byron. Just call me by my name. No need for formalities. I am an adventurer and 18th level warrior skilled in both foot and mounted combat.
With me around, no one in this city can kill you. This is your protection starting now.
Byron's words were somewhat forced. In the main city of Account's territory there were still plenty of adventurers around level 20 who together formed the upper echelons of the Adventurers Guild. However, Alava knew he was safe this time because those envious pups couldn't afford adventurers of level 20. In that moment the heavy stone in Alava's heart fell away. He had intended to leave a letter for his wife and child advising them to take the money and go live a simple life in White Wolf City. Although the place was small, it was said to have excellent security under the governance of the old-fashioned Viscount.
But now with Byron's help he could rest assured. Alava was surprised that a merchant like him would receive such attention.
Gratefully he left the guest room of the Silver Goblet Tavern, taking Byron, who had already begun to protect him, alone. As the two gradually walked away amid the farewell murmurs on the wooden steps, Murphy closed the door and opened the roll of magical parchment. The contract contained only a few simple phrases, first praising the supreme being of the otherworldly warrior Mage Triangle, the human hero who defeated the Demon King, the omnipresent source of magical power and the radiant goddess of victory. Then it provided the address of the residence and the rights of the contractor within that residence, concluding with thanks to the supreme being for their attention with a signature line at the bottom right. After confirming there were no issues with the contract, Murphy handed the parchment to Pepe, pointing at the bottom right and saying, "Sign here." Murphy felt a strong sense of déjà vu to him. It felt as though he were a devil coaxing a little girl into signing an unequal contract to sell her soul rather than a kind master intending to gift her a residence.
For me?
Why? The girl asked, her tone filled with surprise. Although she had never seen a large mansion in the city, every child dreams of having their own beautiful estate.
Well, consider it a benefit of being my disciple.
To be blunt, it's because you are the poorest in our little squad.
Ha ha ha.
Murphy laughed as he spoke. You see, I am the Demon King. The entire demon race, including territory and demons, belongs to me.
What use is a mansion to me?
Byron, though he seemed ordinary, already had wealth on the way to him, and it wouldn't be long before it would astonish you. As for Xiao Qian,
Murphy glanced at the little dog napping on the ground.
Woof, as you can see, he is just a dog. Murphy shrugged and said, so I think this mansion suits you best. After all, as the saying goes, having a home brings peace of mind.
Is that so? I understand, thank you, master. Ah, it's all a small matter. Just study hard with me and I'll take you to live in the palace in the future.
Seeing his disciple's joyful expression, Murphy felt quite pleased. The girl picked up the feather pen but hesitated for a long time without writing.
What's wrong? Why aren't you signing? Master, I can't read.
The little girl lowered her head and made a somewhat ashamed sound.
5 minutes later, after an urgent crash course, the little girl awkwardly wrote the two characters Pepe on the parchment.
As the final stroke fell, the parchment emitted a gentle glow and floated into the air, turning to ashes. Covered in ash, Pepe asked in confusion, has the contract taken effect?
Murphy brushed the ash off her head and said it should have taken effect. Grab your belongings and let's go to our new home.
In less than 3 days the room and meal expenses totaled Murphy 6 silver and 45 copper.
Leading a skeleton horse, he brought Pepe to room No. 2, on Plyce Street in the Western District as indicated in the contract.
Though it was called the Western District, rooms No.
1 and No.
2 were very close to the Northern District, and the estate of room No. 2 was adjacent to the Northern District's woods, which formed the artificial forest surrounding Count Reed's castle. What a great place! Alava is truly useful, Murphy exclaimed sincerely as he gazed at the Count's castle visible through the gaps in the trees.
Next time there's something to be done, he'll find him again. It's like hitting the jackpot.
Murphy moved into the large house with the little girl, and the size of the house exceeded their expectations. Even Murphy had never seen such a large house, excluding the Demon King's palace, which had no bed. The only downside was that due to a period of disuse everything inside was covered with a light layer of dust, but with Xiao Qian around this was not a problem. While the cleaning slime worked tirelessly, Murphy and Pepe toured the yard around the house.
Master, the house is so big.
Yes.
Master, the yard is also so big.
Yes. Master, such a large house and yard could hide hundreds of skeleton soldiers.
Yes. Murphy suddenly turned around and stared into the innocent big eyes of the little girl. What are you thinking, little rascal? Am I wrong?
When the time comes, with a single command from you, will lead hundreds of skeleton soldiers to tear down the Count's castle. After all, he raises taxes every year, humph. Murphy was somewhat at a loss for words and could only comfort her. Don't worry, I came here this time to make these people pay the price.
However, we need to take a different approach.
If we brazenly tear down the castle and attract heroes or something, even I wouldn't be confident of winning.
So we need to take it slow. Alright, I'll listen to you. The little girl lowered her head. We agreed we need to make that foolish count pay the price. Rest assured I have always kept my word. Alava felt he had truly struck gold this time. As Alava loaded the goods onto the cart, Byron practiced swordsmanship on the grass nearby. In Alava's view, Byron displayed strength beyond level 18, even on par with those renowned adventurers in Guy City. Such adventurers typically charge hundreds of gold coins for their services, and one must be careful to please them, as if hiring a biological father, and most people couldn't afford them at all. Alava's son watched Byron spinning his long sword like a windmill on the distant grass, his eyes filled with envy. Alava noticed this as well. If Byron demonstrated enough value for a long-term collaboration, he intended to have Byron teach his precious son as well. With the cart loaded, Alava set off. The modified cart was covered with a layer of black waterproof cloth, which wasn't unusual for merchants, as open carts are most threatened by rain. However, no one noticed the slight bulge resembling a sword sheath beneath the black waterproof cloth. As Alava exited the city, several figures dashed in different directions, and soon several fully armed adventurers rode out of the city. It had been a week since they departed from Guy City, and Alava and Byron were about to enter the lawless zone at the boundary between the human kingdom and the demon race. A few days prior, Byron had warned Alava that they were being followed, to which Alava replied that it was to be expected. It would have been strange otherwise. It was evidently risky to act against Alava within the territory of Count Reed, as any villagers might witness it, thereby increasing the workload of tracking him. Thus for this week both sides remained at peace. The merchants who sent a tail to follow had good intentions. If possible, they would kill Alava and take his place. If not, they would follow him to the rendezvous point and carve out their route. Unfortunately, Byron had other thoughts, having spent enough time beneath the black waterproof tarp. The clay figure still had some heat left in it, how much more so for a skeleton. Even if Byron loved darkness, lying in a cramped cargo hold for a week was beginning to wear on him. Thus he signaled Alava to reduce their speed so that the followers could catch up. A quarter of an hour later, several riders slowly approached from behind. They had not intended to act on the way here as adventurers. They were unfamiliar with the dealings of smugglers. Ideally, the best choice would be to kill Alava upon his return, which would allow them to directly seize the gold while also gaining information on the smuggling handoff. However, the somewhat plump middle-aged merchant seemed impatient. He dared to continually slow the cart's speed. The riders trailing behind felt insulted and planned to teach this fat man a lesson. When the distance between the two parties shrank to less than 50 meters, two riders suddenly accelerated, closing the gap rapidly, while the leading adventurer strung his bow, aiming a powerful shot at Alava's back. With a crisp metallic clang, the powerful iron arrow capable of killing a wolf was deflected to the side. The leading adventurer looked in surprise at the middle-aged man who had risen from the cargo hold. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet the adventurer felt a chilling sense of danger. I thought something was amiss. It turns out you found some help. No wonder you dare to dawdle here, said a rider who had caught up from behind. Big brother, just kill him. That would count as fulfilling the commission. Of course, killing Alava would count as fulfilling the commission, although it wouldn't be considered a complete success. The principle among the other merchants was simple: I may not make money or even lose money, but you cannot profit. If I cannot participate in this lucrative smuggling, then we'll overturn the table. If I can't eat, no one else will. Alava turned around with a cold sneer, a stream of trash talk flowing from his mouth as if it cost him nothing. Oof, I thought who it was. It's just the two dogs raised by Lirfu. Is your daddy Lirfa's shit that delicious? What? Is he that afraid of being surpassed by me? If you have the ability, bring Marcus and Helen here. Marcus and Helen were among the highest-ranked warriors and mages in the entire Count Reed's territory, one at level 21 and the other at level 20. Although they were not nobles in Guy City, they were considered upper class, as no one would disrespect a fist as big as a sandbag. Apart from a few experts in the Count's guards, they were the strongest individual combatants in the city. At this moment, two more riders came from behind, removing their hoods. The leading man said, Mr. Alava seems very eager for us to join this gathering. The color drained from Alava's face, which had flushed from his shouting, as he incredulously exclaimed, impossible. Lirfu cannot afford any of you. Even if it's with Nick, that's impossible, said Alava. Who said it's only those two, Mr. Alava? Anyway, you're about to die, so it won't hurt to tell you 10 merchants want to buy your life together, which is why we are here. A somewhat seductive female voice chimed in. Byron calmly turned to look at the ashen-faced Alava and said, next time don't stir up trouble for no reason. Alava's eyes were now vacant as he muttered, is there really going to be a next time? Byron glanced at him with disdain and said, just drive the cart, he'll figure out the way. The confidence of Mr. Skeleton was not unfounded. Although Byron was only level 18 lower than Marcus and Helen, after regaining his memories he acquired a special talent called Complete Soul, which allowed him to recall all the skills he learned in his previous life, including his family's swordsmanship. Under the same level, the physical strength of a skeleton surpassed that of a human. However, on the battlefield, skeletons were usually treated as cannon fodder, easily defeated by human armies. The reason was simple: skeletons fought without any strategy, akin to toddlers having tantrums. Yet Byron did not have that feeling of being ready to use clumsy techniques at any moment. Instead, he exuded the aura of a martial arts master. He laid down his ordinary iron sword and slowly drew out the best sword from Little River Village, the V3. 012, assuming his stance while staring at the four ahead. With the combination of skeletal physique, family swordsmanship, and the best sword from Little River Village, the V3. 012 Byron believed he could defeat Marcus and Helen. As for how to handle the remaining two riders who were about level 13 and unknown, well, there was still a level 16 slime. Byron said to Alava, drive your cart without looking back, I will catch up. Are we about to fight? The merchant's ashen face surprisingly revealed a hint of excitement. Yes, after I deal with them I'll catch up with you. With that, Byron sheathed his sword, unhitched the fastest horse from the three carts and mounted it. It was his favorite skeletal horse. Alava drove straight ahead while Byron turned his horse to charge at the four from the side. You look like a new face, are you new here? Marcus laughed heartily as he quickened his horse's pace. Are you planning to challenge all four of us alone? Yes, just me. Byron replied. After all, a skeletal knight did not need to adhere to knightly principles. He would deceive when necessary and ambush when required. Both sides deliberately ignored the remaining two riders who were merely Learfus two dogs. Their levels could not match Marcus and Helen's, and their horses were not as good, so they could only follow behind. Ahead, Marcus and Byron had drawn their swords and were beginning the first round of clashes. Clang! The tremendous sound of metal clashing rapidly spread across the desolate plain. Seizing the opportunity while Byron was entangled, Helen swiftly cast a multi-fireball spell while Learfus two dogs followed at a distance, launching arrows. Your strength is good, but still not enough to match me, Marcus taunted proudly. Byron paid no mind to the provocation as several fireballs and arrows swiftly approached from behind. He pretended to tire, turning his horse back to retreat a short distance, allowing all these attacks to miss. Seeing that their opponent did not fall for the trick, the four showed no disappointment if they couldn't withstand even a single round that would truly be a joke. Soon the second round began with the two long swords clashing frequently. Marcus's breath was steady and his strikes fierce while Byron initially matched him evenly but soon began to struggle and their mounts started circling in place. In the distance, fireballs, ice arrows and arrows flew quickly. Byron forcefully pushed Marcus away, delivering several slashes that shattered all the ice arrows while blocking the incoming arrows, dodging left and right to avoid the fireballs. At that moment, Marcus' long sword struck again and Byron was momentarily unable to defend, getting hit on his left shoulder. Marcus then unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes entangling Byron, and as the next wave of ranged attacks approached, the scales of victory began to tilt toward Marcus. Seeing his opponent wounded, Marcus's eyes flared red like a wolf scenting blood. His sword strikes grew faster and fiercer. Byron, however, showed no sign of panic, swiftly yanking his cloak to wrap the gash on his shoulder before retreating step by step, parrying each blow with calm precision. Another volley of projectiles hurtled toward him. Byron appeared momentarily unsettled, preparing to sidestep, but Marcus clung tighter, pressing the assault as if determined to drag them both into oblivion. At the very last instant before impact, Marcus wheeled his mount away. Byron instantly raised his blade to intercept. The ice arrows and fireballs shattered upon contact, yet a cold steel-tipped arrow pierced deep into his abdomen. Ha 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 ha. So adept at blocking, are you still willing to try? Lord Ralph's hound barked gleefully. At last, witnessing two clear wounds on Byron's body, Marcus exhaled deeply in relief. Having charged headlong into danger, he had borne the greatest risk, and now the tide was turning unmistakably in his favor. Byron remained silent, not even glancing at the arrow lodged in his belly. Instead, he tightened the fabric around his wounded shoulder, his posture coiled feral, that of a cornered beast preparing for its final desperate lunge. Helen's staff tip shimmered once more as three fireballs coalesced above it. The hounds drew their bows taut. With a roar, Marcus spurred his horse forward again, only for Byron to accelerate straight toward him, deflecting Marcus's blade with force before sharply wheeling his mount and charging headlong toward Helen, who stood mid-incantation. A foolish choice, my friend. Marcus mocked from behind, urging his steed faster and unleashing his most formidable technique, outward projection of sword energy. A blinding white crescent of sword energy erupted from Marcus's blade, roaring forward like a stormwind, while Byron ahead did not so much as flinch or glance back. You seek certain death just to take me down. How laughable. Helen's hands remained locked in spell weaving. With nothing more than a glance, she signaled the hounds. Their arrows flew in rapid succession, aimed unerringly at Byron's chest and skull. Byron ignored the hounds, entirely fixated solely on Helen. When he closed within 20 paces, 6 fireballs and 6 ice arrows launched simultaneously, targeting his vital points. Before him raged elemental fury from the flanks, lethal shafts arced inward behind him. The white sword energy screamed ever closer. He stood encircled, trapped in an inescapable death spiral. Boom! All attacks struck as one, each assailant certain in that instant that they had landed the killing blow. The ice arrows and fireballs detonated repeatedly upon the same point, erupting in thick plumes of white vapor blended with dust churned up by the sword energy's passage, obscuring Byron utterly beneath a swirling impenetrable shroud. Not bad at all, though alas. Helen's words died mid-sentence as a black-robed rider burst forth from the mist, mounted and thundering forward. Impossible. Utterly impossible. Helen cried out in raw disbelief. His speed defied all expectation. Black Robe's billowing body fused low over the horse's neck as if man and mount had become a single seamless weapon. Is he dead? The younger hound asked from afar. Hush. Something's wrong, I'll watch first. The elder hound replied. Both hounds stared rapt and unblinking at Helen's direction, completely oblivious to subtle shifts unfolding just beside them. Helen's nerves were drawn taut. Though the black-robed knight likely still lived, she refused, could not accept it. Could such power truly exist? Yes, it did. But she refused to believe it could manifest here in Gate City, serving as personal guard to a vulgar newly rich smuggler. It made no sense, none at all.
Multiple spells coalesced at her staff's tip, fireballs, ice arrows, even jagged stone spikes, all conjured in perfect simultaneity by her hyper-focused will. A fleeting feverish hope stirred within her. In this crucible of crisis her mastery had surged beyond prior limits. If she survived she would rise unquestionably to become Gate City's supreme arcane sovereign. Yet that dream shattered in an instant. The black-robed rider reached Helen's side. Only then did she glimpse his face for the first time, a hollow lifeless skull, its eye sockets blazing with twin flames of soulfire. Her heartbeat stuttered. The ambient magic drawn from every direction unraveled at her sudden terror, her summoned elements dissolving like mist before wind. She watched helpless as her own power slipped through her fingers, and knew with chilling certainty that her life had ended.
It is, indeed.
The sword pierced her chest, her final unheard whisper severed mid-breath. From afar the two hounds watched, frozen as Helen was impaled, pinned like a skewered offering.
Their confidence crumbled into dread. Though they swaggered daily through Gate City under borrowed authority, they knew well which powers to provoke and which to flee. Now before their eyes a being of overwhelming might had gutted their ally without effort. Terror seized them, they spun their mounts to flee only to confront their own private nightmare. Where, pray tell, are you off to? A humanoid figure blocked their path, its entire form a shifting undulating cobalt blue, its face a featureless blur save for a gaping lipless mouth. Its voice rasped, low, warped, unervingly alien, sending chills down their spines. The cerulean entity spat forth an iron-tipped arrow and asked, might this be something you've misplaced? You seemed eager to kill me, yet upon beholding my true form that desire evaporated. How peculiar humans are. Marcus sensed disaster looming. He galloped urgently through the dissipating haze, and witnessed a sight seared forever into his memory, the black-robed man withdrawing his sword from Helen's chest, a gust of wind lifting his hood to reveal a pallid skeletal cranium, and in the distance the hounds helplessly toyed with by a nameless sapphire-hued monstrosity emerging from nowhere. The chalk-white skull turned slowly toward him. Marcus's dread crystallized into certainty. A fiend. You're a skeleton. What is so astonishing about that? A larva was acquired from the demon folk, a rare artifact known well to your employers, and to you. Byron replied, his tone flat dispassionate as Marcus edged toward madness. I've slain skeletons before. Come on, come on. I'll carve your skull clean off and present it to the Count. Marcus shouted, not to Byron but to the void, to himself, to his unraveling mind. Byron paid him no heed, merely shook his head faintly. Your sword energy lacks gravity. That is ill-advised. His Majesty taught us courtesy, so I shall offer you one final lesson in sword energy refinement. Consider it our parting gift. Byron dismounted with liquid grace, drawing the finest blade from Shalha Village, version 3.012, and began to move across the open ground, his sword tracing arcs of flawless lethal beauty. Die, abomination. Marcus, now fully unhinged, charged wildly, his blade blazing with the strongest sword energy he had ever summoned. I win. I will. A pure white crescent of sword energy cleaved effortlessly through Marcus's own, then surged onward, unslowed, unwavering toward him. Against that radiant torrent Marcus's white energy looked pitiful, as if a mangy stray had dared challenge a pedigree warhound. How familiar, was Marcus's final thought before consciousness fled, replaying in his fading mind a sparring match years past with the Count's elite captain of the guard. The sky had completely darkened and Alava was warming himself by the fire while the distant sound of hooves approached. Alava pressed his ear to the ground, hearing the chaotic sound of hooves. It seemed there was more than one horse. He felt a sense of despair, completely losing the thought of escape. Even if he ran away, what about his wife and children at home? If he died and the news reached Lord Tolas, they might still survive, but it would be a pity to implicate Mr. Byron. With a long sigh, Alava closed his eyes, feeling the last warmth brought by the fire. When he opened them again, he saw someone who should not be here. Mr. Byron. You're not dead. I said I would find you after resolving all the issues. The ragged Byron led 3 horses and sat down on the other side of the fire. Are they all dead? Alava thought he might be experiencing a pre-death hallucination. Of course. A smile appeared on Byron's calm face. First, quickly get close and kill the mage, then deal with that warrior. Although my level is a bit lower than theirs, my family's swordsmanship is no joke. As for the remaining 2 they probably enjoyed themselves for too long and had become rusty at even eating. It was effortless to deal with them. This brief conversation stirred up a storm in Alava's heart. He had heard that in the grand noble families there were secret sword techniques and magic that could only be passed down to their own descendants. This made him more eager to learn from Byron, thinking, once I get closer to Mr. Byron, I'll ask if he can pass it on to my son. Byron changed into a spare set of clothes from the cargo area. Regarding his injuries, Byron generously displayed several fresh scars on his body. As for why he had recovered so quickly, Byron explained that he carried a relatively advanced healing potion with him. Shortly after having dinner, Byron began to rest, citing excessive fatigue from battle, which was part of the disguise. After 2 peaceful days, Byron and Alava arrived at the delivery location in the desolate hills. As Alava went to inspect the goods, a small ghost appeared beside Byron without him noticing. Lord Byron. The small ghost politely bowed. Please rise. The demon lord sent me to see how things are here now. Rest assured, Your Majesty and Lord, everything is well at the delivery point. Each tribe currently has tasks. The only issue is that there are some unfamiliar faces among the merchants coming for trade. When asked about it, they all brushed us off. Don't worry, this is within the expectations of His Majesty. Merchants are consumables and change is inevitable, so there's no need for concern. His Majesty wants me to inform you that there might be human spies among the new merchants. You can borrow a few from the higher-level demon race to maintain order as long as normal trade is ensured. Unless the spies are causing trouble, there's no need for you to intervene. Also, from now on we only need to buy food, seeds and cloth, prioritizing ensuring that the monsters that need to eat have food and those that need clothes have something to wear. Other needs are not urgent. His Majesty will have arrangements. Alright, I'll remember that. The small ghost's form vanished. Not far away, Alava finished counting the goods and turned to see Byron leaning against the wooden pillar of the delivery shed with his sword. He walked over to Byron and said, "Sir, are you tired of waiting? The delivery of goods has been completed. If you don't mind, we can return after that group of goblins finishes loading." "I have no problem at any time," Byron replied. "Good, then let's hurry back. Your task can be completed sooner," Alava said. In the capital city of the Heraclean human kingdom, inside the palace at the center of Meridius today, the king's study welcomed a special visitor, the Pope of the Goddess of Victory. "Your Majesty, I believe the matter of the tainted crystal is of great significance. If allowed to spread widely among the nobility one day, it will defile the holy goddess." The king on the long bench did not respond. One was the spokesperson of the divine, the other the ruler of the human kingdom, both holding similar positions. Like the king, the Pope was also an old man, but unlike the king's noble attire and demeanor, the old Pope wore a plain white linen robe without any patterns, the only decoration being a golden sword pendant on his chest, the symbol of the goddess of victory. His temperament was refined and gentle, resembling a wise elder who had seen through everything. This gentle old man, after watching the dance of the succubus and the image crystal, actually became somewhat breathless. The gentle old man vanished, replaced by a flushed, furious old man. The agitated Pope demanded immediate punishment for these nobles and hoped the king would dispatch the royal guard to assist the church's guardians of faith. This matter cannot be delayed. It should be dealt with seriously to prevent the nobility from being corrupted. What's the reason? On what grounds? Using luxury items. Who can prove that the succubi inside are real? It has been almost 2 generations since anyone has seen a succubus. Even so, we should at least capture a few for punishment. The king calmly replied to the fuming elder across the desk, "No, this matter involves too many people. It can be investigated but not punished, especially against the nobility. I believe you understand the reasons better than I do. Then what do you suggest we do now, Your Majesty?" The Pope was clearly losing his composure, his tone toward the king carrying a hint of questioning. "Instead of punishing the nobility, punish those smuggling merchants. Without smuggling channels, the nobility will have nothing to say. As for the nobility, let your people conduct secret faith tests. Sigh, for now this is all we can do. I hope the number of these crystals that harm the nobility is as limited as the reports say." The old man in the white robe appeared somewhat dejected, looking as if his form had shrunk a bit. "Your Majesty, I take my leave. I look forward to our next meeting." The Pope in the white robe left in disappointment. This meeting had not yielded any effective help for the current situation. As the peace treaty approached its end, both the kingdom and the church began to gradually pay attention to the issues of the demon race. Otherwise, the matter of smuggling crystals would not have attracted such significant attention from the human leadership, but currently the intelligence available to humans was still too limited to make effective judgments on the situation. The faith test is a special divine technique used by the Church of the Goddess of Victory for centuries to assess the loyalty of its followers. The bishops and priests who master this technique can guide the target into a dream filled with various temptations of original sin, sensing the choices made by the target. Based on whether the target can still adhere to the teachings of the Goddess of Victory within the dream, their faith can be judged as sincere. This long-cherished divine technique had not been used for decades. Now it was time to come back into action. Creak. A pair of wooden double doors groaned in protest as a young man led a little girl into the Adventurers Guild Hall of Gate City. Inside the hall, adventurers busied themselves, some mending gear, others boasting idly. A few bored souls instinctively turned their gazes toward the newcomer. From a corner came a mocking chuckle. "Boy, you've taken a wrong turn. The orphanage is on the next street. We don't take in strays here." Laughter erupted across the hall. Ignoring it all, Murphy guided Pepe straight to the front counter and addressed the receptionist. "I wish to register as an adventurer. My profession is mage." "What is your current level?" the receptionist asked, glancing up. 18. The guild hall fell utterly silent. The man who'd mocked him earlier bellowed, "If you're truly level 18, I'll pluck out my own silver eyes and hand them to you." Murphy paid him no mind. The receptionist asked, "Would you like to submit verification documents or undergo an official assessment?" Murphy said nothing. Instead, he untied the small cloth pouch at his waist and poured its contents onto the wooden counter with a soft rattling cascade. 20 pale bones of skeletons piled neatly upon the counter. In the hushed hall, a chair clattered over. Murphy glanced back to see a man leaping up from the corner, face ashen, staring wildly at the counter. "Impossible." The man known as Silver Eye hurried forward and declared, "I demand personal verification of these pale bones." The receptionist replied calmly, "You must first obtain this gentleman's consent." And who exactly are you? Murphy asked, genuinely baffled, not out of disrespect but because he hadn't even registered the man's presence amid the hall's background noise.
I am Silverite, swordsman and certified appraiser.
Boy, I'll expose your fraud before this crowd.
Murphy, long immune to such petty provocations, merely shrugged.
Be my guest.
Silverite swore this was the most meticulous appraisal he'd performed in years, yet found not a single flaw. For novices, even slaying a skeleton often resulted in damaged or misplaced pale bones. Yet these 20 were flawless, 19 unremarkable, but one bore the unmistakable quality of a minor boss specimen.
All were genuine, undamaged, unscratched.
Silverite longed to dismiss them as worthless scrap, but several certified appraisers stood nearby in the hall. He simply couldn't utter the lie aloud. Cold sweat beaded along Silverite's spine. If the pale bones were intact, did that mean each skeleton had fallen to a single decisive strike?
Any issues? Murphy, Pepe and the receptionist watched him in unison. The pale bones were unquestionably authentic. The real problem now was how Silverite might retract his reckless boast without losing all credibility.
Young sir, no master, my sincerest apologies for the earlier insult. My words were rash and unfounded.
These pale bones represent the finest batch I've seen in months.
His tone shifted jarringly, like shouting a vulgar epithet from afar only to draw near and discover the target was one's own father.
These eyes sustain my livelihood, it would be cruel beyond measure to surrender them. How about this instead?
From now on all your appraisals are free of charge. Consider it the start of a friendship.
Murphy held little regard for those lacking discernment, and besides he could view item attributes at a glance. There was simply no reason to agree. He shook his head. I have no interest in your offer.
But here's an alternative. I won't take your eyes, I'll give you one.
Silverite blinked in stunned confusion. Give me an eye. What kind of eye? Murphy smiled faintly and clenched his fist.
As Silverite staggered out of the guild hall, his eye swollen purple and puffy as esteemed Bun Murphy's adventurer's certification was finalized. Murphy stared at the card in his hand, its material unknown, its craftsmanship alien, and murmured, half awestruck, so this is an adventurer's license.
No one dared laugh again.
And her, Murphy added, gesturing to Pepe who barely reached the counter's edge, is my assistant, a novice mage.
Backed by Murphy's standing, Pepe's credentials were processed swiftly.
Yet as a mere level 3 human, her adventurer's card, less ornate, less durable, ranked a clear tier below Murphy's. With 5 gold coins earned from selling the 20 pale bones, the two stepped out of the Adventurers Guild and descended toward the lower district, the South Quarter, under Murphy's lead. What is the Adventurers Guild actually for?
I thought declaring myself an adventurer would be enough. Its primary function is administrative efficiency.
With the guild, posting and accepting quests and assembling teams becomes seamless. True, the guild takes a cut from quest commissions and offers below market rates when buying back materials, but it compensates with speed and reliability, saving adventurers precious time. It also provides services like item appraisal and equipment maintenance. In short, the guild dramatically conserves adventurers' time, which is precisely why it has thrived for so long.
I see.
So why did we register? None of those advantages seem relevant to us.
That's personal. I'm rather fond of alts. Murphy confessed the quirk without hesitation. Alts. Simply put, multiple identities. For instance, I am Lord Mephistopheles the Demon King, but sometimes I must do things unworthy of that title. That's when I adopt an alt. When I negotiated with smugglers or purchased my manor, I used my first alt, Mr. Tholas. He handles all commercial affairs. What we just completed was forging my second alt, Murphy the Unassuming Mage. Judging by today's impression, it's already proving effective. Where are we going now? Pepe, dazzled by the concept of alts, looked ahead with eager anticipation. To forge yet another alt, of course. One can never have too many. Gate City sprawled across varied terrain. The North Quarter housed the Count and nobility, the West Quarter merchants like Araba, wealthy but socially obscure, the East Quarter hosted guild halls, trade markets and public infrastructure, while common folk dwelled in the lowlying South Quarter. Descending from the East Quarter, where the Adventurers Guild stood, they entered the South Quarter and located the tavern Byron had mentioned, a haunt frequented by third-rate scribes. Murphy pushed open the tavern door and a unique scent filled his nostrils, a blend of alcohol and a hint of ink. He glanced at a few figures huddled together in the corner discussing something and understood he had come to the right place. Murphy sat at the bar with Pepe snapping his fingers to attract the bartender's attention. 1 pint of stout and...
Never mind, 2 glasses of juice and 2 loaves of bread, make sure they're soft. The bartender turned around while preparing the drinks and said, look at the time, there are no soft ones left. Murphy replied, all right, just hurry up, I'm starving.
By the way, is Sam around?
Sam was the messenger he met when Byron first returned home, a young skinny fellow who traversed various taverns and gambling dens in the South District, living off spreading news, often going hungry one moment and feasting the next. The bartender glanced out the window and said, it's still early, just wait a bit. He usually shows up around dusk.
Murphy nodded and began to tell stories to Peppa while sipping his juice. Time passed second by second during Murphy's narration, even the bartender became engrossed. As Murphy recounted the tale of the little match girl using her grandmother's ancestral magic, the great nuclear explosion technique, to show the entire town's residents their great-grandmother, a pair of light frivolous footsteps approached. The newcomer kicked open the tavern door and sat at the bar addressing the bartender. "Hey, any news today?" As if accustomed to such exchanges, the bartender casually replied, "No news, but the young man sitting to your right is looking for you." The skinny young man showed a joyful expression and turned to Murphy, who was telling the story, asking, "Buddy, are you looking for me?" "Are you Sam? The messenger?" "Yes, that's me. What do you need me to relay?" 20 copper coins guarantee that no one within 3 blocks will remain unaware. It's not about relaying messages. I heard that the Lord Earl is offering a reward of 20 gold coins just for a readable book. That's true. Why? You want to get involved? Sam pointed to a table in the corner of the tavern, saying, "Did you see that guy with a leg in a splint? He thinks he writes well, but it's terrible. His leg was broken by the Earl's guards." "I advise you to think again." The young man wore a knowing expression. Murphy ordered a pint of stout for Sam and said, "You don't need to worry about that. I came from elsewhere, heard about this matter, and wanted to ask. I've already finished writing a book, I just haven't published it yet. If I want to present this book to the Lord Earl, what should I do?" "You're an outsider, no one knows you, right? Do you have connections?" Sam smiled as he sized up the young man in front of him. "Do you think I'd be asking you if I had connections? That's a fair point. Even if you ask me, I can only pass it up the chain in the order people approach me to relay messages." The skinny young man seemed to have some connections, but not many. "Just tell me how much you need." Murphy felt that Sam was being overly convoluted. "A flat rate of 2 gold coins, and I guarantee your book will be on the Lord Earl's desk within 3 days. Sam finally spoke plainly. "As for whether your leg will be broken, that's not my concern." Murphy pulled out a book and 2 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to Sam. "Deal, make it quick. You're a straightforward guy, brother. Shall we get to know each other? Just call me Murphy." An adventurer's identity card was slammed on the bar, and Sam, with his not-so-great education, noted the number 18 in the level field. "Buddy, I miscalculated. Actually, 1 gold coin and 80 silver coins would suffice. See how this has turned out." Sam thought to himself, realizing he had been running into tough situations lately. "Keep the extra for yourself as long as the task is done, while I'll come looking for you again in the future." Murphy downed his juice and took Peep's hand, leaving the tavern. On the way back to the mansion, Pepe whispered, "He took extra of your money, aren't you going to get it back? It's alright, that guy seems clever enough to know when to take the money and when not to. So have you got yourself a new alias?" "Not exactly. The identities of a magician and a writer can be seen as a small alias. They need to merge to form a complete alias, that's what makes it comprehensive. I won't intentionally link them or cut them apart." Pepe asked, "What's the use of doing that?" "First and foremost, it's for my own happiness. Secondly, everyone has secrets. In the future there will definitely be those who want to investigate me. They will need some not-so-deeply buried secrets to gain a sense of achievement. Only then can the real secrets remain hidden." Pepe looked somewhat confused. "Master, I still don't quite understand." "Think of it this way, if a murderer kills the Earl's youngest son and buries him in the ground, and the Earl has a dog that can smell corpses, how can the body not be discovered?" Pepe lowered her head deep in thought. "Why not just kill the dog or the Earl? Good child, you have a promising future." Murphy patted Pepe on the head, saying, "Another method is to dig a sufficiently deep pit, bury the body down below, cover it with a thick layer of soil, and then bury an animal's corpse on top. That way, when the searchers dig up the animal's corpse, they won't continue to dig deeper, and the secret will be kept safe. When they investigate me, those looking into my writer identity will find out I am a magician, and those investigating my magician identity will discover I am a writer. They will waltz in front of their master wagging their tails to claim their so-called achievements and won't dig deeper into the secrets behind the writer and magician. So that's how it is, but I still think my plan is better," the girl asserted. "How many times do I have to say it, Ryukan? I mean, Pepe is your master. I advocate for peace and do not commit acts of murder. You're still a child, don't always think about fighting and killing." "All right," the girl murmured, looking down. Okay, after we finish exploring the snack street we'll head home." Murphy led Pepe towards the snack street he had been thinking about. The biological machine named Sam operated at full capacity. After Murphy infused it with the energy of 2 gold coins, it was clear that this was not his first time doing such a thing. Early the next morning, Sam delivered Murphy's book along with 1 gold coin and 80 silver coins to the old client, who had him relay messages for the Earl. In the afternoon of the next day, the old client handed Murphy's book along with 1 gold coin and 30 silver coins to the deputy commander of the Earl's patrol. On the morning of the 3rd day after finishing his night shift, the deputy commander delivered Murphy's book along with 1 gold coin to the most trusted butler of the Earl. In the afternoon of the 3rd day, His Excellency Earl Harry Reed naturally awakened from a 3-hour nap and, turning to look out the window, noticed a book he had never seen before placed on his bedside table, The Return of the Great Knight. In a daze, Harry Reed casually flipped open the book, The Return of the Great Knight, and then found himself absorbed in it for 5 hours as if his soul had been drawn in. It was different, truly different. No lengthy exposition, no monotonous demon races, no donkey-faced king, and no clingy princess. When Harry saw the Great Knight lift one corner of his mouth in front of those who humiliated him, he felt a surge of pleasure erupting from his soul, shooting straight to the crown of his head. Upon witnessing the 100,000 vassal knights rushing in from all directions at the command of the protagonist, the surge of blood made Harry yearn to immediately confront the demon race. When he saw the 4 noble families that bullied the protagonist's daughter thrown into dog kennels, Harry felt invigorated as if his soul had undergone a transcendence. After putting down the book, Harry remained unsettled for a long time, gazing out the window, lost in thought about life. Even a sumptuous dinner could not capture his attention. After dinner, Harry immediately returned to his bedroom and resumed reading, not putting the book down until midnight, at which point he reluctantly opened the cover page and saw the author's signature, Humble Hero. Early the next morning, butler Seth received a direct order from the Lord Earl: find that so-called humble hero and bring him to see me. This news spread through Seth's network, eventually reaching Sam's ears via an old client. As a hustler who lived by delivering messages, Sam was also engaged in a side job of finding people, and upon hearing that strange name he looked puzzled and asked, "Sir, what does this humble hero do?" A few days ago the Earl saw a book written by him and was extremely pleased. "This means we need to find this author, and I estimate he will be the first to receive 20 gold coins." Sam was taken aback. He knew most of the lowbrow novelists in the Southern District and had not heard of anyone's book being submitted recently except for that individual. But where did that young and powerful adventurer live? Sam thought of the Adventurers Guild. When new adventurers registered, they needed to provide an address so that in the event of some unspeakable tragedy their belongings could be sent to their family. After spending 10 silver coins through his channels, Sam successfully obtained Murphy's registration information, the West District. It seems this brother is indeed extraordinary. Sam arrived at No. 2 Clyster Street, West District, and gazing at the tall iron gate and the luxurious house in the courtyard, he was left speechless with astonishment. Just as he pondered how to politely and non-awkwardly find Mr. Murphy, he spotted a golden retriever rolling around on the lawn. "Hey dog, over there," Sam called softly to the little dog. The little retriever understood and quickly got up, shook off the grass leaves, and trotted over to the iron gate. "Does Mr. Murphy live here?" Sam asked, half hoping for the best. The little dog nodded. While surprised by the dog's intelligence, Sam continued, "Can you help me call Mr. Murphy?" The golden retriever quickly ran towards the door, and a few minutes later Sam saw the young man from the tavern again in the reception room. "Mr. Murphy, long time no see." Sam smiled obsequiously in an attempt to establish rapport. "Did you come to find me because the matter has been settled?" Murphy remained unfazed. "Yes, it is said that the Earl is very fond of your book and has been greatly uplifted by it." "Then why have you come this time?" "The Earl wishes to meet Mr. Humble Hero in person and present you with the reward of 20 gold coins." Upon hearing the mention of 20 gold coins, Sam couldn't help but lick his lips. What a large sum of money. Unfortunately, he couldn't read many words, otherwise he could have read that book faster than the Earl. With Sam's help, Murphy successfully met with butler Seth and earned the right to dine with the Earl 3 nights later. "Master, are you going to have dinner with the Earl?" Peppa, who had just finished practicing dark magic, asked with wide eyes. "Yes, this is part of the plan. This will make my guys even more impeccable." "When do you plan to eliminate the Earl?" Soon. By the way, who taught you the term eliminate?" "How old are you?" "That's quite terrifying." 3 days later, Murphy arrived at the Earl's castle dressed in his best formal attire, only to find things were not as simple as he had imagined. To Murphy's surprise, he was not the only one attending the banquet. Many upper-class individuals from Geist City were present, dining on cold dishes and exchanging flattery in the castle's hall until the host and organizer Earl Reed paused the music. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome you to tonight's banquet. I have significant news to share with you all. As you all know, I am someone who enjoys reading literary works." Upon hearing this, a few chuckles erupted from the audience below, but the Earl seemed oblivious. "I have found the most splendid book since developing this hobby, and I have invited its author, Mr. Humble Hero, to tonight's banquet." At the Earl's invitation, Murphy pretended to be a timid, inexperienced author standing next to the Earl. "I have decided to uphold my promise and present this 20 gold coins reward to Mr. Murphy." While the Humble Hero was lamenting the loss of his online name, he heard the Earl's next statement. "And I officially appoint Mr. Murphy as my literary advisor." Murphy was stunned. 20 gold coins, did that mean he was bought? Was the old pervert coveting his body? But at this point Murphy had no choice but to agree. After all, the territory of Earl Reed was essentially a one-man rule, and although Murphy had no reverence for the Earl, he knew that refusing would mean he would have to find a new place to blend in. Murphy quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, this wasn't a bad thing. He needed to gather a lot of intelligence anyway. Becoming a literary advisor also provided a cover for his identity. With that thought, Murphy's attitude became much more agreeable. So amid the audience's perfunctory applause, Murphy showcased all his acting skills, drawing from his memory of Alava's demeanor, expressing gratitude and claiming that being the Earl's literary advisor was a blessing he had earned over 8 lifetimes, and officially took on the role. The Earl gained a somewhat capable writer, while Murphy received 20 gold coins and more opportunities to gather intelligence. Both sides had a bright future. The inebriated Earl also declared that he would have someone copy 30 copies of The Return of the Great Knight to distribute to all the upper-class attendees. Although Murphy had become a literary advisor, he faced no restrictions. In this world without copyright awareness, Earl Reed took a different approach. As long as he had authors capable of writing good books firmly in hand, he need not worry about a lack of good reads. Murphy's task was simple: present his work to the Earl once a month, and it had to meet his satisfaction or else the 20 gold coins would be reclaimed. The execution capability of Count Reed is truly remarkable. After all he has to do is bring his upper lip to meet his lower lip. After the Count ordered the swift procurement of 30 copies of The Return of the Great Knight, even Sate was somewhat troubled. The reason was simple: in this kingdom those who could read were already few and far between, let alone those who could write. As everyone knows, when a person cannot solve a problem, the best solution is to delegate it to their subordinates. Thus, under Sate's layers of delegation, several mediocre scribes in the tavern each received a copy of the manuscript along with the task of transcribing 5 copies with a deadline of 3 days. This group of writers, who had long been mingling in the taverns of the commoners, quickly realized that this book was extraordinary. Upon learning that it had received a 20 gold coin bounty from the Count, they were even more elated. To them it was as if a pillow had arrived just when they were feeling sleepy. They had been worried about what the Count wanted to read, and here was a ready-made sample delivered right to their door. Even those with poor memories would retain a deep impression after copying a book 5 times. Thus, after completing their transcription tasks, these mediocre scribes believed they had grasped the secret to wealth and began a new round of focused creation. The manuscripts of The Return of the Great Knight were quickly delivered to the hands of the upper class. Although most of them could read, not everyone enjoyed reading. However, under the pressure of the Count's authority, everyone could only glance through it. After all, no one wanted to find themselves at a loss for words when the book was mentioned at future banquets. To their surprise, once they started reading, they couldn't stop. Within just a few days, The Return of the Great Knight received widespread acclaim in the upper circles of Guy City, as everyone was captivated by its dense moments of excitement and the vengeful nature of its protagonist. In no time, everyone remembered the knight who would smile crookedly at the slightest disagreement and send people to live in dog kennels. My Lord Count Sate stood respectfully by Count Reed's side. The copies of that book have been circulating for 3 days now, and the vast majority of people enjoy it immensely. The vast majority. What about the small minority? The Count seemed somewhat irritated. 2 individuals mentioned they still prefer the previous version's storyline. Narrow-minded. This is art. This is the future. This is the trend of the times. Oof. The Count was heartbroken over those who could not appreciate the thrill of the story. My Lord Count, I have a suggestion. Sate said we could produce the book in bulk and sell it to other territories and even the royal capital, which would yield us a good profit. Good idea, Sate. I'll leave this matter in your hands. As you command, my lord, but there's one more thing. What is it? May I ask whose name will be written as the author on the transcriptions? Of course it will be my name. Since I have already spent 20 gold coins, this book obviously belongs to me. As you command, my Lord Count. Sate bowed and turned to leave, a barely perceptible cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Little did Murphy know that the essence of the culture he had brought from another world would be published under someone else's name, while the popularity of The Return of the Great Knight continued to ferment. Its audience was simply 2 vast knights, represented the pinnacle of a commoner's life and coexisted with the nobility, making a knight the protagonist relatable to the majority. Even though the vast majority of people could not read, it did not hinder their enjoyment of the pleasures brought by the story. In recent days, many taverns in the southern district of Guy City began to have bards reciting The Return of the Great Knight to the drunken patrons. A few of the first bards to try their hand at it even made a tidy profit. In the study at No. 2, Clyster Street, Murphy was listening to the news brought by Sam, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. Do the people of this other world truly lack joy? And this was just one city. What if it spread to other cities? Sam had now become Murphy's personal news conduit, responsible for delivering daily updates about the happenings in the city. Murphy had offered him a price of 50 silver coins per month. By the way, Sam, I need to ask you something. Feel free to ask, sir, I speak without reservation. Under the temptation of money, Sam gradually lowered his stance toward Murphy. Does the Count have no heirs? Sam instinctively glanced behind him. In the study, besides Murphy and himself, there was only a little girl studying to write and a dog watching her. Sam let out a long breath and said, Sir, that's not a topic to discuss lightly. The Count is nearly 40 years old, and it is said that he has long since become impotent. Although he had many women in his youth, there were never any reports of him having children, and the Countess had no sons or daughters. Many people say that once the Count dies without an heir, this territory will be reclaimed by His Majesty the King, and everyone is looking forward to that day. It is said that the taxes collected by the King are less than those of the Count. Murphy was somewhat surprised, not because of the Count's lack of heirs, but because commoners had such thoughts. Doesn't the Count's family have any side branches? I haven't heard of any. Those old men say that the last Count's methods of seizing power were rather ruthless, and they won't say anything more specific. I see. Just as Murphy and Sam were discussing the infertility of the Count, and his wife Byron and Alava were on their way back to Guy City. Alava had already calculated the assets he had gained from this trip countless times in his mind. Each time he reached the desired result, the flesh on his face would accumulate with joy. Perhaps other merchants thought that 2 waves of assassins were enough to deal with a nouveau riche like Alava. During their return, they encountered no attacks at all. With this money, along with the heavy losses suffered by other merchants from hiring assassins upon returning to Guy City, Alava would, barring any unforeseen circumstances, become the wealthiest person in the entire territory of Count Reed, aside from the Count himself. Mr. Byron, will you be staying in the Count's territory for long? Are you inquiring about my whereabouts? Byron's gaze sharpened. I wouldn't dare. I am simply showing concern. Alava sweated under Byron's intense gaze.
If you see sufficient value in us, we will naturally have opportunities to meet again.
Yes, I understand.
Alava and Byron entered Guy City, and soon several sharp-eyed individuals ran off in various directions, for some tonight would surely be a sleepless night. Murphy was drawing a magic circle in the basement of the house while Pepe stood behind him taking notes with a charcoal pencil. This magic circle could directly teleport the user to the Demon King's palace or even the center of various demon territories after guidance. It was a contingency plan Murphy had set for himself. If things developed in an undesirable direction, he could directly take Pepe back to the demon tribe. A series of hurried but clear footsteps approached, and Xiao Qian shouted from the basement door, "Woof woof woof."
Murphy rubbed his forehead. Speak human language. Byron has returned. Oh, let him come down to find me. Byron returned right on time, indicating that no unexpected events had occurred.
Once back in his territory, Byron quickly shed his slime coat and alongside Blue began to report the skirmishes they had encountered on the way.
After listening to the two monsters' accounts, Murphy nodded. Well done, everything is proceeding smoothly according to plan.
As for that Alava, he seems usable. Let's protect him for a while longer.
It will end soon. As you command.
The skeleton and the slime both bowed. Byron, wait a moment, give me some of your bone powder. I have a guess that needs verification. Bloodline tracing, a high-level dark magic that uses blood, bones and flesh as mediums to determine the bloodline connection between targets. This seemingly trivial high-level magic is essential for every vampire, as their lineage can be quite chaotic. In simple terms, when vampires meet, tracing each other's bloodline can effectively prevent the awkwardness of mistaking relatives.
As the Demon King, Murphy naturally mastered this skill and gave it a more down-to-earth name, paternity test.
For the past few days, Murphy had been spending his days in the Earl's library, yet unfortunately he found little interesting information. Most descriptions of the various generations of Earl Reed were filled with flattery, consisting of a plethora of adjectives that served no purpose, mere waste paper that Murphy wouldn't even want to use to wipe himself.
However, Murphy did not come away empty-handed.
In many parts of the Reed family history, even using the spring and autumn brush method, it was difficult to cover up some logical flaws.
For instance, what happened to this generation's Earl Reed's little grandfather?
The so-called little grandfather is a convenient term Murphy coined. The formal title should be the brother of the current Earl's grandfather.
The family history records the current Earl Reed's grandfather, who was Byron's elder brother. Byron's elder nephew is a truly good person, enthusiastic, generous and brave. In his youth he is the epitome of a protagonist.
Yet it is precisely such a person whose brother went missing at the age of 18. Considering Byron's brother's virtues, Murphy did not believe for a moment that this branch of brothers was harmonious. With a younger brother in his teens, if the roles were changed to Byron's two elder nephews, one could hardly believe there was no trickery involved. Otherwise, Murphy might as well go farm in the Demon Clan and wait for death. After noticing this issue, another individual gradually entered Murphy's sights, the Earl's butler Seth. The reason was simple: was this person too serious about his duties?
Seth is an excellent butler, so exceptional that Murphy found it unreasonable.
It is well known that a boss only says nauseating phrases like "the company is our home" when they need employees to work hard.
At other times they would only ask, "Do you treat the company like your own home?"
During Murphy's comings and goings in the Earl's castle, he clearly sensed that Seth was a butler without rest, seemingly born to fulfill all of the Earl's reasonable and unreasonable requests. After noticing this, Murphy once tried to extract information from a maid cleaning the library. The answer he received was consistent with his observations: Seth is a super butler available 24 hours a day. If it weren't for the fact that this is a magical world, Murphy would almost suspect that Seth was a new product developed by a cyberpunk company. Noticing Seth's uniqueness and understanding the Reed family history, Murphy naturally grew suspicious. Thus he thought of the bloodline recognition skill commonly used by vampires.
Mr.
Seth, here is my manuscript for this week, please take a look. Although the Earl's requirement is to personally review Murphy's new work once a month, thanks to the considerate reminder from Seth, the Earl added a weekly review to prevent Murphy from slacking off for most of the month and then rushing to complete his work in the final days. So on this day, Seth approached Murphy in the library to collect last week's manuscript. Watching Seth slowly unroll the parchment, Murphy's magic surged in his palm. Sharp, a mid-level enhancement magic that significantly increases the sharpness of the target for a short period. Hiss. Seth flinched, retracting his finger as he looked at the blood seeping from it.
Mr. Seth, what happened?
Murphy, having cancelled the sharp spell, innocently asked. It's nothing, you continue your work, literary consultant.
I will return in a week. Seth did not elaborate further, handing the parchment back to Murphy and turning to leave. After Seth walked away, Murphy eagerly unrolled the parchment, unsurprisingly discovering a trace of blood on the edge. To be safe, he blocked communication between the library and the outside world, then took out Byron's bone powder to use both as mediums to cast bloodline tracing. Sure enough, there was a bloodline connection between Byron and Seth, and without a doubt Byron was of higher lineage. Ha, I knew it.
How could someone care so much about another's affairs for no reason?
This butler truly manages his own home.
Although I still don't understand Seth's plan, that does not hinder me from pursuing my own goals. As midnight approached, the busy Seth returned to his small room in the Earl's castle, which was his rare time to rest. Having maintained the same routine for nearly 30 years, he was incredibly familiar with this cramped room.
In the darkness he took off his butler uniform and lit the oil lamp on the table only to suddenly discover that another person was present in his room. "Good evening, Mr. Seth," said a man wearing a skull mask warmly. "Who are you? What do you want?" For the first time Murphy saw the usually composed Mr. Seth display a flustered expression. "Don't be so nervous, Mr. Seth. Or should I call you by your full name, Mr. Seth Reed?" As if the deepest secrets of his heart had been exposed, Seth's pupils suddenly constricted and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "How did you? You want to know how I found out? You must be in great pain, aren't you? The noble title of Earl is occupied by a lazy pig, while you, a side member of the Reed family who also has a claim to inheritance, can only be a butler. Don't you realize that no matter how much you do, that position will never be yours?" "Shut up. How do you know? I've endured for over 30 years and I am about to." The old man had fallen into despair, spilling his plans like a bamboo tube pouring out beans, unable to comprehend how his flawless scheme had been uncovered. "About to succeed? Or is the Earl about to die? Let me tell you, if the Earl dies, the king will definitely reclaim this territory. Do you want to know why? Because in less than 10 years the war between humans and demons will restart. The king needs an Earl who can directly follow his commands and requires a territory to reward the new wave of meritorious officials. So with just you and those subordinates you've bought off, you are of no use. What do you want?" the old butler weakly asked, as if his soul had been extracted. "What do I want? Like you, I want to see that pig step down. He is too much of a nuisance." Murphy looked through the mask to see the glimmer of hope reigniting in the butler's eyes upon hearing this. "You see, I want an Earl who can cooperate with me, and you want to become the Earl. So as long as you work with me, won't everything be resolved perfectly?" The gentle yet alluring voice penetrated Seth's ears, causing him to swallow hard. He wanted to refuse but found himself unable to open his mouth. Sate asked in a somewhat hoarse voice, "So what do I need to pay?" "You don't need to pay anything, you can rest assured," Murphy said playfully, then made a gesture indicating a small amount. "We have a purely cooperative relationship, but sometimes we need you to provide us with a little convenience." "What if I don't agree?" Sate seemed somewhat tempted. "Don't think too highly of yourself, sir. The Reed family has more than just you and its collateral branch. To achieve that great goal, I have no interest or time to take revenge on you." Murphy began to skillfully impersonate the Riddler. Sate's aged but serious face fell, and in the flickering candlelight he slowly spoke. "I agree. Good, Mr. Sate. I hope we can cooperate happily." Murphy chuckled, saying, "The first thing I need you to do is someone might be causing trouble for that merchant Alava soon. Alava is one of us, you handle it as you see fit." "Yes." Sate bowed his head. The candlelight in the windless room extinguished quietly, and when he rekindled the candle, the skeleton masked man's figure had vanished. In a basement somewhere in Guy City, a group of people was discussing strategies against Alava around a long table in a tense atmosphere consisting of all the members involved in hiring adventurers. "What should we do now?" a trembling merchant asked. "How do we know? He has only one assistant but defeated our 4 masters. It's truly terrifying," said a terrified voice. "Everyone be quiet, Joel, you speak up." The elder merchant Ralph, sitting at the head of the long table, quieted the basement with a single word. Everyone turned to Joel, the president of the Guy City Chamber of Commerce, who smiled broadly and said, "Please rest assured, Mr. Ralph, I will take care of it all. Alava thinks he's very clever. Not only has he given me less commission, but he also tries to cut off financial ties with me, truly forgetting how to write the word death. I will go find Mr. Satan, expose Alava's collusion with the demon clan so he gets publicly hanged in the square." "Very good, go do it," Ralph said. "Although we won't profit from this smuggling deal, we can completely eliminate it, which isn't a bad thing." The merchants present all echoed Ralph's sentiment and then left the basement, heading in various directions. On the evening 3 days later, Chamber of Commerce President Joel took the opportunity to submit the business tax report to meet with the Count's steward Sate. After reporting on the collection of business taxes for the first half of the year, Joel moved closer to Sate and whispered, "Mr. Sate, I have important information to report to you." After dismissing those around, Joel spoke earnestly in front of the steward. "Sir, after observations by the Chamber of Commerce members, we found that merchant Alava recently has a large sum of unexplained wealth which we preliminarily judged to be sourced from collusion with the demon clan. This has seriously violated the kingdom's laws, so we believe it is our duty to report it to you so that the Count can make a fair and just ruling on this matter." Joel expressed his prepared speech all at once but did not receive a response from Mr. Sate. He looked up in confusion at Sate only to receive a blank expression that seemed to say, "Are you an idiot?" It also seemed to express satisfaction at having obtained something extraordinary. Joel's mind began to race, and after a moment he realized his fatal oversight and hurriedly added, "Of course, Mr. Sate, that unexplained large sum from Alava should naturally be handled by you, the steward, to demonstrate the Count's firm support for the kingdom's laws." Sate sneered contemptuously, saying, "All right, you can go now. I will handle this." Joel immediately beamed with delight, bowing and saying, "Thank you, Mr. Steward." He then stepped away from the meeting hall with light footsteps. Once Joel's footsteps faded into the depths of the corridor, Sate could no longer conceal his anger. He flipped over the desk piled with tax documents and muttered curses. Damn steward. Damn the steward. One day everyone will know that I am not some damn steward. That evening all the merchants who attended the basement meeting learned through the already excluded Chamber of Commerce's information network that Joel had reported Alava. Now everyone was waiting for good news, a message saying Alava's family was ruined and he was hanged in the square of Guy City or escorted to the capital for public execution. 3 days passed and nothing happened. Some merchants had objections but were silenced by the most experienced Ralph. 5 days passed and still nothing happened. Some merchants expressed their desire to find Joel for an explanation. After all, they paid so many taxes to the Chamber of Commerce every year and they could guess that Joel had profited from their cooperation, but they were still persuaded by Ralph. The seasoned Ralph advised the impatient merchants, you are too anxious to accomplish anything big. Wait a little longer, good news is coming. 7 days passed with no incidents. Even a merchant scout saw the adventurer that Alava had hired from who knows where instructing Alava's young son in sword practice. The atmosphere among the merchants was as oppressive as a stagnant pond. Ralph, under pressure, decided to personally speak with Joel, but Joel stated that he had completed his responsibilities and shifted the blame entirely to the inefficiency of the Count's administrative staff. Ralph could only helplessly tell the merchants to wait a little longer. 10 days passed and one afternoon something happened, but it was not good news. Joel, the former president of the Chamber of Commerce in the Reed Count's territory, colluded with the Demon Clan to smuggle contraband, embezzling a total of 570 gold coins in business taxes and hiring assassins to eliminate merchants who refused to cooperate with him. The evidence is conclusive. Under the instruction of Lord Harry Reed, the current lord of the Reed Count's territory, according to the laws of the Holy Heracler Human Kingdom, Joel is sentenced to execution by hanging for multiple crimes. In the square of Guy City, a wooden platform half a person's height was erected, and after the soldiers loudly read the verdict, they retreated to a makeshift gallows. Once filled with confidence, Mr. Joel, the Chamber of Commerce president, now looked like livestock waiting for slaughter, his gaze hollow and his face ashen bound in the center of the gallows. Good. Great. Damn it. Hang this bastard. Cheers and curses formed a wave of sound from the front of the gallows. The area 7 or 8 meters in front of the gallows was packed with excited civilians and vendors. Although they had no idea what was happening, a slight trust in the Count's guards led them to believe that the fat man on the gallows was the source of their oppression. Especially after hearing the mention of 570 gold coins, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting in even louder commotion. After all, for these commoners, 570 gold coins was an amount they could scarcely dream of, further solidifying the onlookers' belief that this person truly deserved to die. Among the excited civilians, some were soaked in cold sweat. They were merchants involved in the assassination plan against Alava, as well as spies sent by other merchants. All were terrified, fearing that today's gallows would serve more than one. With the executioner's command, a trapdoor opened beneath Joel's feet. Under the force of gravity, the rope above the gallows was instantly tightened and a crisp yet faint sound of bones breaking reached the ears of some nearby onlookers. After a few spasms like a dead fish, a foul odor of mixed excrement spread from the gallows and the unfortunate crowd covered their noses trying to flee but were blocked by the throngs behind them. For a moment the area around the gallows became a scene of chaos. Those spies and merchants instinctively wanted to escape upon seeing Joel being hanged, but they were pushed around by the densely packed civilians and found it impossible to move. One of them even took a few punches in the tightly packed crowd. Minutes later, the 4 soldiers tasked with executing the hanging confirmed that Joel was as dead as could be. They took him down from the noose, dragging his body like a dead dog and placing it in a body bag, while a few carpenters began dismantling the gallows. Seeing the execution concluded, the onlookers began to disperse. After all, no one had time to waste, and watching a spectacle wouldn't put food on the table. At this moment, a tall, serious-looking elder walked up to the wooden platform with brisk steps. He stood upright in the center of the platform, exuding an intimidating presence. Clearing his throat, he said, "Good afternoon to all the citizens of the Count's territory. The former Chamber of Commerce president has committed heinous crimes and has been justly punished under the Count's instruction. However, the Chamber of Commerce, an essential part of maintaining normal operations in Guy City and the Count's territory, cannot afford to lack a president. I wonder if everyone remembers that the verdict against Joel stated that he had spent a large sum hiring assassins to eliminate merchants who refused to cooperate with him. This upright merchant, Mr. Alava, runs a grocery store in Guy City. However, what many do not know is that he not only refused to submit to the pressure from the former Chamber of Commerce president but also donated 20% of his grocery store's profits to the local poorhouse every month. After voting by the other members of the Chamber of Commerce and with the personal approval of His Excellency the Count, I Safe, the steward of Count Reed, officially represent the Count to appoint this fearless merchant, Mr. Alava, as the new president of the Chamber of Commerce in the Count's territory." Recently looking a bit thinner, Alava appeared friendly as he walked to the center of the platform, shook hands with Said, accepted the golden badge of the Chamber of Commerce president that Said placed around his neck, and began to deliver his inaugural speech into a tin trumpet. "Good afternoon, citizens of the Count's territory. For a long time we small merchants, vendors and the vast majority of commoners have lived under the control of a group of vampires represented by the former Chamber of Commerce president, suffering relentless oppression." The commoners below began to return and listen attentively to Alava's inaugural address, and their emotions were successfully stirred. For a moment most of the audience turned red in the face. If Joel were not already dead, they would have loved to tear him apart on the spot. In stark contrast to the commoners' flushed faces were the merchants who had come to witness the execution. Although they had no knowledge of when the Chamber of Commerce had held a vote or when they had cast their approval, it did not prevent their faces from turning pale, fearing that in the next moment they would be recognized and face the fists of the commoners they usually looked down upon. As an ordinary merchant of common birth, I, Alava, will surely dedicate myself to the work of the Chamber of Commerce president and will not disappoint everyone's expectations, as I have earned the esteemed Count's trust. In the agonizing wait that felt like years, the merchants finally endured until the end of Alava's speech. After Sade announced that all matters in the square today had concluded, the crowd slowly dispersed, carrying the exhausted merchants into the various streets and alleys adjacent to the square like water spilled on the ground, quickly soaking into the earth. The merchants who had scattered into various streets all headed towards the same destination. Half an hour later they once again gathered in Ralph's basement. The pale-faced merchants were quicker than the spies, informing the other members of everything that had happened in the square that afternoon. It's over, it's all over. We shouldn't have acted directly. Now look, we didn't kill him and instead. A merchant with a blank stare muttered, holding his head. Bang. A burly merchant slammed his hand down on the long table. Shut your damn mouth, you cowardly dog, Sato, all you know is to play the blame game. Everyone shut the hell up. Ralph, usually composed, couldn't help but lose his temper. He said with a grim face, what's most important now is that we cannot fight among ourselves. Although that bastard Alava has somehow managed to get that old dog Sade on his side, he is merely the new president of the Chamber of Commerce and lacks connections. He can't do anything substantial in a short time. We still have a chance. What chance do we have? We used to respect you, but now that trouble has arisen, you are just here to smooth things over. How can he not do anything? With that guard of his, if we oppose him, we wouldn't even know how we died. Ralph, seeing he couldn't suppress the crowd, had to lay out his plan. He cleared his throat and confidently said, is it illegal for merchants not to do business? Does he dare to kill merchants who refuse to do business? As long as we unite and call for a strike together, we can escalate the situation and ultimately drive Alava back to his doghouse. He cleared his throat and confidently said, is it illegal for merchants not to do business? Does he dare to kill merchants who refuse to do business? As long as we unite and call for a strike together, we can escalate the situation and ultimately drive Alava back to his doghouse. He cleared his throat and confidently said, is it illegal for merchants not to do business? Does he dare to kill merchants who refuse to do business? As long as we unite and call for a strike together, we can escalate the situation and ultimately drive Alava back to his doghouse. After a moment of silence in the basement, everyone suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, even if that Alava was targeting them, he couldn't openly break the law, could he? As a businessman who toils every day, it's only natural to feel unwell. After running a business for so many years, can I enjoy some rest? I'm just taking a few days off. What do you mean? They are resting too. That's just a coincidence. Thus the businessmen who attended the meeting ultimately decided to gather their goods over the next 2 days and agree to halt the market the day after tomorrow, after which they dispersed. In the study of No. 2, Clay's Street. Master, will those businessmen really go on strike together? Pepe asked Murphy, who was bent over the desk writing a letter. Of course. They can't openly resist Alava, so they can only use this passive method to bet that Alava won't do anything obviously out of line, Murphy casually replied. I see, but what about the common folks who won't be able to buy anything? Pepe nodded. At that moment Murphy had just finished writing the letter. As he waved the paper to speed up the drying of the ink, he said, the solution is in this letter, it just requires an additional investment. What do you mean by additional investment? Murphy smiled and said, it means we have to spend a large sum of money again. He spread his arms wide, indicating an amount of considerable size. Pepe looked up at Murphy in surprise and asked, Master, do we have that much money? Murphy squatted down and looked at the little girl countering, who said, we have to spend our money. In the early hours, Alava, who had gotten up, was groping through the house with an oil lamp equipped with a fireproof cover. As he passed his study, he glanced in and noticed a faint glow inside. Alava quickly replayed his actions from the night in his mind and realized that neither he nor his wife had used the study while his son and Byron had been practicing swordsmanship in the yard. Alava felt a sudden unease, fearing that someone might be out to assassinate him, or that Mr. Taurus might have issued new orders. Fortunately, his unease did not last long. Alava steeled himself and pushed open the door to the study, where he once again saw the wax-sealed envelope with a skull emblem on his desk. Alava skillfully took a letter opener to tear open the envelope and read the letter by candlelight. Dear Mr. Alava, long time no see. Though it may sound abrupt, I sincerely apologize for not being able to attend your inauguration. As compensation, I have a piece of bad news and a piece of good news for you. The bad news is that other merchants in Geist City have formed a small group to exclude you and plan to obstruct you within the limits allowed by kingdom law. The good news is that as the newly appointed president of the Merchant Association, you can use your first fire to burn all those unruly bastards to death. Additionally, congratulations on demonstrating your value and standing out among your peers to become a formal member of my team. As a new benefit, the support I provide will be in the hands of my subordinates. Hope you like it. Your kind and sincere friend, Taurus. Alava took the lesson from the last time and read the letter 3 times in one breath. Then he sighed, realizing he had become a formal subordinate of that great man. Whether this is a good thing or a bad thing, at least know 2. Clay Street would provide him with assistance in the impending predicament. In Alava's view, anyone who has not gotten out of bed by 9 a.m. is like a rat in the sewer, a pest in the drain, and is nothing but a worthless person with no ambition. Pepe, a native of Xiaha village, naturally had the good habit of going to bed early and rising early. However, in Murphy's eyes, if someone has nothing to do and still gets up at 9, that is a desecration of life. Alava originally intended to visit No. 2. Clay Street at 9 a.m., but after Byron's subtle suggestions he changed the time to before lunch. At 10:30 a.m. Alava arrived at the entrance of No. 2. Clay Street accompanied by Byron. Although he had bought this house as a gift, he still felt envy for its exquisite courtyard and somewhat luxurious residence. Alava was not unable to afford such a house, it was just that this merchant of humble origins had always had a habit of pretending to be poor. He planned to buy a plot of land in a relatively remote and safe area when he was too old to run his business, and then build a house with a garden according to his own ideas to enjoy his later years. As Alava admired the various plants in the courtyard, he noticed a small problem: how could such a large house have no servants? Not only was there no doorman, but there wasn't even a maid. How could so many chores be handled? He did not believe that Mr. Torres' subordinates would condescend to do menial work themselves. In fact, Murphy did not do the work personally either. Most cleaning tasks, including the trimming of the courtyard plants, could be handled by Xiao Qian alone, or rather one dog. As for some assistant tasks, Pepe was helping out. Currently No. 2. Clay Street did not lack servants, however, considering that Pepe as a human needed to eat and the need for everyone to disguise themselves as humans, Murphy planned to hire a trustworthy chef. As they walked to the center of the courtyard, Xiao Qian suddenly popped out from the flower bushes, barking a few times at them before quickly running inside to wake Murphy up. A few minutes later, a hurriedly dressed Murphy, rubbing his eyes, invited Byron and Alava into the reception room. Alava took out Mr. Torres' letter and personally handed it to the young man before him. Murphy looked at the letter that had circled back to him and couldn't help but smile. This little. Sir, do you have something to discuss? As a guest in need, Alava showed enough respect to the young Murphy. After all, becoming Mr. Torres' subordinate at such a young age must mean he either came from an extraordinary background or possessed extraordinary talent. It's nothing, I just thought of Mr. Torres when I saw this wax seal, Murphy said casually, smiling as he pretended to read his own letter. I see. Please rest assured, Mr. Alava, we are all on the same side now, and I will naturally help you get through this difficulty, Murphy said confidently, patting his chest. In fact, we don't need to intervene too much. Relying on your intelligence alone can completely resolve this matter. Alava was filled with confusion after hearing this. Mr. Alava, think about it, how would they trip you up? Especially since you have Byron, a master, by your side, Murphy said, smiling and guiding him. Using legal means, that way I cannot justifiably punish them. Alava followed the line of thought Murphy provided. So what is the most legal means of resistance for a businessman? Alava suddenly had a flash of inspiration and already had the answer: it is to go on strike. As long as they don't sell goods, they can influence my reputation as the president of the Merchant Association without violating kingdom law, gradually pushing me out of my position. Congratulations, you answered correctly, Murphy exclaimed, jumping up from his seat in exaggerated delight. So how will you counter them? Hearing this question, Alava's face quickly fell. Sir, this is an open and above-board scheme. There's no way to settle it with those small tricks. Why use those small tricks? Use conspiracy to crush conspiracy. Use open schemes to counter open schemes. Isn't that better? Murphy asked loudly, gripping Alava's slightly drooping shoulders. But if they don't sell, what can I do? If they don't sell, then you sell. After all, there's a saying that if you don't do it, someone else will. But I only have a grocery store on the books. Then go to other places to source goods, buy up all the things they want, sell, and then sell them to the common folks. This method will require a huge amount of gold. Alava hadn't finished speaking when Murphy snapped his fingers. Familiar with the script, Pepe pushed a wheelbarrow full of gold coins in front of Alava, then raised the handle of the wheelbarrow, letting the coins flow like a clear spring onto the ground, the pleasant sound ringing in everyone's ears. Such a large sum of money was quite tempting even for Alava. He swallowed hard and asked, "Is all this for me?" Murphy looked at him strangely. You must still be half asleep. It's a loan. A loan. Alava realized he had been overly optimistic and couldn't help but mock himself. Right, it's a loan. I can't believe how I got sidetracked. That's more like it. Murphy had a teachable expression and then said seriously, we have decided to lend you 3,000 gold coins to get through this rough patch. You not only have to pay it back but also with 10% interest. After pondering for a moment, Alava concluded that there was still profit to be made and said with a smile that is only right, borrowing money should naturally come with interest. That's right. Now let me explain the operational process to you, Murphy said, seeing that Alava was on board and prepared to proceed to the next step. Sir, we can probably skip this part. I consider myself quite an experienced businessman. Alava hesitated. Although he was trying his best to trust this frivolous young man he had only met twice, he had considerable confidence in the business field and was unwilling to accept guidance from others. Hearing this, Murphy became interested. Did Alava not believe in his business genius from another world? I understand your point. Why don't we lay out all the plans and you can choose whichever one you think is better? Alright then, I'll go first. Alava confidently introduced his simple plan. Use that loan to purchase the goods that the striking merchants have stopped selling as quickly as possible and then sell them at normal prices in Guy City. As long as we can maintain market stability, it won't take long for those merchants to give up and everything will return to normal. The debt and interest can also be paid back slowly. Once Alava finished his plan, he waited for Murphy to speak. Too small. The perspective is too small. Murphy, slightly taller than Alava, looked down at him after saying this with a somewhat arrogant tone. However, Alava was not angry. After all, he wanted to know what he had done wrong. I have no objections to purchasing goods from other places, but I believe we can sell them without following the methods of the striking merchants. Murphy looked into Alava's eyes and said, I can't believe it, you're such a soft-hearted person. They want to take you down and you just want to stabilize the market and wait for them to give up. Alava, knowing he wasn't a soft-hearted person, felt a bit embarrassed and said, but I don't want to take them down in business this time. You are mistaken, this strike is indeed a good opportunity. While they are not selling goods, you can seize the market without any reservations, and you must seize it thoroughly, leaving them with no chance of revival. But how can that be done? Many commoners are regular customers of certain shops. My shop will always be a substitute for them. Once those merchants resume selling. What regular customers? Even if they exist, it's merely a habit. We need to make them change that bad habit. Changing the habits of commoners is not that simple. Hey, I think it's very easy. The secret is just 2 words, Murphy whispered in Alava's ear, lower prices. Murphy cleared his throat and said, my plan is to expand your shop at least 5 times while acquiring goods from various places and then categorize the products for centralized selling. In simple terms, it means opening a shop that sells everything and the prices must be lower than those of the merchants, just slightly above cost price. We will take the path of low profit and high turnover. But if we do that, the profits... Alava interrupted. Don't interrupt me, Murphy continued. At this stage we must keep lowering prices while also promoting your shop, deepening the common people's impression of it. How long can those merchants strike? A week? A month? Or a year? Anyway, I think the longer the better. The longer they strike, the deeper the common people's impression of your shop will be under the dual assault of prices and promotions. Over time, even if they resume selling, they will find no business. When the next phase arrives after they resume selling and find their goods unsold, they will rush to recover their funds. We will buy all those foolish merchants' shops and goods at a low price, thereby completely driving them out of the business circle in Guy City. In this way we achieve our goal and you also fulfill your ideal of taking them down in business. Isn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Alava was left dumbfounded after hearing this. He had never imagined that this seemingly frivolous young man could devise such a targeted strategy. Even if he had similar ideas, he would often abandon them due to his cautious nature after just outlining a rough plan. In contrast, this young man could truly be said to be a natural merchant. No wonder he became Mr. Torras' capable assistant. Murphy waved his hand in front of Alava's eyes and said, what are you thinking about? Don't just stand there, I still need to discuss the details and division of labor of the plan with you. Then we will each do our part. I can't wait to see those wild dogs in the basement begging for mercy. Alava imagined the once mighty merchants begging and groveling before him, feeling a surge of blood rush to his head. All right. Please tell me the detailed plan, Mr. Murphy. There are still 40 hours until the merchants strike. After consulting with Murphy about the specific plans, Alava left no. 2. Clay Street, a smile unable to be concealed on his face. Alava was responsible for contacting his good friends to procure goods from several territories near Count Reed's domain, while the task of renovating the shop was entrusted to Murphy. Upon returning home, Alava quickly gathered his people, assigning them swift horses while a group of riders set off with tasks and gold coins from various city gates in all directions. Murphy, accompanied by Pei, arrived at the entrance of Alava's shop. Looking at the dilapidated wooden sign, Alava's general store, and the listless attendant inside, Murphy whispered, why does this place look like a junkyard? Right, it's obvious there's nothing good here, it's hard not to be suspicious, Pei pouted. Leave it to us. Murphy patted Pei's shoulder. Alava's shop was situated in the middle of a row of shops on the street, flanked by fruit stalls, vegetable stands, and a blacksmith shop. Murphy led Pei to the fruit stall, eyeing the 2 stall owners and dozens of watermelons, a flicker of interest stirring within him. Hey, how much is your melon per pound? 2 copper coins per pound. Damn, wait, I'm asking if business is good for you too. The watermelon stall owner looked up puzzled, casting a dubious glance at Murphy. It's fine, are you buying or not? I am, but I want to buy your entire fruit stall. Murphy leaned on the watermelon, stating. The stall owner, who had been smashing watermelons, put down the one in his hand, his anger rising. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? No, I genuinely want to buy your stall, just name a price. Murphy felt as if he had returned to his past life and feared that if he didn't escape this odd scenario, bloodshed might ensue. The owner, skeptical, asked, you really want to buy? Murphy replied, I really do. Alava wants to do big business, this shop is too small and needs an expansion. One price, 15 gold coins. You scoundrel. This stall isn't worth 5 gold coins. Pei shouted angrily. Murphy quickly pulled Pei behind him. Is your melon made of gold or is the stall made of gold? The owner crossed his arms saying, "Do you want it or not?" At that moment Murphy suddenly understood the essence of the fruit stall siege. Suppressing his anger, he pulled out 15 gold coins and said, "You can pack up now." The fruit stall brothers instantly beamed with joy. One started counting money while the other began packing up the fruit. Murphy and Pei Pei replicated the same method, purchasing the vegetable stall, blacksmith shop and the small diner, insisting that they leave immediately. Even the beggar waiting for leftovers outside the diner was given 2 silver coins to go beg elsewhere. Dealing with these people cost a total of 50 gold coins, after which the two went to the goods distribution market to reserve dozens of meters of wooden fencing and a large amount of canvas, finally returning to the courtyard of No. 2, Clay Street with over 100 cloaks as dusk fell. "Today I will teach you summoning magic targeting 100 mindless skeletons from the lightless tomb," Murphy said while sketching the magic circle. Pei Pei was copying the patterns of the magic circle in her notebook and asked, "Will those skeletons obey?" Murphy answered, "Yes, they are mindless skeletons driven only by the instinct to obey their superiors." After finishing the summoning magic circle, Murphy infused magical power into the center of the circle, and after a flash of bright light a stream of soulless skeletons began to emerge continuously from the circle. As the sun had not yet fully set, these skeletons appeared somewhat listless, akin to humans forced to wake up early. Murphy commanded them to don the long robes prepared in advance, covering their faces thoroughly. By 9 o'clock in the evening the streets were devoid of pedestrians and the patrolling guards had concluded their work in this area. With a command from Murphy, 100 skeletons quietly rushed towards Alava's general store. They formed a long line in the dark street, the black cloaks merging with the night. At the outer side of Alava's general store stood a calm middle-aged man, Byron, who had been waiting there for a while. Earlier in the afternoon, after the wooden fencing and canvas reserved by Murphy were delivered to Alava's general store, Byron brought several workers from the store to surround the stalls centered around the general store with the fencing and canvas. Byron saw the skeletons approaching from a distance, reached out to pull aside the canvas beside him and let the skeletons in. Murphy strolled over leisurely without bringing the young girl, as Pei Pei was at home repeatedly practicing the dark summoning magic. "Since everyone is here, let's dismantle it. Remember to be quiet so as not to disturb the neighbors' rest." With a command from Murphy, the skeletons surged forward like a swarm of locusts into the row of shops ahead. "Byron, I have some matters to attend to. I will return at dawn." "Understood, I will keep an eye on things here." Murphy's orders were effective and the skeletons did not make much noise. Only the faint sounds of the outer structure being dismantled could be heard as several shops vanished like sugar dissolving in water, quickly disappearing from the outside in. By dawn a row of shops had completely lost all of their interior and exterior arrangements, resembling skeletons stripped of all flesh. In this regard they were quite fitting with the skeletons that caused all this. As the sun gradually rose, the number of pedestrians in the street increased. Murphy, who had hurried back from elsewhere, dispelled the summoning state of the skeletons, and then he and Byron went to the goods distribution market to procure necessities. There are still 24 hours until the merchants strike. Returning to the night just as Murphy was diligently working with the skeletons, an unexpected visitor arrived at Alava's home after a busy day. The visitor, cloaked in black, entered Alava's study under the introduction of a servant. He turned to close the door and slowly removed his hood, revealing his half-white hair. "Mr. Learf." Alava appeared greatly surprised with a hint of mockery in his voice. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Learf, illuminated by the dim candlelight, looked quite old. He rasped, "Could you spare an old bone like me a chair?" Alava stood up and brought him a wooden high-back chair, seating Learf directly opposite him. "Mr. Learf, a man of great reputation, please feel free to speak of any matters you have." "Mr. Alava." "No, Mr. President Alava, I wish to report. I report that those merchants plan to use my name to stage a unified strike the day after tomorrow and are threatening my family. They are coercing me, forcing me to join them. I had no choice but to superficially agree with them, and now I am here to report to you." Learf trembled as he finished, collapsing onto the high-back chair like a deflated balloon. "Mr. Learf, what are you talking about? Although I am the newly appointed president of the Chamber of Commerce, we are all in the same industry. Who would give me trouble?" Alava said with a smile. "Mr. President, I speak only the truth." "Truth? How could that be? There have been no records of the Chamber's meeting room being used these past few days." "Sir, in truth everyone is aware. We have been behind your back." Learf could not continue. "All right, Mr. Learf, even if what you say is true, why should I believe you?" Learf was left speechless, trembling as he said, "You don't believe me? I have already achieved this much." "What level is that?" Alava burst into laughter, grabbing several envelopes from the table and tossing them at Learf. "See for yourself." An ominous premonition engulfed Learf as he opened the first letter and began to read. "Dear Mr. Alava, hello, I am Raffle, a merchant dealing in cloth in the West District. Although we have had no previous interaction, as a law-abiding businessman, in order to not let my conscience be condemned, I wish to report an incident with severe repercussions. Former Chamber President Joel's accomplice, the most notorious merchant in Guy City, Learf, summoned us last night and threatened us to participate in a strike in 2 days. If this plan succeeds, it will be a serious disruption to the market. As a businessman, and more so as a resident of Guy City, my heart has been tormented since returning home. Thus I write this letter in fear and am willing to contribute to the stability of Guy City's market. As a minor character, please forgive me for not being able to directly oppose Lurf's threats at this point, only you can save us. I am willing to offer sufficient sincerity, which is 80% of my entire fortune, 800 gold coins, to maintain market stability and support your just actions. Thank you again for your tolerance and kindness, your humble and sincere colleague and friend Raffle. Lurf gasped, throwing the letter far away, shouting, "This is impossible. Impossible." He frantically tore open the other letters, beginning to read at a rapid pace. "I am a timber merchant. The treacherous merchant Lurf threatened us, saying if we did not participate he would have someone silence us. I reluctantly am willing to offer 500 gold coins. Grain merchant. Joel's lackey Lurf demanded that we collectively strike in 2 days if we do not comply. 200 gold coins. I hope President Alava can quickly sanction Lurf, who has repeatedly violated the law." "No. No." Lurf collapsed completely onto the ground, his body trembling incessantly, his eyes void of light. At that moment he appeared as an old man instead of a beast, pretending to be submissive while plotting revenge. This is how it should be, Alava thought to himself. He looked down at Lurf on the ground. "Are you satisfied with such an outcome?" Lurf lay on the ground mumbling, "I'm not convinced. I won't lose. I won't accept this. Ha 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 ha." Laughter echoed from outside and Murphy entered the study without reservation, laughing as he said, "This is hilarious. You're still not convinced. You're still not accepting. You think you can just surrender. Who do you think you are?" Not waiting for Lurf to respond, Murphy looked up at Alava. "How was the harvest?" "Thanks to Mr. Murphy's guidance today we harvested a total of 2,700 gold coins from the various merchants. Lurf's assets are also within our grasp." The two completely ignored Lurf on the ground and began calculating the profits. "Little bastard. Don't celebrate too early." Lurf shouted, his face turning red as he got up from the ground. "Without me, without us merchants, your chamber is just an empty shell. Go ahead and be your president. You bastard." Lurf angrily left Alava's home, climbing into the waiting carriage. Lurf took a deep breath in the carriage for several minutes, calming himself, then asked the coachman, "From which direction did that young man who entered after me come?" "Sir, there was no young man. You were the only one to enter that house tonight," the coachman replied after pondering. Upon hearing this, Lurf fell into a long silence. He muttered to himself, "It's fine as long as everyone participates in the strike, even if it's just on the surface. It can severely impact Alava's reputation. And that young man, he must be investigated as well." Back in Alava's study. "Mr. Murphy, everything is proceeding smoothly on my end. How about the shops?" "No need to worry, I'm much faster than you. Just focus on your own duties." "Mr. Murphy, what about this money?" Alava pointed to a small pile of gold coins in the corner of the study. "Invest it all, don't hold back. After all, it's money blown in by the wind." "Understood." After discussing the following plans in the study, Murphy returned at dawn to the general store under construction. In the capital of the Helicar Kingdom, a figure in a black robe was kneeling on one knee before the king. The location where the succubus crystal first circulated is the territory of Count Reed. And then it's the royal capital. The king furrowed his brow. "According to our investigation, that is indeed the case," the black-robed figure said confidently. "Go and find the records of the previous generations of Count Reed." "Yes, sir." The king looked at the parchment in his hand, his expression fluctuating. "The Reed family seems to be in constant turmoil. Yes, this count is about to turn 40 but has yet to produce an heir. What about the collateral branches? This count and the previous count are both only children. The uncle of the count from the generation before last has gone missing and remains unaccounted for." "Good." The king slammed the table hard. "Have your people continue gathering evidence, and as soon as it's ready, immediately convict him. Notify the Grand General and the Minister of Finance to see me." "Yes, sir." The black-robed figure exited the king's study. The king pulled out the national tax report from his desk, finding the taxes from Count Reed's territory, revealing a barely noticeable smile. A skeletal construction worker appearing in a human city by day would surely provoke unnecessary trouble, thus the general store's construction site remained idle during daylight hours. Today's shop renovation required substantial quantities of wooden planks and tools. After briefly directing the procurement of materials, Murphy located his personal messenger. Since receiving his wages from Murphy, Sam's quality of life had markedly improved, evident even in his complexion. The young man had visibly gained weight, no longer gaunt as before. "I recall you mentioned overseeing 3 districts in the commoners' quarter. Do you know the messengers assigned to the others?" "Of course I do. Had I not been outmaneuvered by them, I'd have claimed far more than just 3 districts." "Then gather them all, tell them there's a lucrative commission. And inform them they're about to be promoted." Most messengers in the commoners' quarter delivered their messages at night, so by day they each had fixed haunts. Some gambled in dens, others idled in taverns, and a few lingered in grimy inns, ostensibly studying foreign languages. By early afternoon, Sam arrived at Kleist Street No. 2 with 7 or 8 listless commoners in tow. Having spent their lives among the lower classes, these messengers had never before set foot in such a place, and stood stiffly ill at ease. Led by Sam, the group entered the reception chamber where Murphy had long awaited their arrival. Once all were assembled, Murphy wasted no time. "I've summoned you for a major commission. Your task is simple: ensure every commoner in your respective districts hears the message I give you, and you'll be handsomely compensated. Understood.
The messengers nodded in unison, affirming their comprehension. Murphy had once considered distributing flyers akin to the grand supermarket promotions of his past life, but parchment was prohibitively expensive here and literacy among commoners stood below 1 in 1,000. With no viable alternative, he resorted to living messengers to propagate his narrative. Here is the message you'll deliver: merchants colluding with the former guildmaster Joel, fearing prosecution under royal law, will collectively cease trade tomorrow, denying commoners food and goods, to force the newly appointed guildmaster Mr.
Arava to resign and install one of their own. Fear not, Mr. Arava has secured sufficient capital and is establishing a vast emporium where all goods will be available. It opens in 2 days. Crucially, honoring his inaugural pledge, every item will be priced only marginally above cost. You'll soon realize how deeply those contemptible merchants have bled you dry for years. No one compels you to patronize Mr. Arava's emporium, but your eyes shall bear witness to the truth. Spread this message, by any means necessary, in plain accessible language, and do so with utmost speed. As for compensation, 2 gold coins per district successfully covered. Yet I shall dispatch inspectors to verify your work. If my agents fail to hear the message from commoners' lips, the district's messenger may find his reward reconsidered. Is that clear? The offer of 2 gold coins per district ignited fierce ambition among the messengers. The atmosphere in the reception chamber flared with fervor. Understood. May we depart now? Asked one messenger. One final point during this assignment: direct all questions to Sam, he will relay them to me. If agreed, you may leave and begin your work immediately. Though seasoned messengers privately scorned Sam, none refused gold. With envious glances cast his way, they departed Kleist Street No. 2. Having settled that matter, several hours remained before the skeletal workers' shift began. Murphy donned his literary consultant persona and commenced cross-world cultural transplantation. Gazing upon the parchment and quill, Murphy sighed inwardly. Being a writer, he mused, was no easy vocation. Set had informed him that the Great Knight's Return would be published under the Earl's name, but Murphy cared little. For Harry Reid's tenure was nearing its inevitable end. What truly unsettled Murphy was another issue: plagiarism. He had intended to capitalize on the popularity of this warrior's return genre, producing multiple derivative works with minimal effort and maximum profit, only to discover someone had beaten him to it. That someone proved to be the very scribes hired to copy books. Though the Earl dismissed their original works outright, nothing stopped them from plagiarizing, and after copying the same text several times, nearly every lowbrow writer had internalized the warrior's return formula. Because the original author had suffered broken legs at the hands of the Earl's guard, these writers dared not submit their derivative works to the Earl. Instead, they circulated them discreetly within the taverns of the lower city. According to intelligence gathered by Sam, warriors' return-style novels had taken root across Guy City's commoners' quarter and borne abundant fruit. First came the self-proclaimed orthodox variant, the knight or warrior's return, whose protagonists invariably held the most readily attainable physical class professions. These tales thrived in taverns, faithfully reproducing every classic trope: loyal wives, children sleeping in dog kennels, and minor antagonists terrified into paralysis by a mere crooked smirk. Second arose the innovative Archmage's Return, capitalizing on commoners' innate awe toward magic, a rare gift given the exceedingly low probability of magical awakening among them. This subgenre satisfied both curiosity and imagination, offering hope to the magically untalented. Notably, per Sam's report, the originator of this innovative branch was himself a low-rank inept mage, lending his stories an unexpected if modest degree of authenticity. Most astonishing was the third category, one that surpassed even Murphy's imagination. Here the protagonist's profession, warrior or mage, had become irrelevant. Key plot points were routinely excised and narrative emphasis shifted decisively toward intimate encounters with the opposite sex, a euphemism for clarity's sake. These vulgar authors specialized exclusively in producing warriors' return-themed adult fiction. These 3 genres were already steadily capturing the commoners' quarter's literary market. Once their authors tasted success, they would inevitably seek the Earl's patronage. Yet competing for scraps had never been Murphy's style. After deep reflection, he resolved to pioneer a new market and forge an uncharted path by importing yet another beloved genre from his homeland, the urban divine physician. As night fell, Mo-Fi arrived at the construction site, cordoned off by fences and tarpaulins, and summoned 100 skeletons once more. Under Mo-Fi's command, the skeletons moved with the seamless coordination of seasoned renovation crews. Some sawed timber, others applied coats of paint, while Mo-Fi and Byron stood nearby overseeing the work. Byron, do you feel any joy knowing that the foolish count is about to fall from power? A little. I had assumed I would rejoice at the downfall of my brother's descendant, but reality proved otherwise. What truly moves me is the chance after nearly a century to guard this place once again. It warms my heart to hear you say so. Given our delicate position, we must inevitably install Set as the new count to shield our operations beneath a legitimate facade. Indeed. That is precisely how it should be. In my heart, the grand cause of the demon race stands above all else. With Dawn's arrival, the skeletons vanished once more. After a night of meticulous labor, the Balava supermarket had taken tangible shape. Only shelves, hired hands, and most crucially inventory remained to be secured. 0 hours remained until the merchants' strike commenced. That morning, numerous commoners venturing out to buy vegetables were met with a strange sight. Where were the vegetable vendors? It was not only vegetable buyers who found themselves thwarted, blacksmiths seeking iron ingots, carpenters in need of lumber, and tailors searching for cloth all returned empty-handed. The goods distribution market of Gi's city stood utterly deserted. Even the notoriously haggling raw material merchants and their wares had vanished without a trace. What on earth had happened? Why? And what now? Crowding before the market gate, citizens exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring among themselves to uncover the truth. Just as confusion thickened, a man sprinted toward the crowd shouting, "I've just returned from the guild hall. The merchants who were meant to sell here today have all fallen ill. All of them. Best hurry home, don't catch whatever they've got." Whispers rippled through the crowd as people began drifting away. Then a voice pierced the murmur, "They're doing it on purpose." A slender young man stepped forward, unflinching under the sudden weight of dozens of eyes fixed upon him. "Have you forgotten? On the day that man was hanged, his verdict declared that many merchants, alongside the former guild master, had long oppressed the common folk. Now that the former master is dead, they're striking back, refusing to sell a single item." Murmurs swelled across the square. Those who'd witnessed the hanging recounted the details for those who hadn't. Small clusters gathered, debating what action to take. Seeing the stir he'd caused, the youth added, "Did you know? Guildmaster Alava anticipated exactly this, and rumor has it he plans to open a grand new marketplace himself." As if summoned to confirm his words, a man in official guild attire pushed through the throng to the market entrance. Unfurling a parchment scroll, he announced in a clear, resonant voice, "The guild has confirmed that today's 19 scheduled merchants are all afflicted with an unknown illness and remain confined to their homes." A subtle smile touched his lips as he continued, "To prevent potential contagion, Guildmaster Alava has ordered the immediate quarantine of all 19 residences. No one may enter or leave." Simultaneously, His Grace Bishop Hawk of the Victory Goddess Cathedral in Gi's city will conduct a large-scale purification right this afternoon at 2 o'clock in the central square. All citizens are urged to spread the word, and all who visited this market within the past 3 days are required to attend. Lastly, to alleviate public anxiety caused by the merchant strike, Guildmaster Alava's new affordable emporium will officially open tomorrow afternoon. Citizens are urged not to panic. Having finished his proclamation, the man rolled up the parchment and strode away, leaving the crowd in uproar. The young man who'd spoken earlier shouted triumphantly, "I knew it would unfold just like this. Master Alava is truly a paragon of virtue." A dissenting voice rose, "True, he is noble, but these merchants are genuinely ill. This isn't vengeance." The youth bristled. "It is vengeance. They seek to break our will, forcing us back into submission, back to buying their overpriced wares. Believe it or not, I'll be attending the purification rite regardless." Amid heated debate, the crowd gradually dispersed. The two disputants wound their way through side streets until both arrived side by side at No. 2, Kleist Street. The slender young man was Sam, the other a close friend from the commoner districts. Together they reenacted the market scene for MO5, dialogue, gestures and all, with such verisimilitude that MO5 praised their acting prowess and rewarded each with a gold coin. After they departed, MO5 summoned Pepe and instructed her, "Go to Alava's residence and ask our esteemed guildmaster whether his afternoon speech is prepared." "As you command, master." Pepe bounded out the front gate, dragging Xiao Qian along in cheerful haste. That afternoon, Gi's city's central square teemed with citizens, crowding in concentric rings around the raised dais upon which stood Bishop Hawk, an elder whose beard and brows gleamed silver-white in the sun. Promptly at 2 o'clock, Bishop Hawk's voice resonated with solemn authority, "The purification begins." Standing bathed in sunlight, radiant holy light surged from his being, unfurling outward along the sweep of his outstretched arms. Soon the crowd felt a profound warmth settle upon their spirits, a deep quiet satisfaction. Anxiety over contagion dissolved entirely, reverence filled their eyes. Kneeling as one, the citizens crossed their hands over their chests, chanting the sacred name of the Victory Goddess in reverent unison. "How magnificent," though rather silly, Pepe remarked. "Indeed magnificent," MO5 replied, gazing from a distant rooftop where he and Pepe observed the ceremony. "Tell me, do you not believe in the Victory Goddess?" MO5 was mildly startled by the girl's irreverence. Pepe shook her head. "Never heard of her before arriving here." "Very well, if you don't believe, then you don't. But remember, should either of us step into that square now, we'd instantly suffer a debilitating debuff." "Yes, master, I'll remember." Half an hour later, the soft luminous haze over the square gently faded. Citizens rose slowly, helping one another to their feet, voices lifted in praise of the Victory Goddess. MO5 nudged Pepe, who'd been lost in thought. Look. The guild master is about to begin." As Bishop Hawk descended the dais, Alava ascended to take his place. Dressed in formal regalia, he wore the guild master's golden insignia pinned proudly over his chest. Raising a tin megaphone to his lips, he commenced his address. "Esteemed citizens of Gi's city, I am Alava Guildmaster." Raising a tin megaphone to his lips, he commenced his address. "Esteemed citizens of Gi's city, I am Alava Guildmaster." It must be said that Alava's appearance today is undeniably convincing, his passionate speech perfectly complementing the purification ceremony led by the old bishop, capturing the hearts of the crowd. After the speech concluded, the crowd slowly dispersed, engaging in discussions about the super-large shop. As for the merchants who collectively boycotted the market, they remained unaware of what was happening, as they had all been locked inside their homes. Of course, Alava did not possess the authority to mobilize the city patrol to work for the Merchants Guild, but that did not stop the patrol from wanting to earn some extra money on their own. Everyday 40 gold coins, a painful price, were used to not only placate the 40 patrollers who were supposed to have today off but also to pre-book other guards who were scheduled for days off, ensuring that not a single person could enter or exit those houses. What was even more infuriating was that these actions were openly carried out by the patrol guards. They did not conceal their behavior at all, practically banging drums to attract a crowd of commoners to watch them seal the doors. Even the doors of the merchants were firmly nailed with wooden boards inscribed with "the guild is legally closed," making it absolutely airtight. Now near the doors of every merchant locked inside their homes stood 2 trained guards, ensuring that the guild's announcement was clearly enforced. Not a single spy could be let out, and even those spies who had already gathered information could not enter. On a rooftop not far from the square, Murphy watched Alava conclude his animated and impassioned speech and asked, "What do you think about this guy becoming a priest?" "What does a priest do?" Pepe asked. "He's essentially the bishop's subordinate. You can think of him as someone who recites scriptures to sway people." "He certainly seems quite suitable." In the drawing room of the Learf residence, a male servant spoke in a tone reminiscent of one morning a deceased relative. "Master, we really can't get out. There are 2 guards outside in the light, both armed with real weapons, and we have no idea how many hidden sentries there are." Learf slammed his cup onto the ground angrily. "That bitch Alava, is he playing this game so ruthlessly?" However, Learf was clearly not the most anxious person in the drawing room. Even more impatient than him were his 2 loyal merchants, the only 2 who had not sent denunciation letters to Alava. The 2 had originally been discussing their next strategy with Learf but were inexplicably locked inside his house. One merchant, anxious and frowning, paced around his seat incessantly, while the other, a hothead, impatiently said, "Stop pacing. Are you done? You don't have family, so of course you aren't anxious. My wife and kids don't know what's happening, so how can I not be worried?" Bang! The hot-headed merchant slammed his palm against the table. "Who are you cursing for not having family?" He then threatened to flip the table. "Everyone stop arguing. What are you arguing about? If you have the ability to go home, then go home. If you don't, then stay quiet," Learf declared, and the 2 fell silent as if bound by a spell. After a moment, the anxious merchant asked, "Mr. Learf, is there any way out of this situation now? It's difficult now. Initially, if everyone had united, there might have been a chance, but I didn't expect these weaklings to be so cowardly. Now we can only pray that Alava's men can't procure enough goods to appease the public so we can conserve our strength and have a chance to turn the tables." "Sir, I don't understand. Are we really just going to share the business opportunities with Alava?" "Ha ha ha." Learf let out a bitter laugh. "Share? On what basis can we share with him? We can only prepare to withstand the impact. If each of us can keep a single shop, we should be thankful." Upon hearing this, the merchants in the drawing room wore expressions of bitterness. The hot-headed merchant calmed his temper like a campfire that had been extinguished and weakly asked, "I just don't understand. According to the news from the morning, there will be a large-scale purification ceremony in the square this afternoon, but how can that guy Alava command even the church people?" The guest room of the Goddess of Victory Church in Guy City had not been opened for over a decade, but today it welcomed guests once more. On either side of a simple but immaculate tea table sat the bishop and Alava. "Please allow me to express my gratitude once again, Mr. Alava. Your generous donation has showcased your noble character to everyone." "It's nothing, Your Excellency. As a devout believer of the goddess, this is part of how I express my faith," Alava replied after sipping his tea. The bishop smiled as he raised his head. "The holy scriptures of the goddess state all things should be done with a heart of victory and do not be concerned with how others perceive it. Your Excellency, the scriptures also say if no one has their heart set on victory, then one should lead by example." "Ha ha ha." The bishop stroked his half-white beard and said, "Mr. Alava is indeed devout. The public has enjoyed peace for too long, and their faith in the goddess is no longer as fervent as in wartime. This can be seen from the church's donation box. That's why we should set a good example," Alava said sincerely. Whether it was the grand ceremony in the afternoon or this private meeting now, it was all a result of the 1,000 gold coins donation. The church did not place much emphasis on money. Typically, in ordinary years, the Holy City would not require local churches to turn over all their congregational donations. However, as the peace treaty was about to expire, the current pope had consciously begun to significantly expand the ranks of the faith's armed forces, which undoubtedly constituted a large expenditure. This money would not be funded by the kingdom's financial department. Firstly, because in the Heraclea human kingdom, which practices a separation of church and state, the responsibilities of the king and the church are clearly delineated. Thus, unless the Pope personally borrows money from the king, this money would not fall onto the king or the financial department. Secondly, the king himself was also significantly expanding his personal guard and standing army. War was approaching, and even the landlord's family had no surplus grain. The kingdom's finances had remained tight in recent years. For this little-known reason, the church in the territory of Count Reed had not undergone repairs for a full 5 years. Even a few pieces of colored glass on the spire were missing. Thus, Alava's 1,000 gold coins allowed him to enjoy a warm welcome. The bishop and Alava grew increasingly congenial as they talked until Alava stood up to take his leave. They shook hands, but the bishop's brow gradually furrowed. "Mr. Alava, you. How can you have the aura of the demon clan?" Alava's heart skipped a beat. He certainly knew why, as he had either been with the demon clan or with those who had been with the demon clan recently. However, as a businessman seasoned in the marketplace and a half-con artist who thrived on deceit and trickery, Alava quickly devised a countermeasure. I apologize for worrying Your Excellency. I believe you should have heard about the assassination attempt on me orchestrated by the former guild president Joel some time ago. I have heard a bit. The church seldom pays attention to such mundane affairs, and the fact that the bishop had heard even a little indicates that he had done some homework regarding today's meeting. In fact, the assassination was merely a cover story for the common folk. The true situation was far more severe. It was merely to prevent panic that it was stated that high-level adventurers were responsible for the attack. Are you saying that those who chased after you were from the demon clan? The bishop's brow knitted again. Precisely. The situation was urgent. In addition to the hired adventurers, there were also multiple skeletons relentlessly pursuing me. I see those who collude with the demon clan are indeed deserving of death. A hint of anger emerged on the bishop's kindly face. Mr. Alava, please have a seat. I will perform an in-depth purification for you. The bishop gently pressed Alava's shoulder, guiding him back into the soft chair beneath him. A warm light flickered in the guest room and Alava felt both his body and mind being purified. A few minutes later, Alava opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of well-being in his body. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's no trouble at all. Allow me to escort you. On the last night, some goods from other regions had already arrived in Guy City and carts filled with cargo were parked in Alava's yard. As for the shops, the skeleton construction workers were currently doing the final tasks, installing shelves. By dawn, the work was completed in Murphy wrote Guy City General Store on a piece of customized wood that was slightly white in color. Daylight broke and the wooden fence and canvas surrounding the shop had all been removed. The originally chaotic 5 shops were now transformed into a single large store with a unified decoration style and a clean, tidy interior. This alone was enough to outshine the other small stores on the street, with the only issue being that the shop was currently devoid of any merchandise. Today, the gates of Guy City were bustling with activity as carts filled with goods from nearby areas continuously entered the city. As a cautious businessman, Alava had already taken care of the guards at each city gate. Thus, when those cart drivers presented their credentials for working with Alava, the guards promptly allowed them through the city gates without strict inspections or tolls. These carts drove towards the Guy City General Store in the Western District, unloaded their goods, collected their payments, and were arranged by Alava's people to stay in the best inns or red light districts in the civilian area. The influx of carts and goods continued until noon. Apart from those sent to the Western Duke's territory who returned empty-handed, everyone else completed their tasks perfectly, returning to the city with ample goods. The commoners outside the shop watched as the store filled with goods in just a short morning gradually calmed their hearts. At noon, under the public opinion dissemination orchestrated by Murphy, many commoners rushed to the vicinity of the store, some to watch the spectacle and others with serious intent eager to observe the shop established by the guild president up close. As the afternoon arrived, Alava, dressed in formal attire, emerged from the crowd, loudly announcing the grand opening of his new store and being the first to step inside. The commoners, like a continuous stream of water, were drawn into the dry sponge of the store. Considering the abysmal literacy rate among commoners in this world, Alava had arranged a large number of sales assistants to help them. Initially, most of the public were not very willing to accept this kind of store format. However, now that Guy City had only this store with the most comprehensive selection still available for sale, they had no choice. However, as they gradually experienced the convenience brought by the diverse array of goods, this group of commoners began to appreciate the joy of convenience and quality service. At this time, the merchants still locked in their homes were as anxious as fat pigs on the eve of the new year. In fact, they had not anticipated that Alava would be so ruthless. Although the amounts they reported in their denunciation letters had been somewhat inflated, the gold coins were still real. Yet Alava had immediately sent people to seal their doors, rendering them deaf and blind. While the boycott was still ongoing as planned, these keenly perceptive individuals had already sensed a hint of trouble. With the smooth operation of the general store, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, at least for Alava. But for the merchants confined at home, those 3 days felt like 3 years. Finally, on that morning, the merchants received a piece of joyful news. After 3 days of isolation, none of them had fallen ill or died, so the guild decided to lift their quarantine. The unsealed merchants quickly began to inquire about the news of the past 3 days, only to learn of a somewhat troubling piece of information: Alava's large shop was doing exceptionally well. The anxious merchant rushed home at the first opportunity after the quarantine was lifted to see his wife and children. The lone hot-headed merchant, after learning of the current situation, appeared quite perplexed. Mr. Learf, our plan doesn't seem to be working very well. Learf was also puzzled. It shouldn't be the case. After all, each merchant had their own fixed clientele and they wouldn't be entirely absorbed by Alava simply due to a few days of absence. After some thought, Learf concluded this is a substitute. The so-called substitute means that these customers are merely treating Alava's store as a temporary alternative. Once they reopen, the old customers will still return to them. Just then a scout sent out that morning brought back bad news. This scout was responsible for inquiring about the prices of goods. Master, the prices of the goods in that shop are significantly lower than the prices set by you and the other merchants. Learf's face instantly fell. Guy City, as a city that wasn't too small, had always had 1 or 2 merchants monopolizing the price of each material. Now Alava had almost seized all their business and lowered the prices to just above the cost, which was undoubtedly a loud slap in their faces. Learf's eyes became hollow and he kept muttering, we're done for. Many merchants shared the same keen business instincts as Liarfu, and within less than a day they all reached the same conclusion as him, that they were doomed. To be precise, they were on the verge of disaster. As a group of merchants monopolizing the supply of certain materials in a region, a large portion of their assets existed in the form of goods rather than gold coins. It was only through the cycle of buying low and selling high that their money could generate more money. However, now due to Alaba and their own efforts, this virtuous cycle had come to a halt for nearly 4 days. If they allowed Alaba to continue like this, bankruptcy would be just a matter of time. Thus all the merchants reached a tacit agreement without any discussion. Now immediately they would open for business. Orders were transmitted one after another and many shops in Geist City reopened energetically. Many merchants even worried that their employees would slack off and came to the shops to supervise personally. Everyone knew that whether they could recover a portion of their costs depended on this last push. Old customers, we only need old customers. The original goods distribution market in the Eastern District was now packed with merchants waiting for their old customers. Lafar, a fabric merchant, mainly conducted large-scale fabric transactions in the Eastern District's distribution market. He had been doing business with the West District for years, catering to those who held status above commoners but below nobles. Ordinary commoners, if they could save 2 gold coins a year, could cope with most of the changes in their household the following year. To such commoners, a good life meant not starving, not freezing, not getting sick, and having a piece of clothing to wear. Lafar looked down upon doing business with such people as there was hardly any profit to be made. Although the clothing business for the upper class in the Northern District had long been something Lafar aspired to, he was helpless as Liarfu was wealthy and powerful, having monopolized the supply of upper-class clothing before Lafar even began his career as a merchant. Thus for many years Lafar could only remain in a middle ground like his clientele in the Western District. This group of people had a distinct characteristic: they loved to show off their poverty, which was a literal interpretation of poor display. In fact, the income gap within the Western District was far greater than that in the Southern District. If a family's annual savings reached 10 gold coins, that family qualified for life in the Western District, merely transitioning from being upper class in the Southern District to lower class in the Western District. Upper class individuals in the Western District typically had annual savings of around 50 to 100 gold coins. If one could save over 100 gold coins each year, after a few years they would qualify for life in the Northern District. Commoners in the Southern District would dare to go out wearing burlap sacks, while people in the Northern District, due to their status, did not need overly flashy clothes. Only the people in the Western District preferred extravagant but impractical fabrics to showcase their not-so-wealthy backgrounds. Lafar had thoroughly understood this market and maintained stable connections with about 17 or 18 tailors in the Western District. He spent a grueling afternoon on a wooden stool, and until dusk he did not see a single old customer. His hair was soaked in sweat, his complexion resembling the dark blue fabric behind him. He felt like a volcano on the verge of eruption, and none of the employees dared to remind him that it was time to close up. Finally, a stiff smile squeezed out from Lafar's rigid face. He jumped up from the stool with his stiff legs and waved his hand at a passerby a few meters away, shouting, "Boj, I'm open for business here, why not come and take a look?" Boj was a tailor who worked in the Western District and was one of Lafar's old customers. From the direction Boj was heading, Lafar judged that he was not going to Alaba's department store, and thus a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. The passerby Boj was startled by the shout and turned to find it was Lafar. He casually walked to Lafar's fabric stall and asked with a smile, "Mr. Lafar, you look a bit thinner after not seeing you for a few days. Sigh, you must have seen the announcement. A few days ago I felt unwell and didn't eat properly. Now that I'm better I came right away. Speaking of which, why not take a look at the new fabrics I've just received?" Lafar pushed aside an employee who was ready to attend to customers and began personally introducing several new extravagant fabrics to Boj. "Boj, my old brother, take a look at this. This fabric just came in from the Duke's territory in the southern border. See how soft it is." If this were in the past, Lafar had never been this enthusiastic. Every time Boj came, it was always a few half-dead employees giving a lackluster introduction, and in the end he bought 6 feet of fabric only to find it was less than 5 feet 8 when he got back to the tailor shop. Boj thought of the grievances he suffered at Lafar's place and recalled the scene of purchasing fabric at Alava's store, where not only were there gentle staff introducing each fabric's quality but also convenient home delivery services. He didn't have to drive a cart to buy goods, and upon returning home and measuring with his own soft ruler he found no discrepancies. Most importantly, the fabric there was much cheaper than here. As a tailor, Boj valued the price of fabric most, followed by his own reputation, and lastly convenience. At Alava's store all 3 of his wishes were fulfilled at once. Not only did he have a much cheaper source of fabric than before, but he was also treated like family and could ultimately enjoy home delivery services. Damn it, in front of Alava's father, who is Lafar. I really don't know him well. Despite this, Boj still felt it necessary to put a perfect end to his regrettable past. He spoke in a calm tone, "Mr. Lafar, this batch of fabric is really good. I would like to know if the price is equally pleasing." Upon hearing this, Lafar's smile widened. "Brother Boj, I sell this fabric to others at 6 silver coins per foot. Since we are so familiar, I can give it to you for 5 silver coins per foot. How much do you want, good buddy? It'll come to your mother." Boj had completely discarded his friendly demeanor, now adopting the face of a debt collector. He punched Lafar in the stomach and shouted, "Son of a bitch, Lafar, the same thing over at Alava sells for 3 silver coins and 80 copper per foot. How can you open your mouth to sell it for 5 silver coins? Lafar curled up like a shrimp, feeling as if his breakfast and lunch were about to merge in his stomach. He wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound, only managing to utter a syllable. You damn it. Boj swung another punch at Lafar's face. Damn it, I've been buying fabric from you for 10 years and I don't know how many gold coins that son of a bitch has cheated me out of. Lafar fell to the ground, feeling the world spin. His breakfast and lunch surged out of his mouth and all he could hear were the sounds of the stall being overturned and Boj's curses, "Don't let me see you again, you dog." Boj flipped over Lafar's fabric stall and cursed to his satisfaction. Seeing the crowd grow, he slipped out and left. Only then did the wooden-faced employees dare to step forward, hurriedly helping Lafar while shouting in panic, "Murder! Murder!" News of Lafar's beating quickly spread throughout the merchant circle and everyone feared they would be next. As former monopolists, none of them dared to claim they had not hiked prices during sales. The merchants who had ventured out to oversee their shops fled back to their homes while those already at home were too scared to go out. At this point, no one wanted to see their old customers. In fact, the merchants had considered adjusting their prices after reopening, but either they did not have a comprehensive understanding of Alava's department store or they held onto a sense of luck, believing their goods still had a relatively broad sales space. Moreover, if they lowered their prices just because others were lower, wouldn't that make them feel guilty, slapping themselves in the face? In summary, the nearly 30 shops of 19 merchants initially did not lower their prices until Lafar was the first to face retribution. The next day, nearly 30 shops, from iron ingots to wood, from fabrics to vegetables, all welcomed a wave of fierce price cuts. However, this not only proved ineffective but had a counterproductive effect. The merchants were now in a dire predicament with their pants caught in yellow mud. Whether they lowered prices or not, they were only making things worse. Lowering prices would mean slapping their own faces, clearly being black-heart merchants who would go there only a fool. If they didn't lower prices, it meant they were stubbornly refusing to change their ways, even worse, being the most unscrupulous of merchants. Over time, all the commoners learned a shocking fact: the things they used to buy were outrageously expensive compared to the cost price. Really, they could have just robbed directly, but they still gave me goods. They really should be damned. In short, after less than 3 days of reopening, the reputation of the 19 merchants had reached an infamous level, with the 19 of them and their families not daring to go out, fearing an unknown assailant would throw filth at them in some alley. As the most penny-pinching commoners, anyone who went to their stores to buy things would surely be met with disdain from neighbors. Thus 7 days passed. During these 7 days, the happiest group of people in Guy City was the hundreds of employees from the nearly 30 neglected shops. They were already living off a dead salary, going through each day as it came, and during this week not only did no one come to buy things, but even the store managers who usually supervised them were absent out of fear. Hundreds of them rummaged through the boss store, wishing this paid vacation could go on indefinitely. However, the merchants who had stopped business could not hold on any longer. Damn it, the goods were stuck in their hands and their cash flow was cut off. What should they do? In fact, by now everyone had an answer in their hearts. They had already suffered a complete defeat in this 1910 business battle. To minimize losses as much as possible, there was only one way: sell their unsold goods at a low price to recoup funds, and as for who they sold to, it was obviously that name no one wanted to mention. While the merchants were at a loss over their unsold goods, the victor of this business battle was busy being a sycophant. In the courtyard of No. 2, Callister Street, Murphy, who was walking his dog, unknowingly acquired another dog, a big sycophant. Alava followed closely behind Murphy, saying, "Mr. Murphy, your plan has been a great success. I apologize for my rashness back then and hope you won't mind." "No problem, Mr. Alava. As an economic advisor to Lord Taurus, such a plan is as easy as eating and drinking for me. Would you feel proud just because you can eat?" Murphy felt a wave of goosebumps. He glanced at Alava and said in a serious tone, "We are all subordinates of Lord Taurus, so we can refer to each other as you from now on." "Understood." Alava slightly bowed in respect. "By the way, this show is about to reach its climax, right?" Murphy asked with a smile. "It should be in the next few days," Alava replied. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached. A man in servant's clothing was carefully running in the courtyard, fearing he might encounter an unforeseen disaster by stepping on the roadside greenery. "Boss, there's a letter for you that was delivered to your home." The man pulled out an exquisitely sealed letter with a wax seal on which were written the words, "To the Honorable President of the Chamber of Commerce." Upon hearing the title, Boss Murphy immediately knew this person was a short-term employee who had signed a contract with Alava's household. In the kingdom of Heracles, servants who sign long-term contracts of several decades or sold themselves referred to the members of their working family as master. Alava took the letter and waved for the servant to step back. He glanced at the wax seal and laughed. "Mr. Murphy, look at this wax seal. It bears the emblem of the Chamber of Commerce, meaning the other party wrote this letter to me as the president. Haha, they really have their priorities even when facing death." "Indeed, quite particular." Murphy couldn't help but chuckle. "Read it out loud." "All right." Alava, feeling no offense, crudely opened the letter, sporting a smile as he passionately began reciting the poetry. "Dear Mr. Alava, long time no see, how have you been?" "Mr. Murphy, can I skip the useless words?" "Feel free." "Okay, then I'll pick out the important parts." The Reed Counts Chamber of Commerce has always adhered to the principle of mutual assistance since its establishment.
Although time has changed, I believe it still holds true. I must admit that as merchants we are unqualified, but as members of the Chamber of Commerce we urgently need your help as the president.
Damn, they really have the nerve. I wonder what they're pretending to be. Alava said, looking up at Murphy with some apology. Mr. Murphy, please forgive my crude speech. No problem. Murphy smiled and reassured him.
Sir, they seem to be still holding on to their pride.
What should I do? Alava asked for guidance. If they want to hold on to it, let them.
Leave them for 3 days and see if they can still hold on.
If they want to hold on to it, let them.
Leave them for 3 days and see if they can still hold on. 3 days passed swiftly, and seeing no response from Alava, the merchants grew increasingly anxious with each passing second. It was a loss too painful to bear. Finally, like ants on a hot pan, they found Lirfu pleading, no demanding, that he personally bow down and apologize to Alava. Old Lirfu, this is the only way to save us now. You must write this letter.
One merchant began to pressure Lirfu.
That's right. The plan to hire assassins was initiated by you. What does it have to do with us? Another merchant added fuel to the fire. Lirfu sat at the head of the long table in a high-backed chair, his face dark with silence.
Well.
At the time when the old gentleman proposed to assassinate Alava, do I need to act out your attitudes again?
One of Lirfu's loyalists, an anxious merchant, began to counterattack. That was then and this is now. Ever since I listened to you, nothing good has come of it. One shouted, banging the table. Shut up. The hot-tempered merchant immediately began to curse. If it weren't for you spineless cowards, how could the plan to strike fail? Don't think I don't know.
The hot-tempered merchant pointed a finger at each of the merchants at the long table. You, and you didn't you write to Alava? Did you not provide him with funds? If it weren't for your money, could his shop have opened in just 3 days?
You bunch of dogs. Enough, Gary.
Lirfu finally uttered his first words of the day, his voice sounding like a door hinge that hadn't been oiled in decades. I'll write it. Tell me what you want me to say.
Sir, you don't have to.
The hot-tempered merchant, like a defeated lion, spoke with disbelief.
It's fine, Gary and Ford, no need to persuade any further.
I have lost. From the moment I devised the assassination plan without investigating that mysterious master's background, I have already lost.
Just tell me what to write.
Having said that, Lirfu hunched over and stood up from the high-backed chair, retrieving paper and wax from a cupboard behind him. The victorious merchants began to flaunt their power, almost turning the long table into a dance floor. Soon an exceedingly flattering letter was birthed from Lirfu's hands, who had navigated the mercantile seas for decades. He trembled as he dripped some melted wax onto the envelope, then pulled out a metal seal from his coat pocket, using all his strength to press it firmly onto the still soft wax. Over the past decades he had used the seal to pronounce commercial and life sentences on his enemies and had fought for immeasurable benefits for his own influence. Now this seal was performing its final act. From this moment on it would have no connection to power or profit, merely existing as proof of identity for an old man. The victorious merchants waved the envelope as if they had grasped a lifeline. The letter was swiftly delivered to Alava's residence, and he could feel a lingering warmth from the wax as he opened it. As a middle-aged merchant, Alava had never entered Lirfu's line of sight, so this was their first official correspondence. Alava eagerly unfolded the letter. To the just and benevolent chairman Alava, long time no see. I sincerely apologize for not congratulating you sooner on your appointment as the chairman of the Earl's Merchant Guild. Please forgive this old man for being unable to visit you in person to present my gifts. I hope you will not take offense.
Here 300 flowery and hollow flattering words are omitted. Having been in the same industry for over a decade, I cannot believe I failed to recognize your outstanding qualities. Not only did I not cultivate a good relationship with you, but I even hired adventurers to assassinate you. Truly I am guilty beyond redemption and deserve to die. After the assassination attempt failed, I then sought to pressure you through organizing a strike. Such narrow-mindedness is something I am ashamed to face even in a mirror. Here 300 words of self-abuse are omitted. However, I must declare to you that the assassination and the organization of the strike were solely my doing. The other merchants were compelled to do so under my threats and inducements. Therefore I alone am willing to die for my crimes, but I earnestly beseech you, Chairman, to spare those innocent people and generously assist them through this crisis. Below is the list of people I coerced. Here 300 words of exoneration for other merchants are omitted. I sincerely hope that you will enjoy a pleasant life in the coming days. Your insignificant, respectful and humble servant Lirfu. Your insignificant, respectful and humble servant Lirfu. Alava was reciting Lirfu's surrender letter with great emotion in the reception room of No. 2, Clay Street, unable to hide the smile on his face. You look quite happy. Is this your ideal? Murphy couldn't help but tease. Alava chuckled. Yes, this has been my ideal for many years. When I first entered this industry, everyone ostracized me. I thought to myself, if one day I become a wealthy merchant, I will use my money to drive them all to bankruptcy. Haha, what do you think? Is it ridiculous? It's not a big deal, everyone has such thoughts. More importantly, it's time for you to think about your next goal. But, Mr. Murphy, the content of this letter is clearly not Lirfu's true intention. What should we do now? Does his true intention matter? Murphy leaned back against the soft chair. What matters is that he wrote it while others did not. I understand what to do now, Alava said with a smile. Thank you, sir, I will handle it right away. The next day 3 waves of visitors knocked on the doors in shops of Learfu, Gary the hot-tempered one and Ford that anxious one, bringing account books and money bags, purchasing everything in their shops at cost price, even buying their shop leases. In just one day these shops had become mere shells. Though somewhat surprised by this development, Learfu quickly calmed down. While he knew Alava could see that the letter was not genuine, he did not expect the other party to give him and his people a final measure of dignity. Learfu and his 2 loyalists watched as the last shop co-owned by the 3 was cleaned out, remaining in silence. After a while Ford spoke up. Sir, where should we go now? Given their current reputation, staying in Geist City was clearly asking for trouble. Thus, although the 3 planned to move, they were uncertain where to go. Sir, you have a letter. A servant of Learfu came running from a distance, skillfully dodging the workers moving goods, and handed him a letter without a seal or title. Learfu unfolded the letter in his hand and the 3 looked at the brief handwriting on the white paper. White Wolf City. In a dim underground chamber, one person was cursing venomously. Damn it, does Alava have a brain malfunction? How could he let that old dog escape? Another person replied, that's not important anymore, the issue is why hasn't he bought our stuff? At that moment a servant rushed in and whispered a few words in the man's ear. Damn it, everything from Bari has been purchased, he has already sold his house and is preparing to leave. What? A few startled murmurs arose from the crowd. How did he manage that? That dog has written a letter of surrender to Alava behind our backs, the man said. The underground chamber fell into silence. In the deathly silence one person shouted, write it. What are you waiting for? Instantly the stillness erupted into chaos. Damn it, give me paper and pen. Don't push, don't push. Who snatched my ink? In a hurry to be reborn. Wait for me. We should deliver together to show sincerity. That night a large stack of elegantly packaged letters was neatly placed on Alava's desk. 13, 14, 15, counting the 1 from the morning makes 16 and the 3 from yesterday makes 17, 18, 19. Now everyone is gathered. Alava was already disgusted by the letters filled with excessive flattery. After tallying the numbers he tossed a stack of envelopes into the fireplace, reducing them to ashes. The next morning a large group of Alava's subordinates split into more than 10 routes, heading to all the shops of the remaining merchants. Most of the defeated merchants chose to watch as their shops were emptied, while some with fragile mental defenses simply didn't show up. In any case, Alava as before purchased all the remaining goods, with the only difference being that for this last batch of merchants he offered a buyout price of only 80% of the cost. Despite feeling indignant about such a low price, the merchants, after considering various factors especially regarding military strength, could only swallow their grievances. When facing Alava's subordinates they still had to put on a smile, practically expressing that being purchased at such a low price was a blessing they had earned over several lifetimes. After settling the payments the merchants hurriedly hired some civilian guards from the Adventurers Guild to ensure the safety of their belongings and decided to set off immediately. The last batch of merchants had loaded all their possessions into the carts and everyone gathered in an open area outside the northern city gate, reminiscing while feigning farewells, like borrowing money for fun turnover or attending the birth banquet of someone's son, until one sentence shattered the carefully crafted cheerful atmosphere. Does anyone have a reliable place to go? A merchant asked inopportunely. The conversing people fell silent, and after a moment one person asked, does anyone know where Ralph and the others have gone? One person replied, my people saw them heading southwest. Southwest. The largest city there is only White Wolf City, if that town can be considered a city. Ha 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 ha. The merchants, having found a common enemy, resumed their previous cheerfulness. After the laughter subsided one merchant spoke up, I am Jacob in the building materials business, everyone might as well listen to me for a moment. The crowd instantly quieted down. All the defeated merchants turned to this side, hoping that his mouth would spit out a fine ivory. I believe Ralph has already met his demise. His journey southwest is surely for retirement. But we are different, we are still young, and with our assets making a comeback is not difficult. I have heard that the capital is not only much safer but also far richer than here. How about we venture there together? If we throw our money into the capital it might not even make a splash, one person retorted. Jacob responded, if we each go our own way we won't accomplish anything. My suggestion is that we all head north to the capital together, pool our funds and make decisions collectively. Any profits will be fairly distributed according to our shares. How does that sound? If we all do business together, who will make the decisions? Someone in the crowd asked. Every decision will be publicly voted on and each person's opinion will carry weight according to their share. What do you all think? After a moment of silence a weak voice from the crowd said, let's do it. Everyone turned to see Raphael, who had been lying in the cart, had somehow opened the door and was trembling while raising his hand. Let's do it. Take me with you. I want to join too. After nearly 3 days of busy activity, Guy City joyfully had only one large shop remaining, which was the Guy City department store owned by the president of the Merchant Guild. What followed was a trivial matter. There was no one left in the Merchant Guild. With the vast majority of the guild members expelled from Guy City, what was once a bustling merchant guild seemed somewhat desolate, with only the president and a few insignificant small merchants remaining. To prevent Alava from becoming a lone commander, Murphy devised a good plan for him, lowering the entry threshold. Joining the merchant guild had to have certain requirements, otherwise even a vegetable farmer casually setting up a stall on the street would qualify. However, Murphy instructed Alava to allow all farmers and snack vendors to gain membership in the merchant guild. This way merchants could be effectively organized, facilitating the communication of announcements and greatly regulating the commercial order in Guy City. Moreover, it would handle commercial disputes and provide effective resolutions, fulfilling a promise made during Alava's inauguration speech. The next day, the new announcement from the merchant guild was posted in the area where the city's vendors gathered. Alava spent money hiring a few literate individuals to repeatedly read the contents of the announcement to the vendors. By evening, all the vendors knew the good news that as long as they conducted business, they could register with the merchant guild and receive a wooden badge. In the event of a dispute, they could use this badge to identify themselves, and guild staff would properly resolve their disputes. Once this news spread, all the vendors in Guy City praised Alava. After all, doing business in the southern district didn't yield much profit and they had to face extortion from the local gangsters. Everyone believed that with the guild's identity, the protection fees they usually paid would decrease. After several days of registration work, Murphy and Alava's plan was smoothly implemented and Guy City returned to its previous tranquility, marking the official conclusion of a good drama. 300 miles north of Guy City, Jacob and his group heading toward the capital along the Royal Road heard the sound of hooves approaching from afar. The sound of hooves was heavy yet not overly chaotic. Jacob exchanged glances with Raphael and the others, and they understood that everyone had recognized the sound of armored cavalry. Everyone quickly pulled their carts to the side of the road to avoid trouble. If they conflicted with the army, their carts could be overturned, and worse, they themselves could be executed on the spot. Moments later, a cavalry of several dozen approached at a fast pace. Jacob glanced from a distance and immediately knew something big had happened. Half of the incoming troops wielded long spears wearing black full-body armor that clinked with a rustling sound as they rode, while the other half bore large swords and wore heavy white armor with white capes. Jacob's pupils constricted and he unconsciously uttered the names of the two elite armies, the Black Armored Guards and the Faithful Guardians. The two distinctly colored cavalry gradually slowed down, finally stopping in front of the merchant convoy. The leading black armored officer asked, "Sir Bernie, is there a problem with this merchant convoy?" The middle-aged man in white armor said slowly, "General Doyle, they carry the scent of the demon race. Guy City has returned to its former tranquility for several days now. On a bright and peaceful noon, don't ask why, it is a bright morning, for the Demon King knows nothing of mornings." Murphy awoke from his warm blanket. "Mum. So sleepy. Just a little more sleep." Murphy struggled to open his eyes only to quickly close his eyelids again. "Did I forget something?" The Demon King, starting up, turned over and began to check if there were any background programs he had forgotten. "Today seems to be." Murphy sensed something was amiss. Submission day. The Demon King, dressed in pajamas, sat upright suddenly. "Oh no, it's the 7th day and I haven't written a thing. It must be submitted before dark." A little head peeked in at the bedroom door. "Master, are you awake? What are we having for lunch today?" "Anything you want to eat." "The money pouches." Murphy began to frantically search for paper and pen. "The money pouch is on the shelf in the cloakroom, I know that." Pepe looked at the flustered Murphy with a mischievous smile and said, "Master, are you stuck at the deadline again?" The young one always learns new things quickly. Having lived with Murphy for a while, Pepe gradually mastered the vocabulary of deadlines from another world. Hearing this, Murphy looked at Pepe and said, "Good disciple, you can tell that. Did you help me write the manuscript?" Pepe, still semi-illiterate, laughed even more wildly at the sight of Murphy in a fluster. "You little rascal, go cool off somewhere." Murphy had no time to play with the child. He directly used short-distance teleportation on Pepe, sending her to the cloakroom. Phew, Murphy wiped away the non-existent sweat. "Let's get to work." The last urban medical novel Murphy wrote had long been submitted to the Count, receiving a few bland compliments and a handful of gold coins as a reward. Murphy, of course, was not interested in that. He chose to continue creating just to properly wear his disguise. As for the theme of this creation, Murphy thought the family story of Count Reed is the best material, isn't it? 4 hours later, panting, Murphy arrived at a small compartment in the Count's castle with a stack of parchment that had yet to dry. He found the butler Sate, who had long been waiting here. The old butler stood straight, his body stiff, speaking in a rigid manner. "Literary advisor, you are late." "Butler, don't be so serious." Murphy replied with a smile, "Why not take a look at today's story first? I'm not bragging, it's truly magnificent." Sate opened the parchment with skepticism and saw the striking title of the novel, The Count's Second Son, Part 1. The old butler's brows furrowed into waves as he quickly read on. The story was simple yet captivating. Long ago there was a count who ruled a region. He had 2 children. The elder son, though appearing optimistic and cheerful, was actually a petty and despicable person, while the younger son was taciturn but always open-hearted with his family. Perhaps wanting to filter out a suitable heir, or perhaps for some other reasons, the Count turned a blind eye to the minor schemes his elder son employed against his brother. The elder son, sensing this, became increasingly brazen until the younger son mysteriously disappeared during a wilderness hunt after reaching adulthood, and after numerous searches yielded no results, the succession was established. Of course, things were not that simple. The younger son, shot in the chest from behind, did not die. He rolled down a cliff, fell into a river, clung to a piece of rotten wood, and was swept away downstream, ending up caught in a fisherman's net. The fisherman swore it was the heaviest net he had ever pulled, expecting to make a small profit, but to his surprise the net contained a living person.
Disheartened, the younger son, saved by a clumsy quack, settled in the village. He burned all the clothes he wore when he came here in the blacksmith shop, melted his armor and sword, and forged the best and most durable sickles and hoes in the village, becoming an unremarkable villager. Later, the unremarkable villager, thanks to his not-sound remarkable looks, successfully won the heart of the fisherman's daughter who had saved his life, and a few years later they had a son, becoming an unremarkable father. This child of the younger son realized from an early age that his father was not an ordinary person, for one simple reason: his father could read. When the child turned 10, an unknown plague took the lives of his parents. Before dying, his father handed him a yellowed letter detailing his ancestry and the experiences of his early life. Having read the letter, the 10-year-old boy immediately resolved, even if it took a lifetime, to make those behind the scenes pay the price. To be continued. After finishing this moderately lengthy story, Sate's back was already soaked with cold sweat. Although some place names and common professions were intentionally blurred or misspelled, his understanding of this story still far exceeded that of the literary advisor before him, for this determined child seeking revenge was none other than him from decades ago. On the chair opposite the butler, Murphy looked at the silent Sate and asked, "Butler, is it hot in here? You seem to be sweating." Sate put down the parchment and feigned calm, asking, "What about the next story?" Murphy grinned. "Butler, you should know the next story better than I do, shouldn't you? This person knows his most deeply buried secret." Without any hesitation, Sate's pupils constricted as he aimed directly at Murphy's throat, launching a deadly strike. With a powerful punch that cut through the air, Sate revealed a ruthless smile. This punch would shatter the opponent's throat and break their cervical vertebrae, causing them to die silently. However, contrary to his expectations, Sate's punch suddenly halted an inch from Murphy's neck as if it had struck an invisible iron plate. His gaze moved up along his fist, only to discover that Murphy's right hand was gripping his wrist like a blacksmith's tongs. Sate was too astonished to react as Murphy's relaxed left hand opened in front of him, revealing a skull coin resting quietly in his palm. "Don't be so impulsive." "What? You don't recognize me?" Murphy asked with a cheerful smile. "Is it you?" Sate retracted his fist, staring intently at Murphy's face, trying to connect it with the skeletal masked figure from that night. No, that's not me." Murphy decided to keep his disguise, waving his hand and saying, "I'm just a pawn of that esteemed individual, a subordinate. You can call me whatever you like." Hearing that he was still one of their own, Sate gradually relaxed. He pointed at the article on the table and asked, "What exactly is your purpose in writing this?" "What purpose could I have? I am the literary advisor to the Count. My purpose is, of course, to entertain the Count." Murphy replied, shrugging. "Aren't you afraid he'll find out?" Sate frowned and asked. "Find out? No way, you can't seriously think that idiot has read his own family history, can you?" Murphy still wore a playful grin. "People need to understand their losses, don't they? Then the remaining part. Don't worry, it will be ready in a couple of days." Murphy's kind smile remained unchanged. The landowner of the Earl of Reed, a down-and-out writer and patron of Murphy, a vanguard of cultural dissemination from another world, oblivious to the recent farce under the intentional concealment of Sate, was the big fool Harry Reed, reclining in his bedroom's rocking chair, savoring Murphy's latest work, the first half of The Earl's Second Son. This was the 5th time he had read the book in 3 days, and as he flipped through the parchment, the Earl exclaimed in wonder, "What an intriguing story. How come no one else thought to write it this way? By the way, when will the rest be finished?" At that moment, Butler Sate came in to report some recent happenings in the territory, laughing as he said, "My lord, the literary consultant told me that the second half should be ready in the next couple of days. It shouldn't be far off." "In the next couple of days? Then he is quite diligent, haha." The Earl of Reed happily closed the book in his hands, leaning back to listen to Sate's report on the latest events in the territory. The tradition of reporting fresh news had been practiced in the Earl's territory for quite some time. Initially, this regulation was established by the Earl to showcase his diligence and love for the people, engaging in everything personally, but it was evident that this Earl lacked any governing capability. Moreover, Sate even suspected that the Earl suffered from some undiagnosable ailment, manifesting as drowsiness during reporting time, falling asleep before hearing an entire matter, snoring loudly. Thus, under the Earl's tacit approval, the work of reporting political affairs turned into reporting fresh news, with the content shifting from tax revenue of the previous quarter to trivial and worthless events like a man being bitten in a sensitive area by carnivorous fish while swimming naked. Only when such news was read out loud would the Earl rarely avoid dozing off. After completing the report, the butler returned to his small room, intending to take a short break before checking on the logistics work of the past few days, but unexpectedly found an uninvited guest in his room. "What are you doing here?" Sate asked sternly. Although he knew Murphy was on his side, entering someone else's room without notice still annoyed him. "Don't be so rigid," Murphy replied. "I came here to tell you some good news. Your opportunity is coming soon." "What?" Sate frowned. "Can you be clearer?" "You'll know soon," Murphy said with a smile, closing his mouth. While the Earl was still engrossed in his reading, a group of less tan-friendly guests arrived at the north gate of Guy City, specifically 40 cavalrymen. The guarding soldiers saw a black and white line rapidly approaching the city gate from a distance and hurriedly called out to their idling companions to raise the drawbridge. Since the residents of the northern district of Guy City were either nobles or upper-class individuals, the gate guards had already become familiar with those who frequently came and went. As someone who had never left Guy City since birth, the guard had never heard the terms black armored guardians and faithful protectors.
As the black and white cavalry reached the gate, the leading black armored knight shouted up, "Why haven't you lowered the drawbridge?" The guard was awed by his imposing presence and weakly shouted, "Show your identification." The black armored knight said nothing more, drawing the spear lodged at his horse's side, aiming at the wheel entwined with the drawbridge's rope, and commanded in a low voice, "Pierce." The spear shot upwards with a whoosh, shattering the wheel entwined with the ropes, and before the terrified guard's eyes the now unimpeded drawbridge slowly tilted down, revealing the defenseless north gate behind it. It was not until both teams of cavalry crossed the drawbridge that a guard reacted, shouting, "Quickly report to the captain. Go find the Earl's personal guard." The two teams of cavalry, 40 in total, carelessly stopped their horses in the meticulously trimmed courtyard of the Earl's estate and then broke through the door. They advanced silently and orderly, leaving one person to guard each room as they passed, until finally General Doyle and Knight Burney, each leading two subordinates, burst into the Earl Reed's bedroom located at the top of the castle. Looking at the overweight figure in the reclining chair, Knight Burney took out a piece of parchment, unfolded it, and compared it with Harry Reed's face, saying, "It is the Earl himself." General Doyle strode over to the side of the reclining chair and raised his right hand, clad in leather armor, delivering a heartfelt slap to Harry Reed's face. Slap. The sound of leather hitting skin echoed throughout the spacious bedroom, awakening Earl Reed from his slumber, his eyes opening in a haze of confusion. No one could understand the psychological trauma such a slap could inflict on a child nearing 40. The Earl's mood was more chaotic than angry. For nearly 30 years since his parents' passing, no one had dared to speak loudly to him, much less slap him. The Earl looked at the unfamiliar black armored man in front of him, inexplicably losing his confidence. He couldn't care less that his left cheek was already swelling, asking with a hint of confusion, "Who are you?" General Doyle, seeing that the Earl had woken up, grabbed him by the collar and threw him to the ground, turning back to say, "Knight Burney, the criminal is awake." The man in white armor answered calmly, "Thank you very much, Knight." The Earl, kneeling on the ground, seemed to awaken from a dream. "I am not a cultist. My faith in the goddess is as evident as the heavens." Knight Burney took a couple of steps forward, came before the Earl, and slowly unfolded another piece of parchment from a white bag at his waist, reading aloud, "In the presence of the goddess of victory, I, Knight Burney Lol, hereby officially sentence the criminal Harry Reed." Knight Burney took a couple of steps forward, came before the Earl, and slowly unfolded another piece of parchment from a white bag at his waist, reading aloud, "In the presence of the goddess of victory, I, Knight Burney Lol, hereby officially sentence the criminal Harry Reed." Knight Burney took a couple of steps forward, came before the Earl, and slowly unfolded another piece of parchment from a white bag at his waist, reading aloud, "In the presence of the goddess of victory, I, Knight Burney Lol, hereby officially sentence the criminal Harry Reed." Knight Burney took a couple of steps forward, came before the Earl, and slowly unfolded another piece of parchment from a white bag at his waist, reading aloud, "In the presence of the goddess of victory, I, Knight Burney Lol, hereby officially sentence the criminal Harry Reed." Knight Burney took a couple of steps forward, came before the Earl, and slowly unfolded another piece of parchment from a white bag at his waist, reading aloud, "In the presence of the goddess of victory, I, Knight Burney Lol, hereby officially sentence the criminal Harry Reed." Knight Burney took a couple of steps forward, came before the Earl, and slowly unfolded another piece of parchment from a white bag at his waist, reading aloud, "In the presence of the goddess of victory, I, Knight Burney Lol, hereby officially sentence the criminal Harry Reed." Knight Burney took a couple of steps forward, came before the Earl, and slowly unfolded another piece of parchment from a white bag at his waist, reading aloud, "In the presence of the goddess of victory, I, Knight Burney Lol, hereby officially sentence the criminal Harry Reed." Knight Burney took a couple of steps forward, came before the Earl, and slowly unfolded another piece of parchment from a white bag at his waist, reading aloud, "In the presence of the goddess of victory, I, Knight Burney Lol, hereby officially sentence the criminal Harry Reed." "Wait!" the Count shouted in despair. "Please hold on, I am not a cultist. My devotion to the goddess is well known." The Holy Knight, still with a poker face, replied unemotionally, "Cultists would not accept someone like you. As for your devotion, I believe the answer lies within your heart. But since you believe your sins do not match, I will give you a chance." With that, the Holy Knight turned to the black armored knight by the Count's side and said, "General Doyle, please hold him down. I need to conduct a faith assessment." "Glad to be of service, Your Excellency," the Holy Knight. The black armored knight, wearing a meaningful smile, leaned down to look at the Count, firmly gripping his throat with one hand while pressing down on the top of his head with the other. "My lord, relax, it will be over soon." The Count seemed to have forgotten what it was to resist being manipulated like a puppet controlled by a puppeteer in a circus. The Holy Knight placed his right hand over his chest and extended his left hand to touch the Count's forehead, drawing the holy insignia of the Goddess of Victory while chanting, "Holy Goddess of Victory, please illuminate this person's dark heart with your flawless light." Harry Reed's pupils dilated, his body gradually losing strength as he slumped down. "Who am I? Where am I? What did I eat for lunch today?" Harry Reed awoke from a haze, realizing he was in a space that was difficult to describe, with a grayish fog enveloping all directions. He felt his brain was somewhat sluggish, but it was alright, he felt good now. He took a step towards the direction in front of him and entered a banquet hall, his footsteps landing on a richly patterned wool carpet which seemed to generate a thunderous echo. The band of dozens instantly fell silent and the dancing in the ballroom came to an abrupt halt. All eyes turned to him, with men showing a hint of envy and women revealing a trace of admiration. A surge of indescribable confidence welled up in Harry. He straightened his back and strode towards the center of the dance floor. Though it was only a few dozen steps, he saw those he once could only look up to by his side. The dukes from the north, south, east, and west bowed to him, while countless minor nobles lowered their heads deeply. However, Harry paid no mind to them. He was even unwilling to return a kind glance. In his heart there was only one confusion: where is the king? How could His Majesty be absent from such an important occasion? Finally he noticed his head felt much heavier than usual. As if to validate his suspicion, a full-length mirror appeared before him without warning, and Harry was drawn to the figure reflected in it, unable to notice its exquisite patterns. What kind of person was that? Handsome and posing with deep and charming eyes. Most importantly, atop his head was a crown made of purest gold and adorned with hundreds of flawless gems symbolizing the kingdom's supreme status. Harry moved his right hand and the figure in the mirror mirrored his movement. Then he reached out to touch the crown that belonged to him. Just as he was about to touch that supreme power, a crisp sound of shattering echoed as if it had directly entered Harry's mind. Pride, greed. A ethereal yet authoritative voice seemed to come from nowhere. Harry felt a wave of dizziness, and when he finally opened his eyes he saw the familiar ceiling. Is this my bedroom? Harry felt as if he had just experienced a nightmare in which he had everything only to wake up at the moment of verifying its authenticity. So it was just a dream after all. What are you saying, my lord count? A languid female voice came from beside him. Harry turned his head to find a young lady beside his pillow rubbing her eyes. Her face seemed to be shrouded in a thin mist, making it hard to see clearly, yet Harry found it impossible to take his gaze away. That face appeared to embody all the beautiful qualities in the world. Harry could vaguely see the charming visage of his wife in her youth, could find traces of what attracted him in each of his lovers, and even the beautiful succubi girls he had glimpsed in the succubus crystal. Harry felt his body, realizing he was filled with strength in every aspect, as if he had returned to the reminiscent days of his early adulthood. Just as Harry was about to indulge in being a groom again, the voice that had no discernible source echoed in his mind again: laziness, lust. It's time to wake him up, otherwise the faith assessment will soon become a reward for him. A voice said. Slap. A familiar sound entered his ears, the familiar ceiling reflected in his eyes, and a familiar pain came from the other side of his face. Harry lowered his gaze and saw the Holy Knight with a stern expression and the black-armored general flexing his wrist. So it was just a dream. Harry was still savoring the most perfect dream he had ever experienced in his life. Harry, read: the faith assessment has not yet been completed, yet you have already been found guilty of 4 original sins. Do you have anything to say? The Holy Knight asked unemotionally. At this moment the Count suddenly realized that the wonderful dream was the faith assessment the Holy Knight spoke of, and that ethereal and authoritative voice was his judgment, sealing his last chance with his own hands. I have nothing more to say. Please tell me, what is it that you came here for? The Count's heart was ashen, his eyes were fixed on the seams of the floor as if his lifeline would sprout from there. For what? The Holy Knight donned a pair of white gloves and pulled out a succubus crystal from another pocket. You have purchased a large quantity of this filthy, corrupt, and vile demonic item. Am I right? The Holy Knight's tone seemed to carry suppressed anger. Just as Harry was about to admit it, he noticed the Holy Knight's wording and quickly defended himself. I did buy some crystal items, but they are not demonic items. Shut up. The Holy Knight's anger erupted. Do you believe in yourself? If it's not a demonic product, where did it come from? Harry seemed to see a glimmer of new hope. He knelt on the ground crying out, the merchant who sold it to me said it was the rarest item in the royal capital and that those top nobles were all using it, so I bought some. I swear I'm telling the truth. Slander accusation, is this what you call devotion? The Holy Knight scoffed. Evidence? Yes, I have evidence. My steward knows about this matter. The merchant who sold it to me was introduced by him. Just ask him. The Holy Knight turned and gestured, and 2 white-armored knights tacitly turned to leave. 2 white-armored knights seized a male servant who was cleaning and extracted from him the location of Set's chamber, then rushed downstairs and kicked open the steward's modest room. Inside the modest chamber sat 2 figures: an elderly man weary-eyed bent over his desk writing, and a youth reclining on the bed idly turning a gold coin between his fingers. Who is Steward Set? Demanded one knight, voice sharp and commanding. The elder slowly raised his head to meet the knight's gazes. I am Set. May I ask your identities? Your master has fallen under suspicion. Sir Bernie, the Holy Knight wishes to question you. Come with us at once. Upon hearing this, the elder gently laid down his quill, then glanced toward the idle youth on the bed, his eyes flickering with quiet bewilderment. Morphe winked at Set, then feigned concern as he addressed the 2 white-armored knights. Might there be some misunderstanding? Master Set is truly a man of integrity. The knights ignored Morphe entirely. Seizing Set firmly by either arm, they escorted him from the room without delay. Soon after, the steward stood bowed slightly at Lord Baron's right side in the nobleman's private chamber. Kneeling on the floor, Harry clutched at Set's hem. Set. Explain it to them. The merchant who sold me the crystal swore it came from the capital. Set turned respectfully to Holy Knight Bernie. My lord, everything His Grace the Baron has stated is true. I swear it, and I submit willingly to any magical or divine truth-sensing rite so long as His Grace remains unharmed. Bernie frowned. You both claim to have been deceived by this merchant. Where then is that merchant now? The kneeling Baron echoed urgently. Yes, Set, where is he? Fetch him here for confrontation. I recall his name. Joel, Set replied, voice steady and certain. His name is Joel. The Baron, weeping uncontrollably, grasped at the name like a lifeline. Yes. Yes, it's Joel. Set, bring him here at once, then all will be clear. I'm afraid that is impossible, Set replied, his tone now edged with quiet detachment. What do you mean, Set? Go fetch him now. The Baron's voice cracked with mounting hysteria. How dare you defy my command? Your Grace Set said calmly. The merchant, also the guildmaster, Joel, was hanged in the town square 1 week ago. The execution warrant bears your own signature. Set had already begun his silent irrevocable severance from the Baron's cause.
What? That happened. How could I possibly? A black-armored knight cut him off.
Steward, since this merchant was executed, what was his crime? Treason against humanity, collusion with the demonic clan's illicit trade and ambush of rival merchants. At this the black-armored knight spread his hands toward Bernie. Case solved.
Holy Knight Bernie regarded the Baron with cold clarity.
Your sole living witness lies dead by your own hand.
What else have you to say?
The Baron, already kneeling, collapsed fully onto the floor, dazed, disbelieving, tears streaming helplessly down his face. Bernie then recited the formal decree. Harry Reed, Baron of the sacred heretical human kingdom, since inheriting his title he has indulged in decadence, neglected duty, and oppressed the common folk through extravagance and cruelty.
Though his forebears earned distinction in the human-demon wars, leniency was extended until now. Treason against humanity endangers our very survival and thus demands the severest justice.
By authority of the sacred royal code, judgment is hereby rendered. Harry Reed shall be conveyed to the capital and publicly hanged. As he leaves no direct heir, the barony shall descend 1 rank, granted to a collateral branch of House Reed.
Should no such collateral line exist, the baronial lands shall revert to the crown.
All other nobles within the domain retain their titles and fiefs, but henceforth serve the king directly. When the final word of the decree fell silent, the Baron's chamber sank into utter stillness, save for the Baron himself lying on his side, whispering numbly, hanged.
Hanged. Hanged, hanged. Then a pungent stench rose, spreading across the floor in a widening pool. Those nearby instinctively stepped back 2 paces.
Just as the black-armored knight reached to seize the Baron's hand for the decree's signing, a voice interjected, "Forgive me, I must object."
All turned, surprised, to see Set speaking. Even the Baron ceased his muttering, clinging to one last desperate hope of survival.
Set, no longer subservient, straightened his spine and spoke with quiet dignity. "I accept the first 2 rulings, but House Reed does possess a living collateral line. Therefore I cannot assent to the third."
Even Bernie, ever stern, betrayed mild astonishment.
The royal archives in the capital record House Reed as extinct. Who then is this collateral blood? My lord, Set replied, calm and unwavering, that blood is mine. The Baron, still sprawled and soiled on the floor, shuddered violently.
Impossible.
Set, you've served my family for over 40 years, how could you possibly be? Your Grace, Set said, permit me to introduce myself properly. Turning slightly, he placed a hand over his chest and bowed with the bearing of an aged noble. My father and your grandfather were full brothers, born of the same mother and father. Thus you may address me as uncle.
Before the Baron could react, Set turned again to Bernie. Every word I have spoken withstands scrutiny by any truth-revealing artifice. Should you doubt me, feel free to cast any divine right upon me.
Bernie replied, no such measure is needed. To guard against precisely this contingency, His Holiness the Pontiff entrusted me with a sacred scroll before my departure. As Bernie drew yet another scroll from the white pouch at his belt, even the black-armored knight Doyle murmured in quiet awe at the pouch's uncanny capacity. Unfurling the scroll, Bernie addressed both men. Each of you shall place a single drop of blood upon this parchment. The divine script inscribed within will reveal the truth.
The Baron, now utterly broken, muttered incoherently, alternating between whispers of "my crown, my lover," and "I don't want to die." Doyle signaled 2 black-armored knights to lift the Baron and forcibly prick his finger.
Meanwhile, Set borrowed a dagger from a guard at the doorway and made a clean incision on his own index finger. Their crimson blood touched the scroll, and instantly it rose into the air.
A flash of light shimmered, then the scroll settled into Bernie's palm. He studied its luminous inscription closely and declared, he speaks truth. This steward is of House Reed's bloodline, and his lineage runs strong. In light of the results of the divine art assessment, I believe Mr.
Saito Reed has the right to inherit the title, and the 3rd clause of the judgment can be modified at discretion. The paladin spoke seriously. No one in the hall cared about the count, who had lost control on the floor. After Sir Bernie finished speaking, he handed the scroll to Doyle, signaling him to check it as well.
Saito stood straight, awaiting the final judgment of the black-armored guards and the paladin.
After all, regardless of how pure Saito's bloodline was, the final decision on whether he could inherit the title rested with the 2 men before him. Soon Doyle also gave his answer, I do not agree to modify the judgment.
Everyone looked at Doyle, waiting for a reasonable explanation.
The tall black-armored man leaned against the windowsill, casually toying with the now-defunct scroll, saying the peace treaty is about to end and war will soon reignite.
The kingdom needs to unite to defeat the demon race, bringing everlasting peace to humanity.
He looked at Saito and continued, and you, my friend, just take a look at yourself.
How many more years can you live?
Do you have offspring who can stabilize the inheritance?
Can you personally lead troops into battle?
Doyle shrugged, it seems you can do neither.
So why do you want to inherit the title? Why involve yourself in this grand affair?
For the sake of a peaceful remaining life, I suggest you give up the title and return this territory to its rightful owner for victory and for your own sake, shall we?
Saito's mind raced at this moment. Although Bernie did not oppose Saito's inheritance, he did not show any obvious support either. Compared to a judge paladin, Bernie seemed more like a bystander watching the drama unfold.
In other words, whether Saito could inherit or not entirely depended on the black-armored General Doyle, who had openly expressed his opposition and blatant contempt for Saito. Saito recalled what Murphy had said. He was right. This was indeed his only and best opportunity, yet now this best chance was slipping through his fingers. Saito felt he had reached a dead end when at that moment the bedroom door opened and a person he had not expected but made sense walked into the Count's bedroom with a beaming smile. The 4 vigilant knights drew their weapons and surrounded Murphy. Murphy raised his hands above his head in a standard military salute, saying, "I mean no harm, gentlemen, I just have some insights regarding the problems you are currently facing." The defiant black-armored knight glared at Murphy, asking, "Who are you to eavesdrop on our conversation?" Murphy replied with a cheeky grin, "I am no one special, just a passing literary consultant and coincidentally a good friend of Mr. Saito, which is why I care about him so much. As for how I know the problems you are facing, it's because..." Murphy pointed to his head, saying, "I consider myself quite intelligent." Paladin Bernie said lightly, "I do not sense any malice from you, so do share your insights." Murphy thought to himself that Bernie was quite naive if he believed he could gauge malice at his level. With a smile on his face, he said, "I have a word, please listen attentively. The difficulties Mr. Saito faces in inheriting the title boil down to 3 points. First, Mr. Saito is of advanced age and not adept at combat. Second, in your eyes Mr. Saito has no heirs, making him no different from the Count lying on the ground. Third, returning the territory to the king could increase the annual taxes collected by the capital, facilitating the accumulation of power for the impending war." The paladin and the general nodded. These were indeed the current challenges, and they were curious what solutions the young man before them might propose. Murphy confidently stated, "In my view, these 3 issues do not exist for Mr. Saito, for not only does he possess strong governance skills over his territory, but he also has a capable son skilled in combat, ensuring that the title can be smoothly passed down while contributing more taxes to the kingdom and preparing troops for future warfare. Looking at it this way, the previous 3 problems have already been resolved." After Murphy finished speaking, the Count's bedroom fell into silence. Bernie and Doyle weighed the pros and cons while Saito looked at Murphy in bewilderment, his expression seemingly asking, "Why was I not aware that I have a son?" Seeing Saito's contorted face, Murphy couldn't help but chuckle. He winked at the steward, signaling that he had everything arranged, allowing him to relax and play the peacemaker. Bernie turned to Saito and asked, "Is what this young man said true?" "Yes, Sir Paladin, I have a child. This literary consultant is my friend, aware of my identity. Everything he said is indeed true," Saito said, sincerely lowering his head. As the saying goes, the boat will naturally reach the bridgehead. Saito had no other way to resolve the issue, so he could only accept the son. He had no idea about hoping that Murphy and the skeletal masked man would find a way to fool the paladin's bloodline assessment. The paladin and the black-armored general exchanged glances, and Doyle said, "Since you speak so confidently, bring that capable son of yours here so I can test his quality." Paladin Bernie silently took out a scroll from a white bag at his waist, the meaning unspoken: both men must pass their assessments before they could qualify for modifying the judgment. Murphy smiled and agreed, then left the Count's castle accompanied by the 2 knights. The outer courtyard of the Count's castle was only separated from No. 2 Clay Street by a wall, so Murphy quickly found the prepared android Byron at home. Murphy had long told Byron to be more spirited today, but in reality the skeleton frame looked anything but spirited, so this task naturally fell to Byron's good partner, Slime Blue. As the flesh and blood of the android Byron Blue was diligent today, Byron looked as if he had rejuvenated by over 10 years, transforming from a disheveled middle-aged man in his 40s to a clean, well-dressed man in his 30s with a restrained demeanor. Murphy pretended to sincerely inform Byron of his true identity, and indeed the android Byron displayed an expression of disbelief. After calming Byron down, Murphy explained his purpose. The black-armored knight and the paladin from the capital wanted to assess Byron's strength and bloodline to determine whether Byron's newly acquired father had the right to inherit the title. Byron pondered for a moment, then strapped the large sword from the wall to his waist, turning back to Murphy and the 2 accompanying knights with a confident and resolute expression. The synthetic Byron, accompanied by 2 knights, once again arrived at the Count's bedroom. Since Mr. Byron the skeletal lord recalled all of his memories, the face of synthetic Byron has always been modeled after the image of himself from those memories. Thus the 3 people in the bedroom with the bloodline of the Reed family, Byron who just entered the room, the quietly waiting Set, and the urinating Harry, indeed bore some resemblance to each other. The paladin Bernie handed the divine spell scroll in his hand to Byron. The scroll was already activated and Set had smeared his own blood on it from above. Byron borrowed a dagger and pretended to cut his finger, but in reality he scraped against the slime that wrapped around him, running it across his bones, and the slime simulated blood mixed with Byron's bone powder was evenly spread on the divine spell scroll. In the realm of life, blood, flesh and bones are difficult to completely separate, generally possessing a certain degree of interchangeability. For example, in the formula for a cursed potion that requires a part of the cursed individual, people typically choose blood from the target. In fact, cutting a piece of flesh or taking a bone from the target and placing it in the potion cauldron would also be perfectly fine. The slime simulated blood did not possess any characteristics of blood, flesh or bone, so the divine spell inscribed on the scroll quickly disregarded this part and recognized the bone powder applied, automatically adapting to this substitute for blood. Just as before, the scroll floated in midair, emitting a soft glow, and finally landed gently in the palm of the paladin. Bernie examined the results of the scroll and said with some satisfaction, "Very well, the results are consistent. You indeed possess the bloodline of the Reed family, and you are not much weaker than your father." Set secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If the people brought by Murphy failed to pass this test by the paladin, he feared he would also be taken to the royal capital to be executed by hanging. However, he was also somewhat puzzled, unsure of where Murphy or that skeletal masked gentleman found another heir of the Reed family bloodline. Bernie turned to Doyle, asking, "Do you want to check?" The black-armored knight leaned against the window crossing his arms and said no need. I thought I wouldn't have to do anything, but it turns out they are indeed from this family. Let's have a spar. There should be a training ground in such a large castle, right? 5 minutes later the group stood before a weedy wasteland in the castle's backyard. The black-armored knight asked with a face full of disbelief, is this really the Count's training ground? Set, who had come along, nodded. Yes, the current Count, or rather my inner nephew, has always despised exercise and training, so he hasn't been here even once since he inherited the title. All right. Doyle waved his hand and the two black-armored knights who followed him found swords and began their task of clearing the weeds on the spot. After a moment the two had cleared a space of about 20 meters square. Doyle took the swords from his subordinates and said, Byron, right. I won't bully you, let's use the same weapons. I'll hold back a bit. With that he exerted a slight force and tossed one of the standard swords toward Byron on the other side of the field. Byron stepped forward to catch the hilt of the sword steadily and symbolically waved it a few times in the air, responding with grandeur, I will let you witness the ancestral swordsmanship of the Reed family. The two held their swords and assumed their stances, and suddenly the sound of clashing metal echoed through the arena. Murphy, who was idle at the edge of the field, decided to check the attribute panels of those present, hoping to find something rare to pass the time. Byron's basic attributes and skills had not changed, only his level had increased to 20, fully restoring him to his original state. In the buff section there appeared a short-term status called excitement, which increased all attributes by 10%. Murphy thought for a moment that it should be due to returning home, and Byron's demeanor lost some of its steadiness, resembling more of his former self. On the other side, the black-armored knight Doyle had a rather interesting panel. His level was 35, which should have been enough to easily suppress Byron, but either he lacked skill or was genuinely holding back, as the two were currently locked in a fierce battle in the center of the field. Below the attributes Murphy saw Doyle's current profession: warrior, knight, grand knight. Seeing this profession tree, Murphy thought to himself that this guy was firmly on the path of pure physical output, just a straightforward brawler. Further down in the status section, Doyle had a permanent buff called Family Honor, which increased all attributes by 3%. Although the effect seemed ordinary as a permanent enhancement, the attributes would become quite considerable as Doyle's level increased. In the title section, Doyle's current title was Captain of the Black Armor Guards. Captain. Murphy was puzzled that Paladin had affectionately called him General Doyle, so why was he just a captain? Seeing the title of Captain of the Black Armor Guards and the Family Honor buff, Murphy couldn't help but chuckle. Doyle, did you take a shortcut? As for the Paladin Bernie, his panel was equally entertaining, as Doyle's Bernie was currently level 37 and on paper his attributes were somewhat stronger than Doyle's. His profession was Warrior, Knight, Paladin, which meant he was a warrior-type branch with physical output as the main focus and Priest Divine Arts as support. In the status section, Murphy found a permanent enhancement called Fanatic, which shortened the casting time for Divine Arts and increased the success rate for chance-based spells, appearing to be a decent buff. As for the title, it was not much different from Doyle's. He was the Captain of the Guardians of Faith. Just as Murphy was marveling at the unfamiliar buffs, the duel in the field had already ended. Doyle, wiping the sweat from his brow, returned the two swords, which were now full of nicks, to his subordinates. Behind him, Byron was also rolling up his sleeves, wiping off the sweat simulated by the slime. Doyle laughed heartily. This gentleman's skills are quite impressive, although I held back some strength. The fact that he could match me evenly shows he has some capability. He has passed my test. What do you say, Paladin? Shall we amend the judgment letter now? Bernie thought for a moment and said, we can make some amendments to the third clause of the judgment letter, but we have no authority to modify the second and first clauses. They shall be executed as they are. As the group walked towards the Count's study to amend the judgment letter, the original owner of the castle lay forgotten on the bedroom floor under the watch of two knights waiting for death. Upon entering the study under the witness of Doyle, Bernie drew out a simple feather pen flowing with light golden ink from his seemingly bottomless white bag. He slowly unfurled the judgment document of Count Reed on the desk in the study, using the feather pen to draw a straight horizontal line across the third judgment result, erasing all the words of that result. Just as he had done, the letters erased by the feather pen gradually faded and then vanished. After an entire line turned blank, Sir Bernie drew the sword and shield emblem of the Goddess of Victory on his chest, then reverently wrote in the blank space, the title of Viscount shall be inherited by the remaining branch of the Reed family, seat Reed, and 1/3 of the territory in the northeast shall be returned to the sacred human kingdom of Heracles. Bernie's disposal of the matter was nothing short of diplomatic genius. Count Reed was condemned, satisfying Bernie's representation of the church. 1/3 of the fief was reduced, meeting part of the king's demands, and the title still had an air, ensuring that the kingdom's inheritance laws were not broken. The crowd looked at the amended contract, all revealing satisfied expressions. It was a joyful occasion and everyone was pleased. However, one person was not satisfied: Harry Reed, who was about to be sent to the capital to be executed. He had just recovered from a state of panic but could still do nothing. For the first time in decades, Harry Reed accomplished an unparalleled feat by himself, putting on a clean pair of pants. The process turned out to be surprisingly simple, and Harry Reed wondered, why hadn't I discovered this before? After changing Mr. Count stepped over the filth on the ground and said to the two knights guarding the door, I wish to see the holy knights, could you take me to them? Before the amended judgment had come into effect, Harry Reed leaned against the wall and arrived at the study. The crowd, who had just been in high spirits, could no longer feel joy upon seeing the unfortunate man at the door. Although none of those present took the soon-to-be deposed Count seriously, it was clearly not the moral thing to laugh in such a situation, so everyone unconsciously grew solemn. Especially Seton Elder, who had watched Harry grow up, could not help but feel a twinge of pity in his heart. However, this pity was quickly suppressed by Set's calmness. As long as he had not inherited the title for even a second, he would not let his guard down. Harry sensed the cold gazes of the crowd and asked with a hint of desperation, "May I ask if I can still sleep in my room tonight?" The silence in the room lasted only a moment before Doyle loudly said, "Of course, we will announce the judgment tomorrow morning," and then set off for the capital. After inviting Mr. Count back to his chamber, Bernie looked at the judgment document and said, "The judgment has come into effect. The capital has agreed to our amendments and we can begin execution." Fearing that Seat and the others might not understand, Bernie explained, "Since the Count's crimes involved both the kingdom and the church, there are 3 copies of the judgment, one in the kingdom's archives, one in the sacred cathedral of the capital, and one here. The 3 copies are interconnected. Modifying one will automatically modify the others. The fact that our amendments were not rejected indicates that both the church and the kingdom have no objections." Soon before the sky had completely darkened, news spread that a judgment would be held in the square tomorrow morning. The common folk of Guy City were quite astonished by this, as there were only so many upper-class individuals in the city and just recently someone had been hanged. Now they wondered who the unfortunate soul was that had crossed the wrong person. On the morning of the second day, driven by curiosity, many commoners arrived at the square. At 9 o'clock, the black-armored knights and the white-armored knights marched into the square in orderly fashion. The commoners, having never seen such a scene, jostled to clear a path for the knights. After a path was cleared, Doyle and Bernie walked towards the high platform. Since both had equivalent status in the kingdom and the church, they needed to advance side by side according to protocol. Once they stood firm, the two announced Harry Reid's crimes in the names of the church and the kingdom, causing a stir among the commoners in the square. Even individuals of some social standing showed obvious surprise, for in their eyes the Count was merely a lazy good-for-nothing, a complete leech. They never expected he could commit such a shocking act of colluding with the demonic race. After the crowd quieted down somewhat, Harry Reid's judgment was read aloud, and his title as Count and his family identity were officially stripped from him, reducing him to a commoner with a criminal record. Finally, the two announced that the Reid family's title would be downgraded to Viscount and inherited by the side branch of Seat. Once the judgment was read, it emitted a brilliant light under the gaze of the crowd and then dissipated into the air enough to prove its authenticity. Those familiar with Seat among the high-ranking counts were momentarily astonished, as they viewed this steward as top-notch in both ability and character. Some had even considered recruiting him, yet they all without exception failed. They had thought him to be utterly loyal, only to discover that he was one of their own from the Reid family, and now he had received a title. Though it was downgraded to Viscount, it was still far more noble than their own titles of commoners. Seat stepped up to the high platform, bowed in all directions, then pledged his unwavering devotion to the church and infinite loyalty to the kingdom. Finally, under the lead of the helpers arranged by Murphy among the crowd, he descended the platform alongside Bernie and Doyle, marking the conclusion of the morning's events. At noon, the soon-to-be Viscount Seat had already taken on the role of master of Reid Castle. He hosted a banquet for the Holy Knights and the captain of the Black Armored Guards, respectfully toasting to show his respect for both and wishing the former Count and the Knights a smooth journey. As a fervent believer, Bernie politely declined and substituted water for wine. Doyle, upon hearing this, showed obvious confusion, placing his goblet down to ask, "Why wish us a smooth journey?" Seat, somewhat bewildered by the question, replied, "Is there something wrong with what I said?" Doyle exchanged a glance with Bernie and then slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I forgot to mention that it isn't I and Bernie taking the former Count and the Knights back to the capital this afternoon, but rather Bernie and his team taking you and the former Count back to the capital." Seat looked surprised, thinking to himself, "Why didn't you say so earlier? May I ask why this arrangement is in place?" Doyle drank another cup and said, "The former Count is going to the capital for trial, while you are going to receive the king's conferment. Bernie is the most suitable for both tasks. Before you return, I need to stay in Guy City to inspect the city defenses and the army, understand?" Seat raised his cup and replied, "I understand." After the banquet, a drunken Doyle was helped to his room by his subordinates, while Bernie's team prepared to set off for the capital. Regarding the former Count, the Holy Knight showed maximum leniency, not placing shackles or other restraints on Harry nor putting him in a prisoner cart. If such a less than level 10 fat man could slip away under the watch of dozens of elite knights, that would truly be remarkable. Ultimately, Bernie's team set out from the northern gate of Guy City with 2 unremarkable burdens, one joyful and one sorrowful, along the kingdom's main road toward the capital. Satyr and the Paladin left Guy City, and now the de facto ruler of the city has become Satyr's nominally good son, Byron. As for the former Earl's family, the estranged Countess, they have now been moved to a courtyard within the city, so Byron has effectively taken control of the castle. Over the next few days, Byron accompanied Doyle on a comprehensive inspection of the military aspects of Guy City. After some sparring at the training ground, they gradually became familiar with each other, at least from Doyle's perspective. The inspection results were predictably fruitful. From the shoddy repairs of the city walls to discrepancies between weapons and accounts in the armory and the issue of ghost soldiers in the city defense team, after 3 days of inspection, Doyle was filled with frustration. Byron, being a genuine demon, was not only unbothered but somewhat pleased. However, to maintain his facade in front of Doyle, he had to pretend to be disappointed. As a result, Byron, with his mature and composed face, scolded the relevant personnel harshly, his intimidation factor surpassing that of even the Black Armored Knights, leaving Doyle quite taken aback. Under the strict inspection of Byron and Doyle, the military affairs of Guy City gradually fell into order, but at this moment Murphy was troubled. The task was indeed progressing without issues, but the speed was far too slow. He had initially thought the efficiency of the royal capital's dispatch team would be higher, with titles being conferred and executions carried out promptly. Unexpectedly, Satyr still had to make a trip to the royal capital for his ennoblement. Although Murphy had cast a dark spell that could block divine detection before his departure, making every word and action seem sincere in the eyes of high-ranking priest, Satyr's back and forth still required a considerable amount of time. Since the military and city defense work of Geist City was essentially reliant on the defense, Doyle decided to temporarily station himself there until the new Viscount returned to lead the team back to the royal capital to prevent any unpredictable events. Thus, for every day Satyr did not return, Doyle had to stay an extra day in Geist City, and Murphy could not truly grasp control of the city. While idly playing with a dog at No. 2, Cluster Street, Murphy heard footsteps behind him. Pepe, do you have any good ideas? Murphy asked. Let the guy named Doyle get out of here quickly. The little girl holding a reading assignment began to ponder. I'm not sure, but since he's here to inspect the military and city defense, he should leave once the task is complete, right? That's not how it works. Sigh, thanks to these fools turning the city defense into a mess, Doyle is now utterly unconvinced about the safety of Geist City. Murphy sighed. If we could make him feel reassured, would he take the initiative to leave? The little girl asked. Murphy fell into deep thought upon hearing this. After a moment, a spark of inspiration hit him and he stood up, saying, you make a good point. We need to find a way to instill some human confidence in him. After saying that, Murphy bent down and began to quietly instruct Pepe on the task. The Earl Reed's castle, which should now be called the Viscount Reed's castle, has recently entered a rare period of tranquility. If that foolish Earl were still here, various unreasonable demands such as midnight snacks and other untimely requests would often drive the servants to madness. But now everyone knows that the bossy Earl has left in a most disgraceful manner, replaced by a butler who usually maintains a stern demeanor but does not overly criticize them, or rather should now be referred to as Your Excellency the Viscount. With such a well-mannered person becoming the master of the castle, the servants have recently been wearing expressions as if good days are about to arrive. Indeed, their wishes have come true, as there have been far fewer incidents lately and there hasn't been a single unreasonable request. That night Byron hosted Captain Doyle at the castle on behalf of the Viscount, who had yet to inherit the title. Of course, this was also part of Murphy's new plan. Byron opened the wine cellar of the Earl's family and took out the strongest liquor to entertain Doyle. In Doyle's eyes, after several days of mutual understanding and adjustment, the two had become good friends who could talk about anything, so Doyle began to lower his guard and drink freely. As the two exchanged toasts, they cursed the abysmal military issues of the Reed earldom. The strong liquor certainly lived up to its reputation. After 3 rounds, not only was Doyle feeling a bit dazed, but even the slime lord who was drinking on Byron's behalf was starting to struggle. Byron, you. Hick. Doyle tilted his head, burping, and squinted, saying, why is your face moving? Are you okay? Upon hearing this, Byron hurriedly grabbed his sagging skin and pushed it back to its original place. You must be drunk, Mr. Doyle. How could I? Hick. Byron mimicked a drunken state, saying, how could I have a moving face? That's true. As soon as he finished speaking, Doyle had already collapsed onto the table. However, his formidable level 35 attributes did not make him pass out immediately, it merely placed him in a state of unwillingness to move. Byron had just pressed his skin back into place when his eyeball threatened to fall out of its socket again. He was anxiously stuffing it back in while saying, Doyle, you must be drunk, right? Unaware of what was happening over here, Doyle was still mumbling drunkenly at a varying pace, I'm not drunk, I'm very clear-headed. Byron saw that Doyle's state had reached the expected level and began to lead him on, saying, do you think the garrison of Geist City can fight against the demons? No way. Doyle didn't even lift his head but clearly shouted, if they could fight the demons, I wouldn't have to be busy every day. I actually think they could fight. Byron replied, I've heard that there are very few low-level demons that possess martial skills. Once we charge into battle, I don't think it would be too difficult. Doyle clearly became interested, slightly raising his head and saying, you might have a point, but do you think you can do it? Of course. Byron said with a hint of pride from his past life, isn't this one of the reasons you want me to have my father inherit the title? So you're saying you want to fight the demons? Doyle raised his head, his eyes shining with desire. Of course, are you afraid? Nonsense, I'm more than 10 levels higher than you, of course I'm not afraid. I just wonder how we can bypass the Holy Peace Agreement. Doyle, though eager, still felt helpless regarding the world's iron rules. I know someone who is quite knowledgeable about the specifics of the world's iron rules, he should have a way. Doyle and Byron made an agreement at the dining table to visit the person whom Byron referred to as having knowledge of the world's iron laws the next day. Due to a particular anticipation for war, Doyle rose early and came to the castle's living room to wait for Byron. Because of the characteristics of the demon race, Byron appeared to others as someone with an early rising habit, hence Doyle did not wait long before being greeted by a well-dressed Byron. After a simple breakfast, the two men arrived at No. 2 Crest Street, which was only 100 meters away from the castle. The sound of knocking came from the downstairs door, reaching the still sleeping Murphy's ears. Although the plan was entirely Murphy's design, it did not mean he arranged every detail. Thus a moderate level of morning grumpiness was inevitable. Who the hell is knocking so early in the morning? Murphy wrapped his head in a pillow, trying to escape reality. Soon the door downstairs was opened by the early rising Pepe, accompanied by a small dog. It's Uncle Byron and someone we don't know, the little girl said, looking at the two outside the door. Byron then took on his role, saying to Pepe, go wake your teacher and tell him I have something to discuss with a friend. Doyle, who was always straightforward, felt quite pleased when he heard Byron refer to him as a friend, and he lowered his head saying, "Don't be afraid, little sister. We just want to ask your teacher something." Pepe led the little dog upstairs and knocked on Murphy's bedroom door, informing him that Byron and the black armored knight had come to visit. "Is it him?"
"That's not how the plan goes," Murphy said, rubbing his eyes and speaking harshly.
"Has this guy awakened too much humanity recently? Why is he coming so early?"
Pepe thought to herself that if anyone had awakened humanity, it was the Demon King in front of her, who was brimming with it. Seeing that Murphy was already up, she took the little dog and left. A short while later, Murphy, who was dressed and washed, arrived in the reception room with a pair of half-asleep deadfish eyes. As Murphy walked into the reception room, Byron greeted him with a smile while Doyle looked at Murphy in disbelief and asked, "Aren't you that so-called advisor?"
"Yes, the literary advisor.
We all know about him, the one who writes those vulgar things for the former Earl.
How come you're everywhere?"
Murphy scratched his head in confusion and looked at Byron, saying, "Aren't you the ones looking for me?
Otherwise I'd still be sleeping."
Doyle also turned to Byron, wanting to know how a vulgar writer was connected to a scholar with some knowledge of the world's iron laws.
Byron stood between the two and began to introduce them, saying, "Allow me to introduce Mr. Murphy. This is Mr. Doyle, the black-armored general from the royal capital."
Hearing the title of general made Doyle feel quite pleased, straightening his waist even more. Then Byron continued, "Mr.
Doyle, don't be fooled by Mr.
Murphy's youth. He is not only a writer but also a quite capable magician. It is precisely because of his rich experience that he can write those captivating stories." Upon learning that the person opposite him was a magician, Doyle's contemptuous gaze softened somewhat as he asked, "You look like you haven't fully grown up.
What level are you?" Murphy, thinking that if he spoke the truth he might scare the young general in front of him to death, casually replied, "Level 40.
This time it was Doyle's turn to be stunned. His mind raced as he recalled that some powerful magicians could alter their appearance, yet he blurted out, "Level 40. A level 40 magician could serve as an advisor to a marquis. What are you doing in this small town of guys?" Murphy thought to himself that boasting incurs no taxes and pretended to be profound, saying, "I am currently writing a book about the Holy Peace Agreement. In the past few years I have conducted a lot of research on the borders between humans and demons, generally clarifying the scope of the iron laws established by the Holy Peace Agreement." Doyle, with an impatient expression, said, "Then quickly tell me what the scope of effect is."
Actually, the scope of effect can be summed up quite well.
Firstly, one cannot engage in a war involving more than one race against the demon race at the same time. For example, we can fight skeletons, but we cannot engage in any other battles simultaneously. Secondly, the scale of the war cannot be too large, or rather the scale is compressed to a level that does not qualify as war, where the attacking side should not exceed 500 people. Thirdly, the casualties on both sides should be kept within a relatively small range. By adhering to these 3 points, one can generally bypass the peace agreement, otherwise the attacking side will face punishment from the world's will. So the defending side won't be punished?"
Doyle asked skeptically.
Murphy opened his eyes and looked at this young general, who seemed a bit dim-witted, saying, "They are the ones getting beaten. Why should they be punished?" The three sat at the long table in the reception room, and Byron, taking the initiative as the mediator, began, "Mr. Murphy, to be frank, we have come to inquire how we can avoid the punishment of the world's iron laws if we wish to lead an army against the demon race." Murphy stroked his smooth chin and said, "Isn't a force of 500 men sufficient for you?"
Doyle interjected, "500 is hardly enough. Sending so few would only let the demon race look down on us." Murphy feigned surprise and asked, "How many does this general wish to lead?" Doyle turned to Byron and asked, "How many regular troops are stationed in Guise?"
Byron thought for a moment and replied, "Excluding the necessary patrols and personal guards, 3,000.
"I mean, how many do you actually have?" Doyle said somewhat awkwardly. "If we exclude those on the payroll who aren't actually working."
Byron lowered his head to calculate, saying 2,000. A sense of inexplicable awkwardness filled the reception room. Doyle broke the silence, saying, "Then let's count in the personal guards and just keep the patrols."
2,500. Including my black armored knight squad. 2,520. Doyle turned to Murphy, saying, "Mr.
Murphy, can you help us bypass the world's iron laws with 2,520 people?"
Murphy pondered for a moment and suddenly grinned, asking, "Mr. Doyle, does war necessarily have to involve killing?"
Doyle replied, "What you're saying is nonsense."
Before Doyle could finish his sentence, Byron interrupted, "Mr. Murphy, are you suggesting that?"
"You're not wrong," Murphy said with a smile. "You simply want to achieve a victory to prove your strength over the demon race, and the best way to bypass the world's iron laws is without causing any deaths of demons. Although the world's iron laws are strict, they are also quite rigid. As long as no living being dies, they will not take effect. If you can ensure that you defeat the demons without killing them, then the world will have no objections."
Doyle felt a sense of urgency at these words. "What's the point of not killing? I dream of slaying monsters." Mofe replied, "We can capture them instead. Mr. Sate once told me that in recent years, due to the deteriorating financial situation of the territory, many mines have ceased operations. The closest demon territory to Guise City is the lightless great grave of the skeletons and the desolate hills of the goblins. However, goblins are quite timid, so I believe you are headed to the lightless great grave, right?" Doyle and Byron exchanged a glance and nodded.
"Since we are going to the lightless great grave, we should capture all those skeletons alive and bring them back. That way you achieve victory, the mines gain labor, and the will of the world won't impose any punishment.
It's a complete win. Duyur quickly asked, but if we don't kill those skeletons we won't get any items or coins. Ha 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 ha. Mo Fei chuckled enigmatically. Mr. Duyur, let us take a longer view. How much can a common skeleton drop? Let them work day and night in the mines, we will only need to wait and gold coins will flow into our pockets endlessly. Duyur asked, what if the skeletons die from exhaustion while working in the mines?
Then we simply capture more, Mo Fei replied succinctly. What I mean is, if the skeletons die from exhaustion, won't the will of the world punish us?
What do you mean by dying from exhaustion? Mo Fei asked in confusion. We haven't done anything, it's natural death. I believe the will of the world won't say much about it.
Duyur pondered for a moment and said, that sounds quite feasible.
I think we can start preparing now. Mo Fei smiled and reminded, don't you all want to discuss the profit-sharing issue? Duyur was taken aback and somewhat embarrassedly said, I don't lack money at home, you two can just split it.
Mo Fei also began to decline. I am a person who cannot stay in one place. Once I leave Guy City it will be hard for you to find me, so I don't need anything. Byron had not yet expressed his opinion, but all the profits generated from this war had already flowed into Byron's pocket.
Byron smiled and asked, shall we give this plan a name? Mo Fei quickly replied, the mines, Guy City, and the lightless Great Grave just happen to form a triangle, let's call it the Triangle Trade.
Upon hearing this both agreed, and thus the Triangle Trade plan officially began preparations.
Duyur and Byron started to train the standing army of Guy City, but their first problem was the lack of equipment.
Just like a 3,000-man army that has been reduced to 2,000 due to desertion, the ordinary armor and weapons in the armory have been consumed even more severely and were insufficient to arm this ragtag group of 2,000. Duyur and Byron had no choice but to place orders with the blacksmiths in the city while having soldiers temporarily practice with long wooden sticks, and the originally well-trained Duke's Guard was now broken down into small teams to train those who couldn't even hold a stick steady. Mo Fei and his good apprentice followed the map to the mining area located 2 days' journey northwest of Guy City. Since Mo Fei had never been to this area, the teleportation magic didn't work and he could only carry the little girl and fly for 2 hours before finally seeing a somewhat abandoned mine. The mines of the Reed Duke's territory are mainly composed of 3 large tunnels producing iron or crystal or in sapphires respectively.
The two landed smoothly and Pei Pei asked, Master, why are we here? This is called treading on the plate, ensuring that the plan is foolproof.
Otherwise, if there's a hidden boss inside the mine, then my skeleton soldiers would all be wiped out.
Moreover, I have some guesses about this open world that I want to verify, Mo Fei said as he walked into the first crystal mine.
Upon entering the mine, Mo Fei cast a light spell emitting a pale white glow to guide the way. The initial part of the mine appeared unremarkable, but as the two walked deeper they began to see glimmers of light reflecting off the mine walls. Mo Fei found a large-looking ore and casually picked up a discarded iron pickaxe from the mine to strike the edge of the ore.
Clang!
The crisp sound of impact echoed in the mine.
Mo Fei felt it and then said disappointedly, no effect. Did I guess wrong? No, wait.
After thinking for a moment, Mo Fei grabbed the pickaxe and struck harder.
Clang!
With a powerful blow he knocked the embedded ore from the rock wall, and immediately he felt a familiar sensation.
EXP2 goodness. Just as I thought, is this the open world? Mo Fei laughed happily and handed the half of the iron pickaxe to Pei Pei. You try to, you can gain experience points.
Pei Pei imitated him and took a long time to knock down a small piece of crystal ore from the rock wall. Then in Mo Fei's view a golden prompt box appeared above Pei Pei's head. EXP1. Was it because the ore was too small that it only gave a little experience?
Mo Fei thought to himself. So how does it feel? Any different? Mo Fei asked.
If I had to say, it feels a bit more skilled. Next time should take slightly less time to knock down the next piece.
Pei Pei pondered for a moment and replied. That's right, that's what experience points are.
I can see you just gained a little experience. If you keep mining you should level up too.
But if that's the case, won't I become a miner? Pei Pei asked with some concern.
No, only those without a profession gain a profession from such labor. You are already a mage, you won't change to a miner from mining.
Pei Pei sighed in relief. That's good. That's good.
After the experiment, Mo Fei took Pei Pei towards the exit of the mine, planning to check out the other tunnels. I guessed correctly, this way they get gems and minerals while our skeletons gain experience.
This is a win-win situation.
Mo Fei hummed a little tune as he and his good apprentice finished exploring the unremarkable iron ore mine, which was very quiet inside, with even mice being hard to find due to the lack of food. The internal structure of the mine was very similar to the home of the gargoyles, just not as spacious.
Mo Fei thought, wondering how many iron ingots the gargoyles had refined by now. Finally the two entered the sapphire mine.
As a rare gem, the amount of sapphires produced within a mine is quite limited. However, sapphires are not only luxurious ornaments but also highly regarded spellcasting mediums, thus remaining in a state of being valuable yet hard to find in the kingdom for a long time. The two entered the dark mine. At first the scene inside was no different from that of a crystal mine, but as they walked deeper they sensed something was amiss.
Why isn't there a single piece left? Murphy muttered to himself.
The form of the sapphire was similar to that of crystal. Under the illumination of the light spell it should have reflected light. However, as they ventured deep into the mine they found not a single leftover sapphire.
Pepe said, could it be that it has all been mined out? Murphy pondered for a moment and replied, no, if it were completely mined out this mine would have been abandoned much earlier. Just as they continued forward, Murphy felt something soft underfoot. Ah! A hoarse and painful scream came from beneath them in the darkness. Ah! The little girl screamed in fright at the cry, and Murphy quickly grabbed his unfortunate apprentice by the neck and stepped back a few paces while his other hand increased the intensity of the light spell. Under the harsh glare of light, a figure in tattered black robes slowly writhed on the ground, resembling a pillbug startled by sunlight beneath a brick. Murphy and Pepe observed carefully and discovered that although the figure was ragged and disheveled overall, it was still a human. Murphy tentatively asked in a common tongue, who are you? The writhing figure on the ground paused for a moment, then trembled and asked, you're not here to catch me, are you? Catch you? What have you done? Tax evasion. Do you want to take a look at what you're saying? Murphy was shocked that someone could deceive him with such a poor lie. You've dropped all the sapphires on you. The man on the ground turned around and noticed several decent sapphires exposed beneath him as he writhed, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Murphy said helplessly, if you don't want to talk, we won't force you. Just stay put, but I need a high-quality sapphire. He then reached out and summoned the glowing blue objects from the ground, but after examining them he tossed them back with a look of disappointment, saying mediocre quality. Murphy looked at the scruffy figure on the ground. Is that all? I didn't see a single one when I came here, so it should be with you. The figure pressed against the rock wall in a hurry, saying, no. There's nothing left. Nothing left. Mage's hand. Murphy manipulated an invisible magical arm to grab the scruffy man's ankle, lifting him into the air and shaking him violently. With a series of crisp and dull sounds, various items fell from the scruffy man's person, including many large sapphires. Seeing this, Murphy tossed the scruffy man aside and reached for a few large gems. After examining them, he kept one the size of half a fist. This mine isn't yours. Besides, I'm not refusing to pay. Name your price and I won't haggle. Murphy, having grasped the situation of a viscount's territory, said boldly. The figure on the ground trembled and said, I don't need money. If possible, please tell me if you've seen knights in white armor on your way here. You mean the Guardians of Faith? Murphy asked. You actually know? The hoarse voice was filled with panic. You're really not here to catch me? Why are you so long-winded? I said I'm not. I know about the Guardians of Faith because I just saw them in Guy City recently. Is that hard to understand? Murphy said with some impatience. Guy City. Then do you know what they are there for? The figure on the ground asked. Upon hearing this, Murphy felt a surge of malicious intent and replied with a sly smile, that's another price. The figure on the ground was not shy either and tossed a small piece of sapphire. Murphy caught it and said the Lord Count of Guy City committed a crime and the Guardians of Faith took him back to be hanged. So that's how it is. The figure on the ground sighed in relief. More than this matter, I'm more concerned about why a priest like you would be afraid of the Guardians of Faith. Murphy interjected, suddenly causing the figure to be filled with terror. How did you? The figure was about to ask but saw the fearless little girl playing with a dusty golden holy emblem that had dropped from him. In fact, Murphy did not deduce the person's profession from the dusty holy emblem. After formally contacting him, Murphy unlocked the panel viewing rights and was rewarded with many unexpected discoveries. Because this 50-level priest named Lambert had all his skills gray. Murphy leaned down with interest and said, I'm not from the church and I have a good relationship with the new Viscount of Guy City. Right now I'm very interested in you. Tell me who you really are and I will provide you with protection. The scruffy man slowly took off his hood, revealing a haggard face of a middle-aged man. It's useless, you can't protect me. But if you want to know, then whatever I say next you must not be afraid. The man said solemnly. Murphy and Pepe exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The man slowly said, I am a cultist. Oh, Murphy and Pepe responded without emotion, indicating they were listening. This time it was the priest's turn to feel awkward. Aren't you surprised? Surprised. Very surprised. Murphy responded perfunctorily. You continue. Pepe displayed an attitude of wanting to hear the story. The priest continued, saying, I am an ordinary priest from the cathedral in the capital of the West Duke's territory, Ravka City. I have extreme confidence in my devout faith and dare to compare with anyone. I grew up in the church, and after becoming an apprentice priest, the precursor occupation to a priest, I often felt the gentle gaze of the deity after evening prayers. But starting from a certain day over a month ago, I suddenly could no longer feel that warm gaze. I tried many times praying devoutly, but nothing worked. Gradually I fell into panic because I was sure I hadn't done anything wrong, so the problem could only be with the goddess. My faith was shaken, the effects of my divine spells gradually faded and my holy emblem grew dim. I began to avoid other priests and clerics. But I was still discovered by the archbishop. He reported this to the church in the royal capital while publicly declaring me a cultist. Ironically, I didn't even know what a cult was. I was afraid of being captured and executed by the Guardians of Faith, so I could only run aimlessly. Then a few days ago I ended up here because I got lost. Just when I saw a path, a squad of Guardians of Faith arrived. I was afraid they were here to catch me, so I had to hide. I didn't expect this place to be a sapphire mine. I planned to live as an ordinary person from now on, but I didn't dare go out to check on the situation of the Guardians of Faith. So for the past few days I used an abandoned iron pickaxe in the mine to dig out the remnants of sapphires left on the surface, intending to sell them to make a living. And then you came along and took away my biggest sapphire. The priest said with a look of grievance at the end. The story of the priest has come to an end. I am not joking, the priest said, somewhat embarrassed. How can you? How can we not be afraid? Yes, we know you're not joking, Murphy said seriously, but the world is so vast anything is indeed possible, right? Your story is quite interesting. He extended his hand towards the priest before him. If you don't mind, I invite you to join our team and do something big together. Rest assured, I can protect you. The priest's eyes revealed a hint of disbelief, but I am evil. Murphy said sincerely, it's okay, I have always thought about whether I could gather some special talents like you into a team and let's call it the Avengers. No, it's the normal people squad. The priest exclaimed, grabbing Murphy's hand. As long as there's food and shelter, I'll do whatever you ask. I don't want to be hanged, nor do I want to starve. Alright, then you are one of us. Please allow me to introduce the other members of our team. Besides myself, a reliable adult man, Byron, an ordinary girl, Pei, and a normal dog, Xiao Qian. After the simple initiation ceremony, Murphy helped the man up from the ground. Recently, Geist City hasn't been very stable. You can disguise yourself as a gardener in our house for now. Okay. The former priest nodded hastily. As long as I can live, that's all that matters. The three walked out of the mine, and Lambert, who hadn't seen sunlight for days, squinted in the bright light. Although Lambert's level was 50, his physical fitness was not as strong as that of a combat cleric or paladin at level 50 due to his purely faith-based profession. Divine skills consume the caster's faith value, which is similar to the mana bar of a mage. Thus Lambert could currently be considered a tragic meat shield with only a mana bar and no skills. Short-distance flight is not a difficult skill to master for a mid-tier mage, so Murphy pretended to be out of breath as he led the two back to the gates of Geist City after 3 attempts. The northern gate of Geist City was as sparsely populated as ever. The soldiers at the gate had become familiar with Murphy, who lived closest to the northern district, and let them in without a thorough check. Upon returning to 2 Crest Street, priest Lambert quickly assumed his new role. He swiftly changed into a servant's outfit and tossed the clothes he had worn when escaping from the church into the fireplace to burn. Only the dusty holy emblem remained, which he carefully hung around his neck after finding a piece of twine suitable for his new identity. Thus, without anyone noticing, a dedicated yet inexperienced gardener appeared at 2 Crest Street. After settling Lambert, the Demon King and his cheap apprentice had dinner, with one retreating to the study to work on his common language homework while the other returned to the bedroom. Murphy took out the best wand from Xiaohe village and a large sapphire, beginning his wand modification work. The wand made of wood was very light, and when waved in Murphy's hands it felt as easy as wielding a large feather duster. Murphy opened the wand's panel and saw the familiar attributes. He dissipated the residual magic within the wand, carefully severing the magical circuit, and finally used his all-seeing wizard's hand to remove the object that could hardly be called a gem from the top of the wand. If common gems usually have slight flaws, this stone could be described as having some gem-like qualities on top of its flaws. With the gem removed, the wand panel appeared as gray as Lambert, and the weapon name clearly displayed the bright red word incomplete behind it. Murphy placed the removed stone into a cloth bag and then held up the sapphire, measuring it against the wand head for a long time. It's too big, it won't fit. Murphy felt a bit troubled, realizing the issue now seemed a bit late. To prevent the best wand from Xiaohe village, a weapon with collectible value, from turning to ashes in his hands, Murphy abandoned the idea of forcing a miracle and instead decided to refine the flawed gem and reinstall it. He then opened the weapon panel once more. Weapon: best wand from Xiaohe village, 1 quality, fine blue, attributes: attack 12, mana limit 100, casting speed 5, cheap material, wand weight reduced by 20, original flavor. Users from Xiaohe village gain an additional 5 attack with this wand. Unique passive: refined gem, attack 8, mana limit 50, casting speed 3, gifted by an unnamed elderly magician. Ha! Mission accomplished. I hope one day I can enhance it to 20. Murphy stretched and began to think about how to enhance the wand while preserving its original flavor. The next evening, Murphy and Pei used the teleportation array from the basement of 2 Crest Street to arrive at the pitch-black lightless tomb, where they found some awakened skeletons and gave them a script. These conscious skeletons could be considered the captains of the skeleton troops under the Lord, able to convey Murphy's orders relatively accurately. After listening to the script, one skeleton asked, "Your Majesty, from your description, those humans seem quite weak in battle. What if we accidentally win?" Murphy tapped the skeleton's smooth skull and said, "Fool, can't you act a little? You all need to change your weapons to broken ones, aim to chop at them just once so they shatter, then turn and run, and that will be it. It's decided. You will be in charge of leading the participating skeletons to practice the smooth chop once and run. Remember, it must be real and real again. Don't let anyone see the flaw. You there." Murphy turned to another skeleton. "Go gather slimes. Remember, each participating skeleton must have a matching slime of the same level. Then let the slimes hide inside the skeleton's head so they can't be discovered. As for you," Murphy looked at the last high-ranking skeleton, "you are responsible for selecting the participating skeletons. Remember, it must be exactly 10,000. No more, or it will scare them away." "Understood." The 4 skeletons knelt on one knee and then scattered in different directions. "Understood." The 4 skeletons knelt on one knee and then scattered in different directions. My name is Lambert, a former priest. Due to some undisclosed reasons, I am currently serving as an apprentice gardener in a mansion located in the southwestern part of the kingdom in Geist City. If you were to ask me how I feel about this day, I can clearly say regret, deep regret. Indeed, how could I trust someone who doesn't even flinch at the mention of cultists? I must have been confused by hunger at that time. As for how things came to this point, I suppose I should start from a not-so-distant place. At that moment I was resting in a cave. Everything was fine except for being hungry for 3 days, and then that mid-level mage named Murphy appeared before me. Perhaps I was somewhat irrational at that time anyway. Under his coaxing and deceit I agreed to join his team, and then I was taken back to Geist City by this mid-level mage who didn't seem easy to provoke. In simple terms, I boarded a pirate ship. This was the most regrettable decision I ever made. Although I had never truly worked as a gardener in the first 30 years of my life, the Cathedral of St. Valletta in the capital of the West always needed someone to tend to the greenery. During my leisure time I either recited the scriptures or observed the work of the gardeners, so I am confident I can handle this job. After arriving at No. 2 What Street, I tidied up my appearance, which had been neglected for a month, and changed into ordinary clothes. Though my faith remains steadfast in this urgent situation, I must first ensure my own safety before finding ways to prove my piety. The mansion's construction, while not luxurious, is quite exquisite, with both its design and decor emanating an air of delicacy. From my observations, it has likely been around for nearly a century. For an ordinary person, living in such a mansion is an unimaginable lifestyle, yet these people seem to treat it as simply as eating and drinking. I think they might really be quite wealthy. The mid-level mage mentioned that there are far too few people in this mansion, so I had dinner with the mage and others that evening. They all seem to be oddities. I can't quite explain it, but there's a hint of peculiarity in their otherwise reasonable behavior. At the dinner table the atmosphere was quite somber. I suppose it was due to my unexpected presence. Having been an orphan since childhood, life in the orphanage taught me that to avoid being ostracized one must appropriately play the victim. So I recounted to the reliable adult male, as described by the mid-level mage, how I had been unwittingly drawn into becoming a cultist. After I finished my story, the atmosphere at the table seemed to come alive instantly, with everyone encouraging me to eat and drink more. Although that middle-aged man's face was very serious, I could still sense a hint of empathy from him. Could he possibly be a cultist? The real kind? This question didn't trouble me for long, as I soon made the second most regrettable decision to get up in the middle of the night. In order to match my disguised identity, I voluntarily requested to stay in the servants' room on the first floor after dinner, which was my third most regrettable decision. Amidst the overlapping feelings of regret, I unfortunately passed through the hall of the house while getting up in the middle of the night, where I saw what seemed to be a middle-aged man enjoying the moonlight as he walked through the courtyard. Under the bright moonlight I saw he was translucent. As a priest, my most common task was to cast divine spells to soothe the anxious hearts of the common believers and heal their wounds. Because of this, although I learned during my studies in the church that there were translucent ghosts among the demon race, I was unaware that they had evolved into entities capable of drinking and celebrating with humans. I suddenly felt fortunate, for having lost my divine spells I was now just a level 50 non-professional civilian in their eyes. If I could still use divine spells, I might have discovered their secret, and perhaps I would already be a corpse by now. I quietly finished my business, and on my way back to my room I encountered the dog raised by the mid-level mage in the hall on the first floor. Damn it, it was also translucent. It's hard to imagine just how many ghosts are in this house, but I know that the only thing I can do now is pretend that nothing happened. For the reasons mentioned above, I spent a sleepless and arduous night. The next morning, with noticeable dark circles under my eyes, I began a new day of work after breakfast. I must admit that being a gardener is not as simple as it looks, but it doesn't matter to me because no one in this mansion cares whether the courtyard is meticulously trimmed. So I hastily completed my work and shifted into rest mode. As it appears they do not harbor any malice towards me, so I plan to take a peaceful nap. Just then I sensed an evil aura emanating from below my body. Although my divine spells are all unusable now, my instincts still alerted me to the presence of that dark evil power belonging to the demon race. I knew I shouldn't do this, but whether as a priest or an innocent gardener kept in the dark, I wanted to know what it was. I walked to the back of the mansion and found the spiral staircase leading to the basement, which had not been hidden at all. As I tiptoed down the stairs, I strained my ears to listen to the sounds coming from below. The indistinguishable cries of pain from a beast or a demon creature reached my ears. My body froze in fear and I dared not proceed further, only continuing to discern the sounds from the basement. "Where's the hand? How did you summon a disabled skeleton?" a voice demanded sharply. It was the voice of the mid-level mage. He turned out to be a dark sorcerer. Is he summoning demons? No, it sounds like someone else is summoning a skeleton demon. Wasn't he born disabled? Another voice said with a hint of guilt. Nonsense. The scars on his arm are still fresh. Quickly check your summoning array. I accidentally rubbed off a part of the symbols in this place. What it means is. Let me check. It's complete. I finally discerned whose voice it was. It was that inconspicuous little girl. She turned out to be an apprentice of dark magic. I retraced my steps back to my room and began to reassess my current situation. I have joined the normal people's small team, which consists of 1 male ghost, 1 ghost dog, 2 dark sorcerers and 1 cultist. Thinking about it this way, I suddenly feel like I am the most normal one among the normal people's small team. Perhaps I should try to accept all of this. Thinking about it this way, I suddenly feel like I am the most normal one among the normal people's small team. Perhaps I should try to accept all of this. After assigning tasks to the skeletons, Murphy returned alone to Guy City. Peppa was left in the lightless Great Tomb as she was recently learning the dark magic of summoning skeletons, and practicing in the lightless Great Tomb allowed her to act more freely. Another reason was that Murphy did not fully trust the intellect of the skeletons, so he cast an unknown communication spell on Peppy, allowing her to conduct basic checks after the skeletons were ready and inform him, thus avoiding many troubles. This is the proper way to utilize a hapless disciple. A week later, Pepe sent word that the 10,000 skeletons were fully prepared as per Murphy's instructions. The decayed weapons that could shatter with a mere swing, the tattered but still present clothing or armor, all indicated that these 10,000 skeletons were the elite among the elite. They had replaced the wandering low-level skeletons and formed a defensive barrier outside the lightless Great Tomb. Since the demon race was ready, it was time for humans to deploy. Murphy informed Byron, who then approached Doyle, who was supervising the soldiers' training. "You say it's time to deploy." Doyle frowned, looking at the half-dead soldiers in the training ground below. "Do you think they can manage? They haven't improved at all over the past few days. It might be better to finish it quickly." "That's a fair point. Besides, summer is approaching and they will be even less inclined to wear armor. Should we send some scouts to the demon side?" Although Doyle had never truly been on the battlefield, he had absorbed some theoretical knowledge from his family's education. "No need for that, mister. Murphy just visited the lightless Great Tomb a few days ago." Doyle immediately became interested. "What did Mr. Murphy say?" "Mr. Murphy said that there are about 10,000 skeletons in the outer area of the lightless Great Tomb, and they are still in a wandering state. As long as we encircle them, we don't need to worry about being outnumbered. I read in a book that skeletons attack without any strategy under equal levels. A single human can at least fend off 2 skeleton soldiers." Doyle said excitedly. "Yes, if we want to play it safe, we can encircle around 3,000 skeletons at a time. In 3 rounds we can completely clear the low-level skeletons outside the Great Tomb and leave calmly before the higher-level magical creatures arrive." Doyle pondered for a moment and decisively announced, "We set off in 3 days. Do not kill, bring ropes to capture the skeletons alive." Doyle's orders were quickly disseminated, and almost no one in this world was unaware of the sacred peace accord, so the soldiers did not show any obvious doubts regarding Doyle's orders. However, among the soldiers there was a mix of joy and concern. The atmosphere among the Earl's, now Viscount's Guard, and the Black Armor Elite Squad was exceptionally high. Their usual training intensity was already considerable, and now that they had a chance to prove themselves, everyone was very excited. For those soldiers who did not even have leather armor, padded armor, or iron spearheads, this battle felt like a death sentence, leading to a somber atmosphere in the barracks. 2 nights later, despite the blacksmiths of the entire city working overtime, around 500 people still did not receive proper weapons. The Black Armor Elite and the guards of Guy City naturally had no obligation to distribute excess weapons to those ordinary soldiers, hence these 500 received only a large bundle of ropes and some pre-cut short lengths of rope. The short lengths of rope were for binding the skeletons, while the long ropes were for tying the captured skeleton soldiers together. On the morning of the 3rd day, Doyle delivered a passionate speech as the Guy City Expeditionary Force, consisting of over 2,500 soldiers plus an additional 500 temporary laborers, set off. Very soon Doyle's lack of experience was laid bare before everyone. Despite having the kingdom's main road, there was still a significant gap between the mobility of cavalry, infantry, and laborers. Less than half a day after leaving the city, a clear disconnect emerged between the cavalry, infantry, and laborers. Doyle, at the forefront, was completely unaware of this. In fact, Byron was aware of this situation, but he was indifferent, thinking to himself, why should a skeleton care about humans? Isn't that meddling? In any case, as night fell, Doyle decided to set up camp, only then realizing that his army had scattered all over the place. Doyle was so furious that he nearly broke his riding whip. He ordered the Guy City Guard team led by Byron to regroup on the spot, then took his own Black Armor cavalry team to gallop back and forth along the kingdom's main road, physically motivating those lagging behind ordinary soldiers and laborers. Finally, as night fully descended, Doyle sat by the campfire and had a warm meal. Byron, pretending to be hungry, quickly stuffed dry biscuits into his mouth and said, "At the current marching speed, our army is still 10 days away from the lightless Great Tomb." "Is that so?" "It's indeed a bit slow." Doyle set down the biscuit in his hand. "Should we consider letting the cavalry give up their horses to help the laborers speed up?" It seemed Doyle did not understand that horses could not be used to pull carts. Byron had no intention of reminding him, so he silently nodded. Thus the next day the cavalry's horses were all used to help the laborers transport supplies and provisions, and the laborers who had been spurred the day before all praised General Doyle as a good person. However, by evening the troops had become disconnected again. Doyle glared angrily at his disconnected Black Armor cavalry team, and the deputy captain mustered his courage to stand up and said, "Captain, our armor and weapons are much heavier than normal soldiers. Without horses we can't possibly move that quickly." Doyle felt the deputy captain made a valid point and subtly looked to Byron, hoping for a solution. Byron instantly understood Doyle's implied meaning and suggested, "I think the Earl's Guard and the Black Armor cavalry can take off all their weapons and armor during our march, placing them on the supply wagons, allowing the laborers and horses to transport them while carrying only what does not hinder their movement." After pondering for a moment, Doyle issued this order. Byron's suggestion proved highly effective. 5 days later the expeditionary army reached the no man's land between the kingdom and the demon race. Another day and a half later, the scruffy Doyle at the forefront of the army finally caught sight of the purple-black soil of the lightless Great Tomb in the distance. The expeditionary force from Gize City arrived at the border of the lightless Great Tomb. Laborers began erecting camp while troops assumed perimeter sentry duties. Owing to their natural habits, skeletons rarely ventured beyond their lairs in the absence of external disturbance, making the wooden palisade encircling the camp appear somewhat superfluous. Once the temporary military encampment was complete, Doyle ordered the entire force to rest and take nourishment to preserve combat readiness. He scheduled the assault for the following morning. Byron regarded Doyle's decision with mild surprise. The inexperienced youth had repeatedly defied expectations, charging headlong when caution seemed warranted, yet holding firm with disciplined restraint precisely when boldness was called for. Joy and sorrow dwell in separate hearts. As soldiers passed the eve before battle, lost in their own thoughts, dawn broke, and Doyle inspected his force of 2,500 within the camp before unveiling his operational plan. 1. Assign 50 soldiers to guard the 500 laborers, preventing them from wandering freely. 2. Distribute unarmed soldiers equipped only with ropes equally among all small units to facilitate the capture of skeletons. 3. Deploy the bulk of the remaining troops to form a near semicircular cordon, then dispatch light cavalry detachments to lure groups of skeletons into the trap. 4. Repeat step 3. Seeing no objections, nor daring to voice any, Doyle smiled with unshakable confidence. Form ranks full army. While Doyle outlined his fishing strategy, Murphy, who had arrived earlier at the lightless Great Tomb, was equally busy. In a final briefing with several skeleton chieftains, he emphasized: first, pursue anyone who flees. Second, engage anyone who attacks. Third, if your weapon breaks, turn and run immediately. Disobey and I'll grind you into bone powder, sold to impotent nobles. As commanded, chorused the skeletal lieutenants. At mid-morning, beneath the fiercest glare of the sun, the lightless Great Tomb, a vast barren plain, lay exposed. Its skeletal denizens drifted listlessly as though deprived of sleep for 3 days. Suddenly, a low-tier skeleton lifted its skull toward the horizon. Though devoid of reason, an ancient instinct whispered that something desirable lay in that direction. It broke into a shambling sprint, yet the target moved faster still. Before it had taken 2 steps, the object of its yearning swept past, brushing its hollow ribs. The skeleton wheeled about and gave chase. Its hollow cranium now flooded with the scent of humanity. It failed to notice that thousands of its kin, drawn by the same primal hunger, were converging upon the same point. 50 mounted cavalrymen galloped freely across the lightless Great Tomb, swiftly drawing the enmity of every skeleton on the periphery. Once a dust-choked horde surged in pursuit, they wheeled and raced back toward camp. In the lawless expanse, Doyle watched the distant plume of dust rise, and ordered his forces to prepare. Moments later, the first wave, some 3,000 skeletons, rushed headlong into his encirclement. Most soldiers carried standard-issue spears, iron-tipped shafts of hardwood, utterly unaware that bludgeoning weapons, not piercing ones, were most effective against skeletons. They swung their spears in heavy percussive blows against the onrushing skeletal host, but dared not thrust, fearing divine retribution inscribed in the world's immutable ledger. The skeletons showed no hesitation, spotting humans who stood their ground. They raised rusted iron blades and charged without pause. Within the cordon, dust swirled thick as war cries echoed endlessly. Doyle's blood surged. He entrusted command to Byron, then singled out a skeletal commander and spurred his mount forward. Clutching a long lance, Doyle drove it deep, piercing the commander's leathery armor, the spearhead slipping between ribs to erupt from its back. With a violent upward heave, the commander was wrenched clean off its feet, hurled several meters through the air, its sword shattering into dust mid-flight. As the dazed commander scrambled to flee, Doyle laughed heartily. Seize him. Yes, sir. 2 black armored knights bearing coiled ropes spurred forward and swiftly bound the skeletal commander tight, as one might bind a sacrificial offering. Watching his subordinates await praise, Doyle slapped both men sharply across their foreheads. Bind hands and feet, not the whole body. Do you intend to carry him back like a sack of grain? Across the battlefield, fierce but controlled combat raged on. Disarmed skeletons shrieked and fled. Battle-fervent soldiers gave relentless chase. Raw recruits brandished ropes behind them, shouting warnings not to accidentally kill their captives. Yet as Doyle's cordon tightened inexorably, fleeing skeletons lost sight of the lightless Great Tomb's distant expanse, transforming into blind panic things, each swiftly subdued by soldiers whose coordination had matured into instinctive synchrony. The fierce engagement concluded at noon. Of the 3,000-plus skeletons, only a handful escaped back into the lightless Great Tomb. The rest were bound hand and foot, strung together like macabre beads, and marched captive to the expeditionary camp. Through a series of vigorous physical negotiations, gestures, grunts, and pointed demonstrations, Doyle and several captured skeletal commanders reached a provisional accord: the captives would refrain from biting in exchange for their lives. To Doyle this was a masterstroke. He'd never intended to slay them anyway, so he'd acquired a potent passive boon: obedient, docile skeletons gratis. The skeletal commanders likewise felt triumphant. The demon lord himself had promised them a new purpose and a place to belong. In this mutual victory, Doyle's black armored cavalry rapidly tallied their strength and delivered welcome news: 0 fatalities among the expeditionary force and only 35 wounded. Of those 35, only 4 bore wounds inflicted by skeletons. The remainder suffered injuries from trampling chaos or accidental spear strikes delivered upon comrades. Though elated by triumph, Doyle bristled at the report. After ordering 20 lashes for each soldier guilty of friendly fire, he decreed a brief midday respite, then resolved to press onward with a second decisive assault that very afternoon. That afternoon, the expeditionary force moved less like soldiers and more like seasoned hunters stalking prey in a perfected trap, encircling, isolating, dismantling, and capturing with ruthless efficiency. They scarcely believed the demonic race could be so fragile, so effortlessly broken, until darkness fell and the final clash ended. That night the camp held 6,000 skeletal captives, more than double the combined number of soldiers and laborers. Mass skeletons exuded the chilling aura of the dead, permeating the entire encampment. Not a single human slept soundly that night. At dawn the next day, Doyle emerged from his tent with faint shadows beneath his eyes, only to find Byron already waiting outside. "Doyle, we must act swiftly. If a minor skeletal commander has slipped away to raise the alarm, we may face a skeletal lord or worse, other demonic legions before noon." "No need to worry, Byron. Recall yesterday's triumph. One final push this morning, and by afternoon we strike camp and march home," Doyle declared, wiping his face with a cloth, his confidence unwavering. On that morning the expeditionary army from Geist City employed their old tactics, once more preparing to capture the remaining 3,000 skeletons around the unlit Great Tomb in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, it seemed that due to the escape of a few minor leaders the previous day, some skeletons appeared to have lost their hatred attraction mechanism, showing no concern as humans rode around them chaotically. In the end, the expeditionary army captured around 2,500 skeletons with overwhelming numerical superiority. At noon, Doyle leading 3,000 men gazed at the nearly 9,000 white skulls densely packed in the camp, marveling at the sight. After lunch the expeditionary army set off directly with the infantry tasked with guarding the vastly outnumbered skeleton prisoners and the injured soldiers for various foolish reasons, while the laborers dismantled the tents and the cavalry maintained the perimeter watch. Fortunately, no unexpected incidents occurred during the entire return journey. The army, now exceeding 10,000 men, marched along the Kingdom Avenue in an orderly line. Calculations indicated that due to Doyle's battle plan being exceedingly smooth, the remaining supplies were sufficient to transport the prisoners to the mines and return to Geist City. At this moment Doyle, the commander of the expeditionary army, was still immersed in the joy of his victorious return, repeatedly recalling his experience of defeating the skeleton leaders. Despite the disparity in combat power, Doyle felt like a war god at that time, thinking, if only I could join the ranks of the heroes in 10 years. Doyle murmured to himself. Just as the expeditionary army returned victorious, all the blacksmiths in Geist City and nearby towns received a massive second order during this period: produce iron picks, as many as needed. During this time Alaba had completely mastered all the resources of the Merchant Guild, effectively becoming a one-man powerhouse. The Merchant Guild operated like a precision machine upon receiving orders, with thousands of iron picks continuously bought from various sources and transported to the mines, while many more were being forged. Considering the issue of wear and tear, Murphy prepared sufficient funds to purchase 12,000 iron picks for emergencies. The journey back was smooth sailing. Due to the excessive number of prisoners, the overall movement speed of the entire army slowed significantly, but no one voiced any objections, for such a large-scale victory was worthy of being recorded even in the chaotic times of a century ago. 12 days later the expeditionary army from Geist City and the prisoners arrived at the Loyal Mine, where they encountered Murphy, who had been waiting at the mine's entrance. Under the restraint of their leaders, the skeletons did not exhibit any unusual behavior along the way. In their exchanges with Doyle, they learned of their status as prisoners, and the leaders understood that everything was proceeding as the Demon King had anticipated. After a brief introduction, the skeletons grasped their current situation: if they did not work, they would die. The skeleton leaders took on the role of foremen, using their ability to command ordinary skeletons to have the skeleton soldiers pick up the prepared iron picks and enter the mine one by one. Upon seeing that the mine had resumed operations, Doyle, satisfied, led most of his troops back to Geist City with Murphy. The remaining small detachment had been assigned new duties: supervisors. They needed to observe whether the skeletons were slacking off or attempting to escape, and were responsible for liaising with the transport teams from Geist City or other places for the transportation of the mined ore. In fact, the skeletons' performance exceeded the supervisors' expectations. These skeletons were indeed the best workers. Under the orders of their leaders, they showed no signs of resistance or escape at all, making the work exceedingly easy. The same thought also occurred to the skeletons: what appeared dark and eerie to humans was merely a habitat second only to the unlit Great Tomb in the eyes of the skeletons. Although the unlit Great Tomb had a strong aura of the deceased nourishing the skeleton, sunlight, albeit diminished, still penetrated during the day, causing a lack of energy, not for humans but for the skeletons. However, in this mine the skeletons could completely avoid the sunlight of the day, which was a sheer delight for them, with the only price being that they had to continuously dig at the rock walls with iron picks, which was exceedingly effortless. Even more remarkably, during the digging process they sensed their increasing proficiency and a sense of satisfaction which ignited an unmatched enthusiasm for mining among the lower-level skeletons that merely acted on instinct. A few days later the skeletons that had gotten into the groove of work received the latest order from their leaders to extract the slime stored within their skulls and share experiences while mining, ensuring that both remained at the same level. In the Reed family's castle in Geist City, Murphy, Byron and Doyle were throwing a grand celebration banquet. The young captain of the Black Armored Guards was in high spirits, continuously toasting by himself until he quickly reached a state of inebriation. What a naive young man, Murphy thought. Not coaxing a few words out of him would be a tremendous loss. Murphy exchanged glances with Byron, and Byron immediately turned into a dramatic figure. The biotic Byron kept raising his glass, soon entering a swaying state, and began slinging incoherent boasts while draping an arm around Doyle's shoulder, nearly elevating the young man to the heavens. Since Byron's usual persona was that of a taciturn and reliable man, the sudden genuine compliments inflated Doyle's ego, bringing a smug smile to his face. Murphy chimed in stating that Doyle had achieved victory without losing a single man even though he had never been on the battlefield, and it was simply shameful that the generals of the kingdom had not come to observe him. Surely in 10 years Doyle would be the commander against the demon race. Upon hearing this, Doyle waved his hand saying that is indeed an overstatement. My abilities are far inferior to my father's. Murphy perked up, for this was exactly what he wanted. He promptly asked, "Dare I ask about General Doyle's father?" Doyle, with a spirited yet hazy mind, thought it was no secret and replied, "My name is Roz Doyle. Any title of general is merely playful. My father is the true General Morton Doyle, who commands the Black Armored Guards in the capital. Although my family does not hold a noble title, we have controlled the Black Armored Guards directly under the king for generations, leading the nobles of the capital to refer to us as the Black Armor family and keep their distance." The young man's words flowed forth and were difficult to stop. Murphy thought to himself that if he were a noble of the capital, he certainly would not get too close to them, as it would be no different from courting death. The Black Armored Guards are the king's most elite guard, rarely leaving the capital. They generally only mobilize when a noble breaks the law. The Black Armored Guards are the king's most elite guard, rarely leaving the capital. They generally only mobilize when a noble breaks the law. Returning to the capital. That's wonderful. When are you leaving? Murphy wished he could teleport Doyle and his squad of Black Armored Guards back to the capital immediately, but alas, it was not feasible. When does Mr. Doyle plan to return? Murphy asked with a tone of concern, throwing a direct question. The mindless night youth did not realize how much he was disliked, burping and slowly replying, "About a week at least. I need to wait until the remaining 500 have basic equipment before I can feel at ease." With that, he patted Byron on the shoulder and said, "You are my friend and I must ensure your safety before I can leave. It is my responsibility." Murphy thought to himself that two significant unstable factors in the kingdom were right in front of him. Instead of worrying about their safety, he should think more about the civilians in Guy City. With the date of Doyle's departure in hand, Murphy let out a long sigh of relief and began to truly enjoy the delicacies of this other world, tender mushroom lamb chops. The next day, after much contemplation, Murphy decided to pick up his writer's persona once again during this idle time. The writer's persona, humble hero, had been idle since the Earl's passing. Murphy figured that he would inevitably travel to various places in the kingdom, and having both a magician and a writer identity would obviously benefit him greatly, establishing a more stable persona. However, Murphy did not want to start writing just yet. A good writer who was overly prolific might be looked down upon, so he believed he needed to first establish his reputation with a few works and then produce steadily, ensuring quality and quantity, thus achieving a satisfying conclusion for the majority. He then went to the storage room of the Reed family's castle and naturally found dozens of his works that the Earl had commissioned to be copied. Whether it was Return of the Great Knight or the urban medical drama Royal City Healer, the Earl had already signed his name on them. Unfortunately, the Earl had not had the chance to publish these two books before receiving a one-way ticket to the capital. Murphy patiently tore out the title pages of dozens of books and signed them with his pen name, then used his created duplication magic to reprint several copies. In the evening, Alava received a private commission from Murphy to sell copies of his works to the nobles of other territories through his channels, especially to the nobles of the capital, subtly establishing his reputation. After completing these tasks, Murphy took out a crystal he hadn't used in a long time to record a video for Thayer, who was far away in the succubus territory. The content was simple: the Reed Viscount's territory had been secured and the second phase of the plan could commence. I will return in a while. Although the succubus crystal project had been ongoing for some time, it remained in the first phase. Murphy had now basically taken control of a territory in the human kingdom which also contained a mine of crystal ore. If he did not strive to grow and achieve greatness, how could he justify the efforts he had put in during this time? After all, he was all too aware of how strange human XP could be. Borrowing some elements from his hometown was sufficient to manage most people. Taking 1,000 steps back, even if the idol girl group couldn't make it, wasn't there still a boy band? At that moment, Thayer, who was choreographing for a warm light hot spring in his home in the land of dreams, felt a familiar magical fluctuation. He got up and went to the teleportation array, only to find a crystal that had just been teleported. After watching the instructions in the crystal, Thayer excitedly found his sister Nair. "Quick, go find those good friends of yours who were eliminated last time." His Majesty said the next phase of the plan can begin. What? Nair looked at her brother in surprise. Didn't those succubi get eliminated last time? Thayer recalled and said His Majesty mentioned they would be needed later. What does His Majesty want? Nair asked. His Majesty wants a new succubus idol group, Thayer replied confidently. To hasten Doyle's departure, Murphy transported back to the lightless great tomb and ordered the skeletons wearing leather or cotton armor who had not been captured to remove all their armor. He transported the equipment to a dyeing shop under Alava's command, ultimately selling the refurbished armor at a low price to merchants in Guy City who undertook armor production, allowing the city's standing army to gather 500 inferior armors in just 3 days. Since Alava was relatively cautious, the origin of these armors did not raise Doyle's suspicions. Moreover, the craftsman's refurbishment methods were truly astonishing and the issue of armor was thus resolved smoothly. During this period, the skeletons in the mine had been exceedingly quiet. Had it not been for the fact that they were captured demon race, the overseer would have wanted to award a few of the leaders with excellent employee badges. At this moment, the news that the soldiers' armor had been assembled came, and the commander of Guy City's standing army quickly issued an order to recall the soldiers monitoring the mine for training. As for guarding the sparsely defended mine, the task was handed over to the Viscount's good friend, Mr. Alava. Although the guild president did not know what secrets lay within the mine, he had no interest in investigating. He understood the purpose behind such arrangements and specifically assigned a few of his trusted aides to oversee the mine, cautioning them repeatedly not to be afraid no matter what happened. With such arrangements, a job that would originally take a week was completed satisfactorily in just 3 days. Doyle soon inspected the fully armed soldiers at Guy City's training ground and after a lavish farewell banquet officially set off on the road back to the capital with victorious news. At dusk outside the north gate of Guy City, Doyle reluctantly said goodbye to Murphy and Byron with his small team. Byron appeared emotionless, though his face bore a look of about to cry, while Murphy internally celebrated the departure of the plague god. The squad of soldiers on duty at the North City Gate was the same one that had been present when Doyle arrived in Guy City. When they saw the direct heir of the new Lord of Guy City chatting amicably with the renowned Archmage and the terrifying black-armored knight captain, they all let out a sigh of relief. After all, even the high and mighty Earl had been taken away by these unreasonable knights, and the guards were worried they might lose their heads for no reason. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a renewed hope for their lives. Just as Doyle was about to set off, a white-armored knight riding a dust-covered steed charged down the Kingdom Road, a genuine guardian of faith. Is it never ending? Murphy cursed inwardly. The Duke eagerly began reading the document he had previously skimmed but never examined closely. Lambert, a level 50 priest, was but a minor figure in Ravka City, hardly worthy of the Duke's attention, so the Duke had dismissed the notice with indifference at the time. Yet as a man acutely attuned to numbers, the Duke recalled having seen the date June 12 somewhere. At last, within the section titled Details of the Fallen, he found what he sought. The Fallen claimed that their prayers before June 12 drew the goddess's divine gaze, but from the 13th onward that celestial attention vanished. Doubt took root, faith withered, and thus they fell. Through the Archbishop's sacred art, it has now been confirmed the so-called divine gaze was a falsehood. The entity appearing as a god was in truth a high-tier demonic being masquerading as divinity. The Duke's hands clenched tighter around the parchment until its edges whispered faintly with the sound of tearing. Then, composing himself, he commanded sharply, "Guards." His steward appeared instantly at the study door and bowed deeply. "My lord, how may I serve you?" "Two matters. First, dispatch trusted agents to locate the fallen priest Lambert, named in the warrant, and bring him to me unharmed, intact, and alive. Second, assign watchers to every church in the city. Report any anomaly immediately. Intercept and interrogate all messengers on sight." "As you command." The steward bowed once more and withdrew. The Duke no longer felt the urge to hone his blade. Instead, he sank listlessly onto the study floor, gripping the ecclesiastical notice like a lifeline, rereading it again and again, as if etching every word into his memory. At dusk the following day, the intelligence officer reported 5 spies, sent from distant regions, had been apprehended and confined to the castle's subterranean dungeons. The Duke's fortress housed numerous such chambers, several converted into secure cells. Accompanied by the intelligence officer, the Duke drew his sword and descended swiftly toward the dungeon. As he descended, he asked 5 spies what were their assumed identities. 2 merchants, 2 bards, and 1 laborer. A laborer. The Duke frowned. What could a laborer possibly uncover? Our preliminary investigation shows he meticulously recorded market prices for common goods. Beyond that, interrogation has yet to commence. Has he broken no law? Not a single statute. The Duke paused, thoughtful. Such narrow focus cannot be coincidence, it runs deeper than it appears. By then they had reached the cell. Inside, 5 bound figures knelt side by side in rigid silent formation. The Duke advanced, pressing the tip of his blade beneath the first spy's throat and lifting his chin to reveal his face. This one is from the capital. He cast a cold glance at the intelligence officer, who replied without hesitation, "Yes, my lord." He posed as a merchant to track grain and supply movements across the western marches. The kneeling spy glared up with venomous fury, muscles coiled as though ready to strike. A sharp wet sound pfft, and the cold steel pierced through the base of his skull, then withdrew just as swiftly. The spy convulsed violently, collapsing onto the stone floor. Crimson welled from both neck wounds and his mouth and nose. After a few ragged gasps and feeble twitches, he lay still, drowned in his own blood. The Duke moved on without pause or expression, like an automaton forged for judgment, stepping before the next captive and resting his sword once more against bare skin. Also from the capital. For years he performed as a bard in the lower district, bribing and inciting street gangs to clash with city patrols. Lately he has stirred unrest among the populace, fomenting rebellion. Put. His fate mirrored the first, swift, silent absolute. The third spy hailed from the southern marches. While gathering intelligence, he had long smuggled enchanted artifacts to underworld factions in the lower district, severely undermining Ravka's civic order. A look of utter contempt hardened the Duke's features. Even after all these years, the spineless South still resorts only to such sordid, underhanded arts. Without a glance, the Duke reversed his blade and drove it home, ending the southern spy's life with detached finality. The fourth spy came from the eastern marches. According to the intelligence officer's assessment, his activities remained technically lawful, operating perpetually on the razor's edge of legality. The Duke crouched low, tore the rag from the spy's mouth, and spoke slowly. "Every word I speak now, you will deliver verbatim to that weather vane in the east. Do you understand?" Relief flooded the spy's face. He nodded frantically, eyes wide and breathless. The Duke held his gaze, not at the man but beyond him, as if locking eyes with the Eastern March's ruler himself. "Eason, I do not ask for your allegiance. But should you fail even to hold neutrality, I shall dig your grave with my own hands." He rose. "Officer, hand me the document, then escort him out of the city. At once." The officer handed over the parchment and hauled the kneeling spy away without delay. In the dim damp silence of the dungeon only the Duke and the final captive remained. Gazing down at the man, slumped, trembling, utterly broken, the Duke asked quietly, "Of all five you are weakest in nerve and competence. A novice then. Tell me who commands you. Whose banner do you serve? To whom do you swear fealty?" The man's face contorted in terror, only muffled guttural sounds escaped his lips. "Ah, I'd forgotten this." The Duke pulled the gag from his mouth. The man gasped, sucking air like a drowning man. After several shuddering breaths he stammered, "Mr. Arava sent me." "Arava? Who in blazes is that?" The Duke's voice darkened with irritation. "Now even unknown names dare scatter spies like chaff. He's a merchant from Lord Reed's domain. He dispatched me to survey local prices, to guide his market adjustments." The man spilled the truth in rapid panicked bursts. "Surveying prices breaks no law, why disguise yourself as a dockhand? My travel funds, lost to a rigged gambling den." The man on the floor seemed to have found a valve for his pent-up anguish and poured forth a month's worth of wretchedness in one desperate torrent. His uncle served as a trusted confidant to Arava. To stay ahead of market fluctuations, Arava had deployed price scouts across every nearby holding in town bordering Lord Reed's lands. With quiet influence the uncle secured this coveted assignment for his nephew, a rare chance to impress the master. The young man arrived in Ravka City with his stipend, and was swiftly seduced by its glittering distractions, quickly realizing his funds would not suffice. "Ah, I'd forgotten this." The Duke pulled the gag from his mouth. The man gasped, sucking air like a drowning man. After several shuddering breaths he stammered, "Mr. Arava sent me." After dinner Murphy looked at Byron and asked, "Has the Faith Guardian left?" "Yes, he left after posting the bounty and continued southward." Oh, Murphy gazed out at the dark sky. At this time he should have exited the borders of Geist City, right? Indeed. Good. Then our plan officially begins. Murphy clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. "Byron, head to the mine immediately and proceed according to plan." "Understood. Pepe, go find the president of the Merchant Association and the communicator." "Yes, master." "Lambert, you. Sigh. Go wash the dishes." "Oh, okay." Under the cover of night Byron quickly teleported near the mine with Murphy's assistance. The steady footsteps were drowned out by the loud shouts of several gambling overseers sent by Alava. Only when Byron was close to the gamblers gathered around the crooked table did someone lazily lift their head to glance. "Ah. Who goes there?" The overseer broke his voice upon seeing the figure nearby. This shout startled the other gamblers at the table and they all stood up asking, "Where? Where?" "The skeleton wants to run." Byron stepped out of the shadows looking at the panicked individuals before him. "Do you know me?" A few were intimidated by Byron's presence, their heads shaking as if they would fly away. Only one person lowered his head and whispered, "You are Mr. Byron, right?" "It's good that someone recognizes me." Byron's tone softened. "You may leave now, all affairs here will be handled by me from this moment on." The overseers exchanged glances and the one who recognized Byron boldly stepped forward saying, "Sir, it is still a long time until dawn." "Is this Mr. Alava's intent?" Byron looked at the overseer before him, his tone returning to its coldness. "Not yet, but it will be soon. As for you, either return on your own now or wait for Alava to send someone to bring you back, as he seems to have not permitted you to gamble in the mine." The overseer instantly showed a look of terror. "Yes, sir, we will leave immediately, we will leave." Several overseers scurried away, one moving aside to burn the wooden gambling tools while others rushed into the nearby makeshift shed to pack their belongings. Minutes later the overseers nodded and bowed to Byron before disappearing into the night with torches. Since skeletons generally possess night vision and are fearful of fire, they would not use torches or similar tools. The mine appeared silent and eerie after the overseers left. Byron could only hear the continuous clinking sounds coming from the mine when he listened carefully. Byron separated from the brew attached to him and walked to the central position above the three mine entrances, feeling the kinship aura coming from various directions underground. He used the unique skill of the Monster Lord Silent Call. An energy exclusive to the Skeleton Lord spread from Byron in all directions. The skeletons in the mine, sensing the call, quickly put down their picks and orderly exited the mine accompanied by their slimes. Silent Call attracts skeletons differently than humans. If compared, it is like the difference between command and temptation. The skeletons gathered around their little leaders and began to slowly converge towards the center of the mine. After a period of mining work, nearly 9,000 skeletons and their slimes had collectively leveled up by 2 to 3 levels, granting them a simple level of reasoning unlike before when they only followed their instincts. Sensing that there were no remaining skeletons in the mine, Byron looked with satisfaction at the sea of white skulls before him. "My kin, I believe you have all felt some changes in yourselves during your time in the mine, whether it's enhanced strength or clearer minds. All of this comes from the grace of His Majesty the Demon King. With his true form revealed, the soul fire in Byron's eyes blazed brightly. Now the time has come when His Majesty the Demon King needs us. My kin, I believe you have all felt some changes in your His Majesty the Demon King. Byron raised his arm forcefully, concluding his educational speech. While Byron was addressing the skeletons, Lord Brew also twisted his body to convey a similar message to the slimes before them. If this had been in the lightless great grave or even longer ago, neither the skeletons nor the slimes could have comprehended such words. However, now the monsters that had mined and leveled up possessed an intelligence akin to newly awakened high-tier monsters, nearly fully understanding the intentions of the two lords. Thus the skeletons mimicked Byron's posture, raising their arms in unison to pledge their loyalty to the Demon King on a rational level. Byron and Brew climbed to a high point made of ordinary stones dug up from the mine, demonstrating to the monsters below how to disguise as humans. Byron stretched out his arms, allowing the slimes to gradually soften and wrap around him, forming a semi-transparent gel-like membrane. Then the slimes began to change color and a bionic Byron was born. Byron moved his joints to check for irregularities in the gel-like substance or bones protruding out suddenly, and after making a complete turn he presented his simulated human form to the monsters below. The skeletons and slimes below imitated and began practicing according to the fusion steps of Byron and Brew. Unfortunately, such a skill, especially a combination skill, was not so easy to master. The dark mine now resembled a pot of stew. Prolonged steaming of the meat would lead to separation of bones and flesh, and that was exactly what the mine looked like now. The faces of some skeletons flapped about like curtains swaying in the wind. Some slimes wrapped around only one arm of their skeleton partners and mindlessly began digesting, causing the skeleton to scream in pain. Several skeletons dropped chunks of various colored semi-transparent gel-like substance as they moved. One skeleton walked a few steps forward only to realize that its slime companion had been left behind. A very few talented ones practiced the combination decently, but the color-changing slimes made the bionic humans look more like rotting undead. Byron and Brew watched the hellish scene below from their high vantage point, finally fully understanding why they had once made the Demon King so furious during their own practice. As lords, they had consumed a significant amount of time learning this skill, let alone the low-tier monsters just awakening their intelligence. Fortunately, Byron and Brew had accumulated considerable experience in this regard, and the two lords were confident they could train these monsters in less time than it took them. The Duke eagerly began reading the document he had previously skimmed but never examined closely. Labert, a level 50 priest, was but a minor figure in Ravka City, hardly worthy of the Duke's attention, so the Duke had dismissed the notice with indifference at the time. Yet as a man acutely attuned to numbers, the Duke recalled having seen the date June 12 somewhere. At last, within the section titled Details of the Fallen, he found what he sought. The Fallen claimed that their prayers before June 12 drew the goddess's divine gaze, but from the 13th onward that celestial attention vanished. Doubt took root, faith withered, and thus they fell. Through the Archbishop's sacred art, it has now been confirmed the so-called divine gaze was a falsehood. The entity appearing as a god was in truth a high-tier demonic being masquerading as divinity. The Duke's hands clenched tighter around the parchment until its edges whispered faintly with the sound of tearing. Then, composing himself, he commanded sharply, "Guards." His steward appeared instantly at the study door and bowed deeply. "My lord, how may I serve you?" "Two matters. First, dispatch trusted agents to locate the fallen priest Lambert, named in the warrant, and bring him to me unharmed, intact, and alive. Second, assign watchers to every church in the city. Report any anomaly immediately. Intercept and interrogate all messengers on site." "As you command." The steward bowed once more and withdrew. The Duke no longer felt the urge to hone his blade. Instead, he sank listlessly onto the study floor, gripping the ecclesiastical notice like a lifeline, rereading it again and again, as if etching every word into his memory. At dusk the following day, the intelligence officer reported 5 spies, sent from distant regions, had been apprehended and confined to the castle's subterranean dungeons. The Duke's fortress housed numerous such chambers, several converted into secure cells. Accompanied by the intelligence officer, the Duke drew his sword and descended swiftly toward the dungeon. As he descended, he asked 5 spies what were their assumed identities. 2 merchants, 2 bards, and 1 laborer. A laborer. The Duke frowned. What could a laborer possibly uncover? Our preliminary investigation shows he meticulously recorded market prices for common goods. Beyond that, interrogation has yet to commence. Has he broken no law? Not a single statute. The Duke paused, thoughtful. Such narrow focus cannot be coincidence, it runs deeper than it appears. By then they had reached the cell. Inside, 5 bound figures knelt side by side in rigid silent formation. The Duke advanced, pressing the tip of his blade beneath the first spy's throat and lifting his chin to reveal his face. This one is from the capital. He cast a cold glance at the intelligence officer, who replied without hesitation, "Yes, my lord." He posed as a merchant to track grain and supply movements across the western marches. The kneeling spy glared up with venomous fury, muscles coiled as though ready to strike. A sharp wet sound, pfft, and the cold steel pierced through the base of his skull, then withdrew just as swiftly. The spy convulsed violently, collapsing onto the stone floor. Crimson welled from both neck wounds and his mouth and nose. After a few ragged gasps and feeble twitches, he lay still, drowned in his own blood. The Duke moved on without pause or expression, like an automaton forged for judgment, stepping before the next captive and resting his sword once more against bare skin. Also from the capital. For years he performed as a bard in the lower district, bribing and inciting street gangs to clash with city patrols. Lately he has stirred unrest among the populace, fomenting rebellion. His fate mirrored the first, swift, silent absolute. The third spy hailed from the southern marches. While gathering intelligence, he had long smuggled enchanted artifacts to underworld factions in the lower district, severely undermining Ravka's civic order. A look of utter contempt hardened the Duke's features. Even after all these years, the spineless South still resorts only to such sordid, underhanded arts. Without a glance, the Duke reversed his blade and drove it home, ending the southern spy's life with detached finality. The fourth spy came from the eastern marches. According to the intelligence officer's assessment, his activities remained technically lawful, operating perpetually on the razor's edge of legality. The Duke crouched low, tore the rag from the spy's mouth, and spoke slowly. "Every word I speak now, you will deliver verbatim to that weather vane in the east. Do you understand?" Relief flooded the spy's face. He nodded frantically, eyes wide and breathless. The Duke held his gaze, not at the man but beyond him, as if locking eyes with the Eastern Marches ruler himself. "Eason, I do not ask for your allegiance. But should you fail even to hold neutrality, I shall dig your grave with my own hands." He rose. "Officer, hand me the document, then escort him out of the city. At once." The officer handed over the parchment and hauled the kneeling spy away without delay. In the dim, damp silence of the dungeon, only the Duke and the final captive remained. Gazing down at the man, slumped, trembling, utterly broken, the Duke asked quietly, "Of all five, you are weakest in nerve and competence. A novice, then. Tell me who commands you. Whose banner do you serve? To whom do you swear fealty?" The man's face contorted in terror, only muffled guttural sounds escaped his lips. "Ah, I'd forgotten this." The Duke pulled the gag from his mouth. The man gasped, sucking air like a drowning man. After several shuddering breaths he stammered, "Mr. Arava sent me." "Arava? Who in blazes is that?" The Duke's voice darkened with irritation. "Now even unknown names dare scatter spies like chaff. He's a merchant from Lord Reed's domain. He dispatched me to survey local prices, to guide his market adjustments." The man spilled the truth in rapid, panicked bursts. "Surveying prices breaks no law. Why disguise yourself as a dockhand?" "My travel funds, lost to a rigged gambling den." The man on the floor seemed to have found a valve for his pent-up anguish and poured forth a month's worth of wretchedness in one desperate torrent. His uncle served as a trusted confidant to Arava. To stay ahead of market fluctuations, Arava had deployed price scouts across every nearby holding in town bordering Lord Reed's lands. With quiet influence, the uncle secured this coveted assignment for his nephew, a rare chance to impress the master. The young man arrived in Ravka City with his stipend, and was swiftly seduced by its glittering distractions, quickly realizing his funds would not suffice. "Ah, I'd forgotten this." The Duke pulled the gag from his mouth. The man gasped, sucking air like a drowning man. After several shuddering breaths he stammered, "Mr. Arava sent me." The Duke eagerly began reading the document he had previously skimmed but never examined closely. Labert, a level 50 priest, was but a minor figure in Ravka City, hardly worthy of the Duke's attention, so the Duke had dismissed the notice with indifference at the time. Yet as a man acutely attuned to numbers, the Duke recalled having seen the date June 12 somewhere. At last, within the section titled Details of the Fallen, he found what he sought. The Fallen claimed that their prayers before June 12 drew the goddess's divine gaze, but from the 13th onward that celestial attention vanished. Doubt took root, faith withered, and thus they fell. Through the Archbishop's sacred art it has now been confirmed the so-called divine gaze was a falsehood. The entity appearing as a god was in truth a high-tier demonic being masquerading as divinity. The Duke's hands clenched tighter around the parchment until its edges whispered faintly with the sound of tearing. Then, composing himself, he commanded sharply, "Guards." His steward appeared instantly at the study door and bowed deeply. "My lord, how may I serve you?" "Two matters. First, dispatch trusted agents to locate the fallen priest Lambert, named in the warrant, and bring him to me unharmed, intact, and alive. Second, assign watchers to every church in the city. Report any anomaly immediately. Intercept and interrogate all messengers on sight." "As you command." The steward bowed once more and withdrew. The Duke no longer felt the urge to hone his blade. Instead, he sank listlessly onto the study floor, gripping the ecclesiastical notice like a lifeline, rereading it again and again, as if etching every word into his memory. At dusk the following day, the intelligence officer reported 5 spies, sent from distant regions, had been apprehended and confined to the castle's subterranean dungeons. The Duke's fortress housed numerous such chambers, several converted into secure cells. Accompanied by the intelligence officer, the Duke drew his sword and descended swiftly toward the dungeon. As he descended, he asked 5 spies what were their assumed identities. 2 merchants, 2 bards, and 1 laborer. A laborer. The Duke frowned. What could a laborer possibly uncover? Our preliminary investigation shows he meticulously recorded market prices for common goods. Beyond that, interrogation has yet to commence. Has he broken no law? Not a single statute. The Duke paused, thoughtful. Such narrow focus cannot be coincidence, it runs deeper than it appears. By then they had reached the cell. Inside, 5 bound figures knelt side by side in rigid silent formation. The Duke advanced, pressing the tip of his blade beneath the first spy's throat and lifting his chin to reveal his face. "This one is from the capital." He cast a cold glance at the intelligence officer, who replied without hesitation, "Yes, my lord." He posed as a merchant to track grain and supply movements across the western marches. The kneeling spy glared up with venomous fury, muscles coiled as though ready to strike. A sharp wet sound pfft, and the cold steel pierced through the base of his skull, then withdrew just as swiftly. The spy convulsed violently, collapsing onto the stone floor. Crimson welled from both neck wounds and his mouth and nose. After a few ragged gasps and feeble twitches, he lay still, drowned in his own blood. The Duke moved on without pause or expression, like an automaton forged for judgment, stepping before the next captive and resting his sword once more against bare skin. Also from the capital. For years he performed as a bard in the lower district, bribing and inciting street gangs to clash with city patrols. Lately he has stirred unrest among the populace, fomenting rebellion. Put. His fate mirrored the first, swift, silent absolute. The third spy hailed from the southern marches. While gathering intelligence, he had long smuggled enchanted artifacts to underworld factions in the lower district, severely undermining Ravka's civic order. A look of utter contempt hardened the Duke's features. Even after all these years, the spineless South still resorts only to such sordid, underhanded arts. Without a glance, the Duke reversed his blade and drove it home, ending the southern spy's life with detached finality. The fourth spy came from the eastern marches. According to the intelligence officer's assessment, his activities remained technically lawful, operating perpetually on the razor's edge of legality. The Duke crouched low, tore the rag from the spy's mouth and spoke slowly. "Every word I speak now, you will deliver verbatim to that weather vane in the east. Do you understand?" Relief flooded the spy's face. He nodded frantically, eyes wide and breathless. The Duke held his gaze, not at the man but beyond him, as if locking eyes with the Eastern Marches ruler himself. "Eason, I do not ask for your allegiance. But should you fail even to hold neutrality, I shall dig your grave with my own hands." He rose. "Officer, hand me the document, then escort him out of the city. At once." The officer handed over the parchment and hauled the kneeling spy away without delay. In the dim, damp silence of the dungeon, only the Duke and the final captive remained. Gazing down at the man, slumped, trembling, utterly broken, the Duke asked quietly, "Of all five, you are weakest in nerve and competence. A novice, then. Tell me who commands you. Whose banner do you serve? To whom do you swear fealty?" The man's face contorted in terror, only muffled guttural sounds escaped his lips. "Ah, I'd forgotten this." The Duke pulled the gag from his mouth. The man gasped, sucking air like a drowning man. After several shuddering breaths, he stammered, "Mr. Arava sent me." "Arava? Who in blazes is that?" The Duke's voice darkened with irritation. "Now even unknown names dare scatter spies like chaff. He's a merchant from Lord Reed's domain. He dispatched me to survey local prices, to guide his market adjustments." The man spilled the truth in rapid, panicked bursts. "Surveying prices breaks no law. Why disguise yourself as a dockhand?" "My travel funds, lost to a rigged gambling den." The man on the floor seemed to have found a valve for his pent-up anguish and poured forth a month's worth of wretchedness in one desperate torrent. His uncle served as a trusted confidant to Arava. To stay ahead of market fluctuations, Arava had deployed price scouts across every nearby holding in town bordering Lord Reed's lands. With quiet influence, the uncle secured this coveted assignment for his nephew, a rare chance to impress the master. The young man arrived in Ravka City with his stipend and was swiftly seduced by its glittering distractions, quickly realizing his funds would not suffice. "Ah, I'd forgotten this." The Duke pulled the gag from his mouth. The man gasped, sucking air like a drowning man. After several shuddering breaths, he stammered, "Mr. Arava sent me." The Duke eagerly began reading the document he had previously skimmed but never examined closely. Lambert, a level 50 priest, was but a minor figure in Ravka City, hardly worthy of the Duke's attention, so the Duke had dismissed the notice with indifference at the time. Yet as a man acutely attuned to numbers, the Duke recalled having seen the date June 12 somewhere. At last, within the section titled Details of the Fallen, he found what he sought. The fallen claimed that their prayers before June 12 drew the goddess's divine gaze, but from the 13th onward that celestial attention vanished. Doubt took root, faith withered, and thus they fell. Through the Archbishop's sacred art, it has now been confirmed the so-called divine gaze was a falsehood. The entity appearing as a god was in truth a high-tier demonic being masquerading as divinity. The Duke's hands clenched tighter around the parchment until its edges whispered faintly with the sound of tearing. Then, composing himself, he commanded sharply, "Guards." His steward appeared instantly at the study door and bowed deeply. "My lord, how may I serve you?" "Two matters. First, dispatch trusted agents to locate the fallen priest Lambert, named in the warrant, and bring him to me unharmed, intact, and alive. Second, assign watchers to every church in the city. Report any anomaly immediately. Intercept and interrogate all messengers on sight." "As you command." The steward bowed once more and withdrew. The Duke no longer felt the urge to hone his blade. Instead, he sank listlessly onto the study floor, gripping the ecclesiastical notice like a lifeline, rereading it again and again, as if etching every word into his memory. At dusk the following day, the intelligence officer reported 5 spies, sent from distant regions, had been apprehended and confined to the castle's subterranean dungeons. The Duke's fortress housed numerous such chambers, several converted into secure cells. Accompanied by the intelligence officer, the Duke drew his sword and descended swiftly toward the dungeon. As he descended, he asked 5 spies what were their assumed identities. 2 merchants, 2 bards, and 1 laborer. A laborer. The Duke frowned. What could a laborer possibly uncover? Our preliminary investigation shows he meticulously recorded market prices for common goods. Beyond that, interrogation has yet to commence. Has he broken no law? Not a single statute. The Duke paused, thoughtful. Such narrow focus cannot be coincidence, it runs deeper than it appears. By then they had reached the cell. Inside, 5 bound figures knelt side by side in rigid silent formation. The Duke advanced, pressing the tip of his blade beneath the first spy's throat and lifting his chin to reveal his face. This one is from the capital. He cast a cold glance at the intelligence officer, who replied without hesitation, "Yes, my lord." He posed as a merchant to track grain and supply movements across the western marches. The kneeling spy glared up with venomous fury, muscles coiled as though ready to strike. A sharp wet sound pfft, and the cold steel pierced through the base of his skull, then withdrew just as swiftly. The spy convulsed violently, collapsing onto the stone floor. Crimson welled from both neck wounds and his mouth and nose. After a few ragged gasps and feeble twitches, he lay still, drowned in his own blood. The Duke moved on without pause or expression, like an automaton forged for judgment, stepping before the next captive and resting his sword once more against bare skin. Also from the capital. For years he performed as a bard in the lower district, bribing and inciting street gangs to clash with city patrols. Lately he has stirred unrest among the populace, fomenting rebellion. Put. His fate mirrored the first, swift, silent absolute. The third spy hailed from the southern marches. While gathering intelligence, he had long smuggled enchanted artifacts to underworld factions in the lower district, severely undermining Ravka's civic order. A look of utter contempt hardened the Duke's features. Even after all these years, the spineless South still resorts only to such sordid, underhanded arts. Without a glance, the Duke reversed his blade and drove it home, ending the southern spy's life with detached finality. The fourth spy came from the eastern marches. According to the intelligence officer's assessment, his activities remained technically lawful, operating perpetually on the razor's edge of legality. The Duke crouched low, tore the rag from the spy's mouth, and spoke slowly. "Every word I speak now, you will deliver verbatim to that weather vane in the east. Do you understand?" Relief flooded the spy's face. He nodded frantically, eyes wide and breathless. The Duke held his gaze, not at the man but beyond him, as if locking eyes with the Eastern Marches ruler himself. "Eason, I do not ask for your allegiance. But should you fail even to hold neutrality, I shall dig your grave with my own hands." He rose. "Officer, hand me the document, then escort him out of the city. At once." The officer handed over the parchment and hauled the kneeling spy away without delay. In the dim, damp silence of the dungeon, only the Duke and the final captive remained. Gazing down at the man, slumped, trembling, utterly broken, the Duke asked quietly, "Of all 5, you are weakest in nerve and competence. A novice, then. Tell me who commands you. Whose banner do you serve? To whom do you swear fealty?" The man's face contorted in terror, only muffled guttural sounds escaped his lips. "Ah, I'd forgotten this." The Duke pulled the gag from his mouth. The man gasped, sucking air like a drowning man. After several shuddering breaths, he stammered, "Mr. Arava sent me." "Arava? Who in blazes is that?" The Duke's voice darkened with irritation. "Now even unknown names dare scatter spies like chaff. He's a merchant from Lord Reed's domain. He dispatched me to survey local prices, to guide his market adjustments." The man spilled the truth in rapid, panicked bursts. "Surveying prices breaks no law. Why disguise yourself as a dockhand?" "My travel funds, lost to a rigged gambling den." The man on the floor seemed to have found a valve for his pent-up anguish and poured forth a month's worth of wretchedness in one desperate torrent. His uncle served as a trusted confidant to Arava. To stay ahead of market fluctuations, Arava had deployed price scouts across every nearby holding in town bordering Lord Reed's lands. With quiet influence, the uncle secured this coveted assignment for his nephew, a rare chance to impress the master. The young man arrived in Ravka City with his stipend, and was swiftly seduced by its glittering distractions, quickly realizing his funds would not suffice. "Ah, I'd forgotten this." The Duke pulled the gag from his mouth. The man gasped, sucking air like a drowning man. After several shuddering breaths, he stammered, "Mr. Arava sent me."